Good morning. Hello, everybody, and
Hello.
welcome to Umbraco Community Day, round two,
Yes.
2023. We actually did a first one in 2023 as well, but it's lovely to have you with us. Please, in the chat, let us know where you're joining from, because it would be great to see people from all over the world joining us today. Ponima, hey,
Yes.
how are you doing?
I am good and I am excited to be hosting the second edition of Umbraco Community Day. We are back on popular demand. Shall we say that?
I think we can, yeah. I'm equally very excited about today. I have flown over 11,000 miles just to be here with you and
Yes.
with our friendly people in the studio. So I'm really hoping for a good day. If you see me flagging at any point today in the chat, let me know. I'll I don't know, go have a coffee and I'll be right back with you. Because
Yeah, I flew with a very heavy jet lagged Callum yesterday. To the point,
it's
I was
fine.
almost about to WhatsApp him and say, Callum, where are you?
It's fine. I had a very good night's sleep, and we're back on top form today. It's gonna be a great day. So let's talk about last year first,
Yes.
because
Not last year, the first edition.
the first edition this year, in January of this year, we did the first ever virtual Umbraco Community Day, which had, I think, over 550 unique viewers from all over the world. We had different countries from Australia to India to the US and large parts of Europe as well joining us. So what was your highlights of that? And then let's maybe talk about this year.
Absolutely. Yeah. Two highlights, actually, because we did that in January once everyone was coming out of the Christmas break and the New Year's too much chocolate. So it was just like the wake up call that I needed,
Mm.
a good start to the year. Secondly, we had a lot of fresh faces in the first edition of Umbraco Community Day. So that was a big highlight because that's what community is all about. That's what this platform is all about as well, bringing in fresh faces from around the world, the speakers, and introducing them to the wider community. And of course, we get to see what happens all around the world.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, today we've equally got loads of fresh faces. We've got some exciting people coming from all over the world. We'll have a look at the schedule just in a minute. But
Yes, sure.
I guess if we want to hit those same levels we hit last year, it's a little bit of a challenge because, unlike at the start of 2023, social media has sort of divided, and at least the Umbraco community has.
Absolutely.
So regardless of where you are and where you like to post nowadays, if that's Mastodon, Twitter, Threads, if you have access to Threads, or if people are still using Threads, I'm not sure. Blue Sky, Facebook, LinkedIn.
Yeah.
Make sure you're posting and sharing a link to today's session. You can go to day.umbraco.community or link to the YouTube page. They're the same video, same stream. Tweet it, post it, whatever, with the hashtag Umbraco Community Day. We'd love to see where you're joining from. My understanding is that people at home are also wearing their Umbraco t-shirts.
Absolutely.
Where's yours, Ponima?
Well, just consider this an Umbraco dress.
Fine. Yes, petition for some Umbraco dresses here. I'm unfortunately not wearing an Umbraco t-shirt either. Sorry, but I know Owen sounded the klaxon, and we are we have the community out in force in our Umbraco tees. So make sure you tweet that as well. Tweet, post, whatever it is nowadays. Your Umbraco tee picture, the Umbraco Community Day hashtag,
Yes.
a link to the feed, share it with your colleagues, share it with your friends. Let's smash all the records from
Absolutely.
round one.
This day just wouldn't happen without a wonderful audience and community. So let's make this day happen and let's make this day count.
Absolutely. Should we have a little look at what's coming up?
Yes,
Because
absolutely.
it's going to be a very packed day. So yeah, I'm really excited about the schedule. When we were putting it together, we were kind of trying to find a really good mix of what's new and fresh and happening in the Umbraco community, and also some of the more interesting, wider topics that perhaps we could be
Absolutely.
hearing from. So coming up, we have Nathan Wolf, who's going to be kicking us off with a look at his first findings with Bellissima, the new Umbraco back office project, which is going to be particularly interesting. I think he's caveated this, I guess, with saying he's not the expert. He doesn't want to necessarily be the expert, but he is possibly the first person from Umbraco putting their head above the parapet and saying, "Look, I've actually built something real with this, which is workflow," and he's been working on that for a while.
He's a great person. He's a great developer. So I'm excited to see what Nathan is up to with Bellissima. And of course, we are having him for the first time at Community Day.
Indeed, yes.
And we are starting from Australia.
Indeed, yeah. We'll be seeing him in a short moment. We'll be continuing with the Australian theme, sticking with other speakers like Emanuel, and then also progressing on to a couple of our Indian speakers, which I'm really excited about. Some AI topics, some .NET topics. We've got Nikhil, who's returning to the Umbraco Community Day. Did a
Absolutely.
talk last year on Algolia search
Algolia,
and
yeah.
how you'd integrate that with Umbraco. Today, he's looking at how you maybe integrate AI tools like ChatGPT into your Umbraco workflow for marketing automation, that sort of thing. It's gonna
Yeah. 2023, you cannot have a conference without AI.
be, no way, really?
Absolutely.
Really?
So
We've
we should listen to
if we
him.
scroll back up there a second, I was going to mention we've also got some really exciting panel discussions happening throughout today. So the first one is kicking off at 10:15 CET in just over an hour with Paul Seal, Marcin Zakowski, and Eleftheria Batsu, they're going to be talking about building a personal brand, something I'm particularly passionate about as a topic. The three of these people have done wonderful jobs
Absolutely.
of building their personal
Absolutely.
brands too.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's going to be a particularly exciting one. We're breaking the day up with a few talks, then a bit more of discussion, a few more talks, a bit of fun. I think coming up around lunchtime, there is the Christmas quiz shenanigans. I'm not quite sure what it's going to be.
Yeah.
Kim's kept things nice and quiet for us, but Kim is going to be joining us over lunchtime. So if you do have to duck out for any reason today, make sure you're back for this. I bet it's
absolutely.
It's going to be great.
I would have missed this.
Yeah, it's going to be interactive. People can get involved there too. So that's good. Accessibility topic, of course, from Mike. We've got Rachel joining us again. Speaking of interactive, Jason's Async All the Things session. Jason has effectively asked people to help him DDoS his own laptop live on stream and live on stage.
Yeah, help me DDoS.
so this is another interactive session. He's going to explain in real practical terms how async actually works and get you involved. So if you want to do something a bit of fun, again, just straight after Kim, Jason's got this nice interactive session.
This I'm looking forward to because async, and I wait, is one of those things where people go massively wrong.
Oh, all the time. And we see, I see it in my own code, in fact. Yeah. Frequently we'll be debugging an issue and finding out, why has that happened? Because I've not properly awaited something, or just not really understanding actually how the async pipeline is going to work too. So that is what it is.
And then we are moving on to Roy, who might be in the studio joining us.
Maybe, hopefully. Yeah. We've got a couple of people today who will be joining us in person in the studio, so you might see some familiar faces with us. People who aren't just behind the scenes as well currently. We'll say hi to them when they show up. Roy's doing a talk about building a solid foundation for your .NET projects, which includes your Umbraco solutions as well.
Absolutely. And then one of the panels that I'm looking forward to with the Meetup group, with Phil, Kat, Dhanesh, and Anju.
I'm equally excited about this one. I'm a Meetup organizer myself and a wider event organizer too. We've put together a very interesting group of people here who have quite different experiences of growing Meetup groups all over the world, different places, and I really want to hear their different approaches.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it's good to see two people from India joining for a meetup. I think that's the first time.
Yeah, it's not getting as much love as it should in the Umbraco community, but the Indian community is doing wonders with growing their meetup groups, trying some really different formats, and it's something we should be a bit envious of, I think. Of course, just quickly, we'll have Phillip, we'll have Corne. We'll be talking about some of the new developments that are going on there with new marketing suite and also with the Umbraco CMS, which Umbraco 13 launches tomorrow. So literally fresh, hot off the press.
Yes, absolutely.
Personal highlight for me, I've not seen it yet, but Sebastian's Raspberry Pi, hosting Umbraco on a Raspberry Pi type session is something I've heard good things about. He's done it at a couple of meetups before. I'm yet to see it, so
I think it's going to be a fun session.
Terence also did a blog post recently about how he's been hosting Umbraco in some weird and wonderful ways. I'm
looking forward to that. It's going to be fun. Yeah.
Indeed. Another panel, Purnima. We've gathered some of the people who are in charge of getting our fantastic articles together for 24 Days on Umbraco, Scrift, those author groups, and they'll be joining a panel a little bit later as well.
Absolutely. And just before the panel, we have Richard Jackson joining us from UK again for his talk.
Yeah.
So if you remember, Callum, in the first edition, Richard Jackson was one of the people who had just submitted his first PR to the Umbraco community. And in the second edition, he's back as a speaker.
And if you read his 24 Days in Umbraco article from, I think it was actually the very first he gave the Umbraco community a bit of a shout out and said,
Yeah.
it was my sort of induction into the community, where he won a ticket to the UK festival, which he attended for his first time. He's done a talk at the Umbraco London Meetup this year, and I think Bristol and maybe Cardiff as well. He's kind of been all over, and has now written for 24 Days in Umbraco, and we'll be talking on the community day too. So it's a lovely full circle moment for Richard there. If we could jump out of this session on the schedule, the most important thing I think we can talk about today is we have a very, very special guest.
Yes.
Mr. Scott Hanselman will be joining us live, 6:30 CET, 5:30 UK time. I don't know what that is elsewhere.
Around the world.
But this is your chance to ask him any questions you want, absolutely anything you want. And that includes potentially live here on stream. So we have a QR code that I'm not sure if we can bring up, and if we can't, we'll put it up a little bit later and make sure the link for it is posted. There's the QR code. Fantastic. You can scan this QR code. It takes you to a form that you can fill in your questions for Scott. Now, you can choose whether you want to fill this in and actually ask it live, or you can fill it in and we'll ask it for you. There's an email address field. If you'd like the chance, put your email in there and we'll get in touch throughout today to potentially schedule a very short moment where you can come on stream and ask Scott a question directly. Very exciting. Limited supply as well. So if you want to do that, get your questions in quick and make sure they're good and friendly.
He's someone who understands communities like no other.
Yeah.
So it's absolutely an honor for us to have him here as a speaker and for us to personally host him as well.
Oh, I agree.
Yeah, and get your questions in.
I agree.
Ask him.
I've got a couple of burning questions I'd like to ask him as well. So I think that session's going to be great.
Yeah.
And then finally, last session of the day, just to see us off right, we have the Candid Contributions team, the four. I was going to say trio, but it's not a trio, is it? What? I don't know. The four Candid Contributions team will be here, and they'll be finishing off the day with a little bit of a fun, some reminiscing about the past, and a look forward at 2024 as well. So that is a particularly packed lineup. In the chat, let us know what you think is going to be your favorite session, what you're most excited about. Can we bring the chat up? Oh, we can. And look, so many wonderful people.
Absolutely.
Good morning, Lucy. Good morning, Niels. LF's here.
LFT is online.
Arnold's here. I've not seen Arnold today. We've got people from the UK. We've got people from the Netherlands, Busra in Turkey. We've got people from all over the world. Let us know where you're joining from.
Oh, I see a new name.
A new name?
Just after Soren. I don't
Fan
think
Kong Tai.
Yeah.
Lovely to meet you. Lovely to have you
There's
here.
Kalpesh. Hi,
Yes.
Kalpesh.
Amazing.
A few new names, definitely.
Yes. And Terence is teasing about some new stuff he's going to be doing in 2024, potentially some blog posts. And,
bring that on, Terence. Absolutely.
Very, very exciting. People saying it's doomy and gloomy in Manchester. I feel you. I've been to Manchester before. No, it's the same here. Don't worry. If you hear rain, it's because it's noisy on the roof here.
Yes.
Anyway, okay. I think we're very quickly coming up to our first session of the day, which is going to be with Nathan Wolf. As we said, Nathan is one of the masterminds behind some of the popular Umbraco packages we know and love. Now working for Umbraco HQ.
Yes, a great story there.
Yeah. So he is responsible for Umbraco Workflow, or partly responsible for Umbraco Workflow, and has been helping to migrate that to Umbraco 14, preparing that for the new back office. And his whole thing is going to be sharing some of his experiences of doing that with us. Exposure to all the new, slightly different web technologies and approaches that you have to take in the back office. So that's web components and all of the new Umbraco extension APIs, which if anyone hasn't seen Niels Lungso's talk about how all of that works, there's a recording of it on YouTube. It's fantastic. Highly recommend you watch that as well. But it's a great intro and a great refresher. If we have him on the line, can we get Nathan on? G'day, Nathan.
Hello, Nathan.
Hello. We can't hear you. I don't know if it's us. It's us. There we go. Hey, Nathan.
Hello.
Hello.
We can hear you. Good to see you. Good evening.
Good morning.
Yeah, it's morning here.
Morning,
It's morning here.
Yeah.
Although I don't know which
Tell you
time
what,
zone you are in, Callum.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
Yeah.
because you were in this part of the world until very recently, weren't you?
Until Monday, yes. Until
Oh,
yeah. Literally,
sounds
I
like a
landed.
lovely, lovely.
Had 25 hours on a plane and landed Tuesday morning. Had 2 hours sleep, and then was straight
Nice.
back on a plane with Purnima. So yeah, it's been a whirlwind. Anyway,
Yeah,
good to see you,
it's a
Nathan.
long haul. You too, both of you.
The long haul.
This is
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've obviously, hopefully, you've been hearing, just been talking a little bit about what you do at HQ, but maybe you can very quickly introduce yourself, and then we'll get on with your session.
Sure. I'm Nathan, obviously. I joined HQ in August of last year as part of I was a package deal with my workflow package, which at the time was Plumber. It's now Umbraco Workflow. So it was a buy one, get one free kind of deal. So I've been, prior to that, building packages and things for Umbraco for quite a few years. Yeah, so it's sort of a nice progression to go from doing it in my own time to doing it as a full-time thing. It works nicely.
Awesome. And I guess we'll be hearing a bit about some of that work that you've been doing in your session.
Yeah. I mean, that's the plan. And like you said, I'm not the expert. I'm not. I don't want anyone to think I'm the expert. But yeah, the idea being just to share some of the things I've found and some of the decisions I've made and why I've made them, and hopefully help to point people in the right direction when they start doing their own package migrations.
Awesome. Well, you're a brave man, Nathan. When you're ready, off you go. I'm looking forward
All
to this.
yours.
All right. I swear Teams moves buttons every time you need to use it. Where's my screen? I'm sharing my screen. Are we seeing my screen? There we go. All right, so let's go with canaries and coal mines. So, like I just said, we're going to have a look at what I've done with workflow so far with Bellissima. Not intended to be an expert guide by any means, because I'm not the expert, but this is me. I'm the canary, and Bellissima is the coal mine. And like I just said, I've been with Umbraco with HQ since August last year, when my workflow package Plumber at the time was acquired. That's now Umbraco Workflow, and I'm now spending most of my time supporting that, and obviously looking ahead to Umbraco 14. So I put my hand up a couple of months ago and sort of volunteered as tribute to start the process of looking at what has to happen to migrate workflow to the new back office. And that makes sense that I'd be the person to do that, not just because I know workflow inside out, but because as part of the DXP group, we look after all the commercial packages and HQ's integrations. So we've got a lot of work to get through between now and when Bellissima launches in May, June next year. So, it made sense for me to be the one to sort of start on that work. So, I'm a canary. It's a big old coal mine. I've been in there for a few months and I'm still alive. So I guess so far that's a win. Just to say it again, I don't know what I'm doing. I've been making this up as I go. Just like in the current package dev world, there are a lot of different ways to achieve the same results. So the way I'm doing things is by no means the only way, by no means perhaps the best way. Some of it's probably not even the right way, but what I want to have a look at is a quick collection of some of my learnings from the last few months of sort of pulling workflow apart and then putting it back together. So yeah, there are some examples. There's some code and things to look at, but if you are hoping to walk away with like an end-to-end blueprint on a package migration, I'm sorry, you won't be getting that. I'm not going to show the sort of the progress on workflow in the sense like in the back office, because there's a lot, a lot of it's done, but it looks pretty much the same as there's not a lot to see in that sense. So it's going to be a bit more of some more technical sort of demos and things. Before I go any further, if people do have questions that they want to ask, there's the link at the top of the slides there. Feel free to drop them wherever that drops them, and I'll try and pick them up as we're going. So, and if there's any extras and there's time at the end, I'll obviously circle back then too. So, first thing that probably the most obvious thing that happens in new back office is the package manifest is gone. It's no longer a thing. It no longer exists. We have the Umbraco package.json file in its place. And in that file, we register our extensions for the back office. So it is completely possible to register everything you need in that one file, which is fine for a smaller package or a simple extension that may only have one or two extensions that you need to register. But for a package like workflow that's fairly large and fairly complex, there's lots of moving parts, if we were to do that all directly in that JSON file, it's going to get out of control pretty quickly. So I made the decision fairly early on that workflow would use the entry point extension type. So instead of declaring things in the manifest, we essentially provide a JavaScript function that Umbraco calls at startup. And from within that, we can do, we can execute JavaScript. So we can load external libraries if we wanted to. We can provide contexts and things. We can just run JavaScript. So what that means my package JSON looks like is that it's not even 10 lines of JSON. So workflow becomes one extension, and to register it, we point to the JavaScript file, which will live in app plugins, Umbraco workflow.js. So that's it. Once that's written, I haven't touched it in months because I don't need to. The version is injected as part of our build, so we can ignore that. But it means that I have this nice, clean, succinct file that, like I said, I can just forget about it, which is what we're going to do. We're going to forget about it. This instead, though, is the entry point. So this is this onInit method that we can see is about midway down there. Umbraco calls that when the CMS starts. So any JavaScript in there will be executed at startup. So that's why I'm able to do things like consumer context and provide contexts, which I'm not going to go into how the context API works. If you aren't aware of how that works and are interested, have a look at Neil's session, Mounting the Back Office, which I believe is on YouTube. It gives a whole lot of information about how the back office works. But for this, for these examples, the important things to note here are things that in this entry point, we can add some global styles. So that first line, I'm importing that styles variable, which contains some global CSS, some CSS variables that I want to have available to workflow. I want them global, so I put them in my entry point and they get rendered out. Those manifests, that array of manifest types, they're all the manifests that would otherwise be registered in the Umbraco package JSON file. So instead of having potentially dozens of entries in that JSON, we can import them from across the code base and then register them in the onInit function in that extension registry.register many method. So instantly you can see there's a whole lot more control because I'm dealing with JavaScript. I can do anything in JavaScript in this entry point. So things like providing that the workflow global context, the reason I'm doing that here is that context will provide the workflow license, which is used in multiple different places throughout the back office. So instead of having to request it in each dashboard or each component, the global context, when it gets spun up, when the CMS starts, will go off to the server, it'll get the license back, and then those components can fetch it from the context instead of going back to the server every time. Again, so these are decisions that I've made because I feel like they suit the way I want workflow to work. So to make that actually run, we're using on the left is the veet.config file. On the right is a snippet from the package JSON. So there's a little bit of interrelation between the way that these two files work. When we run the veet build task, when we run the build task, and that runs the veet build, it's using this config from the veet config. It gets the name for the Umbraco workflow from the name of the package. So there's a lot of interrelation going on. That source index.ts is the index file that we're previously looking at. So that becomes our entry point. Veet runs its roll-up logic using that as the entry point into the application, builds it, spits it out as Umbraco workflow. Again, it's not stuff that you probably need to be too worried about. It's to sort of set it up and forget about it. That output path is generated again as part of our .NET build process, because depending on whether we're in dev or production, it determines where to spit these assets out to, given that we're building them ultimately into a Razor class library. So there's a few moving parts and things, and a lot of this is based on what we currently do in workflow and the other commercial packages. So it's sort of translating it rather than rebuilding too much. Talking then, so going back to that point around how that the package JSON can blow out really quickly if you've got lots of manifests. So workflow, for example, has, I think, 3 dashboards. There's an editor view, previously known as content app. There's the back office section, which then has menus and sidebars and so on. There's, I think, about a dozen modals and overlays. There's languages. So all of those different things have their own manifests, like we can see on the slide there. So if they were all in that original package JSON, you can see how quickly you end up with this unwieldy, long JSON file that's very static. Whereas if this is JavaScript, which it is JavaScript, being JavaScript means that we can then do things like dynamically generating a collection of manifests, which is what we're looking at in the right-hand side there. So instead of having to declare all of these different languages individually, we can just declare an array of, well, they're basically name value pairs, aren't they? They're just a name and a culture. We can then map that into the manifests by sharing those common properties. So it's, by using an entry point, you get more flexibility, not just in the immediate, in that entry point itself, but it means because you can then declare things in JavaScript rather than JSON, you've got a lot more flexibility as well. Again, in my opinion, that's how I've found it thus far. As far as how workflow is going to be structured for in Bellissima, it's, again, it's a personal preference, really. You can set the package structure up however you like. It's the output ultimately that matters. But for, in the interest of transparency, this is the approach I'm taking with workflow at the moment, where I'm splitting by feature rather than functionality. So I've got a directory structure based around the actual workflow back office section, which then splits down into the different component parts of that section. Anything generic that's reused in multiple places, I'm putting in just a general components folder. But then already I'm sort of finding that, like, within that modals directory, I think there's at least a dozen different modals, but it probably makes more sense for them to be spread out, and the modals that relate specifically to content reviews live with the rest of the content reviews functionality. So there's still decisions there that happen, and things keep changing, and that's perfectly okay, because it's this sort of side of it, I think, is a lot of personal preference around how that project's structured. The highlighted files there are the ones that we've sort of had a quick look at, just to sort of show where they fit within the project structure. So you can see that you run the npm build task that is declared in the package JSON, which then gets its config from the Vite config, but it also pulls the name for the package from the package JSON, uses index as the entry point, and then it spits out that Umbraco package JSON I've highlighted there, because by putting it in that public folder, it doesn't get bundled, but Vite spits it out into the output directory, which is what we want. We don't want that bundled into the main application JavaScript bundles. We want it as a separate asset. So by dropping it in a public folder, that works, and Vite and Rollup look after that for us, which is really nice. So it's manifests all the way down. If you want a modal, you'll need a manifest. If you want a dashboard, a section, a menu item, all those, you will need a manifest to declare it. So pretty much all the directories on that previous slide, they will somewhere be exporting a collection of manifests, which then are ultimately imported into that index.ts file in that collection, that array of manifest types that we saw at the very start. Those then get passed into the init method, and Umbraco knows what to do with them. So there's quite a lot of moving parts and quite a lot of boilerplate when you're declaring all those manifests, and it can get repetitive. But I think the way I've ended up thinking about it is that any components that you need Umbraco to know about are probably going to need to be registered in a manifest. If it's a general sort of display component or something, you can then, that Umbraco maybe doesn't need to know about, more than likely won't need a manifest. Lots of caveats there, but here's another big one. Workflow in its current state is already written in TypeScript. It touches very, very lightly on AngularJS, its abstracted way, as much as possible. So it's all already, before I even started looking at the Bellissima migration, it's already modular, modern class-based JavaScript. So there was a head start there for me, which has been hugely helpful. I did go all the way back through to Plumber on Umbraco 7 to sort of try and find a traditional Angular JS examples. And more than anything, that highlighted how far or how big the leap, not in terms of complexity or learning curve or anything like that, but just the sophistication of the new back office compared to the old. And we'll get to that shortly too. So how do we actually do this? This is an empty element scaffold that I think I've typed feels like a few hundred times. It's sort of the base class that I've been using pretty much for everything. There's nothing special there. It's a lit element. If someone wanted to write, excuse me, a command line generator kind of tool to spit these out, that would be brilliant. It's kind of like the Angular ng generate tooling that, if you're familiar with Angular, you just ask it for things and it just builds out those empty scaffolds. But in terms of what this does out of the box, doesn't do a whole lot. But from here, we can be adding or consuming context APIs. We can be adding stateful properties. We can be making it reactive and all those wonderful lit focused things, which, because it's lit and because we're dealing with web components, this could just as easily be React or Angular or any other front-end framework that you might prefer. But I would urge you, if you were thinking about using React or Angular or whatever framework, consider very, very carefully if you actually need to bring a framework into the back office, because I don't think you do. Without knowing use cases, I'd be very, very surprised if there's something that you need that you can't do without that framework. And personally, I'd hate to sort of see us end up in a place where a site might have different packages that all bring different, different frameworks, but then there's different sort of architectures and decisions that go with those, and you end up with this very disparate kind of grouping of approaches and techniques and things. So for mine personally, I think do it in wet, use the tools that are provided in the new back office, and save yourself the headaches of going down paths that you just don't need to. So as far as a very, very, very rudimentary migration pathway, the process I've sort of found myself doing more and more is using that scaffold. So this kind of empty element, throwing the HTML from an existing Angular component straight into that render function. Nothing should break. It's not going to render, it's not going to be pretty, but Lit doesn't care about Angular. It doesn't know what to do with it, so it's just not going to do anything. So then you can go through and look for all those Angular JS attributes and things, all the ng ifs and repeats and whatever else you're using. And there are some fairly obvious replacements for those that either are part of Lit or provided just as JavaScript, because at the end of the day, what we're building here is just JavaScript. There's no, I shouldn't say there's very little specific sort of Lit syntax or things compared to looking at Angular. It's JavaScript. Then I'm copying and pasting, again, controller methods out of my Angular component into my new component and going through again, looking for those Angular specific things, your VMs and your controls and your scopes. And most of the time, not all the time, but a lot of the time, and again, this is perhaps based on my having a head start with where workflow was coming from, a lot of the time it's just a straight replacement with this. So it's lexical scope, and you can then add your variables to your class. Maybe they're stateful, need a decorator, and away you go. I'm finding, or I have found, that there's probably a fair bit more sort of churn work than there is rebuilding, like redevelopment sort of work. It's changing the shape of things as opposed to completely rebuilding them a lot of the time. So hopefully that looks somewhat familiar. That's the workflow language block component from, I think it must have been from V7. So it's a fairly standard kind of way to declare and register an Angular component. we point it to a template, we declare a controller. In that controller function, we more than likely alias this as VM, and away we go. We wrap it up in an IFI so that it's kind of almost modular. It's sort of private and it doesn't pollute global scopes, but it's yeah, it is what it is. It's super tightly coupled, obviously, to Angular. I mean, it separates concerns. We have a template somewhere else. We probably have global CSS. So in that sense, it kind of is best practice, maybe, but it's this. That's a Lamborghini. It's a Lamborghini tractor. So I mean, it's it's a Lamborghini, but it's it's a tractor. So the same component in Bellissima is this. That's very close to the empty template we were looking at earlier. Just in this case, the render method actually does something, and all it's doing is rendering out a box from the UI library, setting a headline, and rendering the language name. It's compared to that Angular example, which didn't include template markup, this is absolutely more concise. And if you're coming from a C# background, it should probably be a bit more sort of palatable too, because it's it's a class with methods and properties, and it's a bit more familiar than what Angular expects. So there is also a bit of sort of re-education for, I don't like to call myself an old front-end developer, but I will. We don't separate concerns in the same way anymore. Everything goes in that file out. HTML's there in that render function. There would be some CSS if there was any needed for that. And obviously there's JavaScript. So we're still separating concerns, but the concerns aren't the same. We're not separating HTML and CSS and JavaScript. We're separating a component as a concern. And we're saying this language block element is its own concern, and this file has everything it needs to render it. So now we're much more like this. It's a Lamborghini, and this one has a roof. So we've come a long way. This guy, the old Umbraco server variables, it's gone. It means then we've got a few different options as to how we replace it. You could roll your own endpoint that tries to provide all those properties again. Probably not the best idea. There are specific back office endpoints in Bellissima that will provide individual endpoints for some of the different data points that were part of the Umbraco variables collection. But for providing your own data, the approach I've found to be sort of the most sensible so far is to just update your existing API endpoints and say, well, this API that I'm getting this collection of things, I also need to know these things. So I send it down there. But you can also consider, as I said at the start, like I'm doing for licenses, you could do a global context for things that aren't going to change. So you can provide those as a one-off, so you don't have to keep going back and forth to the server to get them. Okay, lots of different ways to do it. How you choose to do it is, for mine, I think, a personal preference. And then there's this one. This was another nice change that I've noticed. So obviously, because we're not in AngularJS land anymore, there's no more HTTP services. And if you're sensible, you'll be generating your entire client-side API. This is done in the CMS. It's pretty easy to set it up in your own project. It's based off an open API specification on your API endpoints and some additional tooling on the front end. So we'll have conscious of time, have a quick look at that. So this is the workflow chart controller for drawing the charts for workflow instances and things. My setup is that, and again, this is following patterns that have been established in CMS for version 14, one endpoint per class, and then common collections of endpoints share a base, in this case, the chart controller base, and then the entire API shares the workflow controller base class, just so we can split out. You can move concerns and things around to make it easier to manage. The things to note here that are useful for OpenAPI are the producer's response type attribute, the API Explorer settings attribute, and the map to API attribute. So Swagger uses those to build that API definition, which is in the CMS now. If you've visited /Umbraco/Swagger, you'll be very familiar with the output that this can generate. But the next step from that, and where I've found that it gets really, really useful, especially for a package like Workflow that has it's got a fairly broad API surface, is not this part. We'll skip over that because we're running out of time. So this is the magical bit, is running OpenAPI TypeScript code gen installing that into the client, and it uses the Swagger definition or the Open API definition to generate your entire client-side API. So you don't need to be dealing with in current back office where you've got your HTTPs, gets and puts and posts, and then the resource or request helper and all those different helper classes that are there to try and simplify API access. We can run this tool, which that example there is a snippet out of the package JSON. That's an npm script task. If I run the npm run generate API with those parameters, it will generate everything I need for the client side, so that when I want to use that API, all I need is something along those lines. I wrap it in the try, execute, and notify method, which is part of the back office. It looks after some server response handling and things for us. So again, we don't have to worry about that. We get back a data object and an error object. The data is strongly typed, and the type will reflect the type that we declared in the producer's response type attribute back in our API. So by being typed, we've got full IntelliSense, we've got compile time error checking, all those things that, again, that C# developers probably take for granted are all now readily available on the client as well. I mean, this alone is one of the I feel like is a huge win and just simplifies. I mean, it means that you're free to focus on actually building things rather than dealing with boilerplate and scaffolding out like APIs and things, which just gets a bit monotonous and a bit boring. So what's next? I mean, obviously, aside from finishing workflow and then dealing with forms, deploy, commerce, UI builder, and all the other HQ integrations, the plan is tentatively, and I still need to talk this one through a bit more, is that the client-side parts of workflow will be made available, even though it's currently the whole project is closed source, being commercial. We want to find a way to share and make this accessible for people to actually help get other developers moving and give them some examples and exemplars of how to build on Bellissima. Obviously, before that happens, I'll be pushing the whole thing over to Jacob and the front end team, and then crying as they pull it apart and tell me all the things that should be done differently. And then we'll fix all of those, and then we'll be able to share it. So hopefully Q1 of next year, we'll have something that's maybe not finished, but finished enough to be shared publicly. And we'll have probably moved away from all the things I've just talked about because they may not even be the best way to be doing it. But they're working for now. They're working for me. So until then, the Bellissima docs are continually improving as features and functionality get built out in the new back office. Those docs are being updated. They're becoming a really, really useful resource. I'm more than happy to take questions on Slack or Discord or email or Twitter or wherever everyone's hanging out these days. The quality of those answers will probably vary, but please ask just the same. I'm more than happy to help. And that is us. That was an absolute whistle-stop tour. Hopefully there's something useful in there.
Amazing.
Thank you for joining me.
Thank you so much, Nathan. That was really enjoyable, and a a deeper look into the back office, the new back office, and a practical example at that. So kudos for, as I said before, jumping above the parapet and actually being the first person to really share some of these things.
This is going to be a reference for people.
I hope I made it bleedingly obvious a few times that those are all just sort of my, not necessarily, they're the way I've found to do things. Whether that's even ends up being the way that I ship it in workflow, I don't know. But you're right. I think at some point we had to bite the bullet and say, well, someone has to start actually building with it. And on the whole, it has been an incredibly pleasant experience. It's a really, the tooling and what's being provided from the back office is brilliant. It makes life working on the front end really, really nice.
That's great to hear. That's great to hear. I mean, as you say, someone has to do it, and it's actually good that for the first time it's someone from HQ, because it's always been, the Lee Kelleher's, the Kevin Jumps of the world, and finally, we might see something out of HQ, which would be awesome.
Yeah, we'll let Lee and Kevin off the hook for this one. But I think I'm pretty sure Kevin is working on USync already too. So.
They are. There's a fantastic blog post from Marcus Johansson where he's listed some of the resources that he's been following, and it includes looking at Kevin and Lee's work in progress branches. So
absolutely,
there's work going on already. Amazing.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Nathan. It's great to have you here, and awesome talk again. We'll be back in a very short moment with another fantastic talk. We'll see you in a sec.
Hello and welcome back. And coming up next, we have Emanuel Tissa continuing with the Australian theme that we have going on with his dates gone wrong. Can we have Emanuel on, please?
Hey, Emmy.
Hi, Emmy.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you guys?
Good, thank you. It's your second time at Umbraco Community Day.
Oh,
and
yes.
It's always a pleasure to have you. So why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself?
I will. But before I do that, just want to make sure that you stay online because I need a little bit of audience participation to start this one off.
Of course.
Hopefully you guys can provide that for me. So I'm Emanuel. I'm the technical director at Luminary, working with Umbraco since 2009. That seems a long time ago. And it's been a crazy ride. Sometimes we feel a bit forgotten over here back in Australia by Umbraco, but we've got the Umbraco cloud now in Australia, which is a big win for us over here. And we first got our first commercial project on it as well. So it's an awesome time for Umbraco in Australia, I would say.
We've seen some amazing community work from Emanuel and his team from Australia. He's a Meetup organizer himself, and we always see fantastic talks and articles from him.
You have a Meetup this week, in fact, don't you?
No, unfortunately, that had to get cancelled because we've got lots of things happening. But we've got meetups going. We've actually had to reduce a bit of our meetups just because we've got new meetups going in Brisbane now. Robert Foster is involved in that, and Melbourne and Sydney. So what we do is, because most of these meetups are hybrid, that's what everybody's asking for. It doesn't seem to work when it's just only in person, so it's mostly hybrid, and we've got it happening in 3 locations, but everybody gets to attend wherever you are, and I think that's a nice way for us to go forward. So that's
I'm
working out
excited.
well for us.
I'll be back down under in Sydney in February, and I've been talking to Rob, and we're hoping to get a meetup off the ground then as well. So fingers crossed we get to see more of the community.
Yeah, that'll be great. That'll be great.
Whenever you're ready, Emmy, just let's dive right in.
Yes, and let me see now, sharing screens. It's always fun.
And we'll be here if you need any audience participation. Don't worry.
Cool. Thank you, and good evening again from Melbourne. So thank you for attending this session where we are going to talk about dates gone wrong. Now, it's strictly not only Umbraco, it's a little bit wider than that, but let's see where we get to it. So just to make sure that all of us are on the same page, I will not be talking about going out for a romantic dinner with your significant other and that date going completely wrong. I will talk about a slightly less tricky subject. We're going to be talking about dates and times. So I only got 2 volunteers here. Maybe those on the stream as well could start putting in some comments there. That's fine. I may not be able to read it, but I'll get Purnima and Kalam to volunteer for me. So what's the date you can see here, Purnima? What's the day, month, and year? I lost him. Technical glitch, but that's fine, right? There could be multiple interpretations of this particular date, right? Usually I get the audience to tell me what these dates are. Let me take you through a few answers I usually get.
Sorry, Emmy, we were having a technical challenge there, but I think we can hear you now, and you can hear us.
Oh, did you lose me?
No,
No.
it was our fault. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, technical fault, unmuting. That's fine. So some people would say this is the 2nd of December 2007, right? So Australia, the Netherlands, UK, and most countries, including Indonesia, and I'll tell you why, use the format of day, month, and year. Then others would say this is the 12th of February 2007. Now, if you were in the US, that's correct. The date format is month, day, and year in the US. And if somebody else might have said 7th December 2002. So countries like China, Korea, and Iran use the date format year, month, day. That wasn't too tricky, was it? As you've been introduced, I'm Emanuel. I'm working at Luminary and been in software development for over 20 years now. My first program was an alarm clock I wrote on an IBM 386 in 1997. So you'll need to forgive my fascination with dates and times. You'll also hear references to Bali and Indonesia in this presentation. And that's because we've got an awesome office in Bali, Indonesia, and a great team over there. So some of my examples are based on that time zone. A quick look at what we'll be going through today. I promise we'll finish in half an hour or even earlier. We will delve a little deeper into the challenges with dates and times. Then we will look at some common issues software developers and their audience face, some strategies to fix those issues. Then I will speak on the legal and psychological implications of dates and times. We will end with some best practice examples, tools and resources, and some tips and tricks. Now, as we saw earlier, and you must have realized now, dates and times can be tricky. So our challenge is to design and develop our software for a global and regional audience. What does this mean? Let's have a look. We will first look at some common issues or pitfalls with dates and times. Look at the statement on this screen. It says, Umbraco Community Day starts at 7 p.m. today. Do you see any problem with it? What have I written incorrectly here? Now, this statement is true to me and to the rest, not everybody, maybe not even Nathan, but few people who are in Melbourne and Sydney, that's true for them. But for Nathan and our teammates in Bali, it's a big fat lie. So the challenge is that people in different countries interpret dates differently, like we saw with our first example of 2nd December 2007. Or you need to deal with time zones like Jakarta, Bali, Brisbane, where Nathan is from, and Melbourne. 7 p.m. here is 4 p.m. in Bali, or 6 p.m. in Brisbane. Then you need to deal with DST, or Daylight Savings Time. 7 p.m. Melbourne time on the 1st of July is 5 p.m. Bali time. 7 p.m. Melbourne time on the 1st of July is 7 p.m. in Brisbane as well, because at that point, there is no DST involved. Finally, as developers, we need to develop for a global or regional audience. In Indonesia, you have 3 time zones, and in Australia, we have 3 primary time zones during winter and 4 in summer. Not paying attention to either of these could lead us to trouble. Let's have a look. While working at Emirates, our flight status module didn't pick up the correct date for the DST changeover for Romania. Passengers arrived 1 hour earlier than expected to the airport. If by some chance this was 1 hour later, heads would have rolled since the flight may have been delayed or cancelled, causing millions of dollars in lost revenue. So, dates and times can have severe consequences, and we will talk about this in detail later on. What are the strategies we can use to overcome any negative consequences when dealing with dates and times? Our first strategy would be to use an international standard such as ISO 8601. This standard was first introduced in 1988 and was last amended around a year ago. So, no pun intended, it is very current and up to date. It makes dates and times clear and unambiguous. It reduces confusion and lets machines read the date and time without any issues. Next, I'm going to break down for you visually how the ISO standard is written in each of its parts. You see, I'm going to start with year, then month, then day or date. So if we look at today's date written in ISO 8601, the date format will consist of year, month, date, or day. If you, it will have a time separator using the English letter T. Then the time will be denoted in hours, minutes, seconds, and milliseconds. It will also have a time zone associated with it. UTC time is represented by a Z. For example, we will represent 7:52 p.m. today in this manner. You can see UTC plus 11 as a time zone. The second strategy we will use is relative time. Rather than saying wine o'clock started at 7:30 p.m., we could say it started 30 minutes ago. This is a very natural way for humans to interpret time, and it also reduces cognitive overload. Another strategy is to provide the time zone information. Here we have used UTC plus 11, and that makes it clear to anyone reading this statement. Umbraco Community Day starts at 7 p.m. UTC plus 11 on Wednesday, 13th December. This is also a legally acceptable statement. But if we know our audience is in Bali and Melbourne, we can do a bit more to support them. We can say Umbraco Community Day starts at 7 p.m. Melbourne time or 4 p.m. Bali time on Wednesday, 13th December. Let's look at date and time from a legal perspective. Legal contracts include specific dates and times for delivery of goods or the completion of a project. If there are any misinterpretations around these dates and times, it can lead to conflict and errors, which can lead to civil disputes in a court of law. In some legal cases, there are time limits which certain actions should be taken, such as filing a lawsuit or submitting a claim. If these deadlines are missed due to confusion or errors around dates and times, the plaintiff, the person who files the complaint against another person, may miss their chance of compensation or remedies. For example, my workplace luminary may offer a 3-month bug fix for a period. So you need to take use of it during that period. The timing of events or actions can be critical to the outcome, especially in courts. For example, video or audio recordings may need to be timestamped to establish the sequence of events or to prove that something occurred at a particular time. An example where this would be useful is if someone's motorbike got scratched when it's outside our office. When dealing with international or across different countries, legal matters across different countries, time zone differences can cause confusion and errors. For example, a deadline that is 5 p.m. in Melbourne will be 2 p.m. in Bali, leading to missed deadlines or legal issues. For example, a luminary might have a project due at 9 a.m. Melbourne time, which is 6 a.m. Bali time, which means some of my colleagues in Bali are going to lose some beauty sleep. Documents need to be dated and time-stamped to establish their authenticity and validity. This is especially true in legal contexts such as contracts or agreements, where the date and time of signing is critical. That was the legal implications of date and time. Now I will speak about the psychological impact. Dealing with dates and times can add to our cognitive load, which is the amount of mental effort required to complete a task. When we have to constantly convert between time zones or figure out the correct date format, it can be mentally exhausting and lead to decision fatigue. For example, having to organize a family call can be tiring for me, as I've got family in Melbourne, Sri Lanka, Bali, and Dubai. Deadlines and time-sensitive tasks can create a sense of time pressure, which can lead to stress and anxiety. This can be especially true in contexts such as academic or professional deadlines, where there are consequences for missing a deadline. Like when I have 3 projects due on the same date, but I'm not really started on them. Planning and scheduling activities require dates and times, which can create a sense of order and routine. This may work for some people like me. However, this can also lead to rigidity and inflexibility, as people may rather go with the flow and feel the freedom to stop and start as they please. In the end, everyone's brains are different, and so are their behaviors. Remembering dates and times can be difficult, especially if there are many important dates to keep track of. Assignments, tests, meetings, project deadlines, birthdays, wedding anniversaries. This can lead to stress and anxiety, as people may worry about forgetting an important date or a task. Our perception of time can be influenced by a variety of factors, including our mood, activity level, and environment. Dates and times can also affect our perception of time, as we may perceive time as moving more quickly or slowly, depending on the context. For example, when I was on holiday in Bali in April for 2 weeks, those 2 weeks went by in a blur. On the other hand, it seems that when I'm in a boring meeting on a Friday evening, time seems to slow down, which I'm sure all of you can relate to. We have now spoken about common issues, strategies, legal and psychological implications. Let's jump into some best practice examples. We know that different software approach dates and times differently. Usually at this point, I will ask the audience to give me some examples, but I'm going to skip that one here. We'll jump into a few which I have seen. So I like the fact that Windows, Android, Google, and Microsoft Live default to the time zone your network is on. Then those systems also allow you to further customize your date time format settings. If you have flown recently, you would also remember that airlines always mention departure and arrival times in the local time. So you don't need to make any calculations and are less likely to arrive after the flight has left. But the times are in 24-hour format, and that might cause an issue to some people. Slack shows relative time. As we discussed earlier, this just makes it easier for us to comprehend time and communicate in a timely manner. Another good example of best practice dates and times is from a web application I was involved in developing for Clipsal by Schneider Electric. We use .NET 6 in the backend and React in the front end. They work hand in hand to bring a good date time experience to the audience. This is a detailed screen of a project, which was created a few hours before I grabbed this screenshot. The date time design here is very clear. It speaks in both relative and absolute times. Last modified by Abraham 14 minutes ago at 15:34. So there's no room for confusion. The listing screen shows the last modified and created times in relative time here. This makes it easier for users to quickly scan through the listing. This application also outputs PDF files, which are either printed on paper or distributed electronically. In these PDF files, the time zone is mentioned in a very simplistic manner, which is legally compliant. Now coming to Umbraco. How does Umbraco deal with date and time conversions? Pretty good, I would say. Here's me looking at the publishing history from Melbourne and from a computer in Bali. The published time is given in local time. 11:45 a.m. Melbourne time is 8:45 a.m. Bali time. Similarly, with Umbraco forms, you can see the same behavior. Let's see how it works in the back end. Data supplied to the browser comes in the local time. The time zone here is a bit wonky, not strictly ISO 8601, but it works. This is done by sending a local time offset in minutes to the server. So for example, for Melbourne, the request payload sends minus 660 minutes, and for Bali, the request payload sends minus 480 minutes as the local time offset. So then the server reads that and replies back to me in the response payload with a time which is local to my location and which takes into account this local time offset. Another great site, the Umbraco Community Day website. That's pretty awesome too. It shows time in the local time zone. 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. for Melbourne. That's how long the Umbraco Community Day is running. Or 4 p.m. to 4 a.m. in Bali. There's also this nifty time zone selector if you need to see the session times in a different time zone. Those are some good examples. Here are some tools and resources which I have used to help with dates, times, and conversions. Timeanddate.com is my go-to when it comes to organizing meetings internationally. Maybe I could use this to organize family catch-ups, and that would reduce the cognitive load on me. Google Calendar also has a great feature like displaying a secondary time zone and clocks from multiple time zones. You can find them in the Google Calendar settings. Now for the developers, here is some code. Humanizer is a .NET project which helps with manipulating and displaying dates, times, and time spans. Also note that there's a TypeScript port of Humanizer. For example, you can see humanizer convert in various times to relative times. The first two lines convert tomorrow and 2 hours ago. You can also convert to different cultures like Japanese and Spanish, as you see in the last two lines of code. This is a URL for the Humanizer project, and you can find it on GitHub. One more for the developers. You can use native browser functionality to change dates and times to a local format in 3 lines of JavaScript. Here are some tips and tricks which we use at Luminary that could be useful to you. When you're saving dates and times, always store them as UTC in ISO 8601 format. You should include the time zone information where it is appropriate. Also use the correct data type and don't try to create your own weird data type. When you don't know your audience or their location, always transmit data in UTC time. This can then be translated to local time on the browser. I showed you a code snippet for it earlier. It would be ideal to use a framework such as Humanizer or a different JavaScript framework to do the conversions. Make sure that you can debug and test these conversions. If you take one thing away, always remember your audience. Remember, everyone interprets dates and times differently. Thank you for listening to me. Not sure that we have a mechanism to get any questions, but if not, you can catch me on Twitter.
Thanks, Emmy. I can certainly say that the dates have gone really well. One sentence that really caught my line from your slides was develop for a global audience. That's very, very important. And personally speaking, that's up there with accessibility.
Yeah, I think that's a fantastic point. So from obviously, Emmy just spent a few weeks down in Australia, and I've been working with my team in the UK and also dealing with community members who are on other time zones as well. And it has really exemplified just how actually complicated it can be. And as Bonima says, it's almost an accessibility thing. You don't want to be sending someone a message in the middle of their night and vice versa, or expecting things from people in those weird time zones. Even ironically, just as you were doing your talk, I was trying to work out why my Google Calendar was showing a weird notification. It turns out it was still stuck on the Australian time zone and hadn't updated yet. And so, yeah, like I was going, why is Ronald scheduled a meeting for next week at 9 p.m.? I'm like, oh, okay. It still thinks it's Australia. So yeah, it's a really eye-opening talk. Thank you. Thank you.
Absolutely. And thank you for the
you
wonderful session. Do we have any
Awesome.
questions? Should we just check? No, there's been good audience interaction for all the questions you posted, just general chat. So if you have time, do go and say hi to the chat that's happening on YouTube. But fantastic session. And I actually thanked your session yesterday because I was sending out all the session invites. Sitting in the UK for an event happening in CET for, speakers around the world. I thanked Emmy.
So yeah, time zones are hard. We had the pleasure of having John Skeet at Umbraco Spark a couple of years back, and he did a talk about his Noda time library and how that time zones are really difficult and different calendar systems and all kinds of other things as well. Yeah. I got an API error the other day that said this date is not a valid Gregorian date. It's like, but it is, but it was in the wrong format because
There's more things coming up not coming up. There's more things with .NET 8 around date, isn't it? iDate time provider? Is that an interface? Something like on the lines of that. Yeah. So
exciting space, exciting topic. Something that's probably never going to end, but yeah.
There's always a date.
But one good thing is Umbraco has done very well in that space, and I won't mention the name of a particular CMS, which is very, very expensive. Doesn't do dates and times so well.
We can take a guess.
And it's I was amazed because I like really went in to see how Umbraco was doing it, and just looked under the hood a little bit, and it was amazing to see how well it's been done. And for users, like even here in like, for example, Nathan is in Brisbane, is 1 hour behind me, and when I was having conversations with people in Brisbane, you'd sometimes miss the fact that you're just 1 hour apart, because half of the year we are on the same time zone and the next you're not. So interesting times.
Yeah, absolutely. Awesome. Thank you so much, Emmy. We'll see you soon.
Have a good rest of your day.
Cool. Thank you. See ya. Bye.
Okay, we'll be back in a short second with a really exciting panel, Building Your Personal Brand. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back to Umbraco Community Day. And this time, we're excited to bring on our first panel guests of the day. Can we please welcome Paul Seal, Marcin Zakowski, and Eleftheriou Batsu. Hey, everybody.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear us?
Well,
How are you doing there?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
The wonders of technology. Yeah. Amazing. Great to see you all. And thanks for joining. Maybe we can go along the line and just say hi. You can introduce yourselves and say where you're calling from, because I know we've got a few different locations here as well. Maybe we'll start with Paul.
Hi, I'm Paul Seal. I'm Umbraco tech lead in. I work from home. I'm in Derby in the UK, but I work for a London-based company.
Fantastic.
Called Clarkswell.
Yeah, got to get that in there. And you didn't mention you're from codeshare.co.uk and Paul Seal on YouTube.
Yeah, from Codeshare. Yeah. Yeah, sorry.
This is all about personal branding, Paul. Come on.
Yeah,
come on.
Yeah, sorry. I do struggle with it as well. I know it might seem like I don't, but yeah. Paul Seal from codeshare.co.uk. I've got a YouTube channel, and I don't know, I used to be on Twitter, but not anymore.
Fantastic. Elef, maybe you next?
Yeah, hi, I'm Eleftheriou. I am from Greece and I'm a community manager at Crab Nebula. And I heard you guys speaking in the morning about the Umbraco t-shirt. So I don't know if you can see it, but I have this from 2018.
Amazing.
And I thought to wear it today.
Amazing. We'll get into your story in a bit, Elef, because there's a really exciting background to that t-shirt, I think. And Marcin, hey Marcin.
Hey, my name is Marcin Zakowski. I'm calling in from Poland. I'm a country manager, CTO, and solution architect in the company called Novicel. I'm working with Umbraco since 2018, and I'm also one of the coffee baristas review column for Umbraco Coffee, doing a lot of talks, public speaking, YouTube live streams. I wrote a book about social media for busy programmers, and I did a lot of the activities back in the past, less unfortunately recently. But personal branding and Umbraco are both topics close to my heart.
Yeah, and that's exactly why we have the three of you here, because I'd like to say that the three of you have quite big personal brands, and that's sort of what we like to dive into: the why, the how, and just how important it might be. Elef, we said we'd talk about your T-shirt. Let's start there. You don't work with Umbraco day to day. You previously to Crab Nebula, you were at Hashnode, I believe.
Yeah.
As a community manager too. But also not doing Umbraco. So can you tell us, what's your journey here?
Okay, so my journey, at first it will sound a bit random, but I will tell you exactly how it went. So in 2017, late 2017, I was just starting my coding career. I had graduated from the university. I was looking for a job. I studied computer science, but the things were a bit hard for me. So I said, okay, I will sit home. I will do the challenge 100 days of code. And at the same time, I will go on Twitter. I will start tweeting there and writing about what I'm doing. I will start doing projects. I will talk about my projects on social media, mainly on Twitter. That's what I was using at that time. And by the way, I'm going to call it Twitter, not X. When I was doing that, I also started to writing some articles about the projects that I was doing, and I was publishing those articles in Medium and in other platforms. By the end of this challenge, I also wrote another article talking about what I did in this challenge, because people had started to approach me mainly on Twitter and said, okay, what did you do in the challenge? I want to do something similar. How did you find your inspiration to do that for 100 days and stuff like that? So I wrote an article explaining all those things. And then someone from your community read that article and invited me to speak at that conference. It was the first time that I was going to a conference, and I was going as a speaker. I was quite shy. I think that I still am. But all of you mentioned in the community that you are very, very friendly. And as soon as I got there, you were friendly. And that helped me a lot with my first talk, but also it gave me a huge push on continue doing what I was doing, which was basically building a brand. At that time, I hadn't realized that, but I kept working on social media, I kept working on writing blogs. I started using YouTube, I was creating videos and all those kind of things. And that's how I got that t-shirt on 2018, I think.
Fantastic. I remember that talk distinctly. You were in the garden stage with the kind of the wood chips outside, and it was in that gazebo space at Co-Garden. It was a very good year that year, and I'm glad you've got the T-shirt to keep that memory alive. An awesome story there. Paul, let's talk about your journey with Umbraco, because your YouTube channel and your website predates your work with Umbraco, doesn't it?
Yeah, so basically I was working in a company and near to me I was in the days when you had to travel to work, and I was a .NET developer, and one of the CMSs, we ended up picking Umbraco as our CMS, but we used to do we had our own in-house CMS, and I just found that I was wanting to, when I learned something, I wanted to share it, and I would try and share it with my colleagues, but I found that maybe some of my colleagues weren't that bothered about it, sort of thing. A lot of people that I've encountered over the years, some people want to hold on to their knowledge and not share it because they see that this gives them an advantage and an edge over other people. I'm not saying that was exactly like that there, but I have worked in other places. But I was like wanting to share this knowledge and feeling like it wasn't that well received or bothered about. So I thought, well, maybe what I could do is I could create a blog. And this was at the time as well when I was learning about having a personal brand, because I've always been quite ambitious. And so I thought, well, if I have a personal brand and I really want to share, I'm passionate about what I'm doing, then I can have this website. The posts that I'm writing, it's got my time and effort put into it because I really care about this, sharing it. And they say when you write it down, and try and teach others, that's when you really learn it. So it was at the same time that I was trying to learn more about .NET and Umbraco and things like that. So I was writing more and more posts and sharing that and getting feedback from people as well. That's one of my favorite parts of sharing the knowledge, is other people will comment on it. Say if you shared it on LinkedIn in one of the groups that I used to go in quite a lot, people will comment and say, well, you do know that you could do it a way better way. So again, I'm learning more on that. But yeah, the main thing for me is about creating a professional reputation. It's what you are known for. It's a perception that you can, of others that they have of you, so that in the future, if you do want to go for a job somewhere else, it's an amazing feeling if they already knew who you were before you even applied. And it might mean you don't even need to do a technical test or something like that, because they know that what you can do. You've made YouTube videos, you've shown them you can know how to build a website, and they've read your blog posts. So that's one of the benefits of having a personal brand. But the main thing for me was just about the sharing the knowledge, and it's a way of paying it forward, and then it's come back to help me in my career as well.
Fantastic. You're definitely getting into the meat of the topic there, Paul. We'll come back to that in a second, because I don't lose those thoughts. Marcin,
Okay.
Umbra Coffee, Busy Programmer's Guide. Tell us a bit about that. What's the inception of those things and other stuff you've done?
Yeah, I think that to start the journey, I was also kind of very introvert, and I'm still am a very introvert, as same as Alexandria said. But for me, the most natural part and an unwanted part of doing what I do right now was that I was always eager to share what I've learned, because I thought that maybe someone else will learn it faster, maybe I will help someone else, and that's how I joined the first meetup during my studies. It was also pre-Umbraco days, and that's where I shared how I learned how to build a mobile application using some kind of old framework called SenchaTouch, maybe for some old dinosaurs here. So I was sharing my knowledge. Then I was sharing my knowledge with Microsoft teams that were promoting Umbraco back in the day. So that's how I started learning Umbraco. And if I was learning, I was also sharing what I've learned and what I have done. And that's how it all started for me in the community. I joined some of the events in UK. These were my first events in 2015 or 2016, if I'm correct. And I shared what I've built. That was my first interaction with the community. I shared one of the packages that I've done. And then the journey started for me. And I think the most important thing from the personal branding perspective for me is that it came completely natural for me. I'm not thinking about doing a personal branding. And I think that's exactly what also you guys said, that it was like you were doing it, but you were thinking the results came after your activity, not because of your activity. And I think that this was important for me. Same with the busy programmer. The idea was that we were all busy by a choice of doing a lot of the things. And then I realized that maybe sharing how to deal with this busyness around us would help other people to understand that maybe this is the way for them, or maybe this is not the way for them. And both of these amazing people also wrote a small appendix of their journey, how they dealt with the activities and how it helped them to be where they are. So yeah, I think this was a natural journey, and I right now I feel a little bit FOMO of not doing it. But I think this is also coming usually with a purpose in mind, right? And as Paul mentioned, in this case, it was like, okay, he wanted to build a personal branding because it would help him to be seen as a professional, or maybe it will validate already some of the knowledge up front. It also did help me, because I also didn't need to pass a lot of technical challenges and interviews, because the proofs were all over and people knew what I was doing. So I think it's where it led me now. I think that we can all relate to that, but it could be a natural thing for everyone to just feel the need of sharing, I would say. And then the mediums follows. It can be Twitter, it can be X, it can be YouTube, it can be Twitch, Vimeo, whatever. But the natural need of being who we are and being natural in it, because what is also important is to mention that there are a lot of people who are doing this for building personal brands, but doing it without proof behind the scenes of what they are doing. And there were a lot of cases which I found in the internet where people were sharing things that they didn't know, and at the end of the day it all will be verified. The truth will be there. So staying here true with Umbraco community, doing what we do is making me happy, and that's what I enjoy on the day base.
That's good. So it's not like you're, chasing after the next big thing. You're not doing crypto, then AI, then whatever. You're, focused on the thing that makes you happy, and doing that as best you can, and building your reputation around that. If that's Umbraco or something otherwise, that's great. Every single one of you touched on social media there, and I wanted to talk about that because the social media landscape's changed quite a lot, let's say, in the last 12 months. I know that, Marcin, you've got a long history with Twitter where you lost your account and had to start from scratch. I know that, Paul, you've been on YouTube for a very long time, and that's been a big focus for yours, but also you've been on Twitter as well. LF, I think, is it over 30,000 Twitter followers you have? You have a very large number, at least, or something close to that number.
Yeah, I'm nearly 50, so yeah.
So you say 50? 50?
50K, yeah.
50K.
Yeah.
See, I remember when I first met you and you had about 4,000. And the 100 days of code hashtag used to be a great way of finding and connecting with people. But obviously you're in those, since 2018, those 5 years, your personal brand has skyrocketed to the point where you've got that 50K reach on Twitter. But yeah, an open question for the group. What do we think about social media now? Does it, where it has played an important part of your journey so far, does it need to going forward? How are you approaching that? I guess, Elif, again, from your experience at Hashnode, like how does alternative platforms like Hashnode and the Dev2 community and those sorts of things, Medium you mentioned as well, how does that play into all of this picture? Open question. Don't know who it's for. Whoever wants to take it, just go.
Yeah, if you want, I can start.
Yeah.
So I think that for me, social media and especially Twitter played a huge role, but it was not only that. As you mentioned, it was other things like the blogging platforms, Medium, Dev2, Hashnode. Those things helped me a lot because on Twitter, I could only write a few sentences. Then the good thing with Twitter was that I could link another source, like an article that I wrote or later a video that I created. And yeah, I found that super helpful. And also sometimes people ask me, okay, so should I stay to one platform like Medium, or should I use Hashnode and Dev2 and the other blogging platforms as well? And I usually say that it's better to use all those platforms if you're going to write an article, because different people, different audience use different platforms, and you don't know where you will find your people, you don't know where you will find your community. So since you wrote that article, it's not a big deal to just copy paste the same article in the same sources. And if you're afraid about Google and messing up the correct URL, you can use the canonical URL, so you don't have to worry about SEO problems.
Nice. So the message there really is be on all the social media, is what you said.
Mm-hmm.
I can take it from there because, to be fair, I probably spent 3+ years studying all of the social media platforms when I was writing this small book, and I think that for me it was always a platform, communication platform. And what is important to know is like that on the other side there are people, and it's all about these people who are consuming the content whenever it is posted. And the social media can change. The Twitter can transition into X. Other platforms can be better. And this is what made me fall in love with Instagram back in the days, because on Instagram I could share an image, I could share a text, a long text, because the description was not very limited when it comes to the amount of content. And then they started with the stories, so it was more like a human centric interactions and live streams of things, and that was beautiful at the beginning. But of course it turned into a machine of sharing things that might be or might not be that very relevant for people to consume. But that's also why I think it's important to diversify. And I agree with Eleftheria that it's important to be wherever we can be, because there are some tools that can automate these posts to be shared amongst all of the platforms. For example, right now LinkedIn is my favorite platform where I post a lot of the content, because I see how the content reaches the people who maybe are more in area of my interest of business instead of Twitter or Instagram in this particular point of my life. But it can be automated, it can be simplified, but there needs to be a purpose in it behind the scenes. And we need to understand that on every platform there are people until they are not there. We can remember some application called Threads. Anyone is using Threads? Some of the other applications that were gaining followers and people and users rapidly. So it's for me, and I mentioned it multiple times for people around me, that emails, even though I'm the biggest hater of email communication, and probably some of you know it, emails are still the best relation between two parties, because they are the direct line between us, and they're independent source of truth. Because if Facebook will change the algorithms, Twitter will change, or X will change the algorithms, Instagram will die, or whatever else will happen, the emails will stay there. And if I lost my Twitter account, I still had access to my email, for example, right? So this kind of things can help. But the social media are not only about the platforms, but mainly about the people who are consuming this social media via these platforms.
That's a great point. You'll see even today, you'll be receiving 3 or 4 emails from us throughout the day for anyone that registered for this event, because it's our most effective way of reminding you of when something awesome's coming up, or how to go and catch up on stuff. Otherwise, if we put it on Twitter, we then have to do it on LinkedIn, Mastodon, Blue Sky, everywhere else as well. It's much harder. Email is the one source of truth, like you say, Marcin. Yeah, it's really interesting. You mentioned LinkedIn there as well. I agree. I think people have been sleeping on LinkedIn. People think it's this boring corporate network with lot of recruiters that are going to harass you and try and get you to take a junior software development role or something. But it's absolutely not the case. It's a targeted network now with a lot of good content sharing going on there. So yeah, great points there. Paul, you're unlike maybe the rest of us, you've focused a lot on YouTube and your blog. So maybe you can share a bit about your thoughts on the social media landscape.
Yeah, when I first started my blog and I was trying to, I was checking the stats, like when you've got a blog and how many views did I get? And I used to always look at Google Analytics and everything like that. I would share it, and I learned about LinkedIn groups, and there are like some groups with like 300,000 members at the time, maybe even more, but they're specific around the topic. So I think that's a great one. Now that LinkedIn is, the focus has shifted back to LinkedIn since all the other platforms, I don't feel they do what Twitter does anymore. But so yeah, I'd recommend trying to look in these groups and share those. I also some posts that went like semi-viral or whatever, I put on Hacker News and like posted it on there, and then that gets attention and everything, and that gets read by more people, and all of a sudden lots of people are reading your article, and that helps boost Google's search algorithm if lots of people are coming to your site.
Hacker News is a very brave place to be posting, Paul. It can be quite an interesting place. A lot, even a pylon. Well, there's always a pylon happening on Hacker News somewhere. But if your stuff goes down well on there, you'll be doing very, very well.
I did have one or two good posts that went down well on there. One was about 10 golden rules for becoming a better programmer, and one was about how I hacked Troy Hunt's site to remove my personal data. And so it's the sort of titles that got people into it and reading it. But yeah, they're definitely good ideas to share, especially on the LinkedIn groups, I think.
Yeah, fantastic.
And one other thing about my website. So I do post videos. I'm not as regular as I should be, but I think if you on YouTube, if you try and like do one every week or something like that, if you can just put an update, even the YouTube Shorts. I quite like the idea of YouTube Shorts. I want to do some Wes Boss style YouTube Shorts videos where you've got you at the top and you've got your code or whatever you want to share and talk about, just like a minute or two. I think that would be good. And with my website, because of all these problems with Twitter and everything like that, I've created a dev diary on my website so that I own my little micro blog. So they're not big enough for a blog post, but just so there's an update, just because I used to like to put an update all the time on Twitter and everything. So now I'll put it on there so that if I want to look back, sometimes I do look back. Maybe I want to see what I've done this year or anything like that, or people want to catch up with what I'm doing, not necessarily have to find me on a social media platform. They can just, because I always say my website after my name on the videos, they know to go there.
It's in my head, Paul. It's Paul Seal from coach.co.uk. It's quite incredible. You've done very well there for your personal branding. I was going to ask, we've spoken about a lot of the different things that all of you have been doing to build your brand, 100 days of code, writing ebooks, writing blogs, and doing YouTube videos, for just some examples. That all sounds like a lot of work, but does it have to be? How much work do you need to put into your personal brand? Are you going to just suddenly do a blog post and be an overnight success and suddenly have a personal brand? Like, where's the line here?
I can't see everyone else. Is it all right if I go? So I used to do my videos on my dinner hour. So like I didn't do. I just did it as I felt like it. I would do the next video, and I would put it out, or I would write my blog post, and I would just use my lunch hour to do that. Just because I was passionate about it, I was interested, and I didn't want to wait. Some people say, "Oh, wait till the same day every week." Oh, I can't wait. I just have to do it there and then. I have to
Tuesday morning being the optimal time to post something for engagement. I was like, no one cares. Just post it.
No, it's ready. I'm just going to post it. But yeah, just a bit of consistency. I think just keep going. Just do more and more consistency. But like maybe not on the same. If you can't just do the same day, just be around, be active, and I think as long as your intentions are good and what you're sharing has good value, like what Martin was saying, then I think you'll get the rewards.
I can say next. I think it can take a lot of time but it's a decision. And my example, that my ebook took me 3 years to write, but it was various reasons why it took that long. Of course, I was not sitting there and writing it for 3 years constantly, but there were various things in between. But consistency is one of the keys, and I always said that done is better than perfect. So when we are blogging, it's better to write and copy paste the piece of the code and share it instead of thinking about writing a poem about this code or writing a whole story, why and how it got born. Of course, it can be the way of approaching, it can be the unique way of sharing this content, but it can be on the 100th blog post, not on the first one. And it's really hard to stop doing things before we even start doing them. That's something what I felt multiple times on, because I thought about YouTube things various times, even before we started this live streams, right, Callum? So it was like, okay, I need to do it. I need to do it. Then I need to buy a camera. I need to buy a lighting. I need to buy this things and that things. When in reality, it turns out that no one cares about it, and we can start doing videos straight from our laptops or our phones, and it will be the same value at the beginning. And when we will need to have high quality, then we can invest and we can enhance. So I would say that starting is the most important part, then staying consistent, because even Walt Disney story shows that not all of the movies needs to be a great success, and every video can go viral, but you don't know which one will. Every blog post can be useful, but you don't know which one. One can help for one person, one can help for thousands, and that's something what we cannot predict, and there are no algorithms yet for doing that. And same with the social media platforms. Something can be shared, something cannot be shared. There can be tweaks and tests, but we cannot be prepared for that. So I would say start doing with the less amount of efforts. It of course requires investments of time. It cannot be done by someone else for us, ideal, because still our personal brand or our presence in the web is our presence in the web. And I know a couple of people who tried to outsource it. It doesn't work well, and it needs to be us. So it depends from us how much time we will dedicate to that. But the more, the better. But it doesn't need to be a lot.
Yeah, and if I may add to that, of course, I absolutely agree. I would say that building a personal brand is quite time-consuming, and especially when you're starting. And things like social media can be a little bit faster, but at least for me, writing an article or creating a video, it took me a lot of time. Again, I agree that you don't need the best equipment, just start doing it. That's what I did, and it helped me a lot. But something else that helped me, especially for social media, is that sometimes I have more free time. So I will create some content and then schedule it for later. I don't want to spam people with my crazy ideas overnight. So that's what I do. And again, I think it's something very helpful.
That's a fantastic point. I'm also a religious scheduler of things like that. So yeah, I completely agree. We have just less than a minute left. So maybe very quickly, any parting words from any of you? You've mentioned value of building a personal brand for your employers. Any words of encouragement for people that are wishing to go do the same, and what value they might see?
Yeah, I love it when I see other people creating video tutorials and things like that. I think Roy Berris, I've seen some of his videos. I think he's just started out on YouTube, and I'm looking forward to seeing what he produces. I just think people should just take the plunge and put themselves out there.
Great words
I
of
would
advice.
also give a short advice and homework for everyone who wants to do and start doing something. Reach out to one person who you admire in the web and drop them a direct message on platform of your choice with the words of appreciations and some question. Something what bothers you, something what you want to know. Just ask them this question, and you will be surprised how many of them will just reply and guide you through the wild journey of social presence. That would be
and of
my
course,
advice.
go and download the Busy Programmer's Guide to Social Media.
Of course, I will give you a discount if you want to.
Absolutely, link down below.
Reach out.
LF, any final words?
Yeah, I would just say that even if you are a beginner, don't be afraid to share what are you doing, either via blogs or YouTube videos, because you have your own unique style, and maybe there is similar content out there, but your style is unique, and that style maybe help another beginner. So yeah, just do it.
Fantastic inspirational words from the three of you. Paul, Aleph, Marcin, thank you so much. That's
Thank you.
it for this panel. It's time's flown by, but we'll be back with our next session in a second. See you in a bit.
Hello and welcome back. That was a good panel. The first panel of the day is now over. So now we have Nikhil with AI. 2023, we just cannot have a conference without an AI topic. And Nikhil, welcome back.
Hi, Purnima. Hi, Caleb.
Hey, Nikhil, how's it going?
Yep.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. How about you?
Good, thanks. So, your second time at Umbraco Community Day and your second time as a speaker as well, probably. So, how does it feel to be back?
Yes, actually, the entire credit goes to both of you to organizing this amazing community day. And yes, I hope it will long last until maybe, I'm not sure, the Umbraco version number 2025. But let's say it's a good move. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, both of you.
And Nikhil, you're based in India, aren't you?
Yes, in India.
And you've got you're with Giriraj Digital. You have a bit of a team there. How's
Yes.
the community looking in India?
Yes, maybe we just opened a meetup event as well. So we are expanding a community now. So maybe a next meetup event is in the month of January, but it is going to be disclosed soon on the meetup account.
Exciting.
Exactly the kind of thing that we want to hear today.
Yeah, we have our panel coming up later where we have two people from the Kerala Umbraco user group who are going to be sharing what they're doing to build things over there as well. So it's an exciting time. And I like to see you've got an Umbraco t-shirt on as well. Code Garden. Will we be seeing you at Code Garden in 2024 perhaps?
Yeah, of course. I'll be there.
Amazing. Well, whenever you're ready, Nikhil, I look forward to hearing your session.
The stage is yours.
Sure. So let me start with my presentation. Maybe everyone talked about the Umbraco and all. So how can we forget about the trending topic, which is an AI, and how we can arrange it?
Nikhil, can you just check you're sharing your screen for us?
Yeah, I shared it. Did you see it? I have shared it. Can you see it?
Yeah, we're all good now. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you very much.
Okay, great.
All yours.
Perfect. So shall I start now?
Yes, please.
So hi, Umbraco community. I'm going to present today how we can do a marketing automation with the help of AI and Umbraco. So you can see this is the puzzle of Umbraco with AI. I'm going to connect all dots one by one with the help of AI and Umbraco. So what is the first challenge right now is the marketing automation, which is the biggest challenge when you talk about any expanding your brand, like how much hours you are investing into the marketing. You don't know actually at the day what amount of hours, what amount of days you have spent, what is your campaign strategy. If you will calculate by end of the month, the hours is incredible. So why not we will use an AI automation into the marketing to make it a completely sales channel. So what is the bottleneck here? Companies from successfully using a marketing automation is the biggest blocker is this time. So what the time actually? So time is a money. So the first thing is, we do not have an ineffective content creation. So to create a ineffective content, there might be, some couple of hours has been spent, some content writer team, the digital marketing team, all has been involved to make only one, a marketing campaign. Then again, if it has been, multilingual, like for example, English, Arabic, Danish, Swedish. So this is again, a second is an expensive translation and the personalization. So personalization is, a kind of a DXP feature where you can include your multiple personas. For example, you want to target to any companies like Apple. You want to send an email like a CTO, like second is a vice president of sales. So this kind of personalization, you will have to hire multiple team members to do a personalization marketing as well. So there are three major factors I have listed out, but apart from that, in the marketing, there are lots of features as well, which is a big hectic in terms of the time. So how we distributed here. So before proceeding more inside that, let me introduce myself. I am Umbraco certified master and the CTO at Giriraj Digital. Working with Umbraco since version number 4, I think 2013, and serving 10 plus years of experience as an Umbraco architect. So why am I here today? So I'm going to explain what can be done with the help of Umbraco with AI to do a marketing automation. Second one is the future of generative AI into the marketing and how to go to the 0 seconds. This is a curious word, but yes, 0 second still exists. And the fourth one, Umbraco is not just a CMS now, it's a versatile CMS backbone. So what's the agenda of my topic today? I'm going to connect. So for example, let's say we want to create, a one sales marketing campaign. So first we will have to connect with our email marketing platform, kind of MailChimp, Salesforce Marketing Cloud and all. We will going to inject it with Umbraco Cloud, MongoDB, Azure functions and all. I'll disclose it into the next slide once it comes. Now the subscriptions management to create, a customer-wise subscription, like for Apple, this is a second. Lego, it's another subscription, Ferrari, like that. Crawler and ChatGPT Turbo 4.5 integrations with Umbraco, and persona management, which I just mentioned about the personalization email to the customers. And again, back to export to the original email marketing platform, which is Salesforce, Adobe Market, or whatever it is. So how actually it's going to work? I'm just going to display a quick overview before landing into the Umbraco back office. So the first one, you can see this is your website. Now you want to shoot an email as a marketing campaign. You want to pitch to this customer. So how are we going to do it? We will have an Azure function crawler, which will do the content scraping from the entire website. With the help of ChatGPT and Umbraco architecture, which we will call as a future autopilot. It is also ready. In the next screen, you will see it. Then we will do a content creation and your email template is ready. So this is going to happen in 0 seconds. Not in terms of the time, but if you will calculate in terms of what hours you are investing to create this email template while using this autopilot. So yeah, this is a mechanical engineering. I'm going to display this here while I studied in computer engineering. So this is our future autopilot. How it works is, first we will gather the content to whom we want to target. For example, Apple, Lego, Safari. So we will gather the content, which is just a website URL only. Then we will display the personalization. Like as a CTO, I want to contact him, as a vice president of sales, as a developer. So the user profile, which is called a persona, we will going to connect. The third thing we will going to connect is the behavior. In what terms you want to target to that company. For example, for the B2B partnership, for the customers engagement, expansions, whatever is it, and the business tools. So what is your business goal? These all things we can align it and we will send it to our future autopilot, which is Umbraco with AI. So it will create an interactive email template with responsive, and it's ready. Now you can send it and submit it to your customers from here. So all these things is aligned within an Umbraco, and it's a single page platform. So isn't it excited, right? So let's see how actually it works. So as a first puzzle block, we have to do a configurations in the code, which is the Umbraco Cloud, a MongoDB, and the Azure functions. So right now I'm going to disclose what are the characteristics or the features we have used inside Umbraco. Is we are using with the Umbraco Cloud instance. We have, of course, an Azure DB. Apart from that, we are using the cloud content via Azure functions into the MongoDB, and we have a ChatGPT 4.5 integrations. So let's see the first step. Let's connect. Let's dive into the actual marketing platform, how it has been built so far. So first step, let me connect with our Adobe Marketer or the Marketing Cloud Salesforce, MailChimp, or a HubSpot. Whatever like right now we are connected with the 4, but it can be extended to the multiples. So this is the first step. Now let's see how it has been connected. So I'm going to show you in the back office. You can see right now I've connected with the SendGrid. So you can see the SendGrid email template has been connected here. So it's an easy, like you just need to pass your access key token and we can connect as a same template. So the next screen would be, now let's assume the email template has been connected. Now we need to create a subscription. For example, subscription is a member groups in Umbraco. So if you will see about it, this is the subscription. Subscription means the project which we're going to create it like that. Okay, so let's come back to the previous slide. So subscriptions means, for example, let's say I have set up my marketing platform. Now I have a customers like Apple, Lego, or we can say anything, any companies. So this is your subscriptions. Now you have a feasibility here as well. You can invite your team members to be a part of this subscription. They can join, they can see, even two people can sit together and design the email templates together. So this is the features. We are extending Umbraco membership feature over here. The directory management is, for example, let's say Lego, we want to target. So first one is it's for the Christmas party, it's for the Black Friday. So this kind of a directory management, we will going to use it. It's the same like Google Drive. I'm going to show you a screenshot after this. And the projects management will be our email templates. So this is our projects, you can say, and how it is being stored into the Umbraco. It is like this, which I just shown you in the back office. So this was, now the rocket science is here. Crowder and ChatGPT Turbo 4.5 integrations. Let me do one thing. Let's dive into the real hello world rather than just focusing onto the PPT. So here we go, right? So now let's, as a first step, our email template has been added. Our subscription has been created. Now let's say there's 3 email template. Let's say whichever we want to create it. For example, I'm selecting this one. Let me create it. Next. I'm going to use one of the Lego game here. So before proceeding and enter, I'll tell you what it will gonna do. Here we can change a best prompt. So from here, for example, I put a command which has been sent to the chat GPT that write a coherent email headline suited for the email marketing in 6 words. So it will create my title into the 6 words. Got it? So the same thing is for the header line, for the second module, and so on. So let's see on the next how it's going to happen. Meanwhile, let's come back to our original. Meanwhile, the email template is ready. So it will, what it is going to be do in the backend is, it will crawl the content through the Azure function from our crawler. It will store that data and it will send it to the chat GPT. It is exporting all the logos, images, target audience, the customers, the content, and it will generate an email templates. So meanwhile, I mentioned that persona management as well. So let's say the persona, right? So persona is, we want to create a multiple profile according to the customer's persona. Some of the customers wanted to talk directly with the vice president of sales. Some of the customers wanted to talk with the CTOs and all. So we can create a persona with the help of ChatGPT as an avatar as well. Or there is a custom feature, we can use a personalized email. So this is the one of the use of the avatar with the persona, and we can align it with our tool. So once we can send it, we are ready. So let's see. Just a minute, I'm running it from my local host, so it may gonna take some time. So the persona, you can check it out here. Let me select it again. I have to send it. And once it's ready, what is the next step is, we have to select the email template, which is generated. We can export it back to our original where the email marketing platform has been generated, and we can connect it throughout the portal. So let's see what's going to happen here. So you can see it. The email template is ready here with the Lego. Even you can use the ChatGPT here as well. For example, unleash your child's imagination. We can send a command to ChatGPT like let's create it 4 words. You can send it. It will give you a right away response. With the ChatGPT, we can implement it. So it is here. We are done. Even it is real time in case if you want to edit or delete anything, something here, you can update it. Same thing. Now we can send a test mail as well. So let's see how it looks like. I just use a temp mail for the testing. Let's see. The email has been sent. Yeah, here it is. And we can see the email is ready. So maybe you can assume it now with the help of AI, what are the things we can do and automate. So I hope it is interesting for everyone. So what should be the takeaway from this goal is, we can scale content into an email marketing across multiple languages in a minute rather than days. Second one is significant time saving, how it's gonna reduce the multiple people's effort, times, and budget. And the centralization, all your emails will be stored in a central directory like a Google Drive into the subscription box. The fourth one is now Umbraco is not just a CMS, it's a versatile backbone. And the AI is going to be a tremendous role into the marketing automation. I hope I haven't taken much time with the AI. Any questions?
Thank you, Nikhil. It's really interesting to see AI being applied in some different ways with Umbraco. I said this on Umbra Coffee a few weeks back that there's not a I've not seen a good solid, let's say, example or a real world application of using AI in Umbraco other than for say content generation. And it's nice here seeing how Umbraco can be tied together with some alternative formats or something like that. Very, very interesting here. We were going to ask you some questions about AI and maybe some of the responsibilities. Maybe do it using, on your data and like how the how that's if you've got say company data in a system and you're exposing that to something like ChatGPT, potentially it could be sensitive data. How can you make sure that you're not exposing anything that you shouldn't be? How can we make sure that we're using AI in a responsible way?
Correct. So, there is a best prompt we can send it. Like, for example, this is a confidential. So there is a ChatGPT documentation where we can disclose that this is not being disclosed to the other persons. So we are using ChatGPT 4.5 Turbo, a premium edition. So with the help of that, there are features we can inject that it is not being disclosed to the other parties.
Fantastic. So in this case, it's not like you're training a model on any sensitive data. You're literally just sending information within the prompt to say, here's the information about about my company or about my page, my content that I need you to work from.
Exactly.
Okay, so it's that data still gets sent over the wire to ChatGPT, but you just have to sort of mark it up properly to trust that they're not going to log that data or do anything, any further training on it, perhaps.
Yes, so there is a compliance features which you will have to inject while you submitting your query to the ChatGPT. So in the prompt, you can submit it.
Fantastic.
That's something that I've learned new today as well, and I'm always happy to discuss responsible AI as well. Yesterday we were here, Callum, and there was the Global AI stream, and there was Anupama speaking at length about responsible AI.
Yeah.
As much as AI is a fantastic tool, it is going to be the future. There's just no two ways about it. Responsible AI is such an important thing. As much as accessibility is
the example that Amy said yesterday was, I expect that we should be seeing responsible use being aligned with baked in as the first principle when you're using an AI tool, as much as security would be, as much as accessibility hopefully is as well, and those sorts of considerations we should just be always considering. As much as these AI tools are really powerful, we can throw lots of data over the wire. Should we be, and how we do that in a more responsible way? So
Yes. And it is not limited to only just sending a content. Right now, we are expanding it to the next level where you just upload your CV like a PDF CV into this folder, and we will create a landing page for you.
Very exciting.
Very
It's a
exciting.
microsite.
Very cool. Very nice. Have you experimented maybe with any other AI tools? You obviously talked about ChatGPT here and 4.5 or 3.5. Oh, sorry, ChatGPT Turbo. But
It's an open AI.
do we have you played around with some of the other open source ones like Facebook's Llama, for example, and I know Google only last week announced Gemini, which isn't available as a developer tool, but there's other platforms available. So
Yeah.
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 What's
So
your experience?
nowadays, a ChatGPT is kind of a base the market we have, but now we have a lots of generative AI, which is something is limited to the healthcare only, like some is for the airport, like airport.ai, which Emanuel's have suggested in the last meetup, last Umbraco Community Day. And apart from that, there is maybe Purnima know it's a Bhagavad Gita into our Indian religious. There is a Gita GPT as well. So in case if you want to ask any question to the Lord, it will gives the output from the noble kind of Bhagavad Gita.
Wow.
And we have displayed it into one of our, religious activity into the temple here. So whenever a small kid is coming and he will ask, "Hey Krishna, what is the goal of my life?" And in we have connected with the Google Assistant, so Lord Krishna will answer it in the help of the Bhagavad Gita sloks, and just answer it to the student. I'll send you the videos in the even it is also built with the AI and the Google Assistant.
Incredible. So last week, something really caught my eye on YouTube, which was how Bollywood, one of the largest film industries in the world, uses AI. So I think it was Ogilvy who teamed up with Shah Rukh Khan, one of the biggest names in Bollywood, to do a ad campaign. So the ad was run by Ogilvy, Shah Rukh Khan, and Cadbury together to generate an ad for Cadbury. But at the same time, this was during the COVID period. So at the same time, they are using AI and ML to actually extend that ad to some of the smaller businesses across India to help them. So with just one ad shot for Cadbury, they extended that ad using AI and ML to 300,000 ads. It was mind-boggling.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
So do the work once and
yeah. It
Even
really
the
caught
music
my eye, and
composers
I had to sit through it.
Even the music composers AI is also ready, so you do not have to hire the music composer. Just give a sound command, and it will give you the music composition.
Yeah.
Oh yes, I saw a talk on this at Build Stuff Lithuania. It was a fun talk about music generation.
Yes.
Yeah, it was amazing. We just told what kind of music we want to hear to the speaker,
Yes.
and he generated that for us.
Yeah, we were talking yesterday about like image generation. People are very hopefully familiar with DALL-E now, and like those image generation APIs available, models available. Sorry. But yeah, you can basically get it to do anything. And if we were making a YouTube video, for example, and they need some royalty-free music, you can get an AI to now just generate you something, which is truly phenomenal. It's very interesting to see your demo there, Nikhil, of how you're using AI for a practical use case, how you're actually putting it basically in end users' hands and speeding up the process for them. So that's really really cool. The thing you shared, of course, that's closed source. It's in your projects. But is there any plans for your team to release any more of the information you've for the work you've been doing with these AI tools?
Apart from that, there are still a few more because it's just a phase 1 we started, and we have to go to phase 9. So just stay tuned. I'm not going to disclose anymore.
That's exciting.
Okay, more to come. More to come.
There's always good work coming up from
Garden,
the team at Giriraj.
Sorry?
So I am looking forward to what comes out of this. When you say you're going all the way to phase 9, I think you should let the world know what you're doing, because there's always good work coming from that part of the world, which we don't get to see here. You should shout out loud.
Thank you, Purnima, Kellen. And all credit goes to the entire Giriraj team, not only me.
Amazing. Okay, well, thank you so much, Nikhil. We're going to be back with another AI session in a short moment. But yeah, we'll be back in 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Yes.
Sure. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, Nikhil. Hello and welcome back. Callum, I think we are pretty much establishing a theme here with AI now.
Looks like it.
Because up next is GitHub Copilot for .NET developers, and we have a fresh face as well. Can we have Bhargavi at the studio, please? Joining virtually. Hi, Bhargavi.
Hey,
How are
Bhargavi.
you?
We can't hear you. I think you're on mute.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about it.
That's all right.
I am fine. How are you?
Good, thank you. So you are a fresh face to all of us here. So we would like to hear about who you are and what you do.
Yeah, sure. I am Bhargavi, and I am a senior software engineer working for Ford, and I have pursued MTech data scientist from BITS Pilani, and I am a Microsoft certified trainer. And apart from that, I am a C# Corner MVP and global speaker and blogger and author, and I do write articles and blogs under C# Corner.
That's exciting. C# Corner, for maybe those that don't know, is a very big community. So I'd be surprised if you'd missed it, but is a big C# development community that with fantastic articles, running a series of conferences as well. I understand that Henk, who's in the studio here, was even at your some events back in October. A series of 5 events in India.
Him. Yeah, I met him during the event that happened in India.
Fantastic.
That was
they
really
have
exciting.
A fantabulous community back in India and all over the world.
Yeah.
And today, it is all about. You are an absolute beacon when it comes to community work. And we are talking all about community. It is a community day. So the stage is all yours.
Thank you.
Whenever you're ready.
And I am so excited about the session as well. So can I get started with it?
Go for it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. Hi all, thanks for joining today's session. And with that, since I had given a brief myself, I would be kickstarting with the agenda for today, where we would be seeing what is GitHub Copilot and why do we need GitHub Copilot, and we would also be touch basing on architecture of GitHub Copilot, and then we would be seeing what are the prerequisites that are needed for it, and we would be seeing what is the key feature and capabilities that are there for GitHub Copilot, and how can we and we would also be seeing how can we integrate it with .NET as a demo. And apart from that, we would also be touch basing on the pricing part, and I would be taking up the Q&A session at the last. So GitHub Copilot, as the word indicates, Copilot. Copilot. So it is a AI pair programmer that is available, and it has been developed by GitHub in collaboration with OpenAI, where it is used to suggest and writing codes based on the context, and it is available in several languages, programming languages like Python, JavaScript, Java, C++, and there are lots and lots of more as well. And we have also, it has also variety of integrated development environment like Visual Studio Code, and we have a lot more IDEs as well. And when it comes for the key feature of GitHub Copilot, we can do code command generation, wherein like when you give it a comment and that needs to be written, like when you are giving it a function that needs to be written, then that is possible. And if you are writing a code and if you want it to be completed, then you can go ahead with the code auto completion. And when you want your code to have a good quality, then you would be going for it. And you can also have a error check with it. Like we may have different kind of error that manually happens, right? So those can be avoided. And apart from that, it supports multilingual as well. And then it also learns continuously from the feedback that we give to it. So these are some of the key features that are available for GitHub Copilot. And uh, let's now see what is the architecture that works beyond the GitHub Copilot. So we have a user. That is where the user would be installing and writing the code, where it would be hitting the GitHub Copilot. And what the GitHub Copilot does is that it is in collaboration with the OpenAI Codex, and where it would be getting the data public, which has been trained with the public code and the text that is available on the net. It collaborates with all these things together, and it would be getting the input from the user, and then it takes it as a prompt, and that prompt works here as and then it would be looking for some suggestions that are there, and then it would be providing you the code based on that. And if you are providing some kind of suggestion as well, it would be taking to it, and it would start working at the backend to the code that it has. So this is the overall GitHub Copilot structure that GitHub is been following for the use of all the programming languages that it has. And when it comes like AI pair program, I mean, why do we call it as AI pair programming? Is that we have 55% of the faster coding, and as like in around and it also writes up to 46% of the code that has been available, and it is now available for all the businesses, and it flies in various editors like code visual Visual Studio Code and JetBeans, and that is available in many programming languages and IDEs as well. So that is why it is called as pair programming, where you would be the programmer, and it would be helping you at the second side, where you would be writing the code, and it would be helping you at the back end. So that is why it is called as AI pair programmer. And now we now have saw what is GitHub Copilot, and we also saw what are the uses, and how can we use it, and why do we call it as pair programmer. So now let's see how can we use the GitHub Copilot. So to use a GitHub Copilot, we can use it as a developer productivity, where if we want to develop some code within minutes or two, when we type in over there, wherein when we give it a prompt, then that would be resulting you with the program that you need. And when you want to accelerate the innovation, like consider a scenario wherein we don't know a programming language at all. Like we don't know. I am very new to .NET is what the case. And if I want to learn from it, then we can go ahead and start typing in the prompt, and from there we can learn. Like that would be giving you all the functions and all the important steps that the program want. So we can learn from that, and it also has enhanced code quality as well. And with that, we can get a improved speeding code as well, and we can learn a lot from it by when it's something new, right? So that's an added advantage as well. And how do we have been seeing till now, like GitHub, and how do we install it? So when to install it, we need a VS Code, and to get that, we need a we need to search for GitHub Copilot in the extension, and we would be installing that, wherein we would be logging in with the GitHub, and with the GitHub Copilot access with it. And when we restart it, the GitHub Copilot access would be working for us. And I would be showing up how do we navigate to the extensions, and how do we get the GitHub Copilot, everything in the demo part. So we saw Copilot is something very similar to we type in prompt, and it would be returning you back with the result as well. So we now may get a doubt that we already have Chat GPT, and why do we need something called as Copilot, which came in right now, and why as a .NET developer we need to use Copilot inside the programming language. So the meaning is that we, as a AI and large language programming model, Copilot helps you in personalized assistant. Helps you for personalized assistance one, like wherein when you are typing in a code as well, you can ask it for a suggestion, while when you are typing in, you cannot go and ask a Chat GPT to complete it. It would not understand it. Rather, it would say that it's something which is very generic one, and it is like a human generated text, and it is just an natural language processing tool, where it would help you with the reply of whatever the prompt that you give it for. So that's the added advantage of Copilot when it comes for comparison with Chat GPT. And now with this, I would be stepping in for the demo part, where we would be seeing how do we install it, and we would again return back to the session. So here, what do we do is we get navigated to the VS Code, and with that, we have here called as extension, where when we go ahead and search here GitHub Copilot, we would be getting up this part. And to enable this, you have to I have already enabled it, so it is showing me disabled. But if we want to enable it for the first time, then it will show you up with enable, and you would have to click for it. And when you click on enable, it would prompt you with the user ID and password, wherein you have to log in with the GitHub Copilot access, that what you have for GitHub Copilot. And then once this part is done, ensure that the icon that is being displayed here for GitHub Copilot will state you with the status that it has. When it's not been there, it means that the GitHub Copilot is not been ready for the programming language, and it would also state you with the status that it has, and we can go ahead with the with the programming as well. And apart from that, we have few keyboard shortcuts that are available, like when you start typing in, like whenever you want a prompt to be typed in, you would get started with backslash at the starting, where it like with the backslash, double backslash, you would be starting write a code for two comparison of names, something of that sort. And you would be continuing with it, and that would be suggesting you with n number of variation that it has. And if you are okay with it and if you want to accept it, then you would be giving up the tab. If not, you would be typing in enter, and where it would be suggesting you with the different variation that it has. We would be seeing all these things under the demo part where we would be coding in, so that you can get your understanding better for it. I'm just showing up here just in case if we miss up something, then it has been available here for us to understand it. And then like now let us see a simple code that what we can write a simple. Yeah, when you start typing in as well, it would suggest you with the with few things where you can accept it or you can deny it. Where when you want something like this, then if you give a tab, then that gets accepted, and when it gets accepted, then the color of it gets changed, and you can go ahead with the next one, where if you don't need, just you can press the enter and the next one gets appeared on, and I am accepting it. Now I am denying it, and now it had started with the code that what we want. Just a second. Here, I am not writing any code here. Instead, it shows up the whole programming language that it needs, and it is been available where if you need some, if you need it to be accepted, then it shows up here, right? So if you want to accept, then you can press the tab, or if you just want to accept the word, you can click on right plus arrow, or if you don't need it to be accepted, like it shows up three different references for us, and you can accept any one of it, where these are three different suggestions that it gives you, where you can accept either of it. And this is where the whole programming is being done now, and we would be easy, I mean, if we do in the similar way, then it is very easy for the developer to get the things being installed as well. And one thing I had missed out here, where the important thing is that you need to ensure that your I mean, if the programming language that you opt for has been mentioned here specifically is the whatever the language that you want to opt is being mentioned correctly, and you had um, uh, installed the extension for it, right? And apart from that, the GitHub is also installed, then it would be working fine as expected. If not, and sometimes it misbehaves, like you can close the window and you can reopen, and it would be start behaving as usual. So this is something I wanted to show as demo, and I had covered this as installation, and we also see what are the shortcut keys that would be available. And apart from that, we also saw how do we use it, and we also saw how do we create functions with it. And let's now see one more function as well. Write a program that reads or If someone wants to suggest as well, then I can type with it and it can let you know how the program would look like in either way. Any suggestions? Or since we already have a program over there which has not been commented, it is now giving you as all the commented ones, and it is not giving you the whole program as such. So everything would be commented here where since already we have a program over there and we need to write a program again here. So it is giving you as a comment over here. Now I am erasing it off and I would tell write a function. Okay. Just a tab and that would work. Okay, the search can be sensitive or search. So it would be suggesting you up with all the function that it needs, and we would be able to get all the details that what we need. And if you stop somewhere, like you are stopping in between, and you need to proceed as well when you start typing in, that would be giving you up with the details that it has. So this is all about the Copilot installation part and how do we use it inside the .NET and C#. And apart from that, we also saw how do we create the functions that are there inside the inside the VS Code, and we saw all those things. And now coming back to the Copilot pricing part. So GitHub Copilot is, I mean, you have to raise a request for it, and you have to it has been available for $19 for the business purpose, and for $10 if you are an individual and you are trying to use it. So you can opt for it and you can start using it, and that would be a good AI pair programmer for your programming languages. And with that, I am stopping in here for any questions that I have. And this is my LinkedIn QRL as well. Get in touch if you have any further queries that I can answer to. I would be happy to help you with that. So, are there any?
Thank you, Bhargavi. And that was a fantastic session. You covered a lot of ground there. And as we said earlier, AI in various different walks of life. And we have GitHub Copilot to help us developers now.
Yeah. I have a question for you, Bhargavi, because this is an interesting one that I've seen recently, and I don't know if this is just how Copilot works in GitHub, or if it, I'll ask and you can see. So we were working on a static HTML site for a conference, and we created a JavaScript array that we called speakers. And
Okay.
as we started typing, it started
Okay.
auto-completing names of speakers that it
Mm-hmm.
thought we were going to have. And it was right in a number of cases. It
Oh,
came up with my
way.
name, you'd go name CA, and it's like Callum White. It's like, wow, how does it know that? Now, I'm assuming based on the project name or something like that, it's picking up additional context about
Okay.
about my application or something like that. Is this something you're aware of? Does Copilot know about my other repos? Does it know other context based on because of course there's plenty of conference websites with a speakers list that would not include my name or other people in the Umbraco community's name, but it was specific. So is that something you've come across? Is it personalized in some way?
That can be personalized, like when you give some kind of variable or something as well, then what it does is that it tries to understand, and it would be helping you up with the like you can, since it gets data from the various sources and it has been loaded up with the various websites that it has been trained up with, it would try to get the data from all those things and can check whether it is being aligned with all those things, and it would reply you back with the suggestion that it can give, and it's up to us to accept it or not by accepting the uh, suggestion that it gives us.
Okay.
So ratherly it would give us the suggestion anyways that
Yeah.
it want to give.
There's another interesting thought that has just come
Did I
to
answer
my
your
mind
question?
actually while I'm going through this. We are using GitHub Copilot and we are bringing in our own personality using our code as well. So as much as we are using GitHub Copilot, we are also training it on the way we code as well.
Yeah.
So that's a very
Yeah.
interesting thought for me.
Yeah. Provided, I mean, I'm assuming,
Yes.
if I recall, the code that Copilot's trained on is only on open source repositories. So, or if you've opted in, basically. So, yeah, provided you're doing open source work, like work on the Umbraco CMS,
Yeah.
that's helping aid Copilot's ability to understand or work on those open source libraries as well, specific APIs, that sort of thing. I've seen it a few times where it will auto-complete something that is perhaps an older API or not quite the current, but you can just tab and switch out and get another sample, and generally it'll be okay.
Yeah.
I don't know if we've lost
Yeah.
Paravi here. It looks frozen.
I can hear you, but my video does not work, I guess.
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
not sure about it.
That looks like what's going on. That's good. Good, you can still hear us at least. I was going to ask about Copilot X, which, from what I understand, or Copilot Chat as well, where you can effectively, it becomes a pair programmer for you, and you can start asking questions like, please explain to me what this method does, or please can you write me a unit test for this C# class. Have you got much experience with Copilot X or Copilot Chat?
I have not been into the Copilot. I mean, I'm still exploring the Copilot pair yet, but we started using Copilot inside our business itself, and we are yet to explore on the expert.
Fantastic.
We haven't explored it yet.
I've seen many demos of the Copilot Chat as like a Visual Studio extension kind of thing.
Yeah.
That's very interesting.
Yeah, I was trying that out when it was in the kind of closed private preview, and again, really interesting how it did genuinely become that sort of pair programmer, and almost the questions I would have been asking, say, colleagues in Slack, saying, "What do you think of this? Could this be done better?" And it would say, "Oh, this you could write this. It's more performant," or that sort of thing. It's like, okay, that's really cool. It's really cool. It's almost like those if you think of, say, ReSharper suggestions, where they would have the kind of intelligent refactorings before, it's almost like that, but on steroids.
Exactly.
It's very cool.
Yeah.
Very cool. Amazing. Thank you so much, Paravi, for joining us. Great to see Copilot. Great to see how you've been using it in the C# world, and just to get a refresher. Hopefully, it inspires some people watching to maybe go try it out too. We will be back in a short moment with a bit of a recap of what's gone on so far this morning and way more exciting things to come.
Yeah.
Stay tuned.
Stay tuned.
Awesome. Anyone else dancing to that tune? Because
We
it's
did.
quite catchy. For those that don't know, actually the same tune was used yesterday on the AI Day, Global AI Community Day, and the people in the studio were dancing to that too. So
Well, we were.
what you didn't just see there is we were having a little dance.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're going to have a recap of what's gone on so far this morning, Purnima.
Absolutely.
5 talks down and a panel.
Yes.
It's a lot.
A lot of work, a lot of content, a lot of fun behind the scenes as well.
Yeah.
But it's been, all in all, a great second edition so far for
I
the
think
Community
so too.
Day.
In chat, let us know how you're feeling. Let us know what's going on. Let us know if you're enjoying yourself. How many coffees deep are you? I've already had a bit of caffeine, so I'll be trying to keep the energy levels up.
Yeah. Are 3 coffees down?
3?
Yes, 3
3
coffees
Purnima.
and probably eyeing another Coke Zero from the fridge.
Oh dear.
We've
Purnima's
gotta
going to
keep
need
it
like a
going.
hot towel at some point, a bit of a rest.
Probably.
Anyway, we started off today, of course, with Nathan, and we were talking about
Yep.
Bellissima, which was great, as I said at the time, to see someone finally coming out and showing how they're building stuff with the new back office. It's the first real preview of a real example we've seen.
Absolutely.
Of course, there he was explaining how workflow or the original Plumber source actually was a bit of an advantage because it was already built with TypeScript. So a lot of his entities were already classes and that sort of thing, and he was able to map those over almost directly. But getting his head around those new back office, the extensions API, and how he approaches it, does he create things as an entry point, that sort of thing, was really the big questions he was covering. So very interesting there. I've been pushing for so long, and anyone on the package team will vouch for this. When I joined the package team, I said, the one thing I'm going to be pushing for is open sourcing as much stuff as possible about the new back office. And that includes some of your closed source stuff. I'm not saying make it contributable, but just make it source available so people can see what's going on. And I'm so glad to hear Nathan has finally kind of alluded to that.
That's going to be a reference session for many, many others in the community. And talking about TypeScript and how he used Plumber, the source code, as an advantage, I think he was the one who actually had a kind of initiative about abstracting away AngularJS from Umbraco.
If you think back to, it must have been 17, 18, when there was a group of JavaScript fanatics, people like Pete Duncanson, saying, we need a better API for the back office, we need some more concrete ways of working, and they started a project to put TypeScript definitions in place. It didn't ever get merged in. However, Nathan was part of that group and did also put a lot of work into, I believe, getting rid of or abstracting away some things like Lodash, which were used in the back office. Again, dependencies that we were going to want to remove at some point. And Nathan's done fantastic work.
Yeah,
there,
I think that kind of goes through as well. And I think going back to version 7, when we had the new back office, I think the approach with Bell, which was the code name for that, and Bellissima has been quite different, not just from the community, from HQ as well.
Yeah.
With Bell, I remember attending the workshop that ran in London, and I think that was one of the first Umbraco workshops that I attended, and I learned a lot. AngularJS was just thrown at me, and I was like, "What is going on?"
I'm going to put a controversial opinion out there. I don't mind AngularJS.
No, I don't mind either.
I guess I'm just used to it. I've become used to the idea that JavaScript is JavaScript. My backend code, my C# is what it is. And one's object-oriented, the other isn't. But the more they've blurred, I don't know how I like the world. TypeScript is still a bit too alien for me. And I'm gonna have to get used to it. I know people still feel that way about Angular. It's a bit too alien. There's constructs there that aren't the same as just opening, main.js, having a jQuery document ready thing and putting all of your code in there. It's got a bit more structure to it. I personally quite like the MVVM structure that AngularJS brings. So
at that workshop, it was just thrown on my face. But I think over the years, I've picked up enough AngularJS to just make my way through the back office and the code. So it's fine. But I think the approach from HQ has been so different with Bell and Bellissima.
Yeah.
There's much more open source content available.
Completely.
Niels has been putting together fantastic talks, which is
Yeah,
available on YouTube for all of us to watch. And there seems to be a steady stream of package developers, including the HQ packages like
Yeah.
what we saw today. Lee,
Yeah.
Kevin Jump, Marcus putting together a fantastic aggregation of all what is going on. So there's a lot more content to rely upon. And I think the release candidate for 14 is
Well, yeah. So
probably.
we have Phillip joining us later. Let's
Yeah,
get an answer from the
yeah.
horse's mouth. However, I do know that we're getting well, we've had previews of 14 already. There's going to be more, and there's going to be something a little bit more stable
Yeah.
coming in the next short while.
Yeah.
Let's put it that way. Of course, with 13 launching this week,
Yep.
attention focuses very quickly then
Yeah.
onto 14 and what
14.
happens next.
I'm hoping to see something soon, probably with a guest that we can.
I don't want to
the
get another
package
axe in the
developers,
post.
yes.
Let's keep quiet for a second
Yeah.
and see what Phillip will tell us later. Emmy joined us. Dates. He came on time. He was he knew exactly when his session was going to be. He even praised the Umbraco Community Day website for saying it's all localized, it shows in your time zone, etc., which is good. A very eye-opening topic.
Absolutely. As I said, my key takeaway was that develop for a global audience.
Yeah, big time.
Yeah.
I like the line. It's as it's an accessibility concern almost, that you want to localize these things. You try and localize language on site, so why don't we localize time zones and those other things? Even just in your own direct communications, when you say to someone, "I'll meet you at 7 o'clock. Let's have a chat at 7." What is 7?
What is 7?
What does that mean? And even just getting used to putting time zones after times, or even my friends used to tell me I was like a loser for doing this, but I've always written my times in sort of I don't know what you'd call it, but like 1700.
Yes.
Rather than 7. I'll see you at 7. I'll see you at 7 a.m. p.m. I've always just written at 1700 or 1900 in the 7 p.m. case. And yeah, I personally I like it a lot. But time zones is a big one, or saying UK time or that sort of thing is again helpful for people. Context that we often miss. I don't know.
Yeah, it's such a technical topic. It's a topic that every developer goes through and gets caught up on at least once in their coding career. And it was just packed together so well.
Yeah, I agree.
The ins and outs of it.
Emmy's talks are always fantastic. We have a lot of love for Emmy here. Personal brand panel. I enjoyed that one. I actually came off afterwards. Hank said, "Oh, it was a great panel." I said, "I wish we'd had 15 minutes more because there was actually a lot more I wanted to talk about." It's a topic really close to my personal heart as well. It's something, again, I've worked fairly hard over the years to build up somewhat of a personal brand. It's something we encourage my team to do as well. It's really important for people to be visible and active as themselves, not as representatives of the company, because that pays us back indirectly in the long run. So
absolutely. And what they said, they all had one thing to say: don't go about building a personal brand. Keep thinking about the content, and it'll just come to you.
There was some great conversations that went on in the chat there as well. Sebastian was saying about content is king, or queen. You can put your content, unique content, as the prime purpose of what you're doing.
Yeah.
And in doing that, if you do that well, people will notice, it'll get picked up, and you end up with a personal brand.
Yeah. You and I do talks all the time, and this is one thing that I always think about. Oh, someone has gone ahead and spoken about the same thing about this particular topic. Why should I do it? I think the answer is your take on it. It is your unique style, which someone else might relate to. So Eleftheria had a very great point there. And of course, during that session, I was taken back to 2017 in the room that she presented as well. So Eleftheria, she's a known face in the community as far as Umbraco is concerned.
The wider tech space for sure. Not just from Umbraco. She's spoken at Dugfest before as well. She's spoken at Code Garden First. It's great to see that she's still got her Umbraco t-shirt. Maybe we need to send her a couple of new ones as well to keep her on board.
Paul Seal and Marcin, again, our own people. Everyone knew that I speak to. Paul Seal's video, I've come across that.
I was going to say Paul Seal's reach is unprecedented. Let's say you get people who say, "Oh, I've just got started with Umbraco. Of course, I've watched Paul Seal's videos," and they're getting started in the community from I don't know, Mongolia, and they've not got a local user group, and they've not got any of these sorts of things, but they're still using those as videos as a reference. We didn't touch on it too much in the conversation, but again, Paul's never claimed to be the expert or the authority on things. He's just saying, I'm going to show you how I do things, and this is how I approach it. He mentioned always open to feedback, suggestions of how to improve. He's learning. It's not just him, putting content out for everyone else's benefit. He's doing it for his own benefit too.
I'm pretty sure some of our audience is going to be captivated and might think on the same lines, and we might have new community contributors in 2024. Remember,
Fingers
everyone, crossed. These are equally community contributions.
Yeah.
These are contributions to Umbraco. If you're writing a blog, putting about a video, something useful about Umbraco is always an open source contribution.
I'll give a little shout out to my colleague Jason. He released a blog post yesterday on Dev2. If Jason's watching or someone's watching, put a link in the chat. It's a good read. He just had a geeky itch that he needed to scratch, and decided he was going to write a blog post about it, and why it's about Boolean checking, basically, why true does not equal true.
Yeah.
A really interesting thing.
That sounds
So it's
nice.
again just doing something to satisfy your own ideas and your own those itches, not for the sake of building up a brand.
Yeah, you don't need a 1,500 word blog post all the time.
I can't write. I really struggle. We've got a great panel coming up later from the authors of 24 Days in Script, and I won't mind outing myself here. I'm terrible at turning in articles online. I'm terrible at proofreading my articles, and they always do a wonderful job of making me look better than I am.
Yeah.
But those articles are so painful to write. So you won't see me writing blogs or long form content. I'm more of a talker. I'll happily have a conversation with someone about things, but many different ways to contribute to the community. Hey, and then finally we touched on AI too, a double whammy of AI topics. So Nikhil showing off ChatGPT and how he's integrated that into a variety of their projects in some interesting ways. I'm glad to finally see some new examples of using some of these new technologies that aren't just generating some SEO metadata for your page and spitting it out into Umbraco. And copilots, of course, it's the buzzword of the year, I think, in the tech space, isn't it? Everything's got a copilot. There's 200 and something odd Microsoft-based copilots themselves. OpenAI have just released their GPTs feature, where you can make your own GPT-based chat systems with your own training data. It's clearly a big trend right now.
Yeah, Nikhil has had a lot of appreciation for his talk as well. And talking about the various copilots out there, I went in yesterday to LinkedIn to actually boost our event for today, and there was something saying rewrite using AI. Okay.
Oh, it's the little glistening star in the bottom corner, isn't it? You can click on it.
Rewrite using AI. Okay, that's fun. Now, so it's
my
everywhere.
writing, please.
Fix my writing, please. Make me a better writer.
Amazing. Well, okay, so much great stuff's happened so far this morning, and so much great stuff still to come. We've got coming up a talk from Mike Macy, an accessibility topic, which is always goes down well. This one I'm particularly happy about. He did this talk at UK Festival. It wasn't recorded, but he's showing you how to fix key common issues. Danny Lancaster and Molly have done a great talk before about highlighting the importance of these 6 common issues and how it's really quite easy to, they're affecting everyone, but they're quite easy to fix. They didn't go into too much detail about how you fix them or the practicalities of it. Mike Macy's going to do that. So it's kind of a counterpart to that original talk.
I know where this is going to lead. People are going to rewatch Danny and Molly's talk, come back to this, and this is going to be one of those reference sessions that's going to be immortalized on YouTube for some time. And it's always great to hear from Mike, because he's a part of the accessibility team, clearly passionate about the subject.
100%.
So, absolutely, why not?
100%. And then, of course, straight after that, we have Rachel Breeze coming up. She's going to do her talk about escaping the developer rut, a nice dev lifestyle type topic. However, the thing I'm most excited about coming up in the next hour is Kim's Christmas quiz shenanigans. Not quite sure what's going to happen. We've sort of left this to Kim. So when you're eating your lunch, come and join us back here.
Because we don't know what's going to happen. So we are equally excited, looking forward.
We have no idea. We've been looking at some of the stats behind the scenes of what's going on. Loads of people still engaging on chat. That's awesome. Keep it up. I know as the day goes on, it's going to be harder to make that keep that energy going. But That's awesome. We've got a really high number of concurrent viewers currently, and also historic viewers too, which is great. But share it with your colleagues, get them involved. Make sure we're putting on social media with the hashtag Umbraco Community Day, so that people know about this, can come and join in with all the fun that's going on here. And we'd love to get it to be the most liked and the most watched video on the Umbraco Community YouTube channel. Why not? I think we have 22 likes currently below. Go hit that like button. Why not? You know you want to. You know you want to. Just before we head off, maybe Purnima or Arnold could just press the next button on my laptop over there, because we have a very important QR code that we need to share with you, of course.
Absolutely.
We said this morning we have a very special
Hanselman.
guest, Scott Hanselman, joining us in a little bit. We need your questions, and we need people to see if they can join with us and maybe ask him a question live. Please take a picture of this QR code. Purnima's also tweeted out a link.
Yeah.
We'll make sure the links are spread everywhere else as well. But this is the place you need to go and ask your questions. Okay, and with that, I think we're gonna see each other in a second for our next session.
Speaker, yeah.
Welcome back to Umbraco Community Day.
Welcome
and
back.
We now have our next session, which is Simplifying Accessibility with Mike Macy. And I think we have Mike on the line. Hey, Mike.
Hello.
I'm here. Hello.
Hello. Good to see you. How are you doing?
I'm very good, thank you. Yourselves?
Yeah, good. Hanging in there. Thank you. Lovely to see you. I mentioned just now you did this talk at UK Festival. I got a really good glimpse of it. I was dealing with some other things in the background of the same room, but it was a highlight of a lot of people's days, is my understanding. So I'm really looking forward to this. Maybe you want to just quickly introduce yourself, and then we can dive right in.
Yeah, sure. So my name is Mike Macy. For those of you who don't know me, I'm an Umbraco MVP. I've been in the community for a fair number of years now, I guess. I'm in the Umbraco accessibility team, full stack developer, and I like doing stuff, I guess. I'm excited to do this talk.
Amazing. Like doing stuff. Well, let's let you do your stuff, Mike, and just dive straight in.
Well, thank you very much. Cheers. Right. So there we go. There's my slides. Right. So once again, thank you all for joining me today on the Umbraco Community Day. We're going to be talking about simplifying accessibility and some practical solutions for the 6 most common issues. As Callum mentioned previously, this talk does include some thanks. This talk began with a talk by Danny Lancaster and Moni Barnes, which was about Fixer 6, which was about highlighting and identifying the 6 most common accessibility issues found in the top 1 million homepages across the web. This talk was based on a study done by WebAIM. They do this every year, and they will do an audit of the top 1 million homepages and see where they lie in terms of accessibility issues. One thing to note, if you have any, if you want to learn more about some of these links, I have QR codes in the top of my slides that you can scan, or if you want slides later, you can grab the links that way as well. So WebAIM is where this study came from, and it discovered that 96.3% of homepages had detectable WCAG 2 failures, which is a pretty high number for 1 million of the top homepages. If you're not sure what WCAG is, that stands for the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines. If you want to learn a bit more about web accessibility, this is a fantastic resource for learning more. There's a lot of really valuable information about the guidelines themselves. But on top of this, there's a really useful resource to help encourage your businesses and your clients to take accessibility seriously. And this isn't just about, the heart and mind. We want to make sure that the web is accessible to everyone, because it should be. Obviously, that can sometimes be a bit tricky for companies that have budgets and so on. So in this business case, it also includes a financial incentive to take accessibility seriously. Now, if you're not sure what that is, it's £11.75 billion per year. So the Purple Pounds, they essentially do a study into the spending power of disabled online shoppers. And that's how much they have discovered is lost due to inaccessible websites per year. So if you don't think it's, these few little issues are that important, One, they're not too hard to fix. Accessibility can be difficult if you're doing it last. If you're thinking about it in advance and trying to think of it from a more holistic perspective, it can bring your businesses and your clients more money, which is great. So how do you find these accessibility issues to begin with? What I've done for this talk is I've created a little dummy site, a little example site. Now, obviously, I've added these accessibility issues, but a lot of these are based on issues that I found personally and have fixed myself, or in the some of the examples found on the study. And this is a example of a rough homepage. I imagine this is a homepage scrolled down, so this is a bit of a linking to the listing page. You might have a hero banner or something at the top, but this is going to be my Husky homepage. And for any of you who are wondering, that is my dog. So we have a website, and we're going to use some tools. So we have Accessibility Insights, Web, Google Lighthouse, IBM Equal Access Accessibility Checker, the Wave Web Accessibility Evaluation Tool, and the Axe Dev Tools. A lot of, I think, Accessibility Insights and Google Lighthouse, they use Axe under the hood. And I've not used IBM Equal Access Accessibility Checker myself, but I have had a little investigation, and it's a plethora of different tools that can be used to help check things. Now, the great thing with these tools is they will automate some of it, but it's worth noting now that you can only automate a fairly small percentage of accessibility issues, say 20 to 40%, depending on your site. So you do need to take some manual action in your testing. And these tools will actually help you to guide you through what manual processes you need to do to test. In addition to that, part of those manual tests may include using a screen reader. Some screen readers are expensive, some are free. So NVDA Access is the open source screen reader. I've used that in this talk to help demonstrate some of the issues and how they can be fixed and the differences before and after some of these problems are fixed. So if you've ever wondered what a screen reader sounds like and how it works, highly recommend going and downloading it yourself and have a little play around with it. Also worth noting, I am not a native screen reader. I don't use these day to day. I understand them a little bit, but I will never be able to use them the same efficiency as someone who uses them natively. But it's still informative and useful to know. Finally, we have an accessibility reporter that can be built into Umbraco itself. So Matt Bejan releases package this year, and it's a automated accessibility reporter built into Umbraco, and it includes some automated tests and some guides like the other tests. I think it's got Axe under the hood as well for your Umbraco website. So if you want to contribute it, there's a GitHub. If you want to find out more about the package itself, there's a website and the marketplace as well for you. And this is a little bit of what it looks like in the back office. So it can scan the entire website, and it can also scan page by page basis and give you information. And you can configure this as well based on, the level of accessibility you want to be auditing for. So yeah, these are some really useful tools that I highly recommend checking out. So back to this site, we've had a little look. We've used a accessibility checking tool to help identify these issues. And this is where I want to have a little bit of audience participation. So I do have the chat open to the side of me. I don't know how synced up it will be. So we'll play around with this. If anyone can just nod or press something to say hi, I might be able to see if you're in there. But what we're going to do is we're going to start with some questions, I guess, and I'd like to see if you can tell me what the issues might be. So what are the problems? Okay. So this is a very, very simple thing to fix most of the time. And it starts with this bit of code. It's very stripped back. Can anyone in the chat tell me what the problem here might be? And I'll give you about 15 seconds. Let's see. I think there is a bit of a delay, so I'm not going to be able to do that. But the issue here is missing document language. Now, this might seem fairly trivial, but some screen readers will have an option to set dialect, for example. Now, if you don't have your document language configured, and say if you're in Germany and you have your screen reader configured to a German accent, as an example, and you go onto a site that is in English, some screen readers, depending on how you have them configured, might try to read that site with a in English with a German accent, which could actually make it harder for a non-native English speaker to understand what's being said. There are other things as well. So some cookie pop-ups that you can add to your sites, they will use that lang text to determine what language should be used for your pop-up. So if you don't have that configured, sometimes those additional bands that you're using that are sometimes required by EU law, which I'm sure some of you have to adhere to here, if you're not given the right language, how are you going to correctly agree or disagree to your cookies? So fairly simple to fix. You add your lang attribute in, and again, these are some of this is just top of the 6 accessibility issues. So number 1, lang. Next up, it's funny, I'm now seeing a bunch of stuff coming into the chat, but it's very, very late. This one, again, fairly simple. I don't know, depending on how your screen is configured at home, this may be more obvious or less obvious. But the problem here is low contrast text. Now, this is less of a, I guess, core development fix. There's not really any code examples to how to fix this problem, simply because a lot of these issues can be solved at a design stage. And if there are any designers here or UX experts or even, agency managers, if you're a developer, try to have that collaboration between your designers, that friendly collaboration, just to inform them, try and provide them with information around this contrast information. If designers use things like Figma, there are packages and plugins you can add to these tools that will highlight accessibility issues as the design's being done. And if as a designer if you're lucky enough to get to review designs before they go off to clients and get design signed off, try and pick up on these things ahead of time. Chrome DevTools, for example, will also have a little built-in accessibility checker. The WebAIM website also has a contrast checker on the website in there as well. So it's fairly simple to fix sometimes. The difficult thing here can be with images. So whilst you can automate some of this stuff, having to manually check things can also be useful as well. So next up, this is probably one of the things I see a lot of, I pick up on a lot of, probably because I care about it a lot. I don't know if anyone knows what this might be. Or this, this feels like it's a little bit more useful. Assets/img 214232.png. So it's probably an image, right? But we don't know what the image is, and we don't know what it's used for. What? That's how a lot of people are going to end up feeling with these if you're relying on screen readers. So yeah, missing or poor alternative text images is another very common. It's one of those top 6 accessibility issues that are found. So how do we fix this? I'm going to show you a few examples. Again, my trusty steed, my dog Namira, here will be helping us to make our images a bit more accessible. So the worst thing we can do is not include any alt tag at all. If you don't include an alt tag, even if it's empty, it will just read out the source tag. So in this context, it will read screen reader or assistive technology will read dog.jpg. This is also a SEO thing as well. So if you don't have that from an SEO perspective, you can get hit there too. So another bad thing to do is just repeat what's used for the source. Again, doesn't tell us what the image is. We can get a little bit better by just being, there's a husky, there's a dog, but we can be descriptive with our alt text. So we can start adding to it, there's a husky looking up. And we can keep going. We can make it even better. She's a fluffy husky with blue eyes surrounded by snow, looking up expectantly at a treat that I was holding up to try and get the photo. What I'm trying to get at here is with your images, you can be descriptive and you want to be descriptive and succinct with your images. But the important thing to note with images themselves, and this is the reason why it's been quite difficult trying to get the concept of an alt tag into Umbraco, for example, is the context by which an image is used can often determine what the alt text should be. So, for example, if you have an image in a bunch of listing that's like a gallery, you want to describe your images. But if it's purely decorative, you don't necessarily want to describe them. You kind of can ignore them, depending on where this image might have a different alt text if it's used somewhere else. The other thing is, if you don't want to include any alt text, the best thing to do is just include an empty alt tag itself. So this will just, from assistive technology perspective, it will just be ignored. You don't need to add any ARIA tags, just an empty alt tag, that will fix it. Another thing to note, I've noticed recently there are certain front-end tools. I can't tell you exactly what they are, but if you have some form of bundling or something that will generate your HTML, check what is spat out, because I've noticed some, for some unknown reason, will just strip out the alt tag entirely if it's seen as an empty value. I think it's trying to be helpful, but it's not. So just something to be aware of. Right, next up. This is something we see a lot of. These are social media links. Are they? I think. I don't know. It's hard to tell. What about this? I don't know. I'm reading more. Don't know what I'm reading more of. And the problem with this, if you've got a list of those, is it turns into this. Read more, read more, read more, read more, read more. To highlight the problem of empty links or ambiguous link text, I just want to go back to my website again. So this is that page we had, right? We've got some cards that will link through to our latest news. And what I've done is I've set up, so the read more links are the links. But when we're using something like NVDA, we can do something to bring up an elements list. And this will give us a quick overview of, how the website's built, what links are available. But the way that these cards were built originally is really unhelpful. So, we have those simplifying accessibility, broken fix, we have those top level links. But after that, I don't know where they're going. I don't know what they're doing. It's not useful, right? So how can we fix it? Let's get in some code. This is what they look like before. This is what that code looks like at the moment. So we've got our list element, which is a card. We have, to begin with, we wanted to make that image clickable as well. So it's just been wrapped in a link. We've kept that alt text. We didn't know what to put in it as well. So we just put this post thumbnail. Maybe that's sort of just been forgotten to be updated, or maybe it's just been left. Who knows? We've then added our link down here that links to the article, and we just put read more because, that's what it looks like in the design. But we can fix it without breaking the design. So what I've done here is I've wrapped the article, wrapped the block in an article item. I've removed the link around the image itself, and I've removed the alt text, because for my site, the way I want this is that image is purely decorative. So for my context, I want that to be ignored. So we're removing that. And what we'll do is we'll still make it possible to click on the image or the whole card by adding some CSS stuff to make that link cover the whole card. In addition, we've moved the actual link itself inside the header tag, the H2. So now we've got the header link, header title, the article title as the link text. So now we have much more context around what that link is doing. Because we don't want to break the design as well, because from a UX perspective, sometimes that read more can be useful, sometimes not. But in this context, I wanted to keep it in there. I've left it in there, but I've added that ARIA hidden true, so it's just ignored. It's not important text, it's purely decorative. But from a visual perspective, it's there. So before, we had our cards, and after, we have our cards. There's no change. The only change you'll probably have seen is I also identified some contrast issues with that text. So I've just made them darker, made them accessible. All changes, but they make a world of difference, because now this is what that elements list looks like. We've gotten rid of those duplicate links. Each of those links now have a much clearer, I know exactly where they are going to. I know that getting started with traveling ultralight, that's going to be informative. It's telling me what it's going to. So those changes to things like cards can be really cool. As I mentioned before, I wanted to make the whole link clickable as well and keep those hover states more focused. So this is a little bit of CSS. You can use things like the has selector. So where that anchor tag is now buried within that card, we can use that has selector to go at the top level around the whole card itself and say, right, let's look in. Does this article item have an anchor that is currently hovered? If it does, we're going to do something with the image. And I've also done it with the focus as well. Obviously, with your focus states, you want to make sure they are different to your hover states. So hover and focus should be different. And because I haven't removed the browser defaults, you can see in that little GIF to the side that when I'm focusing, it's still highlighting the link itself. If you want to learn more, and I forgot to put a QR code for this, there's a fantastic article by Hayden Pickering in his inclusive, not Hayden Pickering, I can't remember who it was by called Inclusive Component Designs. That link will give you a really, really good rundown of how to make things like cards far more accessible, and also, fix that. So, on to the next one, search. This is a form. A lot of websites have site searches, and we find, especially in sort of the corporate side. Now, what's the problem with this? There's a lot of problems with this, actually. Our screen reader, for example, when it goes to read through the form fields, it just says search. The button is unlabeled. There's no landmark. We're not really aware of it. It doesn't give us information. So that form fields, for example, if you focused onto it, it would just say search, edit, unlabeled button. So we don't know what the function of that form is. And this is a stripped down version of what one of these sort of site search forms looks like. And fundamentally, this is how a lot of them can look. There's usually, might be a little bit more around it, but there are some core issues with this. One being, we've got just an input. We've got a placeholder that says search ... A placeholder is a placeholder. It's not a label, right? It's an important distinction. You shouldn't use your placeholders to tell you what the input should do, because as soon as you start typing into an input, you lose your placeholder. And accessibility isn't just about people who require screen readers or people with color blindness. If you have cognitive impairment, you might need that reminder to tell you what you're searching. So that doesn't help. So we're also missing a form input label. The button as well, similar to that link issue we've got no text in our button, empty buttons. So those two things sort of add more to that top 6 accessibility issues: no form labels and empty buttons. Another area where empty buttons are often seen is things like carousel paginations, where you have little arrows left and right. Not necessarily useful, or pagination in general for page pagination. If you've got numbered pagination, then arrows going left and right, often we'll see that those arrows are just empty buttons. Again, seems fairly obvious, but they can be, they can be missed, but they're luckily fairly easy to fix. So NVDA, as I mentioned before, will read out that form as search, edit button, clickable, not useful. So let's add a little bit more to fix this. So this is the fixed form. We've added a label telling you what the input's doing. It's searching the website here. I've added this SR only class. Now, the difference between this and using something like display none will completely hide an element from the DOM and the accessibility DOM. So when things like screen reader will read your page, if it sees something with display none, it will ignore it entirely. We don't want that. So SR only will help to keep information that's relevant available, but it will hide it visually from the user. We've also updated the placeholder to tell you what that input's for. It's for search terms. We've changed the type to search. This isn't a required accessibility thing, but it's a little nice touch you can do. This is effectively the same as type equals text. The difference is if you're on mobile or on device and you hit a input that has search, it will change your UI ever so slightly to make it maybe a little bit more clear as to what the role of that is. So if you have a type password, it will change slightly. If you have type search, it might change that bottom sort of go button to search. In addition, I've added some button text. Also made it screen reader only because we don't necessarily want to change the layout, but we still want to keep it accessible. That button is submitting the search. Finally, we've added a role. This helps to give a landmark for what that search is. So the before and after, this is what our form site search looked before. This is what it looks like after. Again, very, very small change, but it's actually fixed a lot of the accessibility issues we've got. So NVDA will now read search landmark, search this site, edit, search, enter search, button, search terms. So this is this may seem a bit alien, but that's far more clear as to what that form should do. If you want a very informative and entertaining video around, what essentially happened to text inputs, because we've seen a lot of various UX changes and design changes happen to images over the years. There's a fantastic video by Hayden Pickering. He's got a whole series called Web Briefs that highlights a lot of accessibility issues. Highly recommend watching because they're fantastic and really, really good learning resource. So if we go back to our elements list with NVDA, we can see our form fields are now much more useful. Search words like here, yada, yada, yada. The button is now labeled, search, and we have a landmark now. So if we wanted to, quickly scan the main landmarks of the site, we now know there's a search. So to recap, this is where I'm going to go into my generation game mode in a moment. We had a poor accessible site with a homepage, or maybe we didn't know it was accessible. Maybe we thought it was completely fine, but then we decided to check it just in case. We've used a number of these accessibility tools, or maybe we used one. Doesn't matter. We've used some to help guide us with our accessibility journey. We've maybe installed NVDA or another screen reader to test it ourselves to see how the website's behaving for screen readers. We may have even installed the Umbraco Accessibility Reporter onto our website. And we've discovered that our site had low contrast text, missing or poor alternative text for images, empty links or ambiguous link text, missing form input labels, a cuddly toy, empty buttons, missing document language. And we've identified those issues. We've gone through, we've updated our code, we've fixed some of these design issues, and we've gone from an inaccessible site to an accessible site without having to make too much of a drastic change. Now, I appreciate this is quite a simple design site, but there's this, I guess, from what I feel like a misinformed idea that an accessible website has to be plain and boring. I don't think that's the case. You can still have these beautiful, well-designed, really inspiring websites and keep them accessible. It just needs a little bit of learning, a little bit of know-how. So if anyone wants to take a screenshot of those 6 top issues, here they are. Keep an eye out for them because, fixing these 6, as Danny and Molly said in their talk, fixing these would make a huge difference to, how people are able to access your websites. Thank you very much. And I think that's me done. If anyone has any questions, you can find me in the chat, I'm sure. Cool. Cheers. I'll be honest, I'm not really sure what to do now.
Yeah.
There we go.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Mike. Yeah, I think that's a great talk. And I think this is going to be immortalized on YouTube as like one of the reference sessions for sure.
I had a good chat with some people at the Umbraco Community Teams Retreat back in September, where I said, and maybe controversial here, but I'm going to say it on a big platform here anyway, why not? I said that I put the accessibility talks and the sustainability talks I've seen in the same seat, as both being a little bit preachy and showing us the importance, but not actually showing us the how and the practical ways to do stuff. This session absolutely flips that on its head. It's great to see there's so many relatively easy things we can do to make these problems go away. So that's great, really eye-opening. Thank you, Mike.
Well, I'm glad you like it. Again, the key thing for me is making sure it's simple, right? It's and I know accessibility isn't always simple. It can be very difficult, it can take a lot of work, but it's like everything. If you do a little bit and make it a little bit better than it was the day before, the world will be a better place, right? So you don't have to fix everything all at once. It's like the accessibility team with Umbraco. We haven't fixed every accessibility issue with Umbraco. Probably never will, right? Because it's a constantly moving thing. The goal is just to try and make it a little bit better, and that's the best we can do, right?
Yeah, and raise some awareness by this talk being here today is obviously a fantastic way to help out the well, we've had I think over 700 unique or 700 views so far today, so those people will hopefully all see this talk and feel equally inspired and go away and fix things. So thank you so much, Mike.
Absolutely.
Watching Rachel's talk again, I caught it at the UK Fest, and it was really, really inspiring. If anyone's feeling in a rut, stay around because
you're spoiling what's next, Mike.
I know you've
I'm sorry.
taken away my words for me. But it's fine. I'll just redo the same thing.
Yeah, amazing. Thank you again, Mike. We'll catch you soon.
Cheers. Thanks very much.
That
Okay.
was Mike. And before the next speaker comes in and continues with her talk, can we have a break?
Yeah.
And we'll join back soon. Don't go anywhere. Be here. Hello and welcome back. And we are now looking forward to speak to Rachel, who is going to speak about escaping the developer rut. She's a developer herself, and she's going to speak from her experience from what her session bio goes. So, an absolute pleasure for me to introduce one of the finest friends Umbraco Community has given me, Rachel. We talk all the time.
Hey, Rachel.
So,
Hey,
Hey.
thank you for that lovely introduction from you, Pawnima, and from Mike. Really lovely to hear. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you for having me as well.
It's great to have you back. You were supposed to speak at last year's Umbraco Community Day, or the last edition, but unfortunately, you fell sick a few days before, didn't you? And
I had COVID. No
Yeah.
one wants COVID.
no, no, indeed. But we're so glad you made it today, all fitting well, and I'm looking forward to seeing your session again. Of course, another highlight from UK Festival this year.
I
Thank you.
think you've done
It
the
is-
session elsewhere as well, and I've had great feedback. So, I'm looking forward to this too.
Cute. Yeah, it is slightly tweaked just for time. But yeah, hopefully you all enjoy it.
Well, you are
So,
going up
yes.
against Kim, so we've got to. No one wants to ruin Kim's Christmas surprise, whatever that's going to be.
Okay, so yes, thank you for having me again, and welcome to my talk on escaping the developer rut. Shall I start?
Yes,
course.
go.
So, during this talk, I have to apologise ahead of time. My dog's in the office with me. He may say hello, so just give you a heads up about that. So during this talk, we're going to take a look at why we may feel in a rut at times and practical things we can do to escape it, and some of the tools and techniques that we use every day can help with this. This talk is based on my experiences, and I do hope it'll be useful. I recognise everyone has different experiences. A couple of housekeeping things about this talk. I don't normally do these, but I felt it was important to say these things. I'm not a careers advisor, nor am I a trained therapist. And if you are in a mental health crisis, well, I do hope my talk helps. Please do reach out to organisations like the Samaritans and Mind for help. Also in this talk, I do mention things we do at Nexa, where I work, but all the opinions in the talk are my own. So at my computer isn't, there we go. So at Nexa, I'm a senior developer and a squad lead, and I started out as a developer when my dad came home with one of these. It's a Spectrum 48K, called 48K of RAM, and that came with one of these, a ZX Spectrum manual, and it talked about how, sorry, not quite on the screen, talked about how to write BASIC for the Spectrum. Chapter 26 taught you about how to do machine code. I didn't do the machine code one. And the minute my dad came home with this in the early 80s, I knew I wanted to be a programmer. I went on to graduate from the University of York in the late 90s, and I've spent the last 25 years plus since then as a software developer for various companies in various roles. And that's it. That's the short version of my journey to becoming a developer. Everyone has a reason they've become a developer. It could be the money, it could be the teacher at school that's inspired them. Someone could have started off in one job and then found themselves fixing the corporate website and going down the development path after that. And everyone tells the short story about why they became a developer and how they ended up where they are, unless you watched the talk earlier in the day about how building your personal brand. And what this short version misses out is the whole messy side of life. The truth is, everyone has a longer version, and it's messy because while we work hard to keep our personal and work lives separate, they do intertwine. And life is messy. A good day at work may help you feel good when work is finished. And if there's serious illness in the family, your mind might not be 100% on work. And occasionally we just feel stuck in a rut. A rut, for the purposes of this talk, is a habit or pattern of behaviour that's become dull, unproductive, but is hard to change. And this feeling can hit at any time. It can hit when you lose a loved one, when you're ill or recovering from operations, or when you go through redundancy rounds. It can also hit when you're surfing social media and you get that imposter syndrome, or when you're working on the same functionality or bug for what feels like forever. I can honestly say I've been hit with this feeling a few times, but I've never once questioned whether being a developer is the right career choice for me. Having said that, if you are hit by the feeling of being in a rut and you are having an existential crisis in your career as a developer, do check out the sunk cost fallacy. It's important to realise that feeling stuck in a rut isn't unique to you, and putting coding to one side is not unique to developers. But as developers, we may have some tools and skills that can help us escape the feeling. Before I explore those, let us explore some daydreams that people will have about escaping the rut. The first one that many people will have is the daydream, the lottery win. In the UK, the lottery win is you've got a chance of 1 in 45 million to win the lotto. And if you play the Euro Millions, the chance is 1 in 140 million. Winning the lotto is a daydream. It's not a plan because the odds are so low. You never daydream by getting hit by lightning, but you've got more chance of doing that with 1 in 10 million chance. I've heard the lotto described as a tax on hope. Another alluring escape plan is to relocate or migrate, and this can hit at the end of a particularly lovely holiday or on a wet summer's day. For many people, this can be a daydream, but in our industry, it should be easier to achieve. For people who work for an organisation with different offices, you could always ask if you can work in those offices, and this is really exciting if you've got offices around the world. At Nexa, we've had people from Sweden come and work in the UK, and we've had people in the UK go and work in Sweden. I've even had one colleague who spent a year in Argentina. For developers who don't work on a secure line, we should be able to work anywhere with a good internet connection. This means our dreams of waking up next to the sea or in the mountains should be easy to fulfill. I say should because we all know that internet connections in remote locations can be harder to achieve than those in cities. So if this is a dream, we should explore it, but we need to check the internet speeds before we up sticks and relocate. Working outside of the UK may be harder because it will depend on your clients and your organisation, because some countries have rules about exporting data outside of the country or outside of the EU. However, if this is a goal, do explore it. But it's worth remembering, as developers, we have a skill set that isn't much in demand worldwide. Each country has different entry requirements based on age, dependence, and skill levels. For example, to emigrate to New Zealand, you need to be 55 or under. Good news for us who had Spectrums and Commodore 64s in the 80s. And for Australia, most visas have an age limit of 44. If this is truly something you want to do, talk to your HR team, your line managers, and everyone in your life who's impacted by relocating or migrating. Back to us as developers, what do we have in our toolkit? How can we shake off this feeling? For me, the first step is recognizing it and acknowledging it. And then if we're not sure why we feel this way, the general advice is to keep a diary with brief reflections on the day to spot patterns of both bad and good habits. As developers, you might have come across this as something similar as a retrospective. A retrospective is where the team meet regularly to reflect on the most significant events since the last meeting and take decisions aimed at making improvement. If you're working in an agile way and in sprints, you should already be having regular retrospectives. And if you're working on larger waterfall projects, you may have regular meetings to check the course of the project. Retrospectives take different forms, but the outcome is a list of goals to say do more of a thing, less of a thing, start doing a thing and stop doing a thing. So let's use this tool in our personal lives. We need to remember we can't fix the past, but we can use it to help shape our future actions. Also, we shouldn't dwell on the past. You can't change the past. So have a retro for the day or the week and move on with the relevant actions. And just as the goal of the team retrospective is to set the team up for success, ensure when you've done your personal one, you have a couple of actions that are measurable and set yourself up for success. Don't have too many actions because you won't achieve them all. And this image is off Pinterest, and I picked it because it says we should do more of celebrating success. And I think when we're in a rut, we can have a tendency to focus on the bad things and not celebrate the good things we've done. And when we're in crisis, we need to remember that it's not just tech that we should celebrate success for. It could just be that we've got out of bed and brushed our teeth that day. We need to remember our personal successes as well. So another definition of being stuck in a rut comes from .com. It's a settled or established habit or course of action that is especially a boring one. Again, as developers, we have tools at hand to break out of that and move out of an established habit. Indeed, we're developers. If we're doing the same thing over and over, repetitive tasks, we could look to develop something that stops us doing it, especially if it's cost effective and possible to automate. But we can, well, let's explore some other things that we can do to help us break out of the rut and stop us getting in the way of our real work. No, I'm not going to be able to help in this deck with time logging or expenses. That's one you're going to have to tackle on your own. So I suspect this slide title can bite me on a bum, but if you're a developer, bug fixing and testing what you develop is in the job description. But a lot of the reason we feel stuck in a rut is because we're tackling the same bugs over and over and not moving on to explore new technologies and exciting developments. What if we take a pause and look at the reasons for the bugs in our code, putting aside requirements definition and scope creep? The first thing we can do to help improve code quality is to have peer reviews. Here, we can catch up with the team, check the quality of the code, make sure that it aligns to the original requirements, catch bugs, and maybe even teach new team members new coding techniques. And there's a number of ways we can do that. We can have a pull request before we commit the code back to the main or the development branch if you work in a feature branch way. We can have pair programming where two of you sit down and work out the best solution, or mob programming where the whole group of you agree that the solution that you come up with is the best one. And GitHub has a nice way to help us do the sorry, I've just remembered I haven't reset the so GitHub has a nice way to help us do pull requests, so we can protect branches with pull requests. So to do that, we can go into GitHub settings on the code base we want to protect, and put the branch name in. So here we're going to do pull requests on the main branch, and we're going to enforce a pull request before we do any merging. And then we can set up who can do the pull requests, how many people need to approve. But this is the basic way to ensure that everyone is doing a pull request and the code's being reviewed in GitHub. Another way we might be doing continuous bug fixing is because whilst we're doing the pull requests, we also need to think about code quality. One of the hardest things for many people to do is give feedback on code quality. But if we're continually looking at other people's work and thinking it could be better, then we need to have a discussion with that person. It may be that they've seen the approach that you like, or their approach is better than the one that you like, or there's a reason for the messy code. It could be time constraints, they could have inherited the code. And discussions on quality are hard, especially for someone who's junior talking to a senior about it. But they're easier when there's an agreed set of standards. For example, WCAG standards for accessibility, or the Microsoft standards for coding. One way to resolve issues is to refer to the standards, but each person reviewing the code will have a different view of the standards. And we have a number of tools we can use to help enforce the standards. And by using these, we can look to review what the impact of the code is doing and whether it solves the problem rather than looking at how it's written. So Sonar have a few tools that can help. I'm just going to show one of them very quickly. Sonar Cube, and once it will look at your code and it will analyze your code, so it's a linting tool, and it'll report on many things, including security reports against the OAuth's top 10, CWE reports, tell you if there's any issues like SQL injection. And this enhances what a PR does, a pull request does, because this has the knowledge base alongside it to pick things that developers may not spot. So it's a nice tool to include. And if you use it alongside pull requests, you can then as you do a pull request, it'll scan your code, and on that pull request, compare it to its known database of issues and pull reports out on that. And then you've got, you've got something to sort of sit alongside your review to decide whether you're going to accept this code. So in this example, it's past our quality gate, but we could decide not to accept it because it's got 3 code smells, or we might not accept it because there's no testing, because there's no coverage information. So you can use it as a decision tool. But we also have things in Visual Studio that can help us all have the same look and feel to our code. So we can use editor config in Visual Studio. This is some code I'm playing on at home to automate the greenhouse. So we can add editor config to our code base. So we go add new editor config. And what this will do is it will let us have coding standards for the project that everyone adheres to by default because it's part of the project. So one of the coding standards we recommend is to use tabs for indentation, because this makes your code more accessible to people using screen readers and braille keyboards. But you may also want to enforce, have a naming convention, say where your using directive should be inside the namespace. This is just for an example. So we're going to set inside namespace, and because we want to enforce it, we're going to throw an error when we compile it. So now if I go back into my program CSS, sorry, I've saved that. Oh, go back in, it's underlined with an error. So if I move that now inside my namespace, because of that setting on editor config, the errors have gone away. I wouldn't have even been able to build that code base in this example. So editor config can help enforce a consistent style across the whole project and across everyone who's working on that project. Another thing we can set up in Visual Studio to make sure the style is adhered to, and I could just do a sneak peek of it, is if things like this, poor indentation, is really something that annoys you, you can ask your team members to go to Tools, Options, and search for Clean. And this will enable code cleanup on save. If you select that, you can tick this from code cleanup on save. And then when you click save, it'll fix the indentations and it'll take away the unused usings. So it's a nice tool to ensure consistency across the code base. Another extension you can add to Visual Studio to help is Sonar Lint. It will also link to your Sonar Cloud or your Sonar Cube accounts. And when you run it with build and IntelliTent enabled, it's highlighted here, it'll include these error codes here beginning with S, and then you can click on those to find out why it's an error. And then not only are you producing cleaner and tidier code, you're also learning how to help with maintainability in this issue and help produce nicer code moving forward. So another issue that may hit the team occasionally is code's been committed that doesn't build, and somehow or other it's made into your dev or your main branch. And there's a number of reasons this could happen. It's someone doing a quick bug fix and hasn't run the build locally, or they've been working on a long-lived feature branch and forgot to pull in the dev branch and check that it compiles with that. So a way to stop that happening is to use Azure DevOps and GitHub. So in order to set up Azure DevOps, GitHub, to check your pull requests and make sure they build, you have to go into Azure DevOps first, and you go to your pipeline. On your pipeline, if you edit it and go to triggers, you will note by default you'll have a continuous integration trigger, but you can add a pull request validation trigger that will then allow you to, when you run pull requests to validate and make sure that it builds. You can also say, don't run it on these paths or on these file types. So a README doesn't impact whether something would build. So you can say, don't run if a README's been updated. And then back in settings and branches, you can go require status checks to pass before merging. So the first thing, to stop stale code going across into your dev branch, you can say require the branches to be up to date before merging. And then also, as long as you've built your Azure DevOps project, you should be able to pick it up and select it here. And then you've got some extra status checks to ensure code quality before it goes back into your dev and main branch. Then we might have people who are still doing manual deployments. These impact code quality, and they really do give you a headache when you're trying to track down bugs, because you might not have taken across the right files, you might not have taken across environment variables, or you might have updated environment variables by accident. There's enough build tools out there, Azure DevOps, Jenkins, TeamCity, Octopus Deploy. There's enough tools out there to stop doing that and just to automate your build and deployment, and that'll guarantee what's been tested is what's deployed. Another one is we should all do regression tests when we do a change, and we should, as well as testing what we've just done, and that can build up into like a continuous rut. So let's look at using Cypress and Playwright to automate tests. And then I understand it's possible as a pre-commit check to run those same tests. Something I want to explore more. There's two trains of thought on this. There's the train of thought that says code that's wrong shouldn't be committed to the code base in GitHub or any repo, and there's another train of thought that says I just want to put my code into the code base because it's the end of the day. So there's a discussion to be had internally about the best process there before you pick whether you're going to do a pre-commit check. And then if you've written your automated tests with Cypress or Playwright or any tool that can be used in the Windows command line, then you can Azure DevOps. So as part of your build and deployment process, you can start to add automated deployment checks. And Sonar Cloud also and Sonar Cube also have plugins that will work with Azure DevOps. So you've got more quality checks into the release. And then another issue we may have is we've been working on the same bug forever. So we need to step back here. We need to make sure we've got the steps to reproduce the issue. And then we need to look at the code and step through the code using Visual Studio or Visual Code or Chrome DevTools or SQL Profiler or something that lets us look at what's going on. And we need to make sure as part of this, we write down all the investigations we do and all the attempted fixes we do as well. If we write them down, according to a study performed at university, the action of writing by hand unleashes creativity, not accessed in any other way. And as a Japanese university has reported, writing on paper is more useful than electronic documents. It's because client says it activates the hippocampus in a different way, and that analog methods contain richer spatial details that can be recalled and navigated in the mind's eye easier. And as Paul Branningham says in his talk on the universal problem-solving technique, by writing your investigations and fixes down, they become part of your manual to refer to for solving problems moving forward. Take a break. Everyone knows that when they've stepped away from a problem at the end of the day, gone to bed, had a sleep, woken up the next day, you've slept on it and you've solved the problem overnight. So take a break. I'm not saying sleep during the day. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying make sure you take a break and maybe get some fresh air, ponder through the issue, and always ask for help. If you're really stuck, always ask for help. And don't forget to look after yourself. Eat healthily. Lots of reports tell us that sugar and alcohol are bad for us and can impact our mental health. So eat healthily, get fresh air, take more breaks, move more. This meme popped up when I first started the talk. I thought it was great. It says the cheetah can stay 8 hours at the same position, and programmers say that's pathetic because we can go for longer. but it's not good for you mentally or physically. So maybe consider getting a standing desk and sitting and standing, changing positions. Add to that a wobble board. I don't mean one of these, but please, if you're going to use one of those on stand up, invite me to it. I mean something more like this, so you've got a minor, slight wobble to use when you're standing up, and if there's something similar for when you're sat down as well, just to move more. If social media is impacting you mentally, take a social media break, but also be more, get out, meet friends, learn something new. These all come with new contexts and provide new perspectives, and do stay away from anyone who could keep you in the rut or bring you further down, just until you're back out and in a good place. Take inspiration from past you. What did you do to get out of rut previously? But also, as Hallie says here, be mindful of repeating past misbehaviours that made you go deeper into the rut. So Hallie says he went to a psychologist and told her about his anxiety, which in large part comes from burnout and exhaustion caused by working too much. She asked him what he wanted to achieve, and he said, I want to be able to work as much as he used to. She just looked at him because he would be repeating going into burnout and exhaustion by working as much as he used to. Don't forget, if we're stuck in a rut sometimes, other people will be. So ask people if they'd like a second pair of eyes on a bug. Show people they're appreciated. So we have a Cheers channel at work where we share like really great help. Really, this person's doing a really great job. We share good feedback from clients. Just show them they're appreciated. Have a mental health first aider. We also have a mental health first aid channel to share ideas for one another. We have a Gone Viral channel, was introduced during COVID, for fun things we want to share, and a Pets and Naxa channel, because pets always cheer you up. And they're all optional channels to be part of. Write a blog post. You've just written notes about an issue you've had along problem solving. Other people might have got the same issue. Do a talk about that issue. Look at a new technology. Join a meetup. Phil Whitaker's blog for 24 Days In was a great blog about the benefits of joining Meetup. So do check that blog out. And then look to inspire the next generation. That always reminds me why I became a developer. So there's lots of organisations out there who can help you do that. There's STEMettes, there's STEM ambassadors, and I've been involved with in the past, and there's also Coder Dojos. Coder Dojos run once a month, and the children who attend are called ninjas, and they'll have different tech based on what the parents and the mentors bring in. But there'll probably be things like Scratch, which is drag and drop programming, microbit programming, which is drag and drop, Raspberry Pis, HTML, JavaScript, C#, Unity, all kinds of different things. And you know that yes feeling you get when you solve a problem. It's always good to see them do that as well. It always reminds me why I became a developer, that nice rush. This video is where a parent attached a microbit to a big track to control the wheels, and then the ninjas were asked to pair it with another big track using radio and use the attach it to a microbit using radio and use the accelerometer on the microbit in their hand to control the big track. This is how it worked. It was particularly great. So in summary, many people feel like they're stuck in a rut, but as developers, we're in a position to help ourselves and our colleagues out of it using tools and techniques we use on a daily basis. Also try embracing new challenges, working with new technologies and experiencing new things. These will help you grow as a developer in ways you've never experienced, and you'll never know who you'll meet or what collaborations you'll do along the way. Just wanted to share these links as well, just because I covered them in the talk. And thank you.
A passion for the subject and a really, really good meme about cheetahs and programmers who can just sit for 8 hours. We spoke about this while we walked in today morning, Callum. Yes. The need for that, walking and getting up and standing up and walking about. So I'll constantly keep reminding myself of that meme just so that I take Vox. So
Yeah, you
great
just
talk.
it's what you're in the zone. You solve a problem where you just want to get that problem fixed, and I think that means we don't move so much, and that might not help in solving the problem. Definitely doesn't help in our daily, in our physical and mental health. Just staying in one
There's a lot to
position.
be said for walking away from something and coming back with a fresh mind. Often that could be overnight, or it could even be a bit longer. I've had problems that I've sat and worked on for a long time, and if it's not pressing, you park it for a while, and you could come back, I don't know, the weekend, and suddenly it's in your head, go, oh, that's exactly the solution. You wake up with the solution in your mind. So sometimes it just comes naturally to you if you take that step away, or even just you're blinkered by looking at something for far too long. That coming back with a fresh pair of eyes or getting a colleague in is definitely the way to go.
Absolutely.
100%.
It's just talking to yourself, that staring at that screen for 8 hours is probably not going to give you the solution. Just stare away. Enjoy what is outside.
Completely. Awesome. Rachel, it's been lovely. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll
Thank you
hopefully
for having me.
see you soon.
See you soon.
Great talk.
Bye.
Alrighty. Okay, well, it looks like we're now at our exciting lunchtime break, but
Yes.
give us 30 seconds. We'll be back with a Christmas quiz from Kim.
Don't go anywhere.
And welcome back. This is Umbraco Community Day, and it is lunchtime here. We've had some sandwiches delivered.
Yeah.
We're going to be devouring those in a second. But now we have our contractually obligated Umbraco HQ slot. No, I'm joking. But we do have to say thank you to Umbraco HQ for sponsoring this event, for basically allowing Purnima and I to be here and to make the event as successful as possible.
Yeah.
So a big thank you. And let's bring Kim on, because Kim is obviously one of the people behind that. Hello, Kim.
Hi, Kim.
Hello, beautiful people, and Callum.
And Callum, there we go. I knew that was coming. Lovely to see you, Kim. How are you doing?
Very well, thank you. And likewise, I've been looking forward to this, and what a great day you have organized here. Thank you for that.
It's great to have you involved, Kim, and I'm glad we have you in a different capacity. We have, as I titled my email to you, Christmas Kim. We're not going to do necessarily some of the stuff you're maybe more used to presenting about all of the successes of Umbraco currently, but we'll ask you about a few of those as well. I'm just equally quite excited to hear about your see the quiz you've prepared for us and have a bit of fun. Now, it's my understanding that people can take part at home, and there's a way that they can join. It's through Kahoot. Is that correct?
That's correct. Once I share my screen, there's a game pin that you need to enter. So either you do that from the app Kahoot has made, or from their website.
Fantastic.
We will give a couple of minutes to let people join on this.
Let's do that. Kim, let's go ahead, share your screen. Henk can work some of his magic behind the scenes, and we'll have you and the Kahoot pin up on the same screen for the audience at home to see. This will show up, and we can just make sure people have joined the Kahoot before we get going. There is a small delay from what we're seeing here live and what Kim is talking to us about live versus what you see on your end. So this is going to be potentially interesting, but we're gonna make it work.
For the 2023 Umbraco Awards.
We can hear things playing in the background. There we go.
Can you hear the music?
We can hear the music, yes.
Oh, that's great.
Okay, so for people that are joining at home, the pin is 5050281. Go to the Kahoot website, which is kahoot.it, sorry, or you can use the QR code or the app if you have that as well. So let's get everybody involved. Can we have Kim and the pin up at the same time? Waiting for players. Wazza. It's going to be fun to try and guess who some of these people are by their nicknames. Wazza, I'm assuming, is Warren Buckley, and Lucy, hopefully, is
people here.
is Lucy
and
Brailsford.
Yeah, I saw her in chat.
Yeah. Got Soren Kottel,
There's Paul.
co-chair Paul,
There's
Phillip.
Soren.
Who is axed by Kim? This is what I want to know. Kim, any ideas?
No, but I'm looking forward. I'm happy to ask people.
At the Umbraco Teams visit in September, Kim did a fantastic Kahoot quiz,
Thank you
and
for listening
as
to
part
me.
of the Friday
May
bar,
the code
and
be
the person who won was called Cycle, and won a pair of Kentco socks.
Brilliant.
And Kim, correct me if I'm wrong, but the person who gave you those Kentco socks was the person who won them back.
Actually, and what are the odds for that?
Amazing. Okay, we've got a number of people joining. Hello, Dynamic Dave, Andy Boot, Owen Jones.
Welcome! It is officially
Sean's joined.
time to kick
Adam
off
Prendergast is
Code
here.
2023.
Amazing. Let's let a couple of more people
There's
join.
truly something special about this conference.
Nathaniel, amazing. This is great to see. It was just. Are we able to have Kim on the screen or not?
The community, it's all about people.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see Kim's face.
Kim, yeah.
There we go.
It's all about creating community and making friendships happen.
Fantastic. Cool. We'll let that
I'm
fill
so
up a bit, Kim.
fortunate.
But maybe just whilst that's happening, you can tell us, do you have a highlight for Umbraco from 2023? A personal highlight, perhaps?
So welcome back for
Oh,
2023 Umbraco
there's actually so many highlights of this year. I believe the Code Garden we had this year was the best Code Garden ever, and I know I've been saying that for all the years, but the atmosphere, the camaraderie, the tone, the event, the speakers, the weather, the Umbraco rum, everything was just lining up beautiful. So. Code Garden this year was definitely a highlight of the year, but we have also released majors. There's one due for tomorrow, and we do that on time. We acquired vendor now Umbraco Commerce, and we have grown both staff and revenue and customers and community members across the board. So a very good year in Umbraco land, despite despite the somewhat turmoil that there is in the world. But looking isolated at Umbraco, it's been a very good year.
Yeah, oh, that's great. That's great to hear. Okay, I think we've got nearly 40 people in the Kahoot, so maybe it's time to go ahead. People listening at home, you have, I don't know, 20 more seconds to get your name in the hat, and we'll start the game. Kim, how long is this quiz going to take? How many questions have you prepared for us?
It is officially time to kick off Code Garden 2023.
16
but
questions.
very easy questions.
Easy, are they?
Something
Are they
special
easy?
about this
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah. Okay, I'll
very
believe
easy
it when I see
questions,
it.
I believe. And
I'll believe it when I see it.
I'm so excited
It
to be here
includes
at Code Garden again with you. The community,
trivia
it's all about
around
people.
Umbraco. It's trivia, historical trivia, and description of people, and then I will share my current rabbit hole with you as the final question.
Interesting, fantastic. And are we going to see a leaderboard as time goes on, or is it just wait till the end? To
So
see who's won?
welcome back for the 2023
Yes, we will see a leaderboard.
Umbraco Awards.
Amazing.
So
Okay.
I'm ready.
Let's go. I'm keen.
Yes.
Ooh. What year was the Code Garden main bingo prize awarded?
Over 400.
Yeah, this is. I think I know the answer. But if I had a 50-50 option, I would take it. Because it's
same.
between two for me.
Yeah, same here.
It's funny, Kim, how the picture that's always used for this is never the one where you were coordinating it being pushed over.
I know nothing about it.
You know nothing about that. Of course not. Of course not.
2016, my first code garden.
Yes.
Actually, my first code garden. So, yeah.
I'm gonna challenge that one. I don't think that's right.
Feel free, but
I
I'm
think
also
it's-
the quiz master.
I think it's 2017, but I'll allow it. Well, so a few people got that right. Umbra Joe, number 1. Fantastic. Oh,
That should be easy.
Yeah, I don't know. I should stop talking, shouldn't I? I'm gonna get another accent post of this thing.
Not a card.
That's a nice car, actually. Yeah, where did that car come from? You've not decorated your car recently.
Nej! Only one answered. Okay.
Interesting. Michael Latouche, I'm guessing that is. It's time for double points. Oh, I see. Now people are... This is starting to screw with my head a bit. These are all warm-ups. Oh dear.
Now the warming up is done. Now
Okay.
we get to the hard questions.
Fine. The real questions. Whoa, look at that. We've got
yeah.
a few new leaders.
Well, howdy. Now, I may be preaching to the choir just a little bit here, but I reckon it'll all come out in the wash. See, where I come from, we got this expression for when a person is just a good all-around human being. We say that person is kind of like the salt of the earth. Now, this person does it all. She can weave bits of code together like somebody turning tangled cotton into these rich saddle blankets that are as durable as they are pretty. Now, she's well respected in the community. People seek her out like one of those, well, you know those Appalachian folk healers, like the ones that are up in the holler that your cousin's friend's cousin has to tell you about? Kind of like that. Of course, her work ethic and her skills and her strategery, they keep her busier than a Luby's on a Sunday afternoon. So anytime I get to chat with her, I'm about as happy as a possum eating a sweet potato. You know what I mean, Kev?
Wow. That's an
Well
excellent
done.
video there from
Alan.
Alan, yeah. I was just going to add, Kim, a few people in the chat are saying that it's moving too fast for them and they can't keep track and they're choosing random answers. To be clear, watch the Kahoot app and not the stream. The stream's just here for a bit of fun. Play on the Kahoot app. The Kahoot app is in real time. We're not playing any tricks on anybody there. But yeah, there's a small delay based on the stream. So just play with the Kahoot app.
Moving on.
Moving on. Ooh, Marco.
Marco.
We have new leaders again.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Oh, the tension. Wow. No one got it right. You left a very big range there, Kim. Very big range.
We all have to register our time following a new EU legislation coming mid next year. Perhaps not you in the UK, but the rest of Europe has to do that in all companies. Looking very much forward to this red tape.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Okay.
You're going to be punching
Moving on.
employees in, are you, Kim? Every day?
Precisely.
Yeah.
Tattooing it.
Mm. Okay, I've got it. People on the chat were saying that they can't see the actual question on the app, but I believe it's showing on the web app if you're playing on the web app. So and hopefully the stream catches up eventually so people can see the questions. Maybe as it gets a bit closer to the end, we can talk about what we think our answers are here.
Yeah.
We even have one of these people in the studio. In fact, Cornet's just walked in.
Hi, Cornet.
Okay, so I think we can talk about maybe what we think the answer might be now. I believe it goes Carol, Heather, Cornet, and then Paul, but that's actually showing for me now. So I've kind of cheated there, but that's what I thought anyway.
Yes. And I know this is a tough one.
I wonder if we can talk numbers as well. I think Carol is 7, Heather is 4 or 5.
5, yeah.
Cornet, what are we, 3? 2, and Paul's 1.
2.
He was this year. Fantastic.
Correct.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay. She is an Umbraco and Microsoft MVP from England, and she has many years experience in programming.
Sorry, he's doing it in
has
Dutch.
done Umbraco 11 years. She is ook a mother and fervent Carnatic muziekzanger and speaks much at conferences.
I know.
Anyone, any guesses? Was that Dutch? Was that in Dutch? Yeah.
English with a thick Dutch accent, and
There we
yes,
go.
it was Punima.
Well done.
Well done. And Marco's still leading. This is a good one.
Okay. And I think people are choosing random answers at home, so maybe people don't know, but this is a tricky one. I have a guess.
Yeah.
I don't want to influence things too much. I'll say when it gets maybe 5 seconds left. Okay, my guess was Sweden, Denmark. But it could also be France and Great Britain.
We hold the record, Denmark and Sweden, with most wars since 1500. And I will not tell you how many of them we have lost.
Oh, no. Well,
but it's close to 11.
Close to 11. Nice to see that you love your neighbours as much as Britain do.
I think the whole idea of that part of the world being so calm and quiet has just been spoiled for me.
Yeah, no. They've learned their lessons. They don't bother each other anymore. Marco's still at the top. Who at HQ's Lottie talking about?
So this person goes to a lot of events. They speak at a lot of events. But thinking about it, they're always talking about other people's hard work. In fact, I'm not really sure what work they do at all.
I couldn't hear what Lottie was saying, so I'm not sure.
She was talking about someone who doesn't work.
Oh. Oh dear.
Always talking about other people's work.
Oh no. Oh no. Poor Phillip. Poor Phillip.
Nah,
Marco's still number 1. Marco doing well. Adam Prendergast just entered the top 5 as well. A puzzle.
In order, low to high, list the movies based upon ticket sales in 2023. Remember, low to high.
Low to high. Okay, fine. I mean, I can guess. I think it's going to go blue, yellow, green, red. But it could be. It was the other way around for the red green. Yeah, it's pretty close.
And I've seen none of them.
None of them. Kim, I had you down as a Taylor Swift fan. That surprises me.
Yeah, right. No. Later in the quiz, you will see who I'm a fan of currently.
Okay.
And it's not Taylor Swift. I'm not a Swiftie.
That's a shame.
Barbie was fun.
I watched it on the plane. I fell asleep.
God.
It was that good.
So, Lucy will be talking about someone.
Hey up, Cocker, that's all right. What's that? Oh, well, yes, what would I say about this community member? Well, first thing is, they're great at writing packages, and they're always about to help folk out with any code problems they might have. Hey, and they love no more than an 8 on town to sink a few jars with a few old Umbracian muckers. Aye, they've even got their own band with songs on that there Spotify. Can you believe it?
Got it.
Good to...
That was Lucy doing her best Yorkshire accent and explaining who this famous Umbracian was. Of course, if you picked out some keywords there, packages. There was discussion of packages, which doesn't really help with the list that's there. Then there was also talk about sinking a few jars, which I believe is having some drinks. I think this is Lee Kelleher. We got it right.
Right, awesome. Lee Kelleher.
Wow. Oh, that's completely changed the leaderboard.
Yeah.
Alex, shot out of nowhere. Marco's down from his first place, but not by much. 200 or so points behind. You can catch up still. Another slider. This went well. This went great last time.
How many imperial miles between the moon and the Earth? Note, it's not miles, it's imperial miles.
Imperial miles. Okay.
Yeah.
Kim, how much is an imperial mile?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Look at how specific the numbers are as well. You can't even.
Yeah, it's not even a range.
Does the person need to get this exactly, or is it just closest wins?
It's close.
Close. Okay. Hank, there's a request to make the questions bigger on the stream. Is that possible? As much as we love seeing Kim's face.
Remove my face. I'm not capable of doing anything in this end. Cool.
Who got it? Alex again. People in the chat are speculating that he is closest to the Kahoot data center, and so he's got less latency, and he's therefore.
Or perhaps
there's a
perhaps I briefed him
for everything.
Yeah.
Perhaps I briefed him before.
Yeah.
Moving on. What community member is Emma talking about? And she will be talking in some kind of Danish lingo.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Hon I co-collaborators hold, og hun halve I det unicorn hold. Hun har lange gule hår, og hun en fremragende web developer from Bristol.
Okay, yep. I've got it. Emma G.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Amongst the things that Emma B described Emma G was she has long yellow hair. But it was even hard for Dane to understand that.
Oh no!
I
At
thought
least she's
unicorn.
trying. Good for her.
Oh.
Ooh.
Okay. I hope everyone got this. Wow. Okay. Maybe there is some issues of seeing the question. I don't know, but that's quite incredible. Yeah.
We need to be better at communication.
Yeah. Your marketing team needs to step up a bit, Kim. Alex Lovell back on the top. That low latency is paying off. $10 to 12 bank holidays. Where are you getting 10 to 12 bank holidays?
Yeah.
Lucky you. We don't get 10 to 12 in the UK.
We wait from August.
Do we think it's more or less? I'm going to say it was less. Maybe not. I'm going to say 25. I'm going to say 25. I was wrong.
60.
What?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. So perhaps we should turn back time.
Us in UK wait all the way from August to Christmas for the bank holiday.
Oh. And
Alex.
now comes the final question and my current musical rabbit hole.
Double points.
And it's about Take That.
Okay, let's see. Okay, so this is literally just Kim's favorite answer, basically. Yeah. I mean, I'm leaning towards the offender bag, to be honest, personally, right now.
Yes.
This is not sitting too well with me.
Raise my offender bag.
Kim, what's your opinion on other British boy bands? Or
I know of no one else than Take That, and I must say this is a very strange video.
Does Denmark have an equivalent of Take That? Okay, far too civilized for that. I reckon you chose the red. That's what I was. Oh, all of them. Okay.
All of them.
Fair enough.
All of them, of course.
Okay, my emails are showing. Okay, the final podium. CMS.
CMS.
Coach
Paul.
Who won? Alex Lovell. Fantastic. Well done, Alex. And thank you, Kim. This was great fun. With all of the issues of people seeing questions and stuff, it wouldn't be an Umbraco game without some issues, would it? So thank you so much, Kim. This was great fun.
This is original.
Doing live demos need to fail. I mean,
yeah, of course they do.
That's I mean, I took that into consideration. Yeah,
of course.
Cool.
Thank you. Let us know in the chat, of course, how you got on. And I think this was great fun. Kim, we had a couple of things we wanted to ask you as well, though. I've been told recently that you've got into paddle.
Yes.
Yes, and I've heard that you've been getting quite competitive with it and playing weekly as well. My question was going to be, when are you going to grow a floppy fringe and wear skinny jeans everywhere?
I'm not sure that's going to happen. Skinny jeans, that's not me. But yes, paddle is is actually quite fun, and it's growing hugely over here in Denmark. So I believe we have in the company we play Wednesday and Friday and Sunday. So actually a number of staff plays on different times during the week, and it's great fun. Obviously, as the CEO, I'm destined to win every time for that poor reason, for that same reason. So I will claim that I'm undefeated.
And no one would dispute that.
Don't ask my colleagues about that.
Of course, that's good. We obviously saw at Code Garden a nice video of you running around Unser in your kilt with your torch. Is that your usual paddle attire as well, or have you got something a bit more, I don't know, slimming?
I prefer pink socks, pink shorts, and a pink t-shirt.
That doesn't surprise me.
Pink is the way forward.
Yep, absolutely. Okay. If you had to leave us with a message, Kim, 2024, a message of hope, perhaps. We've obviously got Bellissima in the pipeline for Umbraco, but what else is going on?
Again, there's tons of things happening. The back office is on the tech side a super important milestone that we need to reach. We have, as you might remember, back 2 years ago, we had a capital injection from Montero. So we have been building the organization the last 2 years, setting the foundation, getting the right people on board, organizing ourselves, setting the strategy for direction of product services and which markets to enter. And I'm very confident that next year we will see us achieving our targets. Also, not only on the technical side of things, but also the commercial side of things. And one thing that I'm particularly happy about is the work we have been doing on our cloud offering, because that's our bread and butter. And we have seen a drop in tickets on cloud over the year due to platform being more stable, the product being more stable, and so on and so forth. So I believe we are in a good position. And the key markets are still Nordics, the Netherlands, UK, and US. We opened a data center in Australia, and it's picking nicely up. And according to the budget and the plans we laid out for that, so very happy with that. As far as goes for the community side of things, we have over the year gotten new people on board, Lottie and Lucy, and we have a 5 people strong community team dedicated only to our developer relations team, dedicated to that. And there's tons of activities there of all kinds of sorts that we are going to execute ourselves or support community members in doing. So tons of things, both on the product side of things and the company side of things and the community side of things going on next year. Code Garden next year, of course, also super important.
Fantastic. Do we know when Code Garden tickets will be on sale? I know there's a call for papers open now, but when can we start getting really excited about it?
We have changed the at the Umbraco keynote. No, winter keynote, sorry. Formerly known as New Year's reception. Sales will open there just
Fantastic.
after that.
And when is that?
It is the
putting you on the spot
16th of January. Tuesday the 16th of January.
Fantastic.
Sign up.
Fantastic. We'll make sure people do. That's great. Thank you, Kim. Again, a great quiz, great fun. Lovely to see you as always.
Oh, hold on. I have a question.
go on.
There's one word that we haven't just uttered since morning.
Oh, yeah.
DXP.
Yeah, what's going on with DXP?
What's going on with DXP?
Punima, thank you very much for your question, and
I had
thank you
to.
very much for your input.
I miss DXP.
I will pass this on to Phillip, who is on in an hour's time or so.
Did I just leave him speechless?
Yes.
So
he's passing the buck.
he's
doing what CEOs are supposed to do.
Feel free to raise that question. No, on DXP and on the marketplace side of things, I mean, if we haven't passed the 300 integrations mark, we are very close to, and tons of activities there, and by far the biggest marketplace pool of integrations compared to the ones we normally compare ourselves with. So it's been, judging from that standpoint, it's been a success. Admittedly, we have had to get our head around the concept and how to operationalize it, and that has taken a bit longer than we thought. But in the direction we are moving, I'm super happy, and we are staying true to what has been Umbraco since almost the day of founding, that there's add-ons, packages you just bolt onto Umbraco, and this is basically an extension of that. So very happy with this. The vendor acquisition ties beautiful into this. There's other commerce solution than Umbraco Commerce. We believe the best product should win, covering the needs, price point for the customers in question, and there's room for many of the same type of products within a given category.
Yeah, that's a great answer.
Was that okay, DXP?
Yeah, absolutely. No, jokes aside, it's a great platform. You know, I as a developer, I know that HQ is supporting me with all these integrations, and I have a starting point. Just like the other day, I was talking to someone about something, and I said, "Do you know that there's a integration already in place for this? You can actually get it as a package." And they were like, "Wow, is there? Oh, let's explore this." So it's really handy to have those in place.
Yeah.
Cool.
Great answer, Kim,
you.
especially as we put you on the spot there. Thank you for joining. Thank you for your quiz. It's been lovely. Have a very great Christmas, and we'll see you in 2024.
See you in 2024.
Likewise.
Yeah.
Take care, and
Kim.
Bye.
love and kisses to all.
Love and kisses. All right. So that was it for Kim's Christmas quiz. We'll be back in 10 or so minutes with a talk from Jason, another interactive one, perhaps slightly, well, he's not going to have any questions that don't appear on the screen, so don't worry about that. But something you can get involved with as well, help Jason DDoS his laptop.
DDoS his laptop. He's actually doing a talk to DDoS his laptop.
Yeah, basically. Yes. Join in with the talk. There'll be QR codes on the screen to get involved. We'll be back in around 7.5 minutes. Yeah,
precise,
don't go anywhere.
Yeah, don't go anywhere. Back soon.
And welcome back to Umbraco Community Day. Purnima, oh, yeah, that didn't work, did it? We were going to make a joke about async there, but Purnima had her microphone turned off.
Yeah.
Oh, well. Never mind.
The biggest mistake
Indeed.
in
You
these
can't
days.
can't do multiple things at once, Purnima. You can't pay attention to when the stream's going live and turn your microphone on and make sure we're going to make a joke. It's all too hard.
It is
I'm with you,
hard.
Purnima.
I've just had a sandwich as well, so
Yeah.
I'm sleepy.
Multitasking is difficult. Anyway, we're going to talk about async programming, and who better to talk about it than Jason? Jason's my colleague, and I think we've got him on the line. Jason? Hello.
So.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Ahoy, we can. And lovely t-shirt.
Well,
I'm liking this today.
Ahoy. Thank you.
Ahoy.
I've got Surfing Santas. I was in the Christmas spirit.
Surfing Santas. Oh my goodness, yeah.
Yeah.
Incredible.
It's Hawaiian, but also festive.
Yeah, amazing. Amazing. You've given this talk before, Jason?
Yes.
I missed it though, so I'm really looking forward to seeing this.
You might miss it now. I mean, we'll see what happens. My internet is hanging on by a thread, pun intended. So we'll see how it goes.
Fingers crossed. We were just saying in the studio here, maybe all of the traffic is going to finally push it over the edge. Let's see.
I mean, I hope it's not that much traffic, but we'll see. We'll see. It'd be great if the community was that huge, wouldn't it? So
it would, wouldn't it?
So let's see.
Well, Jason, whenever you're ready, off you go.
Super, thank you. If I could have my, everyone's going to need a QR code, so super, it's up. So I'll leave this up for a few seconds. This will take you to a page it's just got a button on it. Don't push the button yet. I know it's very tempting. I know I should have put something in to disable the button and stop you doing it. I didn't, so I can't stop you, but please wait until I tell you to. It'll be a bit later in the talk, but it's helpful if you load this up now, and then we can do it. I'll give you a few more seconds, and then I'll move on. So, if my PowerPoint is working, there we go. So, ahoy, I'm Jason. I'm a full stack developer. As kind of mentioned, I work with him at Bump Digital, and I'm an Umbraco MVP. I'm not going to say much more about me because I've not got much time to get through all this. I've tested it twice. It was too long, so we'll see what happened. But why am I talking about async? The long and the short of it is I was belly aching on the Umbraco Discord, the community Discord, a few weeks back, and Lottie sort of said, "Hey, well, you're a bit grumpy about these things. Would you care to do a talk on why?" And so I did, and I did it at the London Meetup, and I think it went reasonably well, which is why I'm doing it again today. My two gripes were Umbraco doesn't do enough async, and there's still some confusion and suspicion in the community when it comes to async, that it's frustrating, a bit weird, a bit obscure, obtuse, or new, some newfangled thing. I've heard it talked about in the context of. It's not new. It's been a first-class citizen in C# for over a decade, and I've been using it all that time. In fact, I learned C# before I started working in Umbraco, and I learned it when async was new and it was normal for me. Then I came to Umbraco, I was like, where's all the async gone? So there you go. It's a core part of modern web development. It's essential to our app's performance and how modern web apps work, whether that's in the browser or whether it's on servers, whatever. We need asynchronous programming to make things performant. And async await in C# is actually a really nice implementation. For those of us that have been working in JavaScript for a while, we've had asynchronous programming in the form of callbacks, and then we had promises, and now we've finally got async await exactly the same way, or exactly the same usage in JavaScript as it has been in C# all this time. And it's nice that you've had it all this time. It's really nice. It's really straightforward. I can't afford to spend too much time going a real deep dive into this, and frankly, no one wants me to do that. So I'm going to skip over some bits. There'll be some oversimplification. The key thing I want you to try and take away is why it's important and what it's doing, why async await improves the performance of your app. To do that, you're going to need to understand a little bit about threads. I'm sorry, threads, but bear with me, and we'll just get through this quickly. Threads allow a single process to do more than one thing at a time. So they're a feature of your CPU that lets programs do multiple things at once. That is super important for us as web developers. If you think about other applications, I don't know, like Photoshop or Microsoft Word, whatever, when you're using it, you are one user doing one thing at a time, and you don't really have to care about multiple concurrent operations, multiple things happening at once. when we're building websites, we're building apps that are serving tens, hundreds, maybe thousands of people. We need them all to be able to run and execute code at exactly the same time. And so we have this, well, it's an issue. It's something that we have to build into our apps so that they are performant, so they can handle all that traffic. And it's kind of a somewhat unique problem for web developers. In .NET, threads live in a thread pool, or in fact, I should say first, in .NET, all of our code that executes always executes in the context of a thread. So if you've got running code, it is running in a thread. I'll show you that in a minute. That is how .NET schedules our code to actually execute on a machine's processor. So the thread is always a thing. And in .NET, in ASP.NET specifically, they live in a thread pool. So if you think of lots of users coming to your site all at once, that the thread pool is there full of pre-warmed threads ready to give to users as they come in, or to use for requests as they come in, I should say. There's a practical limit to those, and they're expensive. So you can only really have so many threads on a machine before it doesn't work. They have a memory footprint, and they're sort of limited based on a combination of how many CPU cores or how many CPU native threads you've got. And how much memory you've got. So they're kind of bound to your hardware in terms of how many you can have at any given time. So async await is about reusing threads. I'll show you that specifically in a minute. But first, if you haven't already, please do head to this random page, because I need you to get a thread ID. And we're going to test it. We're going to see if this works. This is going to go one way or the other. So this is where we need a bit of audience participation. I'm just going to click reset on this. There's lag. So the easiest way to do this, I think, is for me to like count down from like 5, and you will click this button at about the same time, and we'll see if it works. If it doesn't, I've got a backup plan that may work. So hopefully you've got some time. Hopefully you're at this page. And I'll count down from 5 now. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Smash that button, and let's see what happens. I'll smash it to you in about 10 seconds. There we go. It says hold tight. It'll take about 10 seconds. That's not the time it takes to get a thread ID. I've actually just added 10 seconds of latency just so that I can hopefully get you all to sync up at once. And hey, and I've got thread number 42. I'm going to pop that in the chat over there. I'd really love to know what thread IDs you all got. Stick it in the chat. I can also go over here and I can see that, there we go. Number of unique threads in use is 16. Hey, look at that. 17, it's going up. 19. So I've got in fact, I should probably show you the code of what's going here. I've just got a little dashboard to say what's going on here. If I drop into C# or drop into, whoa, that's a lot of windows. There were not that many when I tested it earlier. Right. So I've got my thread ID controller here. And all I'm doing is I'm just thread.sleeping. So you're making a call to this thread ID endpoint. I'm sleeping the thread, getting the thread ID, and I'm logging it so I can see how many are in use. That is all that's happening. And broadly speaking, if 2 of you are hitting this at the same time, you're getting different threads because I've made a thread sleep. So ASP.NET needs to pull one out of the thread pool and provide it for you to execute that request. We'll come back to that later and see why that's what we can do about that, actually. Oh, while I remember, how many threads are we at? Oh, it's this one, 19. So we're still at 19. Okay, brilliant. It's a good healthy number to be at for this anyway. It means you're not going to DDoS my app anytime soon, basically, is what it means. So let's look a bit at async then in action. So we're going to dip back into my app, and I'm just going to show you. In fact, I'm going to show you one of my. Here we go. So I have let's just refresh this to make sure it's all working. So I've got an endpoint, 2 endpoints, in fact, one called async cheese and one called cheese. They both do broadly the same thing. I'm just going to try it out and hit this endpoint. Let's close PowerPoint just so I can see that I'm hitting a debugger. So here's my my cheese endpoint. It goes into a service that makes some cheese, basically. If I hit continue and we wait a bit, cheese took about 5 seconds. About 5 seconds to make. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, it took about 5 seconds to make. It's good because I told it to sleep for 5 seconds in my my make cheese method. So that's helpful. So continue, and I've got another method up here, async cheese. Exactly the same sort of thing going on, except we'll just carry on here. Here we go. I've got more breakpoints, which is annoying. I should turn those off. Let me do that again. Yeah, 1 millisecond lapse isn't helpful. Sorry, that's the first thing I did wrong. Hey, right, let's try that again. So I'm gonna hit that endpoint again. Here we go. We're making cheese. It's taking about 5 seconds. Who knew it took about 5 seconds to make cheese? There we go. 5,003 milliseconds in this instance. The timing difference between the two, don't really read too much into it, because the timing isn't perfect. We're not actually accurate in terms of the time that's happening here. It's just it's rough when we say thread.sleep. So as far as we're concerned, then both these controllers are doing exactly the same thing. One is sync, one is async. If we go into our actual make cheese task, we'll see the difference between the two is this one's using task.delay and it's returning an async task of cheese. When you use await, async and await, you have to return a task. It's best to return a task. The reason, the reason for that is we basically need a teeny tiny state container, which is what task is. It's a teeny tiny state container that wraps this here task, this code, whatever it is that's executing, just so that we can keep track of where it's got to, and we pass that back up the call stack. So let's just I'm going to refactor this async cheese controller just to do something a little different, just so we can see what oh, my watch has gone. Okay, I'll put one in later. Just so we can see what make cheese async is actually doing. So instead of awaiting cheese async here, I'm going to change it to be a cheese task. I am going to await my cheese task there. And in the meantime, I'm going to... Hey, look at that. Thank you, Copilot. That's a nice... Thank you. So let's go back to this make cheese async method. Let's hit it again. Right. So we've hit our method. We're awaiting. Now, what this await task does, and pay special attention, I know it's teeny tiny, we're on thread ID number 7 down here. I'm using thread number 7 of all the threads I've got at the moment. I've got available at the moment. Await, what it's going to do, it's just going to say, hey, this is going to take some time. So I'm kind of emulating a network request here, or some other service, anything that takes is basically would otherwise be blocking IO. It's going to say, hey, rather than kind of block the thread here, let's return the thread back to whatever called this, and that's all that async await does. It just says, hey, whatever thread we're using to do this, we don't need it anymore. It's done. We're going to wait for this, so we're going to return it back up the stack. We're going to return it here, and now I can do console.writeLine, do other stuff, and this has happened. Make cheese async. It's not doing anything in the background. There's no background threads. There's nothing like that going on. It's just literally, if this is like a network request, or if we're asking the CPU to wait a certain amount, to await, or for a task to take a certain amount of time, there's nothing actually going on. We're waiting for a response from that task before we do anything else. So we're free to carry on. We're still on thread number 7. You can see down here. And then we're going to await the actual task to get the result. And it's going to return some Comté, a nice, delicious, one of my favorite cheeses, actually. There you go. Now, this is quite... probably an unusual, like, you're perhaps unlikely to do this. Like, the amount of time that you save by doing that, or the amount of efficiency you get by doing it, is kind of irrelevant, right? Maybe you want to do multiple things before returning a response to a user. Maybe you need to make multiple cheeses, in which case you can totally do that, and not take 10 seconds to make 2 cheeses. You could make 5 by having 2 tasks. The point is, we're freeing up the thread, and the thread can do whatever it needs to do. It can do either code that we've just added in and that we want that thread to then do, or, and bearing in mind that when we use async await, we have to change the whole, like, every method it touches. I mean, it's a bugbear I know of people that, oh, as soon as I use async await, all of the methods have to be async task of whatever it was before. Well, the reason for that is because that's the only way you're going to get that thread back up into the calling method, right? Now, I don't know how this works in ASP.NET. I don't know what's responsible for calling this, but just by doing this, I've made that thread then available for, say, there's some sort of request scheduler in .NET. So I haven't really looked into it. I don't really care. But that thread is now available to reuse. Maybe that thread can be used for someone else to come along and make some cheese. Maybe another user on the system, whatever. The key point is we've stopped sort of hogging that thread. We've stopped using it, and it's gone back to gone back to the calling method to be reused. Hopefully that makes sense. That's kind of the only really important bit to take away, is that is all async await is doing. Let me pull this up, because this is where things start to get a bit more interesting. So when we think about it, like this is, you might think, oh, how much time am I actually saving? Well, let's think about what the bottleneck is in our code. It's like the CPU. Let's say a processor runs at 2 gigahertz, right? That means it does 2 billion calculations per second. This is an oversimplification, but just bear with me. So if we're asking a CPU to wait for 1 millisecond, that's 2 million cycles. That CPU could literally have done 2 million other things, right? It could have done 2 million other calculations. So where we think, a millisecond is not much, if we're asking our CPU to wait for that, well, think of what else it could be doing. If you're not using async await, then potentially, in fact you are, you're over provisioning. You need a more powerful CPU to do basic stuff. I'll talk about that a bit more in a second. Oh yeah, it's a lot to process. Yes, and 0.68 seconds for an Android, that's nearly an eternity. So it's, when we're thinking about performance specifically, like it's important to think, at scale, at CPU scale, we're talking nanoseconds, microseconds. We think milliseconds. What difference does it make? Well, if it's happening for hundreds of thousands of users all the time, it all adds up. And it is a sustainability issue, actually. So what are we waiting for? Well, all I/O adds latency, or all blocking I/O adds latency, I should say. So think about network calls, TCP calls, any HTTP API you're calling, calls to blob storage, to Redis. Redis isn't a HTTP API, is it? Anyway, it is an API. It's a network call. The database, disk, all of those things are slower than your CPU. So while you're waiting to get data back from those things, if you're asking a thread to wait, you are wasting time. Your CPU is doing, that thread is doing nothing when it could be doing something else. It could be being useful at that point in time. Just to go into the HTTP APIs more specifically, to sort of break down the order of a request. So you think about what we do. We make a request to another machine over the network. We wait for the response. We wait for the response, we wait for the response, and then we do something with the response. And if you think about, this friendly diagram over here, when something is over the network, even in like a data center in Azure, right? If I'm talking from my web app to my database, yes, the machine is physically in the same building, but they're not connected with a wire. There's stuff in between. There's network switches and cables, and it's physically further away. The speed of light is what it is. If something's further away, it takes longer to talk to it. So whenever anything's over the network, we're always adding latency. There's nothing we can do about that. It's just how it works. But what we can do is then use async await to do stuff while we're waiting. And in modern web apps, where we've got more and more microservices, more and more stuff being farmed out to TCP calls, HTTP APIs, whatever, there's more stuff that we should be awaiting. And why did I list these in particular? Because in an Umbraco site, these are the kind of things we're used to doing, right? We're used to using blob storage, especially if we've got a well-architected, scalable Umbraco site, right? The docs say use blob storage, don't use session state, or if you have to use session state, pop it in Redis. You can't not use the database, you can't not use the disk in Umbraco, you've got to do it. Now, if you're scaling an app, if you've got to move storage into blob storage, you've got to move your media into blob storage, say, well, you're taking away what was a call to perhaps quite a fast local SSD, and you're putting it over a HTTP API. It's a network call away. Same with Redis. If you're taking a session state out of memory, it was in memory. Memory is really fast. If you're putting it in Redis, well, that's now a network call away. Database, disk, well, we're kind of stuck in Umbraco. Umbraco 9 is much better with async than Umbraco 8 was, but our kind of core services, a lot of them are still synchronous. A lot of them are blocking, and a lot of them, you can't escape that fact. Now, in my experience of dealing with performance in large Umbraco applications, the problem you come up against, especially if you've got a well-built application, the problem you're going to come up against is thread starvation. It won't be that there's not enough CPU or enough memory. It will be there aren't enough threads to handle all the requests that it's being asked to do. And so the only way to get out of that is to scale horizontally or to add more cores, which is okay, but you don't need all that CPU. You're not asking the CPU to do anything extra. You're just freeing up more, providing more threads, and you don't need to be. If you're using async await, those threads are available because they're being returned back to be reused, and it's a much more efficient way of doing it. So let's refactor. This is going to be disastrous, but let's refactor our original thread ID controller. Hopefully you've still got this link somewhere. I'll put it if I got it. Actually, let me put it back on the screen for a few seconds. It's this one. So just head back there, load up this page again. I'll get you to count down in a minute, not just yet because we need to refactor it, but keep this around in the background. And we'll refactor our thread ID. So instead of sleeping, we're going to use task.delay. And we'll still a delay for 10 seconds. That seemed to work pretty well last time. Plus, if I change it now, it's not a fair test. Let's let .NET be helpful and make the method async for us. See, .NET, Visual Studio, like it's not hard to refactor. Like it's pretty nice. There we go. Now, what's going to happen here? This is the quirk of it's to do with routing. Oh, and it's changed it to async. That's why it didn't work last time. Anyway, I can't just hit the nice hot reload icon on this to get everything working. I do need to stop and start my app again. So let's load up this. Oh, you don't want to see my swagger. Right, so let's load up the dashboard that I've got. So I'm going to reset this, or in fact, I've just rebooted the app, so it's only in memory. That's fine. So let's try it again, right? Let's do a countdown. On a countdown from 5. Everyone hit this button when I get to 0. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Smash that button. And I'll smash it in about 5 seconds or so. For the lag. There we go. Okay. So now on my dashboard. I mean, it could be that many of you have gone away, right? And you're not watching this talk anymore. It's terrible. You've given up. And I should have put some analytics in to check this. But hopefully what we'll see is a far fewer threads in use. Super. Yeah, do share your thread ID. Here we go. Yes, excellent. So, yes, it worked. Nice. 18. Everyone's using thread 18, right? That's excellent. So .NET, if it can reuse the last thread it used, it will. I think it tends towards that. And so this is why we're seeing many, many more 18s and 19s than we were before. As soon as it's done, it goes back to be reused. This is exactly it. So I'm now using 3 threads to do what took 19 threads before. That's huge, right? That in terms of if you've got an app that has got its issue, its bottleneck is thread starvation. We've just, I know what, there's a third as many CPUs, a third as powerful instance as you need to power this app. That is what async does. That's the performance difference it makes. I say a third. We could change it. I mean, maybe we could say this instance could handle 3 times as much traffic, right? It's capable of doing that. That's the difference it makes. That worked. That's nice. How much time have I got? Oh, good. Okay. I was worried that would take ages. So we have done this. So that's the key bit. If you only take away anything, it's just that. Just use async await. Let the threads fly free to be reused for other things. We've got a bit more time though, so I'm going to talk very briefly about the exception to the rule when it's not okay to use async. I have in my app, but I'm going to refactor this for you live as well, because what else could go wrong? Right. I've got a really simple, I'm loading a text file here, right? I'm just doing that here. There's nothing special going on. And I'm just measuring how long it takes. I'm measuring it in ticks. We're talking about microseconds here rather than milliseconds. So we're kind of a whole level of super nerdy performance lower than your usual millisecond check. And I'm going to hit my API, or if I can find my API on here. Here we go. So let's find my Swagger. Let's hit this. So I'm gonna do this a couple of times because there's it's not a fair test. Otherwise, So it took 61,000 ticks that time. Let's try it again. It took 15,000 ticks. Okay, so that's the sort of that's what we're talking about. So this isn't how you do performance testing, by the way. Like, this isn't a fair test. This is just anecdotal, showing you how quickly this is executing on my machine. Okay. This is just to show you the difference that this is going to make. Don't think I'm doing performance testing here. That's not what this is. At 20,000 again. So about the 20,000 mark, which makes sense because I've tested this before. So I'm going to refactor this the other way. I'm going to stop this being async, and I'm going to do this synchronously. And again, I'll get async. That was naughty, wasn't it? Again, I'm going to need to stop and start my app. So remember, we were about what 20,000 elapsed ticks. We're going to hit this again, and we're going to try and see how long it takes to do. Oh, I've hit the breakpoint, haven't I? There we go. 5,000. Okay. 3,863. That's a lot less than 20,000. Hopefully that's obvious. So there are places where async doesn't make sense, because in this precise case, yes, file.readAllText is blocking I/O, but my laptop here is a really, really fast NVMe SSD in it. It's lightning quick. It's faster than .NET can put all the async await magic together to actually run the async version of this. So it's more efficient in this precise instance to say, well, let's load directly from the disk without awaiting to bring it up. Oh, sorry, without awaiting, we'll just load it and we'll block, and it is faster. So it's something to bear in mind. Now, in your usual web app, actually the only time this is going to come up is if you are hosting a web app that happens to have a super fast SSD. In my experience, if you're hosting on Azure, the SSD isn't that fast, so you might still want to warrant an async await. Your SSD in Azure might be different to mine, though. And this is one of those things where, actually, as much as we like to think about containers and then we can just ship our app and send it out and not really care about the hardware, sometimes it does matter. And this is one of those instances. This could make a huge performance difference if you've got an app that's doing a lot of stuff with a disk. Okay, so this is one of those times where actually you do need to know what hardware your software is going to end up running on in production, so that you know which is the best option here. Should I be using async await, or should I be just blocking this and just doing it using the normal APIs? And the last one. Oh, I've changed the title of my talk at this point, because actually it's not really about async. Like, async doesn't do anything. All the magic is in await. Await is what tells our code that we can let the threads go and do stuff. Async is just there to say, hey, this method can be awaited. So await most of the blocking I/O instead of async all the things. And then stuff in Razor. If you have your front ends running in Razor, this is a pain. Well, it's not a pain. It doesn't really matter. Like, it's just a tiny refactor. Don't use partial or render partial, because they are blocking. They deadlock Razor, apparently. Here's me thinking, surely Razor's just slinging stuff together in memory. Well, yeah, but it can deadlock. So use partial async and render partial async in all of your views, because you don't want to deadlock Razor. And again, if that's something that's happening in your app, just doing that tiny thing will get you a performance boost straight away. And that was everything. I rattled through it at lightning speed. And as I said, I made a shed load of oversimplifications. So if you want to pull me up on those, by all means, drop it in the chat. Get in touch with me on any of these channels. Thanks for making it to the end. And hopefully I convinced you that we need to be using async await more in our code. We need to be perhaps asking Umbraco to get some more of those core services over to be awaitable, so that we can actually get a bit more performance out of Umbraco. iFile system is my biggest gripe. We do a lot of stuff with disk, and yeah, that'd be nice to be async. So yeah, I'm done.
Thank you, Jason. That was a great talk. And it's always good to learn something more generic .NET beyond Umbraco, because it just helps you get that extra edge as a developer. And there were some exceptional tips and tricks that I'm pretty sure the community would be really inspired to go and have a look at. So are there any questions for Jason in the chat? None that I can see, but there is feedback pouring in the form of great talk. Just as I said,
lovely. Thank you.
It was just fabulous. And of course, we all got a chance to DDoS your machine, which we didn't.
Well, it didn't happen, did it? So when I did it at London, I did say, please don't anyone kind of hit any of these URLs and breakpoints until I tell you. And there was one person who will remain unnamed that took great pleasure in calling random methods on my machine while I was trying to give the talk. But thank you, community, for being so lovely today.
Thank you so much, and thank you once again, Jason. So that was Jason, and while we have the next speaker, Roy, setting up and prepping to do the talk for us, let us take a break very quickly and come back. Hello and welcome back. And I am joined by Roy, who is going to be the next speaker for the day. So, Roy, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. So, this is your second time at Umbraco Community Day. So, you've been a part of the first one from the studio, and I think you co-hosted with me for a little bit as well. The first edition.
No, I didn't.
We had a little bit of chat.
Yeah, we had a talk. Yes.
Yeah. And so, why don't you introduce yourself, and then you can take the stage whenever you want.
Yes. So I'm a Roy. I'm a software engineer at IO, mainly working on medium to large clients with Umbraco, a lot of modern stuff. And that's what I'm going to be talking about today.
Sure, absolutely. So the stage is all yours.
Yes.
I'll leave you to the talk. Thank you very much.
So welcome. Nice to meet you. And I just did the introduction already. But I'm working mainly with Umbraco, Mag and .NET. And that is what I'm going to be talking about today. But first, I have a question. Can you work agile when your technology isn't? Because a lot of us claim we're agile when we're doing all these processes, but then when it comes down to the technology, we might not be. If you look at last year, a lot of new technologies came out. For example, we have the AI trend, and a lot of clients wanted to have, for example, AI in their search engine. It was a very big request. Make everything smart, make everything a chatbot. But then it's harder than you might think it is. So that's why we're building a strong foundation for your modern .NET project. I'll be breaking it down into 3 categories. So the first one is architecture, which is pretty high over. Then we're diving a bit down into a little bit more software design. And then at last, we'll have some code. So a strong foundation. So how do we define a foundation? The foundation is a pretty abstract term, of course, because we're mainly talking about a strong architecture. But what do we look at? Do we look at stability, scalability, ease of maintenance, things like that? Well, I think we can break it down because we actually define a foundation with our clients. And there are basically 2 things that we need to write down, which are functional requirements and then non-functional requirements. Functional requirements is something that we all know, and usually we write these down in user stories. So as a logged in user, I want to place an item in my cart so I can order it, etc. These are all known to us. But then on the other side of that are the non-functional requirements, which more talk about the operation rather than the behavior. So it's non-functional. And an example of this is probably a number of requests per second, or maybe uptime of a module, downtime after deployment, a lot of things like that. And these non-functional requirements are very important to talk about with the client, because if there's no expectation, then we probably won't set any, or we might do more than is needed. We have a lot of categories in this, probably tens, but I wrote down the most important ones. So usually we talk about performance, security, availability, usability, scalability, reliability, and maintainability. Those are a lot of abilities. So now I want to talk a bit about future-proof architecture. With future-proof architecture, we want to have freedom of choice. We want to be flexible, and we want to be adaptable. What does that look like? First of all, with future-proof architecture, we want to choose the best of class over a best of breed. And the best of breed is usually the very best product in the ecosystem in its class, and best of class is usually choosing the right fit. So it's a little bit smaller, and we're not using the very best. We're just choosing what is right for us. Just to clear this up a bit more, that best of breed is usually referred to as enterprise software. These big pieces of software that do everything for you, from content management to marketing to whatever. But a lot of times these are very closed off. So within the ecosystem, we can use the identity, we can use personalization, but when we want to reuse it, there's a problem. So that is usually a problem with best of breed. It doesn't have to be wrong if you're fully using everything, but a lot of time the client is paying for something they're not using. So with best of class, we're focusing on a single category, like for example, identity, and then we're choosing the product that fits best. Like we have Azure AD, we have Okta, we have Auth0, stuff like that. We're looking further than our breed. Of course, best of class is also for reusability. So when we write identity once, we might want to reuse it in different projects for the same client. And that's when we're composing to the business needs. So we start small and we try before we buy, which usually means a proof of concept. So you don't have to invest in something directly. We can just try it out, move to the next one. And because we're doing it more composable, we can just replace components when they don't succeed. Because sometimes we might have something in production for 6 months and then we're not really happy with it. We can't achieve what we want or it's too expensive. Then we shouldn't be afraid to replace components. With future-proof architecture, we're also talking about flexibility. So of course, flexibility stimulates innovation because we can do new things on the way. We're not stuck to something big. We can just try out things when they come out. And yeah, this is also when the business demands it. For example, the AI example I did before. A lot of search engines with AI are there. Now we want to use them. We should be flexible on that. And with adaptability, we talk about also adopting new technologies, but it doesn't have to be a new software suite. It can also be within the same component. So, for example, a big version of Umbraco comes out. We need to adopt to a newer version. So, future-proof architecture is composing to your needs. It's keeping your options open, and you should also, well, it's a strong foundation. So, it's basically a composable solution. And I think that's the composable DXP story. There it is. When we're composing, we're decoupling the application. So we're separating everything into our own modules, and that's what this AI art is also showing. But we're keeping everything loosely coupled. Basically what we talked about in the previous section. And but we can also compose for our own. It doesn't have to be all software as a service packets. We can also create our own components. We can use the best of everything. So maybe something isn't fitting, you can create it ourselves. And we usually write middleware to communicate between these components. And when we're writing our own software, it's very often done with the MAG way. So microservice, API first, cloud native, and headless. And we probably all heard of this before. But I want to dive into each subject a little bit and just show how it relates to the future-proof architecture. So the components should have a single responsibility. And of course, they will be flexible in development. Because we can develop one thing, leave the other one be. And then we can innovate on each component, so on each microservice, without exposing the whole system. We're working API first because that is the contract between the modules. So when everything is loosely coupled, we want to have one contract. For an example of this would probably be OAuth. Well, every identity provider uses this. That is the contract. We can just swap it out without other components needing to change. Maybe they need to change, but it's not resource intensive. Of course, that also allows for the adaptability we talked about earlier. So it's a single contract and we can just do new things. We're building cloud native and we're designing for the cloud now because we can scale when needed and we can also rapidly recover from system failures. This is one that's, of course, a positive when you were working on premise before. And the last one, headless, which is also a big topic the last few years. It's also more about decoupling presentation from the logic. So our services on the bottom can be SAR, and our content or presentation, can be omni-channel. So we can show the same stuff on multiple devices, or maybe different apps can reuse logic. And we're also technology agnostic, because the front end can be a React app, Angular, Vue. And then it's also optimized for the end user, because we don't have a single front end anymore. We could create multiple front ends for multiple target audiences. So working Mach is also flexible, it's also scalable, and it's resilient. And this is responsive to changing markets. So when our client demands something, we can act on it easier. So it's not free, of course, it's less resource intensive. So one peel down, I want to talk a bit about software design. So thus far we've talked about architecture, and it's all very abstract, modules and magic. But how can we do this? Well, first, what is software architecture versus design? The architecture is the concern of the whole, so we're looking at all the components together. It's like the big puzzle. But then design is more the concern of the individual. So for example, one component, how it's made, and the blueprints for that. So here we see architecture, which is also, this is of course very abstract. But this is basically a web shop with a headless website, 3 services, and they all have their different type of storage. It's a high-level overview of the system. And it only contains, well, external visible properties. So whatever happens inside of catalogs, we don't know. We just know it's returning products. Then when we look inside of it, we're looking at software design. So now we have a product controller, for example, which has a catalogs interface, which has some provider of some sort. And it's the detailed specification. So these are really the blueprints. And I want to look at the software design principles called SOLID, but only the S and the ID, because I think these are most used here when also looking at modules in their whole. So the first one is the single responsibility principle. We've probably all heard it. But what does it do exactly? Well, it's that modules should only have one reason to change. So it's not really about one responsibility. It's more about one domain. So it's of course in one scope of a single subject. Then we're using dependency inversion, which is that high-level modules should not depend on low-level. And what that means is that whenever we're working with something, like for example, in example, we have a geocoding interface. The dependency from the controller is on some sort of geocoding interface, which we can use to get coordinates from a real-life address. But then for me, it doesn't matter if that is Mapbox or Google Maps. And by separating this, by inverting the dependency, we can also swap out Mapbox for Google Maps. Thirdly, we have the interface segregation principle. And this one is kind of the first two combined, because now we have a single responsibility for interfaces. And that also means, like you can see in the example, that the address and the destination controller are using different interfaces, but they're both using Mapbox, and they don't know that. So destination of the direction, is better with Google Maps, for example. So now I want to switch to Google Maps, and Mapbox can coexist in our solution, and we don't have to change anything on the geocoding side. So these things are all about keeping options open. We don't want to depend on something detailed. So we're isolating modules, and we open the pathways for the future. Another part of software architecture and design is probably clean architecture, which I want to go into briefly. So clean architecture is a way of building your, for example, your microservices to make those components resilient. So in short, clean architecture, well, it's a design philosophy, really. We're splitting the system into different layers, and then each layer has its own responsibility. So I'm going to go through the layers briefly, which is the presentation layer. And this is on the outer ring, so this is what's talking with the outside world. And this is also where the contract is made within the application to the outside world. So this supports an API-first approach. Then we have the application layer, which is basically your use cases, your features, everything that binds together the outside world, with your entities, your domain logic. And this allows for flexibility. So something can change in presentation, and it doesn't have to change in your core logic. And the core logic itself is, well, the domain layer. So this is the most inner ring. And this is coupling from within use cases. Lastly, we have the infrastructure layer, which is also on the outside, but is opposite the presentation. This is basically the backdoor to your system. This is, well, every external system through the infrastructure. So key principles. When we're decoupling and we're independent of any frameworks, we're independent of any API specifications in our logic, and we're independent of any external services. Which makes it that we have a maintainable, testable, and flexible component. So I want to prove it. So here we have another drawing, and the outer ring and the inner ring, they have different responsibilities. But the outer ring is whatever is in our component structure. So here we see the bigger component in the middle with these two rings. And when the outside world changes, the inside world changes. So for example, we're adopting new technologies. Then the outside is probably untouched because the outside has the contract, and then external services are talking to that contract. So we can go from red to blue, and it doesn't really matter. So clean architecture is really about freedom, flexibility, and adaptability again. So I think this is the circle, and we have future-proof architecture. So lastly, I want to talk a bit about code. So I'm not going to show any code examples, but just things you can do to keep your code organized. Because code is a tool, and the foundation is more than code. But this is the tool to realize it. Because if you have a no code or a low code platform, you also need to have a foundation of some sort. But then code is probably the last step of doing it right. Because code is very difficult to the human mind, of course, and we do all kinds of stuff to develop it. So we should make it readable, maintainable, probably scalable, efficient, testable, all of these things. And how can we do that? Well, we have a code style. And with a code style, we're basically telling to each other as a team, well, we're going to do first a constructor, and we're going to have some methods. Maybe fields should be first, just to make team code as one. And this is probably essential part in software design, because if we don't have a code style, so if we don't talk about it, then every developer working on a project is going to have a different style of working. And after a year, maybe after 2 years, it's going to be unmaintainable. We could make, we should make this code style with the gatekeeper. So applying it is also key. So we could say to each other, well, we're doing this code style, but then after a year, new developers come on the team, and we're not doing it anymore. So we need to have some sort of static code analysis to warn you about offenses. And a popular one is StyleCop, which is a Roslyn analyzer, and it will have a set of predefined rules which you can turn off or you can configure. And then whenever you do something in your code, you will get a warning if you don't comply. And that's nice, because now we see a lot of things like we should make our classes sealed, we should use string empty for empty strings, etc. But then I also think that warnings are errors. Because if we have a lot of warnings and we're not following our code style, and they're basically errors. Because we're not breaking the application itself, but we're really breaking the maintainability. So I shouldn't say that we should literally turn them into errors, because then we can't develop. But when you're done developing, just look behind you, clean it up a bit, make sure you're complying, and then you can merge it back to main, for example. Lastly, which goes a bit further than only code style, is static code analysis. Tools like SonarQube are using their smart analyzers to look at bugs, testability of your code, to look at technical depth. So if a lot of code smells, which is something we're trying to find with code style, are there, then that might mean a lot of depth. And it really makes it measurable. So we could say we have technical depth, but this says it, well, there's 10 days of technical depth here. It sounds like a lot, that's probably a lot. But for some reason, it's still okay with it, because maintainability is still an ape. So yeah, it does a lot of smart things. And that's all. Of course, I went a bit quick, but that's okay, I think. You should contact me if you have any questions. I wrote a small blog post on this with a behind the screens photo and the slides, so you can download them there.
Thank you, Roy. That was wonderful, and I think that was a slide deck full of information.
Yes.
On how developers can take things forward. One thing which particularly caught my eye was towards the end there was warnings equals errors.
Yes.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Do you want to just elaborate a bit more on that, maybe?
Yeah, so I could go back to the slide.
Yeah.
A lot of times when we work with, maybe we start working on a project that's already there for a long time, and then we open Visual Studio, and then all the errors start coming in. I think when there's only one error, we can see, right? We might ignore it, but then the more errors there are, or sorry, the more warnings there are, we don't look at it anymore. So maybe 10, 20, and we just stop looking. But that's a lot of important information.
Absolutely. That code actually reveals a lot of information behind the scenes, I
Yes.
guess, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
This is, I think, one of those advices that is always out there, but
Yeah.
given the time constraints that we all have in our projects, this is probably overlooked. And I'm assuming that something like SonarCube is going to pick up on this and flag
Yes.
that up as well for you. That was wonderful and such a nice slide deck. I'm pretty sure that we are going to have people asking you for the slides because, as I said, each of these slides were like really good starting points on what more I can do and build on top
Yeah.
of that knowledge that's been given to me. So are you planning to share your slides at all?
Yes, they're on the website.
Oh,
I
brilliant.
released them, so you can check there.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Great stuff. And before we wrap up, is there anything else, or should we just continue the conversation?
Yes.
Because we are talking about .NET. And of course, just over a month ago, or just closer to a month, we've had the fantastic .NET 8, which is the greatest and latest .NET 8
Yeah,
.NET
I agree.
version so far. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. So, of course, there's Umbraco, there's .NET. How do you keep up with the changes? What do you find more interesting? What do you find is really interesting in .NET 8 and probably the versions of .NET that we've been going through?
Yeah, so a lot of things I talked about in this talk are not solved, but are done for you with .NET Aspire, for example.
Oh, of course,
Yes.
of course. Why didn't we talk about .NET 8 and Aspire?
Yes.
Have you given it a try? I haven't
I have.
personally given it a try.
I have.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah, I'm very excited about the telemetry. So a lot of whenever we run stuff in production, of course you can also do it right now, but it's a lot of hassle to put everything together, make it work in different environments. But for example, with the logging with Aspire, it's really easy. You say, well, add logging, and then it's done. You just need to make sure everything's configured well. But there's not really that much hassle. And then even in production environments where you don't really want to log everything because of maybe personal data, we still have all the information to debug problems.
Yeah, I guess that makes a change to developers' life as
Yeah.
such, because as I said, personal information, we can't log it, but when you need that log to actually make you go to the next step and debug something, this is
Yep.
absolutely valuable. So that's brilliant. That's another tip for everyone to go and have a look at. And that is it from Roy. And I think we have time for a little break, probably 6 minutes or so before we start the next session. So don't go anywhere. We are going to be back soon with more talks, panels, and of course, don't miss out on the Ask Me Anything session with Scott Hanselman. We will be back soon.
Welcome back, everybody. It's Umbraco Community Day, and we are back with another panel discussion, this time on Meetups, a topic very close to my heart. But we've got 4 fantastic individuals joining us who are responsible for some of the best and fastest growing meetups all over the world. Let's welcome our guests. Fantastic. Look at that.
Hello.
Hello, everybody. So, you know what? There's so many people here. I'm going to let you all introduce yourselves. Go around, say hello, say the meetup group you're a part of, or what you're doing in the community, and then let's dive in. I don't know who to start with. Anyone want to go? Go on, Phil.
Yeah, so my name's Phil Whitaker. I help to run the Umbraco Manchester and the Umbraco Leeds meetup. And yeah, we regularly get quite a lot of people at our meetup, and we're really proud of the things that it's done in the last couple of years.
Yeah, I think Manchester and the Leeds group have been, or the work you've been doing, Phil, at least, is a model for a lot of other meetups. So I'm very keen to hear some of your tips and tricks.
And a great article as well in 24 days.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Anyway, who's next?
Oh.
Go on, Dinesh.
Yeah, so myself Dinesh, so I'm a software engineer working in Faces India. So I am the co-organizer of the Kerala Umbraco user group, and yeah, it's a successful user group. We just started, and we are continually, organizing the sessions, and it's going amazing. So yeah, so that's it from my.
Maybe we hear from your co-host Andrew as well.
Exactly, Andrew.
Anju?
Hi. Uh, I'm Anju, the event organizer for the Kerala Umbraco user group. I'm currently a software engineer at Faces India. Thank you for this opportunity to attend this fantastic event.
Fantastic. I think your video is frozen, unfortunately. I guess we'll let our technical wizards behind the scenes have a little look at that, but hopefully we can get you back. And finally, last but not least, Kat.
Hello, so I'm Kat Todd. I am a project manager at Jive Digital, and I've recently started helping out with Bristol, and I'm also involved in organising Umbraco Spark as well.
Indeed you are. Fantastic. So 4 great meetup organisers from very different parts of the world and with very different approaches to meetups, which is sort of why we've assembled you as a group. It's what we want to dive into. So just to go around very quickly, my understanding is, Phil, Manchester and Leeds. Manchester, you're hosting every other month, is that right? With a in-person meetup and talks?
No, it's every month we're
Monthly.
hosting them. So usually Umbraco Leeds is the first Thursday of the month, and Umbraco Manchester floats around a little bit, but it's usually towards the end of the month.
If I recall, did you used to have a collaboration with the Umbraco meetup where you're alternating? Is that what I've misremembered?
The Manchester side, yeah, we had a collaboration with them, but that's generally when we were doing more virtual meetups because we didn't want to take up all the airtime.
Gotcha. Yeah, makes sense. And those meetups you're hosting monthly, are those in-person talks or are they workshops, socials? What's the mix like?
So everything really. So we have talks, probably mostly talks. We have lightning events as well, lightning talk events. We have socials. We've just had a social in collaboration with the .NET North meetup group as well, which is very good. And we also have discussions, and we tend to say they're collaborative sort of discussion panels almost, where we talk through a subject matter and then we open it up to the floor, and those usually go on for about 90 minutes.
Fantastic. Okay, Dinesh, Andrew, maybe you can introduce us to the Kerala user group and what you do, what formats you follow.
Yeah, so as I said, I'm the co-organizer of Umbraco, the Kerala Umbraco user group. So when we started the the Kerala Umbraco user group, the main intention is we need to continue the session. So that's the promise we give at the kickoff meeting. I think we still continuing that promise, and we are happy to that, happy for that actually. So for every month we are conducting these these sessions actually in the second week of every month. So today we have the sessions on the Umbraco Hitler series actually. So we are not taking the individual sections. What we are currently doing is like we are actually planning a series. So in that way it has multiple sessions. So we have a continuity. So we can give more informations, and it would be more engaging to the audiences of our sessions actually. So we are continuing in that way actually. Yes.
Fantastic. And these are held virtually, is that correct, on Teams?
Yeah, virtual, yeah.
And am I right in saying you have a YouTube channel as well that you put the recordings of your meetups on?
Exactly. As of now, we are a little bit busy, so we can't upload, the each sections. But yeah, we need to do that actually. Yeah, we have.
Amazing. So very different to what Phil just described there, which is a good mix of different formats and topics, a lot of in-person focus, whereas you've got more of a learning pathway that you're taking people through and content. How regular are those meetups? Sorry, I don't think I caught that.
It's on every second Wednesday of every month. Yeah.
Wow, so it's even more frequent as well than most of the meetups, at least we've got in the UK. That's really interesting. I want to dive into that a bit more. Kat, you're involved in the Bristol meetup. The Umbraco Bristol meetup has been going. It's one of the longest, if not the longest meetup, I think, actually, in the world for Umbraco, that is. So what's your involvement there?
So I started getting involved just after Code Garden. I think just to kind of help keep things moving, really. So we tend to have like monthly catch-ups, and the format is probably similar to Phil in a way, where we'll have talks every month, and then every few months we'll try and have a social as well. But yeah, the topics are very varied, and we're also trying to focus on kind of wider topics at the moment, accessibility, day in the life of a QA tester and things like that. So it kind of brings more people to these meetups rather than just developers as well. So that's something we're also trying to focus on. But yeah, so my role is very much just kind of bringing the team together to make sure we're organising those talks and making sure it happens.
Exciting, because the Umbraco Bristol meetup, I'm sure people won't mind me saying, I'm from Bristol originally. It was my first introduction to the community aspect of Umbraco, and it used to be a thriving meetup group with monthly talks, and it was excellent. And over time, I guess there's not really been a strong team behind it at times, and it's sort of dropped off at times, and it's got picked back up when people are really motivated, and then with COVID it sort of stopped again. It's great to see in recent months you've again picked that up. You did a meetup on a boat in the last month, didn't you? You've done variety of talks pretty much every month now, so it's great to see it back on that original trend that it was following before. So
yeah, I think there's definitely a lot more interest in people getting involved, and I think also having those wider topics means that we can get other types of people involved, so it brings a whole different audience as well, which is I think what we need, because yeah, like you say, there has been a drop off over the last few years, so anything we can do to bring in more people is really important.
Absolutely. So bringing in new people is something I think Phil is possibly the expert in this group. Maybe, Phil, you can talk just for a couple of minutes about the great work that you've been doing in the Manchester area to try and raise awareness for the meetup and bring some fresh blood in.
Yeah, so after COVID, we had a great response in COVID when we were virtual, and then after that we went back to in person, and we struggled a little bit in terms of numbers. So I started organising to go out to organisations and start an outreach programme. So we contact companies that do Umbraco, or we do talks at Umbraco events where we're introducing what we do, and then we make contacts there. And then we go into these companies and we say to them, this is what we do, this is how we work, these are the types of talks that we do, this is who we are, because primarily what we're interested in doing is making sure that people didn't come to the events not knowing anybody, because that's one of the biggest drivers to stop people from coming along, is that nervousness around it. And we wanted to make sure that people realised that it was such a friendly environment where everybody can get involved and everybody can get something from it. So yeah, really that's the path that we've taken, and it's worked incredibly well. And we now have people travelling from all over the northwest of England to come to our meetups, usually sometimes up to an hour, which is great.
That's fantastic. So you're actually actively going out, talking to the companies that are potentially your target audience, trying to engage them, trying to get them involved to come along. They maybe didn't even know the meetup existed before that point.
I did a meetup, a talk at an Umbraco event, and I had somebody come up to me and they said they didn't realise there was an Umbraco community. So it's
I mean,
that type
for
of thing
people
I'm trying to
inside,
get.
that feels so alien, doesn't it? But I guess we are maybe living in a bubble here. It's very easy to overlook these things.
It is very easy to overlook, and it's only by going out there and talking to people that you can put all the great work that everybody does out there for everybody to see.
Fantastic. Team Kerala, how have you attracted new people to your meetups? Again, very different format, perhaps more accessible to people, so they can join online from the comfort of their home or on their lunch break. I'm not sure what time you host them in the day. How are you trying to bring new people into the meetup groups and the community?
Yeah, so one of the main advantage, as you said, it's a virtual meeting, so anyone can join and from anywhere. So that's the one of the main advantage. And the second thing is like we mainly, we have a fixed time that is on evening 4 o'clock to 5 o'clock. It's a 1 hour session most of the time. So in India, most of that in that time it's a snack time or tea time, so they can easily join. So that's why we choose that time actually. And the third point is like we are not taking much big sessions. Actually, we are start from very small sessions, so everyone can join actually. If it's a new Umbraco developer, if someone from .NET, they don't know Umbraco, they can also join. They can also learn from us, so that's a great opportunity for them as well. So it's a win-win strategy for us and for them. So that's what we are still focusing. And yeah.
How are you promoting the meetup group? Because are you just targeting, say, Kerala, the wider region, or are you trying to target all of India, given that it's virtual?
Actually, we are targeting all over the India. The name just the Kerala Umbraco user group, but we have audience from different states actually. Mainly we are marketing this using the platform like LinkedIn. Actually, we are mainly using LinkedIn and Twitter for that. And yeah, that's the main medium for marketing for this year. And also we have YouTube channels, and we have some tech Telegram and WhatsApp groups. So we sharing those contents and those meetup information there as well. So they can also join. Yeah.
That's fantastic. Kat, I think the Bristol meetup's fairly unique in that it's got a Slack group actually, not just a channel in someone else's tenant, but it's actually they have their own Slack community. So what are the ways that the Bristol team are working to grow and attract new people, other than the varied content that you mentioned?
Yeah, so something we've been looking at more recently is kind of working with other meetup groups or doing kind of a crossover sessions and things like that. So that's something that will be coming up next year. So that's something that's really helped. And I think similar things to what's already been said, just around making those sessions earlier on in the day. So I think they used to be a lot later in the evening. So people having to hang around after work and probably feeling like they'd rather just go home. So, starting a little bit earlier, offering free food as well also helps to make sure that everyone's kind of well fed to get them through the sessions. But yeah, that's kind of the areas that we've been focusing on and we'll be focusing on next year.
Exciting. You mentioned free food. Someone's got to pay for that. I know that, having hosted meetups and organized my own. But more broadly, how do you get support from your own company or from other companies in your community for this meetup group? And what are the challenges you might face there?
So I think there's quite a lot of different agencies that work with Bristol. There's lots of people from different agencies and they're always willing to get involved, but it is something we're focusing on in terms of getting specific sponsors for different events. But like you say, it can be a challenge, but so far we have been quite fortunate in people wanting to get involved. So that's been really lucky so far. But yeah, so that's kind of how things have been going.
Okay, so you're just hitting up local companies saying, "Would you like to get involved?" What's the sales pitch for them? What's the motivation to say, "Oh, you should, buy us some pizzas or send a speaker"?
Yeah. I guess
for our
it's
group?
kind of the visibility of their agency in front of all the different developers, recruitment opportunities. And it's a good opportunity for anybody that works with them to experience, what Umbraco has to offer and what other people are doing and all the innovative things that they're doing. And it might not just be surrounding Umbraco as well. So there's lots of different things people can learn from accessibility tools to QA and things like that. So it's not just for developers. So I think that's something that always encourages our sponsors to get involved.
Exciting. Phil, I could see you nodding a lot there. Maybe you have something to add on that point?
Yeah, so where we are, we're very lucky. Well, in Manchester, we're very lucky with the number of hosts that we've got. Not just Umbraco agencies as well. We're lucky in that Auto Trader. That they host our events a couple of times a year, and they're amazing. And also with another company called Bright HR, which hosts for us as well. And it's interesting that they want to do it because they want to be seen as part of the local technical community. So they host other events for .NET North or for other types of.
So they've got no connection to Umbraco other than just wanting to support.
Yeah, and it's great to see, especially in a large city like Manchester is.
Yeah. Oh, that's incredible. Again, for the both of you, Kat and Phil, my understanding is that behind the user groups you're a part of, there's not one company or one individual, it's a diverse group of people. So can you talk a little bit about how your organizational structure is made up?
Yeah, so I'll go first if that's all right. That's really important. I think that's really key. When I gave my talk at UK Fest recently, that was one of the first slides I did. Your team is your core, and we have a rule that it needs to be in our organisation. It needs to be a developer because we see it as a pathway to Umbraco MVP, hopefully. And there can only be one person from one organisation, which makes it fair and means that not one organisation takes up the meetup. And we usually have 3 to 5 people that are helping to organise that, and that enables us to share the load. So I've been really busy the last 3 months, and my other team members have managed to help me. Rachel and John have managed to help me, and then that works on the other side in Leeds as well with Ali and Ollie and all the other people who've got involved in the meetup.
Fantastic. Kat, my understanding in Bristol is it's a little bit, well, it's more like a committee. There's less, it's just a lot of people that are willing to help and people kind of put their hands up. Is that fair?
Yeah. No, I think we've implemented a bit more structure recently, but there does tend to be, I guess it depends on availability, but we do have some core people that are involved in the monthly meetings and are involved in hosting and organizing the sessions, but it's very much a team effort. Similar to Phil, if somebody's busier than another, then everyone will lend a hand and make sure things happen and take place. So but yeah, just having those kind of monthly sessions, setting those actions and contact reports and things like that, and making sure things happen is just really important, just to keep things flowing and make sure we're thinking ahead and not just at the next month. And we're all kind of talking to different developers and different people at different times, so we've always got new ideas to add as to what we could be exploring in a future session.
You just mentioned the words contact report in the context
of
meetups. It sounds
probably a bit formal then. That's my
formal.
project manager. That's my project manager. But I guess just detailing kind of what was discussed and actions. So we're all busy in our day to day. So just coming back to what did we talk about? What did I offer to help out with? And just revisiting those in our next sessions so we can so we know what's ahead basically.
I think we may all wish we had a kind of project manager brain in our teams, a bit like you. I can give some context for the Umbraco London meetup. At least myself, Ravi, and Lottie organise that one. We do alternate months. It's someone else's responsibility, so we sort of sit down, have a somewhat boozy lunch or dinner, maybe twice a year, and plan out what the next 6-12 months looks like. Allocate things. Lottie scribbles some stuff down in a notebook, and then sometimes it gets forgotten about. So yeah, sometimes a bit of structure would be good. The reason I was asking this is because it sounds like Team Kerala, you have a slightly different makeup. Both of you are from Phases. Andrew, maybe you can tell us a little bit about the structure, how you go into planning the events, who's responsible for what. Is your company supporting you with this, encouraging you to do it, giving you company time, etc.?
Yeah. So yeah, Angie.
Yeah, the company definitely supporting us, and actually we are focusing making our sessions not only informative but also interactive. Actually, we are planning to share this knowledge beyond Kerala and expand our reach to the entire nation. Actually, we look forward to expanding our community and exploring more exciting topics together.
Amazing. So is there something that Phases has asked you to do to run the meetup? Is it giving you time in work to make that happen?
Yes,
Amazing. And so
they'll give time.
and so
Yes, the phases.
is there a
Yeah, the
team of
phases
you
itself
responsible?
is. Yeah, exactly. The phases itself giving, the time, and they are actually giving the entire management is giving the motivation to take the sessions and organizing the session. It's not us like me and Anju is not only there. There are other colleagues also. There are other wonderful pillars for this, organizing and taking the session. I need to name those peoples actually because they are the real, the real people to run along with us actually. So one is our
Heroes.
CTO itself, that's Mohammed Ansar. And the second one is Girish, and the third is Jinu, and fourth one is Diljit. These are actually our colleagues, and these peoples are actually the other pillars of the Umbraco user group, the Kerala Umbraco user group. Actually, yeah.
Amazing. It's good to see here that I think this is a common theme. Everyone is helping each other, working together to make these meetup groups as successful as possible. How are you going about finding speakers with your fairly unique and more pathway based setup? Are they usually internal to Phases? Do you get external speakers occasionally?
So of now we don't get any external speakers. Actually, most of the speakers and hosting peoples are actually from Faces itself. Or most of us are colleagues actually. So, but we are actually planning for connecting or contacting with or collaborating with other tech agencies from India. Actually, there are lots of other companies who are doing Umbraco. They're interested in Umbraco. So we need to contact them and we need to collaborate so we can create more informative content on big topic on top of Umbraco. So we are actually planning for that.
Yeah, we had Nikhil on earlier, who's from the Gujarat region and in India, and he's obviously very passionate about Umbraco. I know there's a hugely popular Umbraco Navi Mumbai meetup group that again was running, I think, even at one point weekly online sessions, which again, phenomenal, amazing. It's great, but it's a big country. It's hard to connect people. If you're all doing virtual stuff, it would be awesome to see more collaboration there, I'm sure.
I think I attended the first Kerala user group because I am from Kerala, so just wanted to see what's happening. Yeah, I want to see what's happening there. So I was amazed to see people joining from other parts of India as well. Like wow, they have really done well. But all in all, we have three different, we have people representing three different meetup groups from across the world and very, very three different approaches.
Yeah, indeed. Phil, how are you finding new fresh speakers? I think you've done a very good job of having some of I would argue some of the best talks I've seen at conferences in maybe the past year or so have actually originated as meetup talks, especially in Manchester. I'm thinking things like the Strangler Fig pattern one from Pritesh and Adam. I'm thinking Rachel's talk that she gave today, of course. You've birthed a lot of great speakers. So what's your secret? How are you finding them?
Okay, so I think we do have people coming to us quite regularly and saying they want to come and practice their talks, and we're open to that. We really want that to happen because it's a great way to get feedback before you go into that bigger environment. But we're also interested in trying to develop talent and help people to start speaking internally. So the approach that we take from that, or that I took from the start when we had not many people coming, was to speak a lot at these events to show that how easy it is to do. And I would go along and give a 10-minute talk, a short talk after the main talk, which probably wasn't the best of prepared talks, so that they could see that stumbling over words, having the slides in the wrong order, all of those things really didn't matter at all. It's about creating a really nice, kind, caring environment for people to take that step into public speaking. And we'll host things like we had a lightning talk session earlier in the year at Manchester, and we had all people from the local community all come and give talks, and some were junior developers, some were at higher level, and at director level, some of the people that were talking, and they're all quite nervous, but the environment was very pleasant for them to give those talks out. So now I have people coming to me internally, and I'm booked up for a couple of months with people internally wanting to give talks, which is great.
That's the dream, not having to scramble around, last minute find a guest and someone hastily put together a talk. Well prepared, people that are keen, have seen other people do it, and they want to do the exact same. That's a really great model to be based on. Kat, in Bristol, what's the process there? Because you're generally having 2 to 3 speakers sometimes at some of your talk events.
Yeah, so again, it can follow a similar format in terms of people doing their practice talks before some of the key conferences in the community. We'll also have volunteers from colleagues of those within the committee as well that are working on something interesting and want to share. I've in the recent got colleagues involved in doing a couple of talks, some of which that aren't familiar with doing talks before. So it's just getting them used to being in that environment. And like you say, it is a very friendly and accepting environment. So it's a good opportunity for them to do that. Also going out to other conferences, having been to Code Garden, organising Spark, we get to meet lots of different people and finding out about what they're working on and whether it would be suitable for a future Bristol talk. So just kind of reaching out to them and keeping contact with them to see what they're up to. But yeah, next year we are going to be looking at doing a crossover with .NET Southwest Meetup. So again, just widening those topics so that we can reach out to more people.
Exciting. It sounds like the key theme here really has been outreach. Talk to your community, find out what people are interested in, and plan around it as well. I think I'm very impressed at how well planned all 3 of the groups here we've spoken to are. Like you've got plans for many editions in advance. You've got a strong team behind you. You're all supporting each other. That sounds really awesome. We've only got a couple of minutes left. Maybe you could share some final wise words, key takeaways, some encouragement for someone that maybe is looking to get involved in a meetup group. Who should we start? Let's start with Phil.
Yeah, so I think the most important thing is to find your local community. So find your agencies and develop links to those people. Our meetup really started to take off when we started working with organisations like Nexa Digital and CTI Digital locally and Cantaris, and that really helped it move forward. And then when you have that, start talking to other organisers in the local area. We're now talking to Newcastle, and we're talking to people to Liverpool to create a northern Umbraco group.
Amazing. So that would be a combined Manchester, Liverpool type group, or another group?
Well, no, just to share speakers, to share ideas, to make sure that everybody can work together on it.
Bit of a coalition, alliance or something. That's very good. Maybe the Kerala group, you can share some insight, wise words, anything that you want people watching from India to know. How can they get involved with your meetup group?
Yeah, so it's virtual, so it's anyone can join. That's the one of the main advantage. And currently we are just planning small topics on top of Umbraco, but we are planning to take much advanced topics. So the main intention, as I said in the the initial conversation itself, the consistency. So we are keeping that promise. We will definitely take those sessions in every month. So that is the the key takeaway from our session actually, and the publicity. So if we maintain the consistency and we are making the publicity in a good way, then definitely everyone can see what is happening in our in our Umbraco user group, and they can join and they can be more informative about Umbraco. Yeah.
Fantastic. Andrew, anything to add to that?
Yeah, actually, we are after our all session completed, then will share the videos of that session through the YouTube. Then anyone is missed out, then they can watch later. So we'll do that.
Fantastic. So yeah, go check out the Kerala user group's YouTube channel for sure. And Kat, you get the last words. What do you want to say?
Yeah, I guess just want anyone listening or anyone that think they might want to join a Umbraco community. note that you don't have to be a developer. I hadn't been involved in the Umbraco community up until like a year ago, and I didn't think there was a place for me, but there is. The topics can be about anything. So yeah, just know that there will be similar people to you there, and just kind of reach out to someone you might know involved, and come along and see what it's like. And there's also the opportunity to have those socials that we do every 3 months. So it's just opportunities to get to know different people.
Yeah, I think you've been unfair on yourself there, Kat. You say you've not been involved in the community until a year ago. That's not true. You're the organizer of Umbraco Spark, which is a fantastic event.
Yeah.
Tickets on sale right now, March 8th, Bristol.
I guess I guess deeper into the community in terms of Bristol, you get to know more about what's going on behind the scenes, whereas before it was very much kind of on the outside, organizing something, but not really involved on the inside.
Well, I'd argue that as organizers, you are the backbone, at least, of your local communities. So, no, thank you, everybody, for your work. Thanks for joining us on this panel today. It's been really great to see you all. Great to hear about everything you're doing. Go check those people out if you don't know about their user groups. Of course, it's the Umbraco Manchester and the Umbraco Leeds group, the Bristol group, and the Kerala group, which is online, virtual, on YouTube, etc. as well. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Lovely to chat. We'll see you all later.
Thanks.
Thank you, Ben.
And that wraps up our panel. We are going to be back in a short couple of seconds, and we have a very special guest, Umbraco CTO, Phillip.
Yes.
See you in a bit. And welcome back, everybody. We are going into our next session, which is a sort of discussion Q&A. I'm not quite sure what format. Phillip, hello.
We do.
Hey, Phillip.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
And good to see you
Great day
repping
today.
Umbraco Tuesday.
Of course, of course.
Amazing. Well, Kim, dropped you in it earlier. He said there was lots of things we could ask you instead of him. So we have plenty of questions.
I noticed that he said that, I was just taking credit for everybody else's work, and I must admit that is 100% true.
Actually, Lottie said that. So I think she's the one you need to
Oh, that was Lottie.
Yeah. I'm sure she was under no pressure from Kim whatsoever.
Whatsoever.
Well, fantastic. Thanks for joining us. This is going to be a bit of a discussion about what's going on in Umbraco right now as far as the product goes and as far as what's coming up as well in 2024. But maybe you can just give us a quick roundup of how we got to today. What's gone on in 2023 with the Umbraco product?
Well, 2023 has been pretty crazy, right? I mean, we started out with the acquisition of Outfield Digital and the launch of Umbraco Commerce, and then we launched Umbraco 12 with all the headless stuff in it. That was, probably one of the most looked after features in Umbraco for a long time. So that was really exciting to get out of the door. And I mean, tomorrow we have a new release, a new major coming, and the new long-term supported version. So there's lots of stuff we can talk about. I mean, so when you asked me to join this session, I always love to be part of the community events, and I said I'm happy to do anything you'd like me to. So I'm thinking we just have a chat about 13 and 14 and
Let's do that.
Whatever you want to talk about.
Let's do that.
Yeah.
So Umbraco 13 coming out tomorrow. That's obviously the hot news. Let's go through that.
Yeah.
So
Santa is early.
What are
for community.
the big features?
I mean, it's the upgrade to .NET 8 with C# 12 and all of the good stuff. There's some performance improvements in there, and there's some new language features and stuff that you should probably ask someone smarter than me about. I know the primary constructors is probably the one feature that I kind of understand what does, but that's about it. It's the minimal hosting model for Umbraco, so we align a little bit more with how Umbraco or how Microsoft wants us to do things or wants developers to build. But like on the feature side, probably the biggest one is webhooks. Webhooks for Umbraco. It makes a lot of sense that you can actually, especially when you're working in that headless context, that you can actually, be notified when stuff is changing. I mean, I think the primary use case is stuff like static site generators or something like that needs to do something when content changes or anything like this. But we've built a very dynamic system that you can easily extend on and build with. So I think that's a pretty cool feature.
Pairs very nicely with the delivery API stuff that you mentioned a minute ago. Like they go hand in hand, especially if you're doing static site generation or just any kind of headless system. Actually, needing to be able to be a system to be able to alert something when something changes or happens is key. So.
And I mean, you've always been able to listen for the Umbraco events and from code and do stuff yourself, but now this is kind of the UI experience of just putting in a URL and saying I want to be notified when this event happens or something like this.
And not just that, I believe you handle things like retries and elegant, graceful failures if something does go wrong, that sort of thing. So that's great. This has also been a feature of Hardcore for forever, a long time. So it's kind of great to see that finally coming to the core product.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice how the products, make each other better. Whenever we do new stuff to Umbraco, it flows into Hardcore, and now the other way around as well. So I think that's a pretty good example of the synergies between the products.
Yeah, amazing. Let's rewind a second. You talked about minimal hosting model. So that is I'm not going to get into too much tech, but just for people that don't know and maybe need to know how that impacts their solution. So that is what people will know right now is startup.cs and program.cs in the root of their projects. And that is called the traditional web hosting model for applications. And Microsoft has moved away from that quite a long time ago, actually. But Umbraco has obviously been on this journey to sort of catch up with the Microsoft world and the .NET world in general. And so the idea is that startup CS and program CS are combined into one program.cs, and it's a much simpler approach. And it also supports things like the new minimal APIs and some of these other features.
Some of the new the .NET 8
exactly
as well. So
yeah. So my understanding, though, from chats with Bjarke and the CMS team are that actually the existing startup CS and program.cs files will continue to work exactly as they are. So if you're upgrading from 12, you don't have to change anything. You don't have to move to the minimal hosting model. But if you're doing any fresh install, that will be the default as of now. And so you'll be doing a more modern solution. And if you are upgrading and want to upgrade to minimal hosting model, you can do that too. It doesn't matter. They should work exactly the same way, is what I've been told. Touch wood. We'll see.
Yep.
I mean, that's what I've been told as well. I think it makes sense. I mean, go to the new model if you can. If there's not too much work, Bjarke always tells people not to touch the program and startup file anyway. So it makes sense. And if you've been following those best practices, the upgrade should be very easy. Yeah. But of course, we can't just do it as a migration because people might be doing all sorts of stuff in those files that we don't know how to treat.
Completely. We've taken
so we'll
the
continue
same
supporting
approach.
both for some time.
Yeah, we've taken the same approach. We desperately try not to touch startup CS or program CS because you ship them as part of your template. So we see them as kind of your thing. You own that. And you have, between all of the majors up till now, actually changed something about those files, whether it's a namespace or a reference needs to be included or something like that. So yeah,
thank you for pointing that out. Yeah.
Yeah,
you know me, Phillip. I don't dance around anything. So yeah, okay. Minimal hosting
model.
But no
spoilers today.
Yeah, sorry. Minimal hosting model. Small changes coming, but nothing that people really need to know about too much. Webhooks, fantastic feature and something people can get started with using right away, whether that's communicating with an external system or just doing stuff even to their own system, calling web APIs that go and do other stuff should you really want to do that. That's perfectly fine. Well, what else is in V13?
There's some really cool additions to the delivery API around how you can, kind of configure what you want expanded and not expanded and what fields you want to be part of the response and stuff. So there's some really powerful stuff there, especially when you have like stuff that's nested more than one level down that wasn't previously possible to get in the same response.
So when we talk about expanded, we mean where someone's got a picker, for example, and by default it won't give you the properties from that picked entity, perhaps, or will give you less properties. Whereas you can now control much more how many levels deep that information is exposed.
So up until now, you were able to say expand, and I don't know, remember the API, but you could tell it to expand, but it would give you then all the properties one level down of what you want. But then, the classic example is you have a blog post. It's, it has an author and the author have an image. And that means you would have to do 2 requests to get the image of the author along with the blog post. And that kind of, feels a little bit clunky. So with the new syntax, you can actually get just that field, and you don't need to get all of the fields for the blog or for the author or for the image. You can just get the ones that you want.
Great.
Fantastic. I mean, that's cool. What about XPath?
Yeah, I mean, we've deprecated XPath, and I mean, in order to be able to do that, of course, we need a good alternative. And I mean, the primary use case is where you have multi-node tree pickers, and you have to dynamically pick where it starts. So we've come up with a new feature that we call dynamic route, where there's a nice UI where you can build out what's essentially, I think, a JSON, representation of the query that you want to build. So it's a pretty powerful feature, and it's built pretty. It's very powerful, and it's pretty cool, and it gives you all the powers and more from what you want from XPath. And I mean, our cache is not really XML anymore, so it doesn't really make sense that we use XPath today.
I mean, the XPath system in Umbraco since 8 has been ridiculously inefficient because, again, you don't have an XML cache, and effectively every iteration over that XPath query was doing a whole bunch of stuff on objects in memory to filter down and get to the result you wanted. Ridiculously inefficient.
Yeah.
That's why for a long time,
I mean,
we've been pushing people away from doing like the XPath queries on Umbraco helper and those sorts of things. Those are going, I believe, soon or have gone. I'm not sure.
Yeah, all the XPath stuff is going. I mean, the overall goal is that you can that we want to be able to not have everything in memory, and for you to still be able to do what you want to. So all of the stuff that requires, where back office requires memory, all the content to be in memory, we need to get alternatives for those. And this was the last one that we didn't have a proper way to do.
Yeah, and so officially, what this dynamic route is doing is it's actually a nice UI, I believe, on top of in the property editors now, so you can start building up your query. You don't have to understand the XPath syntax anymore, or even understand the fact that Umbraco doesn't support the full XPath syntax. It's just a weird subset of things to go find bits in Umbraco. Don't have to understand that anymore. The UI basically shows you everything that's possible, and then that results, as I understand, in a direct database call, that a nice efficient query that gets you the content you need without having to worry so much about the cache or anything like that. It's just
I think we internally store it as a JSON representation, and then it's turned into a SQL statement or query when it's actually happening.
Yeah, and that's awesome. That's awesome. So yeah, XPath is going away. If anyone's using it still, I really hope not. But if anyone is still using it in the Umbraco helper methods, are those still in 13, just obsoleted, or are they?
Yeah, they're going away in 14.
They're going in 14. And the one
that's the same thing with XPath, right? XPath is there for 13 as well, but the goal is that we need to get them out, so they'll be out from 14. So that's why we're deprecating a full major in advance.
And the other places that XPath is used, I think the other one I can think of, so it's the multi-node tree picker. There's the in the Umbraco helper themselves, and there's also, I think, the error handler, which is something that's caused us great pain recently. There's a massive memory issue if you put the wrong XPath query in there, and it causes awful problems. But again, I assume the alternative for that is people should just roll their own error handling code, or the what's it called, the last chance content finder is the feature.
I mean, we try as much as possible to, when we can, depend on what Microsoft gives you, what the language gives you, and when it can't, we want to build you something that's really good. And we don't feel like the XPath stuff is really good, so we want to give you an alternative when there's no, language alternative.
Yeah, that's fantastic. That makes sense. I was going to ask about macros. What's going on with those?
Yeah, I mean, so there is a lot of deprecations in this release, right? And just to be clear again, like, these are deprecations for features that are going away in 14. So you have all of 13 where the new alternative is there and the old one is still there, so you can get the migration done and get all of your stuff migrated over. But I mean, the last place that so we needed macros to go away for the same reason. Like it's technologically outdated and it's terrible, and we want to get rid of that. And I mean, people seem to really be liking the block that we use for the block list and for the block grid. So we kind of came up with the idea that you should just be able to put blocks inside of the rich text editor where you would normally put macros, right? I mean, that's essentially the feature, right? Like it's very much like you know it from the block list or from the block grid, so you can put in a control, whatever, like the settings panel and all of that stuff, and essentially then you can put anything into the block grid or to the rich text editor, as long as it's a block.
Nice.
And I mean, it renders out as you would expect, but if you use the delivery API, you actually get the structured data out, so that's kind of nice as well.
Amazing, because but even before macros in the delivery API, I can't really remember, they would just spit out the markup. But it's not fantastic, and there's always problems with macros where you can't really use the Umbraco context inside them because they're not really part of the request, and it's horrible. It doesn't make any sense. So this is just way more modern. This, to me, seems like, and I'm going to spoil something here, there's an announcement blog post going out tomorrow, but Vera has asked me if she can quote something I said on Umbra Coffee a few weeks ago, where I think I said, this is one of the most exciting major releases we've had in a while. The reason I'm excited by it is you're getting rid of all the stuff I don't want in there, like and giving modern replacements. It's feels like we finally got rid of all that cruft that's been hanging around since, realistically, when I started working with Umbraco in V4. So it's cool.
Can I come back to the point of dynamic route on that?
Yeah.
So when I went through the release candidate blog post, I went through minimal host, blah, 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 blah. Dynamic route. What is dynamic route? And I went and read what actually dynamic route is. You are getting rid of XPath in multi-node tree picker. Lifesaver.
Yeah, complete lifesaver. Complete lifesaver. It's a nicer user experience as well, like I said, as an interface on it now. Before you'd have to kind of guess, try a bunch of combinations, guess, hit saved. Oh, it didn't work. Try something else. You got no visual feedback that your XPath was wrong. Horrible. So great things coming. This is the next long-term support version. So Umbraco 10 is still supported till June 14th or 15th, 2025. But this gets supported well into 2026 and beyond. Is that correct?
3 years. I mean, that's of course why we want to, get the release as close to the .NET release, because .NET 8 is long-term support and that has 3 years of support. So we want to get it as close to that as possible, so you can have the full 3-year period with both .NET and Umbraco supported.
Fantastic. So what happens to Umbraco 10 now then?
I mean, it stays, if I remember correctly, it's supported for 1 more year. So you have a full year. If you're going LTS to LTS, there's a good period in between where you can upgrade or do the migration there.
When we say supported, that means it's probably not going to get any of the new features that come to 13, but it will still get bug fixes and those essential things.
Yeah, so we have two different phases, or 3 different phases. Like, one is the one where it's the active release. That's the one that we're shipping new features to, where we're doing effectively new minors every 6 weeks to build in new feature. Then there's the supported one, which is the one where we fix bugs, fix anything that's wrong. And then there's the last phase, which is typically the last 12 months for LTSs. Or the last 3 months for the other ones, is the security phase, where we don't no longer fix bugs, but we will make sure that you continue to be safe.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, as you brought it up, security. Should we talk about security? Yesterday or the day before, we had a new security vulnerability, medium severity, something to do with users getting permissions or access to things in the back office they shouldn't have, which is understandable. Stuff happens. It's okay. And then a subsequent patch as well, I think, for a small defect that came out with it. But for this patch, you've effectively patched 8, 10, 12, because it's the current, and that patch will be in 13 as well, which is an unprecedented level of coverage that we've not really seen from Umbraco in a very long time.
Yeah, it's very nice. I mean, it's one of those... it's one of those bugs where you when we got the report, you think like, oh, this sounds serious, and then you start looking at it and you find out like it's been there for 15 years or whatever.
Yeah,
so
I didn't want to mention 7, but I saw a hint that it might have also been in 7 and has been patched under the XLTS scheme. Is that, you can confirm?
Yeah, we have a commercial offering with extended long-term support for 7, and yes, there was a patch for that as well.
Fantastic. So yeah, it's one of those things that's been there for a long time. It was great to see, I think 5 or 6 community member names against that report too. So good to see the community are finding these things.
It is super nice, and I mean, of course, we take the chance. When we have super small niche issues that might not require us to actually do a release, then we'll put them in the next one. So there is more than just this one fix in this release.
Amazing. Cool.
Yeah, again, one more thing I like to highlight with this is the release cadence, which becomes more and more predictable, except for scenarios like the security patches. But it is a lifesaver again on how to educate end clients on when to upgrade and what to upgrade to as well. So it's getting more standard, and it's getting more easy for sure.
Definitely. So on that topic, should we talk about roadmap and what's coming for 13 and for 14, because 14's definitely on the horizon. Purnima said earlier we're getting a release candidate soon, and I'm sure that's not quite the case, but maybe you can spill the beans.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I hope everybody watched Nathan's talk this morning. It's really nice to see our own dog fooding actually starting to get close to something we can start talking about at least. I'm sure he won't say that it's ready yet, but that's very nice. We are, I mean, if you haven't been paying attention, the big thing for 14 is, of course, the new back office, right? We're rebuilding the back office with super nice APIs where you have a lot more, flexibility and a lot more hooks. It hooks into basically anything in the back office, and it's a super cool. I mean, it's just a great developer experience to work with the new back office. And along with that is a management API. So basically, because the new back office is just a client, it means that you can build your own client, or anything that you can do from the back office, you can now actually do through an official versioned management API from 14. So I also think that's a pretty cool thing and something that we don't maybe talk about enough. I think that's really, really powerful.
Does this mean
you'll be able to have stable APIs for that as well?
Does this mean some hipster somewhere can go and rebuild the back office in Rust or something if they really wanted to?
Absolutely.
All right.
That would be fun.
It would be.
I'm pretty sure we'll be seeing packages with Blazor components. Blazor.
Yeah.
With Razor components and then web componentized into back office Umbraco.
It's all possible now with the new back office. So web component tech, you've chosen Lit as your light wrapper around web components just for some friendly helper methods there, but people can roll whatever they want, and you can just use the extension APIs, use the headless APIs directly if you really wanted to kind of achieve anything, which is great.
And I think one more thing, again, I'm saying this, the education level of education we're having from HQ regarding the new back office, especially with Niels having the talks and of course Nathan coming out and showing what he's practically achieved with the new back office. It's great to see that initiative from the HQ.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, team's doing a lot of really cool work, and I couldn't be happier.
13, 1, 2, 3. What's on the roadmap there?
I was hoping you're not going to ask that question.
There's honestly not a lot. /roadmap. It's all online.
Yeah, but I mean, most of that is 14 and beyond, right? For 13, it's going to be, I think, honestly, most of the teams is pretty busy on 14. So I imagine that it's going to be mostly, stabilization, bug fixes, and whatever the community brings us. Maybe we have a few smaller things we'd like to get in, but I mean, if you're hoping for a big feature, you should. I think you need to wait for 14, probably.
I think that's fair. I think most people are holding out for 14 as well right now, so that's good. What about the rest of the community? Rest of the company? Sorry, we've not really touched on cloud or commerce and UI builder and forms. There's so much other stuff going on, but can you give us a very high level overview of some exciting things happening there? Or are they also still all preparing for new back office?
I mean. I think most of the teams are still waiting for a new back office to reach, maturity so they can start working on it. I think for most of the teams, this is something that starts, January-ish that we start actually building on top of the new back office. Nathan is kind of the, as he said, the canary in the coal mine, and hopefully he'll be able to teach the other people in his group around what to do for commerce and forms and workflow and for all of the other products, right? I think in general we're trying to, of course, all the products have roadmaps, and you can find all of those online, of course. But the overall idea is we want to be a great fit, not only for the smaller websites, but also for the bigger ones. And then the other big theme is really around headless, making sure that our APIs are actually consistent between the products, so that if you know how to read data from the content API, you can get forms the same way, and you can get you can use the storefront API the same way for commerce, and you can use the workflow APIs the same way, and the deploy. I mean, all of the APIs that they align on, how your body is structured when it comes back, and what error messages we use, and status codes, and how you request them, and how we version them, and all of that stuff, so that you get that feeling of one big product that does all of it for you. And I think that's been pretty cool to see.
The product we've not actually heard that much about lately is Hardcore. So what's happening there? I know there was some plans at some point to try and bring the delivery API that's in Core CMS over to Hardcore, and effectively that become the new delivery API for Hardcore, and then Hardcore's additions of the GraphQL layer, etc. You've got webhooks now in the Core CMS, so it also makes sense that it would use those. What's the overall plan there?
Yeah, I mean, it is more or less what you said. I mean, we're working on bringing the delivery API of the CMS over to Hardcore, so that it actually it's plug and play. You can we can switch between one or the other. So the USP of Hardcore is more about global delivery and about speed and about GraphQL and stuff than it's actually about like the features, because the feature set should be the same, right?
That was always the line that Morten would say, like the Hardcore product is a delivery layer. It's infrastructure rather than necessarily being a headless product. And at the time, of course, it was the headless CMS and the only option for doing so.
Yeah.
But it doesn't have to be that way at all.
Yeah, we see it more as that delivery layer, and I mean the way that it's built enables us to do GraphQL on top of it, and we think that's pretty cool. Yeah. GraphQL is something that especially maybe a year ago or 2 years ago, it was very popular in the front end community, and of course it was critical for us to get that in.
Nice.
I think that's the short. I mean, we could talk more about Hardcore if you want to. I think we would like to bring workflow to Hardcore as well. Some of our other products make a lot of sense, in the Hardcore lane as well.
Even commerce. I mean, headless commerce would be cool.
I mean, we have headless commerce now, like with the storefront API for Umbraco Commerce.
As a service, I mean.
Yes. You got me.
So
you got me
giving
here.
up on
this. I don't know yet. We don't know exactly what more we want to bring to what more of our products we want to bring to Hardcore.
Makes sense. Well, before Arnold runs back in, I'll ask you one final question.
Yes.
If there was no such thing as product owners, no such thing as other management teams and CEOs with with goals that they have to hit, what is your one dream roadmap item that you'd add if you could?
Oof. I mean, when I was first hired, I was hired to do the new back office, and that is so close to my heart, and that's probably what I would say. If I was gonna put all my own effort into something, that would be it. I've been telling Jakob in the last few weeks that I would like to join the team for a few weeks or something. That would be a lot of fun. I mean, that is just. I think it's critical for the future of the product, and it's very close to my heart because I when I was a developer, I used to write a lot of TypeScript and do stuff on the client side, and that's just I think this will really broaden the reach of Umbraco to not just the .NET developers, but for more like any kind of web developer.
Yeah, I agree. I completely agree. That's it's an exciting time for the product. It's definitely the best it's ever been, the most stable it's ever been.
Yeah.
As of today, the most secure it's ever been.
Yes.
Yeah, no, it's a great time
The
for the product.
roadmap looks great.
Yeah.
And I think the last time I attended a keynote from HQ was at Duke Fest. I had to miss out on Umbraco UK Fest. But what HQ seems to be coming up with for features
Yeah.
across the products is looking really, really promising.
Oh yeah, I completely agree.
That's good to hear.
I completely agree. Well, thank you so much, Philip. It's been lovely to have you with us, and lovely to see you've been involved in the chat all day as well too. So
Yeah.
that's great.
I've had a
Thank you
great day. I
for
hope
all
everyone
the
has.
energy and
Thank you for having
enthusiasm
me.
that you're bringing.
Cheers, Philip. See ya.
Absolutely.
Alrighty.
See you.
We need to wrap the session up just quickly before Arnold wants to get under the desk again. We will see you in a couple of minutes. We're going to be back with Cornet, who's going to be showing us the Umbraco U-Marketing Suite. There we go. Features coming for headless. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. We'll go to a short break.
God. Oh my word, my mouth. Yeah. How are you feeling? Ooh, that's brilliant. Yeah. That was a nice session from Phillip. He matched up the energy. Yeah.
Oh no. Oh no. No. Henk, we can go whenever. I think. You ready? Hello, everybody. Welcome back. And unlike what I just said, we have Cornet. He's not going to be talking about e-commerce. He's talking about U-Marketing Suite and some of the new headless features that you've been adding there.
Yes.
You don't need much introduction. You've been here many times before, but I'm sure you'll do all of that. I'll let you take it away.
Thank you very much, Callum.
All good.
And we'll get going. All right. Good afternoon, everyone, or morning or evening, I should say, depending on the time zone that you're watching. My name is Corné, and I'd like to welcome you all very much to my session of today, Headless Personalization using the Marketing Suite. So for today, we'll be going over a couple of different topics that have to do with, like I said, Umbraco, Headless, some Your Marketing Suite stuff, some best practices, some front-end related things, pretty much everything having to do with Headless. We'll end up with some potential considerations and takeaways. We'll be taking a look at handling caching of personalized content, and we'll have a look at what's both possible with the various new changes with Your Marketing Suite and Umbraco. So besides that, if you have any questions during the talk, be sure to drop them in the chat. I have the chat open as of right here, which I will be able to cover at the end of the session. So don't be shy and let me know if there's anything you'd like to know. So like I already said, a quick introduction. My name is Corné Hoskam. I'm a lead developer over in the Netherlands for Your Marketing Suite. I'm a 2x Umbraco MVP. And besides that, I also have a tech blog, which mostly consists of Umbraco-related content. But enough about me. Let's get into the details for today. So before we can get into the details for today's talk, we'll first have to cover what is Headless. Of course, Headless is a topic that has already been mentioned many times, not only today, but has been a major topic over the last, let's say, couple of years. But in essence, when we're talking about Headless in the context of a content management system, we're talking about the separation of its content management and the actual presentation of the content. The major advantage of going headless is that in this case, the Headless CMS exposes its content via an API instead of actually rendering its content itself. This is also one of the major selling points for going with this approach, is being able to reuse all of the content that you're, in this case, exposing through your APIs and managing through your management system. For several years, we've had Umbraco Hardcore as the software as a service offering for Headless Umbraco. And of course, as of Umbraco 12, we also have access to the content delivery API natively in the core of Umbraco itself. As of not sure how long ago, let's say a couple months, half a year to a year or so, Umbraco Commerce also released their own storefront API. But of course, with all of that, there was one package that couldn't be left behind, and that is, of course, Your Marketing Suite. So, like I already said, we have Umbraco Hardcore, Umbraco 12, Commerce. But now, as of November 1st, we have the Your Marketing Suite Headless add-on compatible with Your Marketing Suite version 1.25, which adds a couple of features that allows you to turn your headless setup with Umbraco into a fully Your Marketing Suite ready setup. What we do is within the setup, we both add our own set of different APIs, the Your Marketing Suite marketing APIs, but we also integrate with the content delivery API itself of Umbraco to provide the best experience with as minimal effort from a developer as possible. So, how to get started? The installation is actually surprisingly easy. There's only a couple of steps that we have to take. First of all, we need to make sure that we have both Your Marketing Suite and the Your Marketing Suite Headless package installed. First command can do so from the terminal, but you can use any old method for installing your NuGet packages that you're used to. The next step we can take is on our startup CS is add a single line of code behind the add delivery API from Umbraco itself to make sure that we also add our own documentation to the back office for Swagger so that you can see all the various endpoints that are added and that you can have fun with yourself. And lastly, but not certainly not least, is that you have to make sure that the delivery API from Umbraco itself is enabled. Otherwise, you can't make full use of all the shiny features out there. So let's make this thing as interactive as possible and go into a demo, because nothing makes personalization easier to show than, of course, a demo itself. For this, we'll be taking a look at a demo website that makes use of Umbraco's content delivery API, which uses Next.js in this case for the fetching of content and the server-side rendering of our website. So let's take a look if it is going. There we go. So like I said, we're currently taking a look at a blog which is built using Next.js and makes use of Umbraco's content delivery API. which pretty much consists of a wide range of various articles related to any old blog that you can possibly make use of. In this case, we're also visiting our webpage as a first-time visitor, so we don't have any history or knowledge yet about who's visiting our page, what pages has he or she visited, any of that information. So the first page we'll be taking a look at in this case is the About page. What we notice on this About page is that it is, in this case, quite generic. We have a generic About Us title, we have a banner image on the top, which is not really tailored to us in particular, but to any old visitor to our webpage. But in Umbraco, we have configured two variants of this specific page, the default variant that we are currently looking at, and a page that is targeted specifically for anyone that we have marked as being a developer, or at least someone that's interested in looking at developer-related articles. So in our little setup, let's take a look at some of our various blogs. Let's head over to our homepage and scroll down a bit to open one of our blog pages. In this case, we have a blog which is named .NET 8 News. We have some lorem ipsum over there, but we can pretty much say, okay, if you are someone that has opened this page, we can assign some points to you in the role of a developer, because this is a very developer-oriented page, and we are most likely targeting developers when you're actually opening or viewing this page. So the next step, once we head back to our homepage, is scroll down a little bit more, and we see the next article, this case called Next.js and Your Marketing Suite. Again, we have an article, we can say quite safely, this one is directed at developers because it contains some technical terms. It might even include some instructions, some guides, some reference to documentation, anything that would scream, okay, this one is dedicated to developers. So by going back, what we can do is we scroll down a little bit further, and last but not least is another article called Developing Graphs Using Graph.js. Just like the previous posts, this one is also very heavily dedicated to developer audiences, which means that all three blog posts that we visited right now are targeted at developers. And in behind the scenes, we have built up a profile for your visitor that's pretty much says, okay, we most likely know that you're a developer right now, and you have hit a certain threshold. So what happens next is when we are visiting our About page, you can see suddenly the page looks different than before. We have a custom title, something saying like Headless Architecture for Developers. The imagery has changed. Suddenly this About page looks a lot more appealing to me as a developer. Do note, this is still the same page as before though, especially in the title or in the URL. It's still /about. Umbraco still returns the same content for the /about page. The only thing that actually changed is what our visitor currently sees. So that is pretty much the basic gist of what an end user might experience when visiting a blog that uses Umbraco and your marketing suite. So let's take a look at what's actually happening underneath the hood and see the actual code in action by ways of the various API endpoints. So we'll head over to Swagger of our Umbraco installation, which by default will show us our blank default API. Sadly, the actual dropdown isn't showing on the recording right now, but what we can see is that we have two different kind of documentations available, being the Umbraco Content Delivery API and your Marketing Suites API. On the Content Delivery API, what you can see with the installation of your Marketing Suite Headless is that the various content API endpoints suddenly have two additional headers that you can supply. In this case being the forced segment and the external visitor ID headers. We will get back to these shortly by taking a look at what they actually do. But it's good to know that this is all integrated with Umbraco's own API documentation after the installation. So what we can do next is take a look at the brand new API that is released with Umbraco's with the Marketing Suite's installation of the Marketing Suite Marketing API, which is a set of 4 different groups, which contains a various number of endpoints, all having to do with the experience that you might use or that you might need when working with personalized content, A/B testing, page view tracking, pretty much everything that is needed for headlessly implementing the features of the Marketing Suite. So to go into quick detail of what the various endpoints are, we start off at the top with the track page view endpoint, which can be used to dedicate a page view for a specific visitor, so that not only the analytics in the back office will be able to track which page a specific user has visited, but also be able to act accordingly based on, for example, A/B testing, personalization, or any other custom code that you may have implemented using your Marketing Suite. Besides that, we also have some other things having to do with the actual personalization itself. The first one being assets, because you can also, instead of actually changing the content, you are able to provide custom JavaScript and or CSS straight from the back office that can be injected into your page. Because we are working with a headless setup in this case, we can't actually do that from a rendered site, of course. So we have some API endpoints dedicated to actually getting that information so that you can handle it yourself from your front end. We can also fetch the various different segments that are active for your specific user. So in this case, in our setup, we have seen we are a developer, for example, and we can see which segments our specific visitor belongs to. But also we have an endpoint for all generic segments to take a look at which pages are versions that contain variations and which pages are not personalized or A/B tested. So let's head back over to the Umbraco Content Delivery API and simulate what our actual Next.js application has done for us. We do so by fetching the content specifically for the About page using the Path API endpoint from Umbraco itself. So what we'll do, like I said, we'll fill in /about on the path over there. And we'll leave the rest of the information blank to get the response that we would get by default. Let's scroll down and hit execute. And what you can see is then, if I scroll in a little bit, is that the actual content that gets returned corresponds to the content that we've seen at the first step of our demo. So in this case, a markup version of the title being simply about us, instead of the personalized version. The image link above is also the one that wasn't personalized, but you'll have to trust me on that, of course. But this would be the default response that you would see without any other information supplied. So now that we can head back over to the Marketing API, so that we can simulate a couple of visits from our visitor to a developer-oriented blog post. For this, we'll make use of the track page view client variant, and we'll paste in the URL of the page that we are visiting. Of course, we are currently doing a simulation for all of this, but otherwise you would have, let's say, your Next.js application or your front end execute these requests. By then clicking execute, we will see that everything goes successfully. We are getting a 200 OK response, and in the body of our response, we are getting a unique GUID that represents our visitor. That means that for this specific visitor, we will be able to use this GUID in all other locations for the various API endpoints to make sure that instead of them being anonymous in the default case, we can now execute them on behalf of a recognized visitor from any platform of your liking. So what we'll do is we copy the visitor ID and we'll simulate several page views to the same page. Of course, they can also be different pages, but the result will be the same. So I'll paste them in the external visitor ID field and hit execute a couple of times. So we'll act like this user has visited the same page 3 or 4 times over. Quite easy as that. So after that's done, we can head back over to the content delivery API and see what actually happens. So by going back to the API that we have just visited, what we can now do is try it out again. We'll be visiting the same About page, but in this case, we'll paste in the unique visitor ID of the visitor that has just visited several developer-oriented pages. By scrolling back in again, we can now see that suddenly the actual content of the same page has changed to the variant that we've seen in the second example, where in this case the title says Headless Architecture for Developers instead of just being About Us. The URL has also changed, and pretty much all properties of this specific variant are being returned for this endpoint instead of being the generic endpoints that we've seen previously. Of course, we've currently taken a look at the /path endpoint from Umbraco, but the same features work on all the various endpoints. So both the query endpoints, the get by ID or IDs, and with Umbraco 13 coming up and the V1 version of the content delivery API being deprecated and the V2 version being released, this will also, of course, work just as well with that. So yes, it truly is as easy as that. Out of the box, there's no need for any custom API endpoints to fetch content or do any sort of personalization. You can make use of all the same content delivery API endpoints that you're already used to. Because pretty much all of the standards that Umbraco already uses apply for this as well. Let's say you make use of a custom package that makes use of a custom property editor. Out of the box, I can guarantee you 99% of the time it will work just as well because of the implementation that Umbraco uses to deal with these kind of variations. So yes, it really is as easy as that. It just works. So often I get asked in this case, okay, it's cool and all, but how can we deal with caching? Because in this case, we have a setup that makes use of server-side rendered pages. But by doing so, there are, of course, two major selling points that you might want to implement, both being either caching for the server-side rendered pages itself, or even go one step further and turn them into static site generation, a static site generation setup, so that you have the most optimal performance that you can get by only having to serve the actual pages to your user. And of course, it's all very much possible. Otherwise, I wouldn't, of course, be including it in these slides with the following steps that we need to take. So to implement your caching mechanism, depending on whatever framework you would like to use, of course, whether it's Next.js or any other, for sale, you name it, anything that can render your content for you. The first step you'll have to take is actually determine which pages contain variations. In the list of endpoints that I've showed first, there's an API endpoint that returns a list of all the pages that contain one or more variations. Also meaning that if a page does not contain any variations, you can just say straight up cache them without any sort of interference. If they do have variations, there's a couple more steps that we need to take, which are the following steps. Because after that, we'll need to actually determine which segment our visitor belongs to. Of course, another API endpoint that's currently available. We can then fetch the content for that specific segment instead of that specific visitor, so that we can say, in this case, instead of a specific visitor that belongs, let's say, in the developer group, we can just say what content belongs to the developer group in general, return that, and then cache that content for that specific version. And then all we have to do is serve the personalized content to our actual visitor. Of course, world domination might be at the end, but we'll see what our other steps are required. I'd love to see what you can do with that. So a couple of consideration and takeaways, especially not only when working with headless, but also with working with analytics, personalization, A/B testing, you name it. Start small. You can always expand afterwards. There is no need for an entire marketing team or an entire team of developers to be crunching all possible variations to have any sort of benefit. Simply starting with one small page with one variation for what you might expect to be the major split in audiences of your platforms, you can already benefit from all the optimal points for Marketing Suite. You can use analytics, of course, to your own advantage when doing that, to see which pages get the most views, or which demographic gets, which demographics visit your platform the most. And last but certainly not least, I'd like to throw in that it's also very easy to integrate with things like Umbraco Commerce. To bring it back to what Callum already said, is, for example, because Umbraco Commerce makes use of products as being part of content, the way that you personalize content is no different than the way you would personalize pages in Umbraco. So personalization and or A/B testing functions just as that. So be sure to be sure to get creative with that. But if you have any other questions, feel free to, of course, let me know. I think I still have some time left. For now, I don't currently see any questions in the chat, so that might not be the case. If you do, feel free to let me know. So be sure to stay in touch with me. I'd like to thank you all very much for tuning in. I hope I was able to inspire you to get started with personalization. You can find me on all the places where the cool kids hang out these days. It's X, Twitter, Mastodon, GitHub, LinkedIn, Discord, you name it. So hit me up if you have any further questions. And I'd like to thank you all very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Corné. Thank you. Great session. I'm always quite inspired seeing the marketing suite and the power. And in fact, I was just looking at our internal Slack channel, and the team's going, "Oh, this looks great. We should be using more of this." So that's cool. I was going to ask, did you have any resistance with getting the marketing suite into a kind of headless fashion? Were there any technical challenges you had to overcome? Because I know typically it's been built a lot around the request pipeline in Umbraco and assigning things to the request to make sure it's all done. So how does that been to adapt for
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, the major technical challenge in this case was actually figuring out what Umbraco does underneath the hood, especially the integrations with the content delivery API itself. I think I'd look more at the actual code of Umbraco than the marketing suite code to implement this. But especially because of the new tech stack and with .NET 6+, everything being part of middleware and being able to hook into all the various requests and stuff like that, it made it a lot easier once you got the hang of how Umbraco actually uses the flow to deliver content, to hook into that, not only to expand on it, but also to not only, let's say, inject variations of content, but luckily Umbraco has already been working on the foundation for or dealing with segments for quite a while now. And they consisted with that standard over the years, so that made this process a lot easier.
Exactly. There was a discussion actually on the CMS team maybe a couple of meetings ago about segmentation, because it's a weird one, because you are the only people actually properly using that feature of the APIs. It's and I know that your team in fact helped make the APIs what they are and make the back office work for it. So I'm sure when the new back office comes around, that might be a slightly interesting one where it's not being tested properly, because it's not a core feature. It's not a functionality that's actually exploited by the core directly. So.
Yeah, and that's what makes it interesting, because Umbraco, like I said, it does offer all the handlebars. It offers things like the variants and the segmentation, but it's pretty much all just left blank underneath the hood. And it's up to you to do all the implementation itself, how Umbraco actually uses that. Yeah. So that's, I think, also a major hurdle for most other package developers to make their own implementation of such a thing.
Yeah, because there was the discussion about do we go all in and have to properly try and support segmentation on the delivery API? Like, what's the value? And I said, well, yeah, but you're not really supporting it properly anywhere else. So I kind of said, let your marketing suite decide how they want to do it, and then go from there. It sounds like you've
figured it out.
You figured it out. So that's great. That's awesome. I was going to ask, without getting any axes in the post from Jeffrey, what's next? So headless was a big roadmap item you had. You're fairly new to the marketing suite team. What's the next big thing?
Yeah, so of course Umbraco 14 is around the corner. That's going to be a major challenge, because your marketing suite really prides itself in being as UI friendly as possible. and
You do a lot of
requi-
customization of the
it's
experience.
pretty much everything is customized to offer the best possible experience without any actual code interference. But yet the downside of that is it's now it now needs to be, let's say, entirely rebuilt.
What's your tech stack there? Is it AngularJS like the rest of the back office?
Yeah. Currently it's all AngularJS, and we're going to be moving to the whole new tech stack. Vite, lit, everything to do with that.
You're going to follow that.
We're going to follow
same
that
pattern.
that same pattern.
Not tempted to bring another Vue, Svelte, something like that
I'm
in
not
there?
tempted as of yet, mainly because luckily the ties with Umbraco are quite close. So especially Niels has been helping out a lot with suggestions and just ideas on maybe this can be useful, or have you tried taking a look at this feature that we're currently implementing might be of use of you.
Yeah.
So yeah, especially with something that's so heavily under construction as of yet, I don't think it would be too wise to try to hack or steer away too much away from Umbraco already.
Yeah, do too many innovative things at once. And
Exactly.
you'll
It's
not
already
get
quite innovative as is. So yeah.
Oh, amazing. That's great. That's awesome. I look forward to seeing that. And where can we find out more about like new stuff? umarketingsuite.com.
Yeah, umarketingsuite.com is the main location. We have a set of blogs where we post both important updates, and whenever we release a new version of your marketing suite, we have a product update over there with everything that has changed. And like I said, of course, all the various socials on LinkedIn, both your marketing suite and myself. I try to post the most important things over there. But if anyone has ever has any questions, feel free to reach out to me or the team, and we'll be sure to get in touch.
Sure. And we did mention it briefly earlier today, but you are today's 24 Days in Umbraco author
Yes.
as well. So your post is on the same topic.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's also on headless personalization using Umbraco. I already said to Christian that the timing couldn't be better today. So if you do have if you do wish to read up on the things that I've talked about today, be sure to take a look at 24 Days in Umbraco. I believe it's day 13 right now. Which is a version of today's talk. A bit more detail on the Umbraco site configuration things. So yeah, be sure to take a look at that.
Brilliant. Always lovely to see you, Cornet.
You too.
You're hanging around for a bit, aren't you?
Yeah.
Maybe you'll pop your head in a sec then. All right. We'll be back in a short moment with a bit of a recap on what's gone on so far, and then we'll have some more talks for you in about 15 minutes time. Give us 30 seconds, and we'll be back with you.
Welcome back, and it has been such a great afternoon so far.
So far, yeah, we've had. There we go. Yeah.
It had to
it
happen.
happens to the best of us. Anyway, yeah, it feels like it's not that long ago actually since we had a bit of a recap because it was only just before lunch. But a lot's happened since then. We had Kim come on and do his excellent quiz. It wouldn't be an Umbraco quiz without some kind of technical shenanigans or whatever happened there.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and
We had
what
a
else?
winner too.
We had a winner. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
The speculation on the chat was that he was sitting in the data center with Kahoot and had low
We have a
latency or
new
something.
CG rumor, maybe.
Maybe, yeah, maybe. I thoroughly enjoyed the quiz.
Yeah.
I know I spoiled a couple of questions by saying that doesn't sound right at all, and then turned out that was part of it.
It
but,
was a very interactive quiz, even from here inside the studio.
Yeah, it was. It was very interesting. And who knew that Kim was such a big fan of Take That? I mean, that's quite something. We then dived straight into talks. Jason's async talk, which I hear has had some fairly good feedback. People,
Yes.
he posted in our Slack channel saying, "Oh, someone sent me a message saying I was moderately skeptical of async, kind of just avoid it. But that demo was epic and really eye-opening. I thought
Yeah,
so too.
I think we need such demos to understand such deep topics in .NET as well.
Really technical topic that until you actually can see it happening in action, do you really go, oh yeah, that makes a huge difference. So.
Yeah, I think Jason did a fab job of actually breaking down that big concept into something much more sizable and then understandable. So well done, Jason.
I agree. What happened after that? We had Roy.
Yeah.
You hosted that talk.
Yes. And what I particularly liked about the talk was each slide was a pointer to what you can take it to the next level. There was so much information, and I loved the slide deck personally. It was so clean and precise.
Nice polish. Well, I think you might be getting another nice polished IO slide deck coming up.
Yeah, we can see a setup coming up. So yes, there was a lot of information, and I think each of the slide deck was a pointer to what I can build upon as well. So that was really good. And he actually threw the hint about .NET 8 Aspire, which we didn't cover today.
But I saw this
Dennis
morning,
Adolfi.
Dennis Adolfi tweeted that he's got Aspire, Umbraco running on Aspire in .NET 8, which is
in
phenomenal.
a container, probably.
In a container, phenomenal. So for those that don't know, Aspire is basically all about observability. So being able to monitor your application when it's running and collect telemetry with some open standards and log those to nice places like a structured logging tool or something like that.
Yes.
And yeah, it's being pushed heavily by Microsoft. David Fowler has been working on this extensively for a year in the shadows, and finally happy to be able to talk about it. It's a very exciting thing.
It was a nice big surprise for all of us at .NET Conf.
Came out of nowhere. It's always great to see the Umbraco community getting on. Let's say .NET trends, not just Umbraco trends, wider tech community trends, wider Microsoft trends, and seeing those in action. So.
Absolutely, we much need that because Umbraco is built on .NET, and the release cadence that we have actually helps.
It feels
with that a lot.
It feels like now with that release cadence, we can finally do a little bit more. We can finally do a little bit more fun stuff.
Yeah,
let's say we're getting the new stuff when it comes out and it's available. Every other major release is going to have of Umbraco will have a .NET version bump, which is really exciting. So yeah, lots of nice new features, nice new C# language features as well. We can take advantage of. Yeah, that's great. Then of course we had our panel, the Meetup panel. That was I thought hugely inspiring. 4 different, very different approaches to user groups and how those are being ran all over the world.
Yeah, 2 things that struck me with that panel was there's meetups, there's outreach about Umbraco, and then there's education about Umbraco as well, which is, oh my God, I was blown away by that concept.
The idea that a user group is running free, effectively bi-weekly tutorials with a plan and actual a structure and a pathway is just phenomenal. I know that Umbraco themselves have a developer relations team, and that's the kind of things they aspire to do, and the community's doing that sort of thing, just grassroots because they want to in India for the community. And I don't think I asked on the panel, but I believe they're in English actually. Most of the recordings, so you can go on YouTube and anyone can watch.
It's all in English.
Really accessible.
Because as they said, they have people joining from other parts of the country as well, which I witnessed firsthand when I logged into the first meetup. It was phenomenal.
Yeah.
And you stole my words there, DevRel wants to be doing such things, but the community is already doing that for them.
That's excellent.
It is excellent.
So excellent. And then, of course, we've had 2 talks after that. We've had the discussion with Phillip, which was good fun. I thought we all came out of that feeling very happy. And, it was
to the point. Microphones were muted and we all were laughing.
We were all having a nice laugh. But yeah, it was good. It was good. In fact, you know what? You may have heard me say my microphone was on. You may have heard me say this is going to be our biggest event yet in terms of numbers. And of course, that's thanks to you. So keep helping, keep liking.
Yes.
Don't subscribe because it's not our YouTube channel, but
that was epic.
Make sure you like the video, make sure you share it around, put it on social media, use the hashtag Umbraco Community Day, spread the love, and let's keep watching. We've got some really awesome stuff coming up.
Yeah, make me drink more coffee and caffeine so that I can be awake all night coding. And of course, we have Callum, who is still dealing with his jet lag.
Still
so show us some
hanging in
love.
there. Still hanging in there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's been good so far. But what's coming up this afternoon then? So we've got. We keep saying the Scott Hanselman thing. Scott Hanselman's going to be here at 6:30 CET. I've just seen on Slack the Umbraco Bristol meetup. They're hosting tonight a very special meetup group to watch live, and they've timed it perfectly so they can join the start of Scott Hanselman's session, which is epic, and then see the candid contribution session as well.
Yeah.
Coming up in a second, we've got
we have a watch party.
Yeah, there's a watch party.
Yeah.
We've got coming up in a second. We've got a nice look at the using external identity providers with Umbraco, something that I've been doing a lot of work with in the last 6 months or so, building some custom identity providers that work really nicely.
But we all talk
quite
about
interesting.
that person standing there who's ready to give his talk
Yeah.
when it comes to Umbraco and external login providers.
Yeah, we'll just need to go to a couple of minutes break, and then we'll be ready to start in a sec.
Be back soon. Hello and welcome back. And we have yet another guest speaker in the studio with us today, Umbraco MEP Jeron.
Hello.
Hi, Jeron. So, how have you been enjoying the day today?
Yeah, fine. Great sessions. Loved
Yeah.
it so far.
Absolutely. It's a privilege to have you in the studio. And of course, we are talking about external login providers, which can be so much more difficult and confusing to anyone.
Well, it's mostly a lot of configuration, so.
Absolutely. We are about to hear from the experts. So take it away. The stage is all yours.
Okay. Hi, welcome everyone to my presentation about Umbraco with external login providers. Let's start with an overview what this session is about. I will start with an introduction about OpenID Connect. Next, I'll show you how to implement this in Umbraco. And I will also demo how you can use external login providers on the website. This is not about users in the back office. It's about members on the website. And finally, I will tell you why you should use it, plus a little surprise. So OpenID Connect is a protocol. It allows clients to verify the identity of the user based on the authentication performed by an authorization server. So what you're seeing here is an example which uses OpenID Connect, where Azure Active Directory is the external login provider. So the user navigates to the web application, and the web app redirects the user back to Azure Active Directory. There the user enters their credentials, and if they are valid, an ID token is returned to the browser. With the ID token, a redirect is done to the web server, which also checks again if it's valid. And finally, a secure page will be returned to the user if the ID token is valid. We will also follow these steps when we use external login providers with Umbraco. The ID token here is important. We're going to need that in our application later. Both Umbraco back-office users and website members support external login providers for performing authentication of your users or your members. This could be any OpenID Connect provider, such as Azure Active Directory, Identity Server, or Google. Since Umbraco 9.3, there are core APIs in Umbraco available to connect to an external login provider. So no external package is required anymore. The demo of today will connect with Auth0 as the external login provider and will use these new APIs. The users or members are stored in the external login provider. Umbraco requires users or members to exist in Umbraco. With the linking, with auto-linking, when you log in on the external login provider, for the first time, the user or member will be created in Umbraco. It has events to change groups based on certain claims, so you can use roles from your external login provider, and that way give users or members in Umbraco different rights. There is some great documentation about implementing external login providers in Umbraco. I have created an open source example package based on this documentation. It uses OpenID Connect and has a few extras which aren't in the documentation, for example, logout. I will now explain how this example package works. So the next 6 slides are going to be code examples. The code is also on GitHub, and I also made a getting started video about it. So auto-link options. These are options when Umbraco creates a member and links the member from the external login provider. Here you can give a default member group, for example, and based on claims you can add extra member groups in this event, or in the events that are here. Next, we have the OpenID Connect configuration. Your external login provider has data like a client ID and client secret. Those need to be configured here. This is a pretty default OpenID Connect configuration. On line 3, we can see the auto-link options from the previous slide. This demo today will connect to Auth0 using a free account.
Next, we have the on-token validated event. Once you're logged in on the external login provider, it redirects you back to Umbraco. And there you have the data of the external login, and you can map it to the data that Umbraco needs. For example, you can add some extra claims. Like I mentioned before, claims can be user attributes. They can be an email, a name, or a role, for example. And Umbraco also needs certain claims to transform them here. This is a good one. On redirect to identity provider for sign out event. So login is easy, but logout is hard. Because logout needs to happen on 2 domains. You need to log out on your website, but also on your external login provider. So first you log out on the website, and then you will be redirected to the external login provider to log out there as well. And this is the event that can send data to the external login provider when you log out. Most external login providers need more data, for example, the ID token, which I also mentioned before. This way, the external login provider knows that the person that tries to log out is the same person that logged in before. If the ID token is valid, it will redirect you back to the website. Next, we have a custom logout controller. Like I mentioned, you need redirecting to the external login provider if you want to log out. There is a default Umbraco logout controller, but that does not support this because it uses the redirect to current Umbraco page. It overrides the redirect to the external login provider. So only use that if your members are in Umbraco and not in the external login provider. Instead, you can use this custom controller to trigger logout on the external login provider. If you're not logged out on the external login provider, you will be logged in again. Next up, we have the app settings. In the app settings, the JSON file, below the connection strings, you will find OpenID Connect settings. These are the only settings you need to change to connect to a different external login provider. You now see the settings for connecting to Auth0. Normally, of course, client secret and client ID should not be public, but they are only used in this example, so it's okay. Now it's time for a demo. So here we have the demo that I have on GitHub. It's a complete Umbraco solution with SQLite database that has the OpenID connection settings already set up. It's also using the Umbraco starter kit. So we just have some products, some people, but the About Us page is protected. So when you try to visit it, it instead redirects you to the login section. The About Us page is protected with normal Umbraco settings. So I just made this page protected in Umbraco and made sure that only a specific member group is allowed to visit it. And in order to do that, we need to log in. So on the login screen, we now have sign in with OpenID Connect. And if we press that, we are being redirected to Auth0. This is our external login provider. And if we log in here, we're being redirected back to the About Us page. We're logged in now, as you can see here. And yeah, so we're allowed to see the page. I have my network tab open because as you can see, there was a lot of redirecting, and here at the end, you can see that, oh, where is it? Oh, here on top is it's already, so we're being redirected to the external login provider, and that then sends us back to this page again. Let's quickly do it again, make it a bit more clear. Yeah, so we're, as you can see here now, we get redirected to the external login provider, and then we get back here. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to delete my cookies, but only on my current site. So I am no longer logged in here. but I never logged out on my external login provider. So if I now want to log in again, I'm logged in again automatically, and that is why I said that if you want to use logout, you need to have that special event, and you also need to have the special controller, because you need to redirect to the external provider, log out there as well, and then get back here. And if you just delete your cookie, you get logged in again, and that means you cannot switch and log in with a different member, for example. So that's, if we log out now again, as you can see, we also need to log in on the external provider again. So that was my first demo with the Auth0 provider. I actually have a second demo here. In this demo, I'm actually redirecting to a different external login provider. So all I did was change the OpenID Connect settings. Again, if I try to go to my About Us page, I'm being sent to my login page. Let's log in again. And now we're being redirected to a different external login provider. In this case, I'm using the Anexus website. That is also a website that I've been working on. It's actually powered by Sidecar, but on here we can actually log in and also get sent back to our Umbraco website. And now we are logged in here as well. So I'm just using a different provider. Now, if I log out again, let's see, and now I try to log in again. I am now logged in on both the Anexus website on the external login provider and on my Umbraco website. But here I'm actually on the website and I am not logged in yet. And if I now try to log in here, I am being logged in here automatically, and that is because I already logged in through the Umbraco website. Now let's log out again on both websites. And now if I first log in on the Anexus website, yeah, I am logged in here, and now try to log in here. I'm also logged in automatically because I was already logged in on the Anexus website and on the external login provider. That was the demo, so let's go back to the slides. So what I just shown is that the external login provider is actually the bridge between Umbraco and Sidecar. They don't know anything about each other. The Anexus login page is configured on the external login provider. And once you're logged in on one of the websites, you can log in automatically on the other website with single sign-on. You only need to manage members in the external login provider, and then they can log in on both websites. And that is actually the power of a composable DXP setup. So why you should use external login providers? As soon as you use external login providers with Umbraco, there are several components you no longer need to build yourself. For example, the login screen, register, forgot password, but also two-factor authentication if you want to use it. Members are also stored outside of Umbraco, and that can be useful if you want to use single sign-on. This fits perfectly in a composable DXP solution, like I just mentioned. In an old Umbraco 7 project, we also had a lot of members stored in Umbraco. We wanted to keep everything together in the same database and found it unnecessary to store them separately. There were even custom tables with more member data. It seemed like a good idea at the time, but it made the upgrade to Umbraco 10 unnecessarily difficult. If we could have used external login providers back then, it would have saved us a lot of work. The only drawback is that there will probably be additional costs. If you only store members in Umbraco, it is free. External login providers usually have a free tier, but can get expensive if you have a lot of members. The demo I just gave is also on GitHub. It's free and open source. Like I mentioned, it's a complete solution with SQLite database. You can just download it and run it, and it works out of the box. I didn't create a NuGet package for this because each OpenID connection is different. So it's better to copy this example to your own project and make the changes that you need. If you find this presentation interesting so far, you should definitely give it a try. Like I mentioned, I also created a getting started video that is also on the GitHub page. It shows how to run the project and it goes through all the files just like I do in this presentation. While developing the OpenID Connect example package, I ran into some issues. All the issues that I reported are fixed in Umbraco 10.2. This version is already out for a year now, so hopefully everybody is on a newer version. However, it was frustrating to discover these bugs because I tried things that should just work. The fact that these things didn't work meant no one had ever tried it. I was the first one to do this, and that cost me a few nights of debugging. So quickly, let's look at the issues that I reported. So tokens were not stored in the table. The ID token that I needed for logout was actually outdated. And that is now fixed, and you always get the ID token that you need. It also tried to update a member before it was created. So this prevented us from logging in on older versions of Umbraco 10 with external login providers. That is now also fixed, and it only tries to update a member if it already exists. It also wasn't possible to delete a member, and now if you try to delete a member, it will also delete all the data in the Umbraco external login token table. And finally, claims were not transferred, and now it's possible that claims are actually transferred from the external login provider to the member in Umbraco. I discovered some of these bugs because I already did an OpenID Connect implementation in Sidecar. So I'm using my Sidecar knowledge to help improve Umbraco, and it happens the other way around too. Finally, I want to talk about virtual members. The auto-link feature creates a member in Umbraco and links the external login member. The member is created the first time they log in with the external login provider. The problem with the current solution is that the member needs to exist in two systems, in Umbraco and in the external login provider. This makes it harder to use the external login provider as a single source of truth for all members. If the external login provider has thousands of members, you don't want them inside Umbraco as well. When you authenticate members through external providers, Umbraco could create and authenticate a virtual user or member with proper access rights, and this virtual user or member should only exist while their session lasts. This doesn't exist yet, but is a feature request. I have it working. I have a working experiment on the GitHub repo I just showed, and there is a branch which supports virtual members, but it's an experiment, and yeah, should definitely. It's better to wait for the official feature request to be implemented. However, on the next 4 slides, I'm still going to show you the adjustments I made to get this working. First, you need to override the member sign-in manager. So if you log in with an external login provider, the external login sign-in async method will be executed. And this is where the autolink feature tries to create the member in Umbraco. And by creating a custom class and overriding this method, we can change this behavior. Instead of creating the member in Umbraco, we now create a virtual member. And that virtual member is then used to log in with. Next, we need to override the member manager. Umbraco uses this class for everything that is related to members. For example, if you try to visit a page which is protected, Umbraco will use it to get the current member and check if it has access to that protected page. By creating a custom class and overriding some methods, we can return the virtual member instead of fetching the member from the database. The create virtual member extension method, in both custom classes that I just showed, a virtual member is created, and this is actually the extension method that is used there. It creates a member identity user and transforms claims from the external login provider, so it doesn't create the member in Umbraco or tries to fetch it. And finally, we need to register these custom classes. Umbraco already registered the member sign-in manager and member manager class, so we need to override those with our own implementation. The SAP member manager already exists. A custom extension method is used for the member sign-in manager. And these are all the changes needed to use virtual members in Umbraco. After this, you can use an external login provider and the members no longer need to exist in Umbraco. As I stated before, this is an experiment. It's not production ready. This example shows how easy it is to change functionality in Umbraco without modifying the source code. You can do this for all interfaces. You probably shouldn't do this, but it is possible. And that's it. My name is Jeroen Breuer. I'm a senior software developer at I/O. I've been working with Umbraco for 14 years, and I'm a 4-time MVP. Thank you.
Well, that was great, Jeron. I was sitting there and enjoying your conversation and this entire session.
Okay.
And I think everyone who's been seeing this have learned a lot and has a lot to take away. So when it comes across about external login providers, I think you've set a benchmark for yourself within the community about having a lot of community work done around this topic. So what was the inspiration?
Well, like I said, I already did an implementation in Sidecar, and I actually just wanted to try, like, how easy is it to do the same Sidecar implementation in Umbraco with the same provider. And since it was still relatively new when I wanted to try it, it felt like a good thing to experiment with and to just see, like, okay, what is the benefit of this external login provider? And like I just demoed, once you have it set up, you can have your members in one single place, and they can log in into multiple websites. And I think that is really cool.
Okay, so is this working with the base that Umbraco provides you, that is the external login platform, or this is completely separate from that, isn't it? Like Umbraco can help you log into something like GitHub or something like that, but this is well away from that, or maybe complementing it to a great extent.
Maybe complementing it,
Yeah.
yeah, because Umbraco provides all the APIs. So what I now try to do with Auth0 or with the provider that Nexus uses, you can probably also, as long as you're using OpenID Connect, you can connect
Exactly.
to anything.
Anything.
So also to GitHub, probably, if you want
or
to.
any platform that
Any
supports
platform, yep.
OpenID. And that one of the first slides where you show what the workflow with an OpenID Connect is,
Yeah.
incredibly useful, because that is what lays the foundation of this entire
Yes,
topic, which is
that's what
extremely
happens.
complex. And I think you pretty much nailed a lot of community contributions here. Talks, blog posts, a package, and you even took it to the next level, showing 2 different sites actually being logged in. Wow. A lot of thinking
wow,
and
thank
a
you.
lot of work has gone into it, clearly. And talking about the virtual members, so that is very interesting. That's going to change a lot of things when it comes to how we deal with such external providers as well, I guess, isn't it? Now we need to have everything in Umbraco as an Umbraco member if we are to log in using Umbraco, even to external login providers.
Yeah.
But it looks like with virtual members, we can actually get past that step too.
Yes, you can, but it's really hacky at the moment. So I have this branch, and some people have been contacting me like, I'm using this in production. I'm like, I'm not really sure if you should do that. For example, it overrides only a few methods, so no other methods. So with virtual members, the member no longer needs to exist in Umbraco, but I have no idea what happens if someone goes into the back office and creates a member in the back office. That shouldn't be, you should disable then that feature, for example. And if you do,
a lot of things have to come kind of round up and
yes, exactly.
present itself. And again, talking about community contributions, the issues that you posted in, again, educating about the issues and what those issues are, again, incredibly helpful and what we need to look out for.
Yep.
So I think we can take a break at this point and make way to the next speaker. But thank you so much for being in the studio. And that too, of course, I changed the slot from 7 o'clock to 4:30.
That's only better. That's only better.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for showing up at the studio and being here and being a part of the entire crew. Yeah.
You're welcome.
So stay tuned. We'll be back in 5 minutes. See you soon.
Bye.
Hello and welcome back. It's just me. I think my co-host for the day, Callum, has finally caught up with his jet lag. He is out there, or he might be probably working, I don't know. But what we have now is the fantastic Seb joining us from HQ and talking about Umbraco on Raspberry Pi.
Hello, hello.
Hey Seb, how are you?
How are you doing? I'm great, thank you. Did you like my description of you in half Dutch earlier?
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm going to go back and rewatch it because I did not get it was me. No, joking.
You must have had a clue after the singing.
I think I had a teary moment here. I'm being immortalized on the Christmas quiz
There you go.
at Umbraco Community Day. But coming back to you, because you are the point, or we are talking about you here. So be it your tips and tricks talk that I've seen in the past, or be the tips and tricks that you've done last year for 24 days, it's always been just wonderful. So I am going to really sit down and watch you speak. So the stage is all yours whenever you're ready.
All right. Let me share a screen. And like Nathan said, they moved the buttons again. Wait. Here we go. This should work. Can we see my screen? Yes. No. Yes. That looks better. Cool. All right. Hello, everyone. I'm Sebastian. I work in developer relations at Umbraco. And I'm going to talk to you about Raspberry Pi today, and not the actual edible version, but the technical version. This here is my web server. It lives in my closet next to my desk at home in Copenhagen, and my web server is serving currently my blog, cultiv.nl, and something called umbracalendar.com. Umbra Calendar is a list of all the upcoming events related to Umbraco that you can attend either online or in person. So check that out. And that's all coming from this little Raspberry Pi in my closet at home. But why, you ask, why would you do this? Why do you make a tiny Raspberry Pi your web server? Well, first of all, it's just cool. Who would have thought, when was it? In 2009, when I started using Umbraco, where everything had to be in Visual Studio and had to be tightly coupled to Visual Studio because Microsoft didn't really like open source at the time. Who would have thought that .NET would run on a Raspberry Pi? And who would have thought it was so good? So I've been super happy. I've been running this server for a few months now. It's been stable. Also, lucky that my internet connection at home is pretty stable, so it stays up. It's a super low-powered server. It runs Umbraco brilliantly, and for me, this was a way to explore and do some research and figure out how things work in the Linux world. I have not used Linux for the last 20 years, so I'm getting back to the grips of it. And I wanted it to be a start of a conversation, just showing people what I've done, and they can talk back to me about how I'm doing it wrong, or maybe how to improve. And it was also a chance for this talk, at least, to show off some other cool services that are related to this to make this whole run. And if in doubt, go back to one. It's just cool. I have to give a shout out to Terence Burridge, who recently did a blog post about and a talk about how green is it really to run your Umbraco site on a Raspberry Pi. The answer is yes and no. It is pretty green, but maybe not. He's been comparing the Raspberry Pi to other devices that he's found and bought secondhand, which is a really big thing in that comparison. It's like, okay, well, that's nice for you, but you bought a whole new Raspberry Pi for this. That's kind of wasteful. And I actually, sorry, Terence, for this talk, I bought an extra new one, which is the Raspberry Pi 5, which came out just a few months ago. That's my demo device, so sorry, I will plant some more trees. Of course, we have the whale in the room, which is called Docker. I know we can use Docker for this purpose as well, and not have to do all the manual stuff that I'm going to show you later. But I like doing the manual stuff because I like knowing how things work. I have no idea how Docker works, but someone tells me you can map the path for SQLite to outside of the container and do the same for the media folder, and then you're basically done with your Docker install. Someone show it to me. I would love to see it. Right, what are the steps to get going? First of all, you need a Raspberry Pi. Then you put Ubuntu server on it, install .NET, publish a website, maybe on Windows or whatever other machine you have laying around, and then publish it to the Pi. Then run it as a web service or as a recurring service, so we can reboot stuff. And then the most interesting things start at a custom domain name or real domain name. Then deploy some changes. We're going to try and do that and see if that works. And maybe we have some time to do connect from anywhere, ? We'll see. So when you get started, you get your Raspberry Pi. You need to make a SD disk for it and configure it. My tip here is to choose, in this case I chose my Raspberry Pi 5 and Ubuntu server to run on it instead of the classic Raspberry Pi operating system. And then you get a question if you want to apply some customization settings, and I said yes to this, and I have a few tips here. Username, password. This password sometimes, and this took me about 15 different tries, sometimes the first character doesn't appear in the password for some reason. So if your password doesn't work, try the same password without the first character. In an older case, I've configured this to be on the Wi-Fi because I didn't know what kind of network I was going to be on, if I was going to be able to reach it. So I used my mobile hotspot to connect the Raspberry Pi, and that means I can connect my laptop to the mobile hotspot and also connect to the. So we're on the same network, so I can actually connect to the Pi. Right now, I'm just on a normal Ethernet connection, so it's a little bit faster. It's nice. Once we've done that, we can start the Pi and start doing things like installing .NET, and I'm going to do some live demos now. So let's see how that works out. Maybe I should have copy and pasted things first. Where's my presentation? There. So I'm logged in the Raspberry Pi here, and I can install .NET. It's an Ubuntu flavor, which means Ubuntu has .NET basically built into it. You just need to install it. It's very quick and easy these days. It didn't used to be this easy, but it is now. While that's running, I'm also going to actually install a Umbraco website. And with a little bit of help from Paul Seal, we saw him earlier. Paul Seal made a brilliant package called Package Script Writer. And it allows you to configure what kind of website you want to, Umbraco website you want to install with a name and a username and a password and maybe some packages. I'm going to add usync, and you'll probably know why I'm doing this, but we'll see that in a minute. So I'm going to install a blank Umbraco install with a example website and usync here as well. This is a great website. I use this all the time to do a lot of testing. Of course, I'm part of the core collaborators team, so I install Umbraco websites all the time to reproduce problems, and I need them in all different versions. So I can pick my versions here. In this case, I picked the latest stable, but you can try everything else, and it just makes it really easy to get up and running. You get a full command, it will just do the thing, and it will start a website for you. While this is running, let's see if I have more. I wrote a blog post about this as well, by the way, how I run this very website in my closet at home. And yes, I am just following the exact steps from this blog post as well. Yes, wonderful. Of course, my computer is a little bit slower on Teams, so .NET 7 is installed here. One thing I found out today, to my detriment, is that sometimes when you start your machine here, the date is off, and that means it doesn't really want to install .NET or any updates or anything. And that took me a few hours to figure out earlier today, but in that case, we can do the following commands. We can install NTP and make the NTP service restart, and then it should sync the time remote NTP server, so everything is happy again. All right, over here on my Windows machine, I am installing the website. It's unattended, so it's starting to run right now, and I should be getting a URL in just a second. There we go. That is this website. It works locally before we start doing deployments. Nice. So for our first deployment, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a release folder and make sure it's empty. I'm going to do a .NET publish in release mode. Then I'm going to do a quick zip of everything because sending loads and loads of files to a different server takes a long time. So if I just zip them up first, it's much faster. And I'm going to be copying them with a tool called SCP. By the way, all of this stuff works really great in Windows 11. Please don't complain if you're on Windows 10 because I don't know if all the tools are installed on Windows 10. Windows 11, Windows Terminal does all of these things brilliantly out of the box. Okay, our website is running. I want to check my usync. I'm not a usync specialist at all, but I've been trying to use it here to make sure that we get something going pretty quickly. Let's log in and do not take the tour. I've seen it a few times now. Come on. There we go. So if we look at the settings section, usync is installed here nicely as expected, and I'm going to do a clean export of all the things in this project so I can import it in the other end on the Linux server in a minute. While that's running, I'm going to copy in a app settings production.json, and that one has things like debug is off, but also automatic installs or unattended installs, and it has a usync. It does a usync import on the first boot, so that all of these things that I've just exported will be imported on the other end on the first time the website runs. So I'm going to run these commands. Let's see. I'll stop the website over here on the Windows side. I need to go to that folder and make a directory called release. And then I think I have this command down here somewhere. It was this one. So it's a bit compressed. So it's a one-liner now. Makes it easier to execute than doing each line on its own and waiting for it and then typing enter again and pasting and enter and all that kind of thing. So it's doing a normal .NET publish. It's putting it in a folder called release, which I just created here, and it's doing it in release mode. So I know that appsettings.production.json will be picked up on the other end when it starts running. If it starts running, you never know. Live demos and everything. That's always fun. All right, it's doing a quick zip. I did it. I set it to compression level fastest, which means it doesn't even compress anything. It just stores everything in the zip file, just to make it a bit quicker for this demo. It's just to avoid all of our AngularJS files having to go over the line, which takes. I think I timed it at 13 minutes at some point, but I was on the mobile internet connection, not the real internet connection. I'll make a folder for it. Raspi test live. There we go. Okay, it's asking for my password on the Linux server. Oh, it is slower when I'm also presenting. Fine. If we can look here, we can see the release.zip file coming in, which is great. in a minute, we're going to do more deploys. Let's not do this yet. Let's just see if it runs first. That's pretty important. Okay. Move this release zip file to the folder that we wanted in. Yes. Do a quick unzip. I've pre-installed unzip, but it's not installed by default on this server, so check my blog for that. And then we can do .NET raspi live.dll. And then nothing will happen. It's just going to be blank because now it's actually running, but not without any output to the console. So let's log in again here and see if it actually works. See, here the date is wrong. Last login was December 4th. That's not right. Ooh, it wasn't happy with that one. Oh no, what happened here? Could not execute. Is it because the date is still wrong here? Oh, that's all right. Ooh. It worked, and then it said, I'm not happy about this. And I don't think this works on Linux. Interesting. That's fun. Well, I was gonna do a curl to see if there was anything running, but clearly there won't be anything running because it just doesn't want to work. This is the joy of live demos, people. All right. Well, that's unfortunate. You'll have to trust me on this one. Let's see if I can make anything work at this time. What happened here? Is there any logs? Oh, Umbraco folder. Okay. Oh, WW root. But I guess it's a server error, so it's not gonna help. Maybe let's do a reboot and see what's gonna happen. Fun. All right. What I was gonna say is for next deploys, I'm gonna do the same thing. So I'm gonna publish a zip file and put it on the Raspberry Pi, and then we have a script which is not quite complete yet, which will delete everything in the directory. Everything was unzipped in, except for the database files, which is important if we want to not reinstall everything all the time, every time we do this. Let's see. Yes, I was going to make a service so that it would start automatically, but it's not even started the first time yet. So let's see if we can make it run. But that seemed like a quite fatal error that I haven't seen today yet, after all that testing. That's amazing. Recipe test live, .NET. And I am sure I have everything installed, right? Looks like it. .NET Raspi. Yeah. Time because it's booting and it's installing the database and stuff. So let's hope, fingers crossed, that it will actually run in a second. Not so much. Doesn't seem to be erroring above either, so that's okay, I guess. All right, let's give this a few more minutes and talk about Cloudflare tunnels. So the reason I actually have this blog running on cultiv.nl is because of a amazing magic service called Cloudflare Tunnels. Cloudflare Tunnels is a service that you, a little tiny app that you install on the Raspberry Pi or any other machine that you want. It has support for almost, well, must be all of the operating systems. And it maps a localhost domain, the domain localhost, to a public URL, which is amazing. And it's not just a random URL like ng-rock will do or other things will do. It will be your domain name, your custom domain name. Of course, your domain name needs to be behind Cloudflare for that to work. But that's yeah. If you don't like Cloudflare, then you're on your own on this one. There's no poking at routers or firewalls at all. It will like literally tunnel into your machine. I'm here at an office space, a shared office space, and I have no access to any routers or firewalls. And the admin will laugh at me very loudly if I ask him to open a port for me. That's never going to happen. You know why it's not working? Because I am not connected to that machine. Okay, so let's make it work, and let's make it. Yeah. It responds to a custom URL. If I can type correctly. All right, now, hopefully, we should be seeing something a little bit better. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's installing everything in the background, and now it's rendering the page, and that looks like the page we wanted to render. Okay, I want to see it in a real browser. Let's see. So if we go to Cloudflare tunnels, we can create a new tunnel. We can call it whatever we want, Raspi. And then it asks me to pick an install script. I know that Ubuntu is a Debian variant and it's ARM 64-bit. So I'm going to install or execute this command that they give me. It's got a secret key, so you now have access to my wonderful machine that I'm going to take offline afterwards, so don't worry. I'm not revealing any secrets that will do permanent damage. It installs a little service in the background. That just works. And if we hit next here, then we can say, I want to say raspi.coltif.nl should be going, and this is the mind-blowing part, to localhost 5000. That's going to work, I guess. Almost. Do I have? Yeah, I have one. Raspi test then. Okay. I already created this one. Excellent. It says it's active, so let's see what it's doing. .nl. Wow, we have an actual website once the beautiful background image loads, which for a green website is pretty big image. We have something running on a custom URL. This is amazing. And if we have a look at our Umbraco, we can do all the things with usync and import and everything. It's already done that the first time, so that's all right. But we can prove that we're actually in the same just deployed. And in order to actually prove that, let's make a change to the website. Let's run it again, and then we can do a redeploy from what I showed you earlier. See if it runs first. This one is localhost, right? Yes. Not yet. Oh. Stop building, start running. So if we add, for example, a property to a document type, we can prove that it's being transferred. Do I really need to watch the tour again? Come on, Umbraco. I'm sure there's a setting for this. All right. Block grid. Add property. Test. Test area. And let's move to the top to be able to see it easily. Save. I think ViewSync does this automatically, so I'll just stop it and see what happens. So let's do that. Build again. Oh yeah, this is also funny. Sometimes this takes a while, and I don't know why. I know it's trying to shut down everything safely, but I just want to kill it. You can do it. I can't find it in my process list either, so I don't know where to find it. There we go. One more time. Let's do a deploy. This one. Something happened wrong. What's happening? So if we go back here, it would have deleted the release.zip file, I think. Oh yeah, of course. This. Yes. So it's building a new one, and it's going to send it to the Raspberry. And this is why the site is running. That's why the commands are not responding. And the fun thing about Linux is that you can keep this thing running, overwrite all the files. None of it is in use, not even the database file, and just get going again. It's amazing. You will need to restart it afterwards, but it will just allow me to delete everything, which is insane. Come on, Windows, you can do that as well. I'm this close to switching to Linux, but you know, all these commands on the command line, it's hard. Oh, that was my password in the wrong window. Password. So we'll move the new zip file over again with the updated ViewSync files, and then delete everything and install everything. It's not reinstalling, of course, it's just copying things over. There we go. Vroom, overwriting everything in the destination, and I'll just restart this website to make sure that I have the very latest version. I probably would have picked up on it anyway, but let's see. So you can see it's down right now, but it's back up already. So that was really quick, very nice. Raspberry Pi is quite a bit faster than the 5 is quite a bit faster than the Raspberry Pi 4. So I'm really happy about that as well. Let's see if I don't think ViewSync automatically picks these up. ViewSync expert can tell me if that is something that we can do just for document types. Is it not back yet? Not so much. There we go. Again, even though this is not that fast, it is quite a bit faster than the Raspberry Pi 4 that I was using before. So we should be happy that it's actually doing something. Although, now we're getting somewhere. No? Oh, I love live demos. All right. We'll check back in a minute if it worked. I have a bonus, which I cannot show you right now, but Tailscale VPN is also an amazing thing. I have a few machines connected to Tailscale. I could connect a Raspberry Pi as well. And what this does, it will give me an internal IP address to each of my machines. It's not actually a VPN. It doesn't do anything but give me a local network. So this means I can this is Flash is my current machine, but my Killer Queen is my home PC. So I could remote desktop to my home PC right now, very securely without anybody else having access. And I didn't have to open any ports either. So it's kind of like tunnels, but for local networks or for networking. All right, it did load in the end. EA. Let's check this one. Nothing yet, so we can tell this one to do, let's just do settings. And now we can see on our homepage that, yes, we have a new property. Okay. Okay. I didn't get around to showing you how to set it up as a service, but I'll leave that as an exercise to the reader, literally, because the reader should be on my blog. But trust me, it works. And when you reboot the machine, of course, the website comes back up. And that's all I had to talk to you about today. And now I don't know what to do.
Cool. Hey,
Hey,
Seb.
Seb.
Lovely
Hello.
session. And
Thank
despite
you.
what Purnima said before this, I've not been sleeping behind a curtain. Just want to clear that up for
Oh.
everyone.
But I
was
still had
hoping
to
you
do it.
would.
Yeah, you still had to say it. I love that
I
session.
already lost my bet that you would not make it.
I know,
but,
I know.
Did you
I'm
do any
sad you
sleeping?
doubted me. I'm sad you doubted me. Great session. As we were talking, a few weeks ago, Seb, I'm really excited. I was really excited about this one because it's a cool use case. I'm glad you touched on the Cloudflare tunnels thing because that's really interesting. I was super keen to see how you were going to avoid DDoSing yourself on your home network and that sort of thing. And that
It's
perfectly
Cloudflare,
answers that.
so it would just protect me anyway. So
Indeed, it would. Yeah, but you're not exposing like your home IP address or anything like that either.
Nope.
You're just
Nobody
Cloudflare
will
deals
know.
with it, which is awesome.
Exactly.
Nice work. And so cultive.nl is running in your wardrobe right now.
Yes, and umbracocalendar.com as well.
Umbra Calendar. Oh, lovely.
Ah,
Fantastic.
okay. All right.
Fantastic. So
Check it
that's
out.
good.
It's cool.
That's good. So you're running your own little Umbraco Cloud cluster.
Yeah.
Just in a...
Yeah, don't tell my boss.
Okay. Okay.
Fantastic. Well, lovely session, Seb, as always. Great to see
Thank you.
Thank you for joining,
You too.
and thanks for staying engaged on the chat today as well.
It's been
good
a
to have
great day, and I'm looking forward to the rest of the talks as well.
Yeah, we've got a couple of great things lined up too.
Oh, and
Fantastic.
thank you, Owen. I remembered, sort of.
Umbraco Tuesday. That's better
DIY
than better
Umbraco
than
tea?
Purnima and I managed. So good job. Good job.
No, I have you here, so.
Well done.
Yeah.
Cool. Cheers, Seb.
Thanks very much.
See you soon.
Bye, Seb.
Alrighty. We'll be back in literally 10 seconds,
seconds, yeah.
with our next speaker. Hello, welcome back to Umbraco Community Day, and we're going to dive in straight away with our next talk. We have Richard Jackson, who's going to be talking about Umbracademia. Hey, Richard.
Hey.
Hello, how's it going?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm very confused about what camera I'm meant to be staring at, but there we go. It's
Yeah,
all good.
so
How's
are
your
we,
day
to
been
be
so
honest.
far?
There's a lot of cameras, a lot of screens. We counted. There's actually 15 screens responsible just for making the stream alone work. I'll put a picture on Twitter for anyone interested. It's yeah.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
Please.
We had a little chat about you earlier, Richard, because your 24 Days article kind of mentioned the fact that the journey, at least partly with the Umbraco community, kicked off 11-ish months ago when we did the first edition of Umbraco Community Day. You participated, you embraced it with, yeah.
Yeah,
How's the
absolutely.
past year been for you?
Oh, it's been great. It's been really fascinating. Yeah, and obviously it is entirely, well, largely your fault. So congratulations and thank you ever so much for bestowing one of the most interesting parts of 2023 upon me, and grateful for that.
That's exciting.
Yeah.
I think the thing I always love about this story here is that you don't do Umbraco necessarily as your day job. I mean, we'll hear a little bit about how that might have been,
Yeah, for
those
sure.
boundaries might have blurred, but you're doing it for fun because you love the community and you like the product.
Yeah, and it's really funny how, especially within a startup world, you kind of have quite a lot of, I want to say voice, you've got a lot of sort of like, this is a thing that I think it would be worth us checking out. And so I'll be talking quite a bit about the company in terms of the dissertation project and potential future project as well. But yeah, really interesting stuff.
Exciting. Well, Richard, whenever you're ready, off you go.
Stage is yours.
Thank you ever so much. All right, let me just share. I believe. Are we just sharing this one? Okay. 2 seconds, just going to sort this out. Okay, are we good to go?
Yeah,
hey, fantastic. Thank you so much. Hi, my name's Rich. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much for the invitation. So this is Umbracademia. This is a talk about my dissertation, which I wrote for my computing masters, and it's an Umbraco 10 project. In the center, we see an email, which is the confirmation that I did submit this dissertation, but I currently have no idea what the result is. So this is very much about the journey and not so much about the destination. So I'm going to be going through sort of 5 sections here. We've got ourselves a background, the problem, the solution, the learning, and the reflection. So the background, me, hi. So I'm a Cardiff-based musician and developer. I'm a cloud software engineer at Nightingale HQ, and I recently submitted my master's computing dissertation. It was 2 months yesterday, I believe, is the exact anniversary. So to give a kind of rough timeline of things, in 2021, I left my career as a professional musician to retrain in computer science at Cardiff University. In 2022, as part of that course, I then actually retrained and then did this placement. And within that placement, that was the first sort of experience I'd had with .NET and Azure, .NET specifically outside of kind of a Unity sort of background. I think, yeah, it's funny to me. I feel quite a lot of .NET developers may well have their starting point in Unity, but so be it. And then in 2023, as Callum has just been talking about, it was the introduction to Umbraco. Alongside that, I finished the placement with Nightingale, and then I started the dissertation for the project, which I did for Nightingale, and now I work full-time there. I had the privilege very recently of writing an article about the past year, and so shout-outs to Scrift, shout-outs to the 24 Days in Umbraco project in general, but that should give you a little more context if you are interested in what this year has been. So quickly, Nightingale HQ, or NHQ as they're going to be called throughout this, Cardiff, Ireland-based startup where there are 3 of us, digitalization services for the manufacturing sector, and we focus on .NET development. We are a .NET house. That is the thing that we do. Just to give context, the other 2 members of staff are Ruth, our CEO, and Chris, our CTO, who are both wonderful people, and I'm very, very grateful for their endless support on the general hijinks that I tend to be involved with. So the problem, Nightingale HQ would like a new website. So the current website, which is still online, is www.nightingalehq.ai. It hosts news, blogs, contact details, fairly standard stuff, and as I said, is still currently online. So the Umbraco project, which I have done, is not the site which is currently live, just for reference. The current site is a static site generated site from using a combination of Hugo and Netlify CMS. So Hugo being written in Go and Netlify CMS being headless CMS, which is written in JavaScript. Here's a quick infrastructure diagram of how static sites would work in this sort of context. So, you know, the author writes the content within Netlify CMS, which creates a markdown file. There's a GitHub action which combines that with Hugo and renders the actual front matter, the web pages, etc. And then that is hosted onto a CDN via a GitHub action, which is all fine. But we've got a couple of problems here. First of all, for Hugo, that's the only part of our tech stack which uses Go templates. You know, that's of all of the work, that's our website is the only place which uses Go in any sort of capacity. For Netlify CMS, we have not had the greatest editor experience in general. We'll be showing a little bit the behind the scenes of how we have been going about making blog articles, but it leaves something to be desired. And ultimately, this entire stack was created by staff who no longer are with the company, you know, and that's kind of a big-ish deal. So possible solutions, we could just learn Go. And that's completely reasonable. It's a thing, but also as a startup, while you know dynamism and agility are very important, we also only have a limited number of man hours. So it just might be for having to learn a particular templating for one particular project for our particular site is less than ideal. We could look into actually customizing Netlify a touch more. Absolutely possible. It's just an area that we haven't particularly pursued. I'm also, as a sort of aside, interested in how we could have combined Umbraco 12 in the sort of headless capacity with the sort of static site generation of Hugo. That's actually kind of something I'm quite interested in for future projects. And then we could also basically just try and do a better job of trying to document how the site had been made before and try to understand all of the intricacies of it, especially down to the GitHub actions. We would often run into sort of strange deployment issues, which we didn't really have visibility on what caused them. So what we decided to do is, well, what I decided to do was set this all on fire and to say like, hey, we should try something completely different. And so we, instead of using Go templates, let's try using Razor templates. And instead of using this editor experience, why don't we make an entirely new one? And why don't we just make a new site where we make sure that we've got documentation on all of the processes? And so we've just got a touch more visibility on every step. And that takes us to our good friend, the big U itself, Umbraco. So that leads to my dissertation title of Migration of Nightingale HQ's website from Hugo to Umbraco CMS version 10. And that is what we're going to be talking about. So the solution. Here is the project structure breakdown, which I put together. It was quite interesting working on this project because I sort of was my own project manager and did quite a bit of research around stuff. So you'll see some interesting takes on like very like useful project management techniques, which I was just kind of trying out for the first time. Anyway, the kind of steps would be to document the current site, to understand the current website, to create a front-end replica of the current site. This actually got removed, that got taken out of scope, but we'll talk about why very shortly. Build all the models which were required for what was going to be on this new site. Migrate the database, develop the CI/CD, architect the cloud infrastructure, and create all the extra web matter, you know, like sitemaps and robots, etc. The front end got removed. It was initially in scope, but the company decided, hey, well, we kind of want to do a front end redesign anyway, so why don't we tie this in? And so that just meant that I just sort of ignored that because it was something we were going to change anyway. The aesthetics of the actual finished site are largely built around the Clean package, Paul Seal's wonderful implementation of Clean. And yeah, so that's kind of where we left it. Hello. Here's the use case diagram. Yep, so very simple, just the fact that for our current site, we have a customer who can read, look for things, and then want to contact us. You know, and this is a fairly standard sitemap for our kind of usage, and this is what we ended up sort of like, when I was developing it, would kind of refer to make sure that everything was all as we expected it to be. Here is a quite dry table going from left to right of what we currently have and what we were looking to move to. So for example, the framework going from Hugo to ASP, templating from Go to Razor. My favorite is the database, going from no database, just a bunch of markdown files into SQL. And then, you know, going from static to dynamic using CM Netlify. And one of the other things is that we typically, as a company, prefer to use Azure DevOps rather than GitHub. And so we just moved everything over to there. But all the actual, all of the actual infrastructure itself was going to be Azure hosted. So here's the project timeline. So the project itself was meant to be 12 weeks. I had an extension for personal reasons, so that's why we've gone to 13. And this is kind of how I split up my sprints. I think my personal favorite, of course, is sprint 3, of which the task for sprint 3 is to learn Umbraco. So yeah, so that's a lovely little 2-week goal there. But a lot of this project was largely around meaning that I would have a reason to properly be a hands-on Umbraco developer for a while. As sort of was alluded to earlier, it's not necessarily the thing that I do in my day job, and so it'd be nice to actually, you know, have a project, which this entire dissertation is. While I didn't try and replicate the front-end styling, I did kind of pay like slight heedance to the geography of the pages. So on the left, you've got the current site, and then on the right, we have the site that I created. Yeah, just for awareness of visibility of that, I still try to kind of keep images, or at least have the flexibility to put images where they would need to be. Infrastructure-wise, I just made sure I used the most basic possible cloud infrastructure I could do, of having, you know, a database, a storage account, and the app itself. I did have a local database and a production database. Comically, I did use the same Azure storage for both local and for production, which made me smile. And the only time that was ever a problem was at Code Cabin when the internet went down. And I then had to go back to a very local situation for like half an hour. But otherwise, this was fine for the sort of single project that I was dealing with. CI/CD pipeline, this is very much a large topic, which I'm not going to go into a huge amount of detail, but I ran into a number of issues. It's why I did it first in project, because I knew it'd be such an issue. And this is something that this is a post on the Umbraco forum, which I just kept updating with the various problems and solutions I was having. I was so grateful to a number of people on Twitter/X about helping out with that, because I ran into a lot of issues, and we gradually, kicking and screaming, found a way that we could click a button and then stuff gets deployed. And this is what that pipeline ended up looking like. So very simple, just kind of build, publish, deploy. And this was then split over the pipeline and the release pipeline in Azure DevOps, which again was nice to kind of architect my own version of, having not really done that before. So in terms of document types for this project, very basic. It's very much largely around detail, list, and just sort of generic kind of pages which are there. One of the really nice bits of research around this project in general was the sort of how you approach putting these sites together. So, I mean, it was great to find the Mark Goodson, Lee Callagher Code Garden talk on atomic design, and to kind of go, oh, great, okay, let's try and approach it from that kind of way. So very much trying to think of, you know, how we're going to approach this from a composition kind of perspective, of which I'm very grateful. So packages used, nice little hall of fame here for the top 8. Well, the 8 that I used. So we've got contentment, ViewSync, Clean, Accessibility Reporter. I absolutely love Accessibility Reporter. Shout out to Matt for this. God Mode, Skybroad Redirects, I did EQD, and the SEO Toolkit. Again, SEO Toolkit, late addition to my roster, but my gosh, the stuff that I could do with it, which was a dream. Anyway, these packages are all wonderful, and if you haven't heard of any of them, please do check them out. And if you have heard of them, make sure you thank the people who made them, because they're great. Thank you. Data migration tool. This was basically the largest bit of coding I actually did for the project. This was just being able to take the content from the old site, from the markdown files and the media files, which we'll show in a second, and migrate that into SQL, into the SQL database. And this largely just involved making controllers, which would allow me to upload all the media via media service and then create the content via the content service. I'll talk a little bit about controllers and the fact that I actually realized what they were very late on into this project, which is also a fun little discovery. And I realized like when I was making this presentation, I should have called this tool a dammit, you know, data migration tool. That's what it has to be. But anyway, alas, we're too late. So quick explanation, this is what a Netlify CMS article actually looks like. It's a bunch of folders. Each page is a folder, and within that folder is this kind of index.markdown, and that's got all of the head content and the body content of the actual, you know, the article, and then any image files which are related to that. But that is what the data structure looks like. So we have to start off with uploading all of the media, because it just makes our life much easier if the media is already there, so we can then link to it. So this part of the data migration was to go through all of the content folders, get a set of folder within media, you know, with blog/name of blog, and then find any files which were there in Netlify and then to just upload them. Fairly standard, but again, that was kind of a really interesting voyage of discovery for me to kind of make this crawler which just went through the file system doing all of those things. Here is a sample of what one of the markdown files looked like. So this would be to do with the content creation itself. So basically the head, and you can see the sort of markdown delineation of the fact that we've got the 3 hyphens, splits between whether or not it's title, author tags, you know, all that kind of stuff. And then the body of the article. So again, I'll show this in more detail later, but made a file crawler that would kind of go through and, okay, this is head, okay, there's going to be the title, the author. And because this is unstructured, it actually meant there was quite a lot of diversity in what could and could not appear. So lots and lots of nullable fields. It was a lot of fun. I've never had any issues with it whatsoever. It was lovely. This is more or less what the body looks like. So it's just markdown. But crucially, and this is kind of one of the failings or more or less problems that we had with the editor experience in Netlify CMS, is that, well, and our implementation thereof, is the fact that if we wanted to have things such as iframes or embedded YouTube or embedded audio, we would use AMP tags, you know, AMP components, my apologies, accelerated mobile pages, Google initiative, and those would just be hard-coded in. So like there wouldn't be, say, an item, it would just literally be the text of, you know, 2 braces, chevron, you know, etc. AMP hyphen iframe. That's how we embedded content, and that's how anyone creating articles would have to embed, which was less than great in sort of just a technical perspective and many other perspectives. So instead, I decided to go through all of those AMP components and make appropriate block list editor rows for them. So for example, the AMP image became an image row, the AMP YouTube became YouTube, etc., etc. And then we've got the two at the bottom, the AMP carousel and the AMP audio. Those were very much just one-offs, so I just manually did them in terms of the automation of the process, because especially carousels were very, very strange syntax for the AMPs, for the AMP components. But the rest of everything, like the image and the YouTube, that was all quite straightforward to kind of crawl through and work out. Here is just like a screenshot of some just some block list rows, because that's a nice thing to see. So this is kind of how I approached creating the Umbraco pages off these markdown files. So I created this page content object, which itself was built on a header and a body content. The body content then built around this kind of list of iRow interfaces. And then I created a separate interface for each of the different types that could possibly, of those sort of predefined block list rows. Yeah, and then and we can see top, so the header, those are all the possible sort of things that could appear, which grew every article I saw. And then sort of roughly how, say, audio row would work in terms of the things that we would expect to find and crawl through and then define as a row. And so we could then make this list of, the body content would then be a list of rows, so then we could send each of those rows into a block list editor creator, which I believe is what we're going to see now. So the page content was passed into the content service to provide content nodes. And yeah, this is again quite a large topic to go over, not in this particular video, but this talk. But yeah, it's just how we go about creating block list content through the content service. And it's really, really interesting. I think it's really, really great. And I'd quite like to write a bit more about it. So some weird problems that are along the way included, even the fact that when we're dealing with unstructured data in the markdown files, we have, in this particular instance, it's 12 o'clock. It's 12:334 o'clock. And stuff like that would happen. My personal favorite date was when it was the 1st of January 1. So that was lovely that was, that's just 1/1/1. It's yes, that was nice to see what was being, that we were talking about Azure Bot Service in the year 1. And then this just made me chuckle, just because when I was doing dev work, I just embedded the page within the page. So that meant that it was endlessly recursive as just an endless stream of the page itself. Just made me chuckle. So this is the automation process, and this is what was automated from the data migration tool versus what I had to do manually. So a good 91% of things I was able to just get done, so I could click and it would work. But still had about 9% of manual bits and pieces to do. They were just fiddly. I've been reassured recently that this is kind of quite standard, and that a full automated migration is not actually that common. So I will take some kind of solace in that. In terms of onboarding, when I talk about the initial problems, one of them, the fact that we don't really have a lot of insight into how the current Nightingale site works, I took the onboarding very, very seriously in terms of creating, so this is the wiki, and this is going to explain the sort of the Umbraco back office terminology, and just explaining that to the other members of staff who haven't used it, or at least haven't used it for a number of years. So created wiki and videos. I held an onboarding session with the CEO, just going through the kind of the full editor experience and just making sure that she understood it and that it all worked and that we could achieve what she was looking to do. And then held a technical handover with the CTO just to make sure that he was happy with how everything was. And then we submit. So it's really funny to see that everything zipped up. So from the top of the one, we've got this is the backup of the blob storage, got the actual code base itself, got the DAC pack for the database, got documentation that I put together, and then the video. Oh yeah, that's right. You've got the video which I've made for the company for internal use, but then also for submission, the university will largely or moreover are very interested in just seeing videos of the thing that you've done and you kind of explaining it. So there is a funny sense that a lot of the dissertation marks go down to a 10-minute video, here is what I made and here is me presenting it. Anyway, so that exists, and this is what was submitted. And this is the email which confirms that I definitely have submitted it, but we don't know what the mark is or anything like that. But all I know is I've done everything that I can do, and that is what that is. So quickly, we're just going to go round off these last 2 chapters. So learning. When I was learning Umbraco, absolutely top 3 sources were the actual documentation of Umbraco itself, the single source of truth, which everyone can improve, and please can everyone improve it. And I just think everyone should take time to try and upgrade try and work on the documentation whenever possible. It's great, and it can always be done with improving. Script, my goodness, Script is wonderful. Typically covers the more advanced content. The Aaron Sadler a blog series, a 3-part one on deploying to Azure was wonderful, and I loved it. And yeah, just think they're great. So thank you, Script. And then YouTube, also where we are right now, and the mixed level of content, really, really great. So many good content creators. And as was sort of said in one of the earlier panels today, there should just be more people who are comfortable with making content. It just helps everyone. Huge shout outs to Paul Seal, his in general, but also to for the how to build a website with Umbraco 10. That playlist was a constant fixture for the early kind of weeks of this project. And I also want to say thank you to John D. Jones. His YouTube videos are wonderful, and he gives hilariously opinionated views, but backs them up and says this is why I think it should be done X, Y, and Z. And he wrote a book. And that's pretty great. Umbraco.net Core Mastery. I think it's really interesting. Anyway, so shout outs to John as well. This is a quick example of when I learned about controllers. I learned about controllers because I posted a quick question about something on the Umbraco forum, and Mark Goodson replied with a very, very long, robust response, which then involves, you should probably do that with a controller. It's like, oh, let's look up what a controller is then. So shout outs and thank you to Mark for giving such a wonderfully robust answer. This was to do with the fact that in the docs there was lots of places where it just said here is a code snippet, and it's like, I don't know where to use this code snippet, and Mark was like, use a controller. I was like, oh yeah, controllers exist, let's do that. And that was a day of joy. Source of support, I think the forum is brilliant. The Discord is wonderful for just getting quick responses from people. And Twitter /X /Mastodon are all lovely places for just throwing concerns into the ether and hoping that people will hear and take pity upon you. Tale of Joe Glumbeck, I just wanted to kind of point out this particular story of just the way that I'd read this article from Joe, which is really helpful. I then met Joe at Code Cabin. I generally have to look at my own jumper to remember. And because I'd met Joe, that then meant that I felt more comfortable with asking Joe questions. And so the crux of this being, and the moral of A Tale of Joe Glumbeck, is that I found it easy to ask people for help online after I'd met them in person, which is why I think in-person things are brilliant and wonderful. Anyway, shout outs to Joe. So very, very finally, the reflection. So I wanted to use Umbraco, so I did. That is pretty much the crux of this dissertation. This is pretty much it. I've just said I'm really interested in focusing on this, and I'm so grateful that Nightingale HQ, that Ruth, that Chris were so kind as to give me permission and the trust to just kind of, yeah, you're just going to do that for 13 weeks, fine. And it was great to have a project. This is a slide that I posted, that I used when I went to Umbraco London, and it was interesting to me how at the time I was kind of saying that a lot of my learnings and problems were around the C#.NET level. And what was lovely to me is that for this project, my problems, and that initially had been 6 months ago or so, but that now my problems are far more at the ASP.NET Core and the Umbraco level, which is really nice to reflect on where my issues lie. As I was describing this as ascending the pyramid of despair, it's nice to know where the majority of my problems seem to be lying right now, but whoever knows. There are so many ways of getting everything wrong. For this, I was very unsure, and I'm slightly unsure on the best ways of using the MVC pattern with Umbraco. There's some really interesting amounts of flexibility that I see from different people's examples. So much of the code is written just so it would work, which is, deadlines. And so much of my project was just set up for me to use, so I could just, I could just deploy to master, I could deploy to main, and I could feel good about that. I deploy to main so I can feel something. Yeah, the DevOps process, it was untested for multiple users, but it worked for me, and that was fine for this particular project. And but as we eventually look to roll it out, then we will actually develop this to be a touch more robust. and also used very, very, very basic Azure resources, and possibly not in the best ways, but so be it. And I wanted to kind of like round off with the kind of the sentiment that I still feel very strongly about, but the best way to learn something is to finish something. I learned so much about this Umbraco project because I finished an Umbraco project, and that's just a wonderful thing. And I'm so grateful for every step that was along the way. So I'd like to finish off by just reminding everyone the tech is hard, to be excellent to one another, and thank you so much for your time and for listening. That's it. Thank you. I can't hear anything that's happening right now. I'm sorry.
Okay. What about now?
Oh, there we go. Hello. Hello.
Hey, there we go.
Hey.
Podima was just giving you loads of praise and telling you how awesome it was, but we don't need to repeat any of that.
Yeah.
It's fine.
No, man. Overrated. Thank you so much. That's very kind.
I was looking forward to talking to you today primarily because of you were one of the mentions at the first edition of Community Day, and today you're here as a speaker. So
And
it's
having completed a whole
yeah.
dissertation and whatever else on Umbraco. It's an incredible full circle journey.
Yeah, it's a true community story that we wanted to highlight today.
That's incredibly kind. Thank you so much. And you two have been a very, very large part of that. And so I'm always very grateful.
No,
so thank
I
you.
think
That's
we
not
are.
true. I love the little community shout outs there for like key people that have helped you out. The Joe Glombeck. What was the exact phrase?
A Tale of Joe
Tale of
Glombeck.
Yeah, there you
yeah,
go.
Yeah,
That's-
The
that's lovely.
leather-bound novel that we now need. No, but I mean, again, you always feel bad with mentioning a couple of people because then you don't mention the other people. Like the list of like notable mentions would be endless.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Oh, that's good. Lovely story, Richard. Thanks for joining us today. We hope
Thank
and
you so much for having me.
participating in the chat. It's been great. Hope you've enjoyed it. But don't, of course, stick around. We've got 3 fantastic sessions coming up as well, so you won't want to miss those.
Thank you so much for having me. Take care.
Awesome. Cheers, Richard. Okay, give us 15 seconds, and we're going to be back with a really exciting panel on storytelling, I guess, in the Umbraco community.
Absolutely.
Don't go anywhere. And welcome back.
Welcome back. So here we are, and we have one more panel for the day. It's all about storytelling. And if you are to ask me about some of my favorite community initiatives, I think Scrift and 24 Days In are two of the really, really favorites of mine among the community initiatives. So we couldn't not have them for the day. So can we have the panel? Almost. Heng says almost, so just stay tuned.
Hey!
Hey!
And look at that. We've
Oh,
got
look
Jan
at
and Christian
that.
together. Amazing.
Amazing.
Christian didn't get the memo. It's not GitHub Tuesday. I like the hoodie though. And Jan, it almost looks like you've just slipped that on over another t-shirt you were wearing.
Pretty much.
That's commitment.
Not very on brand. Hey Erica, hey Janae, how are you both doing?
Hey.
Well, good morning.
Good morning. What time is it
hello.
for you? Sorry, it's early.
It's 9 a.m.
Oh, it's 9. That's fine.
Not too bad.
Not too bad.
Okay. So I think we should start off with some introductions. Which team you represent, and if you have other team members, probably mention them too. Should we start with Team 24 Days then?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah. I'm Christian.
And I'm Jan.
We have Lotte Pitcher and Blake Watt and Paul Seal and Dave Vostenbox as the as external members. They're somewhere out there. Thank you.
And your team 24 Days in Umbraco, you are, well, currently in season what? 10, 11, 12?
12.
We are currently running a very long, again, season of articles. So yeah, it's been a while now.
Yeah, it's I think it's season 12. Yeah.
Amazing.
So yeah, it's been going on for quite a while, and we've gone grey as you can as you can see.
Amazing. Team Script, let's start with Janae.
I'm so sorry. My 16-year-old cat is screaming in the background. She just does that sometimes, so you might
wants
hear
to
her.
feel included.
She does. She really does want to talk to me right now, the minute I get on a call. I'm Janae. I am a part of Team Script. We've been running for 8 years now. I know 24 Days has been running for 12 because when I put together the newsletter, I put 12 years in there. So I know you've been running for 12. You're good to go. And I'll also introduce Kyle, who's sadly not here today because he's currently on a train to the airport, but he is here in heart, wishes he could be here.
My name is Erica, also part of Team Script. That's all I have to say, I guess.
So yeah, Script, you've just reached 100 issues. So
yes.
it's eight years. It's not doesn't quite match up with the number of issues, does it? Because you've done sometimes where you've done December. You don't do December anymore, though, right? You get a month of
when we
celebrating 24 days.
Yeah, when we first launched, we were doing December because we just thought we're a magazine, we should do that. And then we thought, this is dumb. There is another initiative that has all these articles, and it was always a challenge for us to find people. So we're like, why aren't we backing them? And it's been a great decision to do that. And you'd think we'd have a month off, but actually, I think Janae and I do more work in December for promoting 24 days.
We definitely do more work in December than we do the rest of the year.
It's nice that the community can, center around one initiative, though, for that time. That's great.
Absolutely. It's fantastic. I look forward to those emails personally, so love. So it's all about storytelling. So should we ask them their story about storytelling?
Yeah.
Should we start with Team Script now then?
Where did you start?
Yeah.
How did Script
happen?
come to be?
Yeah.
Wow. Janae, do you want this one or do you want me to?
I think since you kind of were the person who started the brainstorm, you should tell it.
Okay. So back in 2014, the company that Janae, Kyle, and I all worked at, that's how we met. Our company launched the US festival. We called it U-West Fest, trying to capture the whole Western hemisphere because we know we have friends in Canada and we know we have friends in Mexico, and we were trying to bring them along on this journey with us. And after our first successful one in Las Vegas in 2014, Kyle and I were sitting around one day going, how do we keep this momentum going? Because the US is absolutely ginormous. And we do not have the concept of cheap flights like y'all do in Europe. So how do we get people to come out? How do we get them to convince their bosses to let them come out, fly somewhere in the US for a one-day conference? And how do we keep this momentum going? So we kind of took a page from A List Apart and an Event Apart book. I don't know, last time I checked, A List Apart stopped publishing articles, but I don't know if they're back. I don't know if they're still doing events, but we kind of tried to model it off their concept of that and decided to launch a website and launch a newsletter where we could try to rally around all the regional festivals and then also promote the diverse voices around the world. At the time, Twitter was like probably one of the best places to kind of get plugged into this community, but the amount of people on Twitter only represented maybe a small percentage of people who are actually in the community, and that's still true to this day. So just trying to bring about another platform of people to be able to share their experiences, what they're learning, their perspectives, their point of view, and try to make it more global. And I will add on to that, it's really hard to, Janae and I are based in the Pacific Northwest in the US. We do go to Co-Garden almost every year and some of the festivals, and that's how we meet people to try to pull them in, but it's hard to find people outside of that. It's hard to find people in places in the world where we know there are people, but it's hard to try to figure out how to meet them and how to convince them to write.
We've had the exact same challenge with this. We want to represent as much of the global community as possible, and it's so hard to get hold of even people in the US, where we know there's active community members to come along and do a talk. And I know this is a shared pain that the 24 Days team have as well, so I'm sure we can talk a bit more about that.
Absolutely. So should we move on to Team 24 Days and hear their story about storytelling? Jan, Christian.
Yeah. I guess it was We started in 2012.
Yeah.
The year before that, I'm pretty sure, and the year before that, Umbraco HQ at that time was Niels Hartwig and Pierre Plow.
Yeah.
They tried to, I think both years they tried to create a Christmas calendar.
I think it was actually only 1 year.
Yeah. And they made it all the way to the December 24th, but not with posts every day. But I like the idea so much that
they kind of stopped halfway or something like that, and then the post just stopped coming, and it was a shame because it was a good idea, and it was all these code snippets that was just really handy. So like, oh yeah, you can do this, and you had so many epiphanies.
Yes.
I
think
guess
the idea was to actually create a blog in Umbraco, and one of the things I loved was that one of the very first posts was Pierre trying to say that we cannot do anything before our dev environment works and all that. So the first couple of posts was just how to get this working so that when you press a button, it all builds and stuff like that. So then the year after, I wrote to Niels and Pierre and asked if they were going to do it again, because if not, I had an idea to ask a bunch of community members and hear if they had a short story or a video or something on Umbraco to put on and create something every day in December. And then I'd reach out to Jan and asked if he would help me, because I'm pretty sure that if there's not someone else who says, oh, let's do this, then it's very easy to skip a day or something.
Yeah, it's really been beneficial that we kind of kept each other going, because nowadays we are much more organized in doing things, even though things are still going on in the engine room. But back then, we kind of had to come up with some quick solutions, sometimes overnight. But I actually think we've managed to have something for each day in December for 12 years. We have never missed a day, even though we have been pretty close.
You're better than the Hartwig and Peplug combo then. You managed. You made it past day 12. I was going to just quickly ask the 24 Days team as well. Another little bit of history. What's 24 Days in photography?
Okay, so the reason it's called 24days.in was because my idea for the very first year was to have 24days.in/Umbraco, in/XSLT, in/JavaScript, whatever somebody would write. Somebody along the I don't remember if it was the first year or the second year, but my brother, whom I work with, Niels, he's a photographer among other things, and he asked me, can I use the engine and create a 24 days in /photography calendar? And he had one going for I think 2 years or 3, and he had there was some cross pollination between, because he became good friends with Douglas Robar as well, so he had a few posts there as well. So I think there's almost also 24 days of photography stuff in those posts, but it's available from the top domain. So the engine is actually built to handle something like that. There was a year someone contacted me and asked if he could have a 24 days in Sidecore. And I told him yes. If you come with a bunch of authors, we'll put them in, and you can write the articles. They never managed to get anything done, but I thought, why not?
He was expecting a license fee or something from you.
I'm sure Jeron could do 24 days inside.
Probably, yeah.
Sure. That's a really interesting piece of history. That's excellent. And Neil still contributes to the 24 Days series now. I believe he's doing the Dali art contributions?
Yeah, so last year we revamped the whole thing, installed Umbraco 10 from scratch, and created a new site with a lot of help from Lotte Pitcher, one of my favorite developers these days. She stepped in when I say, Lotte, how would you do this? Oh, I don't know.
That's a
Hey,
great
look
Lotte
at
impression.
Yeah.
That's
She does
uncanny.
that. And one of the things the in-house designer who created the design last year, he came up with this together with my brother to do AI art for the posts, and they created a bunch of prompts and artworks and we ran them last year. So this year I had a completely different plan, and that didn't plan out. So plan B was, I said to my brother, how fast can we make these? But he had already made them, because the idea this year, and I don't know if anybody's spotted that, but this year it's the exact same prompts. It's just another engine. So last year was DALL-E, and this year it's Midjourney. And I have my opinions on what I like best, but I'll keep them for a later date. And we will try to make some kind of way to do some A/Bing on the images, but we're making the articles do the talking for now. So.
But 8 years, 24 days, every single day we've had at least one article.
Yeah.
And for me, it has always been like opening that prized advent calendar on every day morning. And I look forward to this time of the year and now that the website actually resembles an advent calendar, it's almost like what secret is behind that? So I'm pretty sure there's a lot of effort that goes on into this plan. So let us talk to Team Script and find out what actually goes into the whole planning and having an issue every month.
Yeah,
and of course, we'll circle back.
With 2 authors and
absolutely
flaky authors like me that turn stuff in on time, don't turn stuff in on time, that sort of thing. Yeah.
It's okay, Callum. We'll keep your secrets.
It's no secret. It's fine.
There's a lot that goes in every month, starting with the hunt for authors. And because we refuse to be complacent and always seek out people who've always written for us before, it really is a hunt. Sometimes Erica and I have sat in a Zoom meetup going through LinkedIn, looking for people we can cold call that are people we've never heard from before in the Umbraco community. We don't do that all the time, but it does happen. And we have gotten responses from it. Definitely, like any type of messaging like that, significantly less than the amount of messages you send, but it has fanned out a little bit. Usually we get most of our feedback from meeting people at conferences. We meet a lot of people that way, and we try to get new voices. But we do 2 newsletters a month, so it's not just about the issue. It's also finding like the mid-month content where we find we try to highlight festivals more than anything else, but also other events and important things like 24 days that are happening in the community. And then Erica puts together Instagram posts for everything too. And we try to get our authors to give us videos. So there's a lot of social media stuff. It happens like 10% of the time, maybe.
I would say like 2% of the time. Somebody makes a video, which is interesting. And I get it, because I don't want to make videos either, except for those are the posts that we get absolute hands down the most engagement with. People love them, and I totally understand that it's hard to put yourself out there on a video, but I'm only asking for like a minute. Say your name, say what you wrote about, that's it, and like people totally love them. So still trying to work on engagement there. We got one from the first Richard Jackson, who was just on, he did a video for the first day of 24 days, and it was fantastic. So I don't know. We like to dream big and fail big too. So we keep pressing on.
You've got the work of tracking down authors. You've got then actually reviewing the content and getting that put up in time. You've got the promotion of that, which might be in videos, Instagram posts, your social media posts as well. And you have your mid-month newsletter. So there's lot of work that goes into
there's
that.
a lot of work as well as new ideas like Instagram stories. I started seeing them this year primarily, I think, more than last year. So there's clearly just not hunting authors and then doing the storytelling and post. There's just more the traction and the passion to keep things going.
And planning the content. So
Yeah.
like, you know, this article will hit best when it's done in 2 months' time because, you know, it's just after a new version release of the CMS or something like that. Or actually, we've got another very similar topic right now, so maybe we can wait a couple of months on this one. I guess.
Yeah,
That all goes
even
into it.
if you have two topics which doesn't match up for a particular month, bringing in something that's probably a better match. There's a lot of work to be done. And I think similar planning goes into 24 days as well, because it's non-stop 24 days of articles. So what do you do about it?
What do we do about it? We try to become better organized, and I think that over the years we've actually improved quite a lot, and it helps that we now have an extended team, and the help of Team Script as well is really much appreciated, because we haven't really had any efforts to do our own marketing in the way that Script helped us do. So that's just amazing. So I like to see them as a part of the team as well, because they really are, which is awesome. We can totally relate to what Janae said about hunting authors, because that's also what we used to do, like keeping an eye out for new names, new faces within the community. But it's really hard to do. And now we've tried to promote the application form, which also makes it a bit easier for us, even though we still reach out to people that we think could have something interesting to write about, and then it's just easier to point to the application form and say, if you're interested, please fill out this form, instead of having to email or tweet or whatever platform we're using back and forth about all the details. And once people have applied and they get accepted, then the fun begins of setting up Basecamp and keeping track of who's been notified about being accepted, and who's gotten access to the back office, setting up the articles, and then when all that is done, then it's a matter of, okay, who has actually delivered something that we can start to review and process and give feedback and make the article ready for publishing. It's I hope it looks smoother on the outside than it necessarily is on the inside. I mean, we are half past, we're almost halfway through, and still we are doing reviews. But it's also something that tells me that we as a team has improved a bit, because we are more thorough in our reviews nowadays, and since we have a larger team, and some native English speakers on the team, it makes a better quality in the end, because we have done some technical reviews and some grammar fixing and suggestions about other ways to express something that might you can describe something in a way where it's really long, and then we can maybe shorten it down to keep it short and concise, which is easier to grasp. So yeah, quite a lot of stuff going on in the engine room when we are running this. The
types of content
I would also like to add in there. I would also like to add in there, just for anybody who's thinking about writing for either Script or 24 Days, we both have very robust editorial processes, especially if English isn't your first language. We don't leave you hanging out to dry. Like, we want to produce quality articles, but we want it to be something that you're super proud of as well. We are an official magazine. I got us an ISSN number. That's repetitive, sorry. N stands for number. But you know, like, we want you to have your best work out there. So we don't, if you're nervous about your grammar, your English, your whatever, we help you with that. We handhold you in this process, and 24 Days does as well. So we want it to be a positive experience for you.
I was going to say that the types of content that you publish has changed quite a lot over the years.
Yeah.
I think if you look back at the very first edition of 24 Days, it was a maybe in some cases one sentence, here's a code sample, enjoy type thing, which has a lot of value. And you go to now, and especially Scrift, where it's much longer form content. I think you're typically looking for about 1,500 words, aren't you, for your articles, 12 to 1,500. And 24 Days, I can't remember what your guidelines are, but it's been a while. But some people have said they love the older, shorter format. Some people like the new one. I think recent 24 Days articles, you've included videos and people just showing how to do something instead, different mediums. So what's your views on that? How do we keep content going in some different ways, perhaps?
Well, I mean, I think we've actually always encouraged that people could submit a video if they didn't feel like writing, but it hasn't really appealed to that many until now, I think.
There was one, the very first year, there was one from David Conlisk.
Yeah, that's true. And I think maybe Jeron did
maybe
a video at some point.
It hasn't been many.
But yeah, so we try to encourage different ways of submitting content. And 2 years ago, I think Paul Seal had this idea that we should try to make YouTube posts of each of the entries. And we did that for 1 year because it was Paul and Lottie reading up the articles in YouTube and then going over some of the code and trying to what do we call it? Expand the reach of the articles. I don't know how many people actually used that, but that was also quite time-consuming for both Lottie and Paul, especially.
A lot of work.
A lot of work, yeah.
But it's not in vain, because on the old articles where there is actually a video, there's a little link that says this article has audio/video.
Yeah.
It's still there.
I remember that.
And then I think we've never really been strict about content length. I think we used to say that, if you really need a guideline, then a minimum of 500 words, but it's not something that we have been that harsh about. It's just nice to see people wanting to write more and more. But I think with some articles, we might reach a point where it might make sense to do a double issue. So you have part 1 and part 2, for instance. But that's something we're discussing about for the next season.
But the very initial, the very first year, it was a big secret. I kept it under wraps for. I tried really not to let anybody know anything. And the thing I sent out to all the contributors was that it could be whatever they felt like, but it would ideally be something I envisioned people reading on their commute to work, just sitting there on the train, just reading these 5, 6, 7 minutes of something nice, some neat trick, or how to do a better employee picker in Umbraco using some smart package or something like that. But nowadays it's generally if you want to read it yourself, if you like reading it yourself, it's probably good. So.
Team Script, do you have any views on content length, how that's evolved over time, different formats? You mentioned different ways of promoting, etc.
It's fine either way, Erica. Content length is ironically something that we have had mostly the reverse problem with. Usually we get something that's in between 2,000 and 3,000 words. That's our general average. And then we either have to pare it down or suggest maybe it should be a series. We have no problems with series. We encourage them. If someone wants to write multiple articles on the same thing, we've done that more than a few times. But we do also have a little bit of a different process than 24 Days as well. 24 Days is authors enter their own articles into Umbraco. That is not the case for Script because we have quotes and special formatting that we want to use and everything. We do all of our article entry, and Kyle's not here, but he's the one who does all of the editing and all of the article entry for us. So he handles all of that piece of it. And I think that video is great and I love it in short pieces, but it's not definitely the way we want to go for script content, because we want parsable things that people can take text snippets from and things like that. It's important to us that technical articles are there to support things like videos or like presentations.
Yeah. That's fascinating that you've all got the same challenges, but maybe slightly different in all cases. It's just, yeah, incredible work. Unfortunately, we're out of time. We could keep this conversation going for another half an hour, I'm sure.
Easily.
There's so many, fantastic things that you're all doing and working on. But I guess call to action: write for Scrift, write for 24 Days, make their lives easier. Submit your ideas. Go check out 24days.in/UmbracoCMS, Scrift.io. And celebrate the work that these wonderful people and their collaborators as well are doing.
Consistency is again the key here, and you all have been really, really nailing that part.
Yeah,
very, very well.
Thank you all so much. It's lovely to see you, and we'll see you soon.
Thanks for having us. Yes, thank you for having us.
Okay, so in 10 seconds, we're going to be back with a very exciting guest. Stay tuned, because Scott Hanselman here will be here to answer your questions just after this. And welcome back.
Welcome back.
We had a very quick drink break there, but we are back, and we are thrilled to welcome Scott Hanselman.
Yeah.
Hey, Scott.
Hello.
Hello.
How's it going?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm very, very well. This is the beginning of my day. What day is it globally here right now? What is our
I don't know
time
either,
zone?
Scott. I think it's Wednesday, and it's about 7 p.m., 6:30 p.m. our time.
6:30 p.m.
So,
yeah.
Just
Cool.
getting
Well,
started.
I've just had the boys head out for school, so our day is just getting started.
Oh, fantastic. Well, thanks for giving us some of your time. It's great to see you here.
Of course.
We have plenty of questions to ask you. We've got a lot of burning questions, some from the community, some from ourselves, but maybe we can start with one that came from a discussion we were having. You see a lot of tech in your role. In fact, no, we'll start with a different one.
Yes.
Your role. Could you explain your role? Because you have this kind of mythical unicorn role in some ways. You get to see loads of different technologies, loads of different areas of Microsoft. You're not necessarily tied to a specific product, maybe Visual Studio and developer realm there, but maybe you can just tell us a bit about what you do actually day to day.
Well, I got a promotion recently, so I have this fancy title. I'm Vice President of Developer Community. So my team includes the Open Source Programs Office, which is called the OSPO, led by Jeff Wilcox, and the Developer Community team, led by James Montemagno. So I think of the way I think about it is that our job is to make the community successful from the moment that they go out and search for something on the web, all the way to the point where they go and deploy it, hopefully in Azure, but maybe in the bookstore or one of the other clouds. And then during that process, they're touching documentation, they're touching the community, they're talking to user groups, they're engaging with humans, they're doing things like community days, they're watching videos. Are they going to be successful in their journey as they go from emerging developer to developer who has deployed something?
That's fantastic. So, I mean, we hear this term developer advocate a lot, and it's often associated to people who maybe stand up on stage and present and promote products. They're more evangelists, but it sounds like you're almost the inverse. You are a true advocate for developers inside Microsoft and pushing for that experience to be as seamless as possible for people.
I've never been a fan of the word evangelist. The evangelism implies that I'm knocking on your door randomly and trying to convert you to my way of thinking, and that never worked out for most people. If you recall, there were a number of crusades that were fought over that. That also is the old Microsoft way of doing it, which is like our operating system, our languages, our thing, rah, 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 rah. But true advocacy would indicate that I want you to be successful no matter what you use. And if you use the entire stack or you use a little bit of the stack, that's cool. And if you use this cloud or that cloud, as long as a piece of it is, again, I do work for the big company. If you use Visual Studio, you use Visual Studio Code, you use .NET, but you do it in Notepad, I don't care. I just want you to be happy.
That's awesome.
That's a great line of thought.
Yeah, I agree. So that actually flows nicely to our next question, which is, you see a lot of tech on a daily basis. What's the thing that you've seen in the last year that you can tell us about, maybe, that's made you go, wow, that's awesome,
Yeah.
and got really excited about?
Oh wow. I as people know, I am rather excitable. So I get excited about like just all kinds of random stuff. So I would say kind of three things that I'm currently geeking out about. At the high level, I have been kind of a VR enthusiast, but not really like this is taking over the world. I think the Meta Quest really kind of nailed it. So I'd love to be able to work on Windows. So I've been using things like a VR desktop, which is actually written in C#, which is a really great application that lets you like be on your headset and type and have as many monitors as you want. I have 3 monitors, but you can use 5 monitors with VR desktop, which is super cool. That's one thing I'm excited about. WebAssembly, or WASI or WASM.
Yeah.
The WebAssembly machine language rather, and the WebAssembly interfaces are interesting. The idea that you can now compile, there's an experimental workload with .NET 8 where you can compile directly, not to intermediate language, but to WebAssembly, means that density for microservices could be interesting, but also location transparency, that something could run in the browser or run on the server, is now more possible than ever before. That's something that I'm excited about. And then I'm always still working on my my Apple One computer. Let me see if I can switch over. I've been trying to build this Apple computer with a kit from a company called Smarty Kits. So I'm building an Apple from original parts. So it's like I just put the CPU in last week. I've got the jumper wires and all that kind of stuff. So I think about virtual reality and then building an Apple computer from
Is that an
7400
actual
series
official
chips.
Apple case, or it's a replica that someone's printed and you've got?
That is a
other parts?
replica, and it's got some Arduino, but it's also got some AND gates and some NAND gates. So when I'm thinking about high level things like VR, sometimes I need to go and run, really low level and just drive a stick shift.
Yeah.
So like sometimes you drive a self-driving electric car, and sometimes you just like build a car in your garage. So I oscillate between those two things.
Amazing. I'm a massive Apple geek, so actually that's right up my street. I'm gonna be looking that up.
Oh yeah,
straight after
this thing is super cool. There's like directions on how to do it and how to like. It's a whole JavaScript website, and I was actually on my YouTube. You can see me suffering through it.
It's amazing.
I got it to boot up recently, so I'm pretty excited about that.
It's brilliant.
Yeah, it's from Smarty Kit. I'm not affiliated with them, but it's smartykit.io.
Awesome.
Good Christmas gift.
You mentioned YouTube there. We were going to bring up TikTok because I think your TikToks made a lot of people love you.
Yeah.
I've particularly enjoyed your TikToks where you've kind of helped motivate people, where they've said, someone told me I could never be an engineer, I never do this, and you say, hey, hold on a second, that's fine. You don't need a formal background or a degree in education. I think those are lovely.
Yeah. I'm an old person on TikTok, which is kind of funny. So like, there's my TikTok. It's kind of made me a little bit famous amongst like my son's friends at school. So I'll pick him up at school, and then like the little kids, oh, Scott Hanselman, you're on TikTok. But it's bizarre because it's mostly just me talking about Commodore 64s, and like this way, like the Chipotle napkin holder, some pretty exciting stuff going on. But yeah, I talk about code spaces, and I talk about my AI and how to build a meaningful career. But you're right, I don't tolerate nonsense or people being haters.
Yeah.
So I will try to support folks as best I can on TikTok.
That's good. There was you had a lot of supportive words on social media recently. Even there was some, we won't get into it, but debates about having diverse lineup of speakers, and you highlighted Hanselman, which has had a fantastic run. What, 900 plus episodes? Is
Oh
that
my
right?
goodness. Yeah, I think this year we'll hit 900, and let me see here. We're gonna hit 925 by the end of the year. So
That's awesome. And
Yeah.
Just
just
coming
an
up on,
amazing
I think
bunch
we'll
of
end the year
people.
on 925.
You know,
Yeah, it
keep
is a
that-
good group of folks.
To keep that going over the years, that is just again
Mm.
consistency and a lot of work.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Yeah.
Someone accused me of being an AI last week, which I was
Oh,
mostly offended by.
yes.
This was not a joke.
Clearly, yeah.
They
Clearly.
could not conceive of that body of work being created over 20 years, and they said they were going to have me delisted from Google Podcast. So they were going to send a complaint saying that these were fake people and that they didn't think that the show was real, which was
And
offensive.
Scott Hanselman doesn't exist either.
Yeah, I'm still scrolling, by the way. I'm only in the 700s.
Yeah,
so
that's
I would
yeah,
encourage you to
truly,
check it out.
truly
Amazing
amazing.
people.
Truly amazing. If I'm not going to make you pick a favorite episode, but if someone's just or a favorite guest, but if someone's just coming around to this concept of Hansel Minutes, could you tell us a couple of fantastic things to go and watch, or listen to?
Well, certainly my favorite guest would be my wife. So having
Okay,
my wife on the
you're
show to
allowed
talk
that
about
bias. That's okay.
having my wife on the show to talk about how she tolerates me is always valuable. And then while we're talking about podcasts, it's worth also noting that this developer's life is back after a 15-year, or not 15-year, after a 7-year, 8-year hiatus. So this was a show that Rob Connery and I do, and our last show was 2015.
Oh, wow.
And then we just got inspired again, and we put another show out a couple weeks ago, and we recorded yet another show just about yesterday. So that should be coming out in the next week or so.
Amazing. Oh, that's great. We'll make sure to pop in the chat links to all of these things again, so people can go check them out if they don't already know about them.
Of course.
Can we talk about the computer stuff that they don't teach you about? Because I have a fan
computer
for
stuff
you
they
in
didn't
my
teach in school.
household. My husband is glued onto those videos. Every time I walk past the lounge, he's on the sofa watching you on TV. So that is like a well-known thing at home for me.
That is very kind. Yeah, I got a YouTube. If I didn't have a full-time job, I would spend more time on YouTube. I think that YouTube might be my retirement job.
And you
Bring
yeah,
it on, we
just
are
said
all
you're
here
an
to
old,
watch you.
just said you're an old guy on TikTok, but if that becomes your retirement, you'll be like, yeah,
Yeah, well, I'm also an old
oldest
guy on
tech
YouTube.
YouTuber out there or something. 95, Scott
Yeah.
Hanselman's there, like still back in my day.
It is enjoyable.
Yeah, that's awesome. You mentioned AI, and we saw your keynote at the
NDC Copenhagen.
no, the AI day.
Bill's- yeah.
The AI day where you did the well, basically generative AI. We were discussing how you were able to explain generative AI in a fantastic way, in a really simplified way, and not to put you on the spot, but could you give us a glimpse? What is generative AI?
Oh, well, you're both right. I've done a version of that talk at both NDC Copenhagen, where we were together, and then also that was actually a practice run, and I did it at Ignite. But the idea was that it is saying the most likely next thing that you might want to say. So in the very beginning of the talk, and you can find it on YouTube, I say, "It's a beautiful day. Let's go to the," and then we wait for the audience. And some of the audience yells out park, and some of the audience yells out beach, and every once in a while someone will yell out McDonald's, or or something weird. And then the question is, what's the right answer? And that's why generative AI is interesting, because they're all the right answer. They're the right answer for you. They're the right answer given context. And to argue that they are the wrong answer, as opposed to being the most likely answer, is where things get really interesting. So then from that point, we do a bunch of live demos, all 100% live, nothing is recorded. We see the AI generate wrong things. We talk about those wrong things, and then we talk about what it means to generate something wrong, and then also the ethics and responsibility behind generating something that might be an opinion or is just simply not factual.
That's amazing. Yeah, that is a fantastic definition of generative AI with a great example as well,
Yeah.
because that's something that everyone can relate to.
Relate
That sample.
to.
You've even there was the autocomplete challenge on your phone when you type the exact same thing in your phone and see what it predicts is gonna happen next. It's quite interesting.
Yeah, we did a version of this, myself and Mark Downey, at Ignite, and we walked through, here's It's a Beautiful Day, let's go to and we write it directly into the OpenAI playground, and then we go from there. There's many versions of this. I think that the Ignite version is an excellent one, because you get to see Mark Downey showing daily builds of Copilot that had not been released yet, and seeing what it would do. And in one case, Copilot makes a mistake, and then Mark stops the presentation, and then we dig into why the mistake was made, and we talk about how is it a mistake? It's only a mistake because Mark thought it was, right? Because at that point it wasn't the code that he needed, and that is a really interesting conversation.
Like you just said, the AI is not wrong, or the model's not wrong. It's just the context, that's
yeah.
different. Like it's giving you some
in that
information because
case,
of the context.
Exactly. In that case, it felt very wrong, and maybe it may have compiled, but it may not have solved the business problem. And then that gets into philosophical discussions of the definition of wrong.
Isn't it like everything in tech? Everything in tech has a place. It's all about choosing what is appropriate
I
for
mean, are you
that
going to say it
context.
depends, Polima? It depends. That's
Yeah.
no such thing. I was gonna ask you. You mentioned co-pilots there. We were talking earlier. Hank said there's like over 250 something co-pilots in Microsoft. Do you have a favorite co-pilot? One that you're using all the time?
I think the one I'm using mostly is GitHub Copilot, specifically the chat interface. There's within Visual Studio and Visual Studio Code, the Copilot is like the backend service that is the generative AI that is smart about code. There's the talking to it in chat, and then there's the typing in your code, and then it auto completes a big chunk of text. I very much prefer the chat one because I use it as a rubber duck. Are you familiar with rubber ducking?
Yeah.
Right. For those who may be listening who may not be familiar, the idea is it's 2 a.m, it's a Tuesday night, and you're trying to ship something and you are stuck. And you got to call somebody, but you can't because it's 2 a.m. So you have a rubber duck that you put on your monitor and you explain the problem to the duck. And in the explaining, you solve the problem, just like talking to maybe your non-technical spouse, so you're able to work through the problem. And I use Copilot as a rubber duck where I'll ask it to explain the code, I'll tell it what I think, and we'll go back and forth. And what's nice about it is that it is infinitely patient with me, which is what you like in a duck or a pair programmer from work.
Well, that's fascinating. Yeah, we were geeking out earlier today about co-pilots and specifically GitHub Copilot and how it works really nicely for doing C# development. So yeah, it's great to hear you using it too, and a fan.
Talking about C#, Microsoft recently released a C# certified, like a certification course on C# on Free Code Camp. Should we talk about that a bit?
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, that was led by Katie Savage on my team, and we partnered up with Free Code Camp to create a foundational C# certificate that you could get through Free Code Camp. So this is an emerging kind of a level 100 emerging developer certificate, but by the end of it, you'll have a good solid understanding of object-oriented principles. And this is a collaboration between Free Code Camp and Microsoft Learn. So you're building up your Learn profile, you're getting trophies or like achievements within that, and then those achievements are read in using an API into Free Code Camp, and then if you move through the process, you get an official certificate from Free Code Camp, and you move all the way through from simple stuff to adding logic to deep debugging, and then once you get your certification, you can go and see that official certification and then add it directly to your LinkedIn. And this is signed by Julia Lucen, who's our president of the developer division.
I've been seeing this as one of the recommended resources by a lot of people I know, to people who want to learn C#. So this is something definitely on my checklist as well to have a look into, because I think I can also learn something from it.
It's that interesting one, C# because there's and .NET in general, because there's always felt a barrier, rightfully or wrongfully. I don't think rightfully, but a load of universities haven't been using it as their teaching language. People are teaching Java, they're teaching Python, and so a lot of the people are leaving school thinking those are the things I need to learn. When actual fact, C# in general, we've all made very great careers off writing it, but it's a fantastic language. It does basically everything that all the others do and more, and is incredibly commercially viable. You can go out there, get a job writing C# day one. I think the community is a bit more embracive of those entry-level people as well, perhaps, than other places. Oh yeah, fantastic. That's cool. That's good.
Sorry, I just want to, you mentioned universities, so I felt the need to point out that there are in fact universities that are using C#. A lot of them out there. No, certainly it's not Java and it's not JavaScript, but it is doing okay.
Yeah,
and I think that having it be cross-platform and open source, which is the reason that I went to Microsoft in the first place, it has a little bit of value.
And this Free Code Camp thing, I think only bolsters that, really. It's only going to improve the visibility of the language and get more people out there learning. My first experience of, say, a Microsoft programming language was Visual Basic, just because I found a tutorial and it was something I could follow along with and install Visual Studio, get up and running. I could, with proper drag and drop, create a field, and it all shows up. Yeah, it's great.
I started with
Yep.
VB.NET
Ultimately, oh, sorry.
and then moved on to C#.
Yeah.
Yeah, ultimately, I just want people to use the language that makes them happy, whether that be C# or F# or whatever, and certainly mix and match. And we're almost always either deploying to the open web. So whatever you're doing, as long as it's making web standards, you're gonna win.
Yeah. You mentioned open source there, and that being one of the big reasons you joined Microsoft in the first place. We had a question actually from Paul Seal, who's a prolific contributor in our community. He said he knows that you had some exposure to Umbraco maybe a long time ago. Of course, today it's all about celebrating the open source Umbraco CMS. But he asked, have you had any exposure to it recently? As in, we've only recently, say, moved on to the .NET Core or late modern .NET stack, and it's really come on leaps and bounds. He wants to know if you've had any exposure to it lately.
I think that I got more interested in Umbraco when also Umbraco Headless happened a couple of years back. That was really interesting because then having APIs where you have whatever UI you want on top of whatever backend you want to use, and in this case, that software as a service where I just want Umbraco to handle the componentry and the items and the categorization and tagging of stuff, and then I'll build on top of that. That made me go, huh, that's a clever architecture. And now certainly now that the move to .NET Core is complete, it is a very good time to get involved in Umbraco.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, when people are with the headless evolution, people have been doing Maui apps now, and it's actually opened up our community a lot more to the wider .NET community and the great things that you can do over there. So that's good to hear.
Well, and this is why they call Umbraco the flexible CMS, and that's the thing to remember, is that it's for everybody, and you can go all in on it and use defaults, or you can make it totally custom, and no one would ever know.
Yeah, exactly. That's fantastic.
Friendly CMS.
It is. It's friendly. I was also going to ask about open source and health advocacy, which is something I know you've been pushing. Well, you're a big advocate for, like rights to things like insulin. You've spoken before about your open source pancreas, basically. Can you maybe tell us a bit about that? Because it's fascinating. Absolutely fascinating.
So when I was diagnosed 30 years ago as a type 1 diabetic, and I have insulin pumps and plugins and different attachments and things that are like embedded in my arm. I've got a sensor here, and then I've got a pump over here. It moves every 3 days. The first thing that I did was try to solve it with software, and I tried to solve it with a Palm Pilot, if you remember the Palm Pilot, and I wrote an application called GlucoPilot. And GlucoPilot actually ended up on the Internet Archive. So it turns out that you can go and run versions of my software.
No way. No way.
Check this. Actually, I'll show you.
You don't still need a Palm to be running this, do you?
So they if I remember correctly, they went and they made a here's the Internet Archive, and there should be a this was donated in 2014. But if I search for it, I believe they made a Palm Pilot emulator so that I could go and run the thing in the browser. Here you go. So here we can download the emulator. Right? So then I can have my insulin, my average, so that if I just, I don't know if you remember on the Palm Pilot, you had to like draw very specifically. So I'm remembering that, and it's insane that I remember how to do this. It was called Graffiti. God. And then you could go and make a pie chart of how your blood sugar is doing.
That is unreal.
So I've been thinking about that for a very long time. And then when folks like Dana Lewis, who is the godmother of the open source artificial pancreas, started creating these kinds of devices, later on when Bluetooth and open standards and things happen, and she built hers on a Raspberry Pi, and used to carry it around in a little pack around her waist. I got involved in that, and I started looping. And looping is managing your blood sugar in a closed loop where the system is doing all the work for you, which is unusual because most diabetics have to do all of that work manually. I became looper number 7. And then since then, I've even done some weird things like putting my blood sugar in my prompt. So that's my blood sugar right now. So then if I go to, for example, my like a GitHub folder. Actually, this is the wrong folder. And I'll go into like Hanselman. You can see I've got the current folder, my blood sugar, and then a trend line, as well as my Git branch, and then the version of .NET that I'm using.
Amazing.
So I can keep that available to me, kind of like a dashboard.
That's so cool.
And that's because there's this REST API.
You can watch as you're trying to exit Vim, and it's just slowly depleting, and you're like,
yes, not being able to exit Vim is responsible for killing so many of us. No.
Oh dear. Oh, that's fascinating. So hang on. So how does that data feed to your terminal? How's that process working?
So in this case, I'm using what's called a Dexcom, which is implanted in my arm. That goes from here via Bluetooth to the phone, from the phone to the cloud, where it's running in an open source system called Night Scout. And then Night Scout has a REST API. And then that REST API lets me do things like, what's my blood sugar? And then the phone will then pop up. You can't hear it because my microphone is auto detecting my voice, but then it goes, your blood sugar is whatever. So I can ask, Siri or Alexa or whatever what my blood sugar is, and I can have it on dashboards around the house. And this is great for kids who might be away at school, and then their parents can monitor it, and I can also see it in a chart on my watch.
Oh, that's fascinating. It's incredible how that's all, so interconnected, and maybe 10 years ago would have been like science fiction almost that you can do all of this. It's incredible.
Well, but it's about open standards, and once you get that back end, right? Once you've got that REST API, you can go nuts. I actually right now on my desktop have another floating widget showing my blood sugar as well. Just because I need that information. I don't want to go looking for it. I just want to be able to do my work and then glance. And it's kind of like looking at your speedometer, when you are driving.
Yeah, you don't spend the whole time glancing down trying to check your speed, but you want to be able to access it as soon as you need it. Or
exactly.
That's great. That's great. Wow. Okay, I'm blown away by all of that.
The use of tech.
Speechless. Speechless.
Well, what I want to, if I may, what I wanted to say though is that it's not just about blood sugar, right? It could be about your kid's homework. It could be about your blood pressure. It could be about the temperature in your in your where you put your plants. What's that called? You might have like a thing in the backyard where you've got all of your garden or whatever, your hot box. Like all of that data, that IoT, that Internet of Things data, could be brought into a dashboard. So I like things like Home Assistant. I've got it feeding into that as well. So
I had a feeling you might be one of these IoT home people who's kind of wired up absolutely everything to some kind of sensor. Is that true?
Yeah, yes and no, because there are those who wire things up because it's fun to wire things up. For me, it's more about utilitarianism. Like we have a board with a calendar, and it feeds from RSS feeds from the school that show the children's homework listed on a calendar. Yeah, I could have the temperature in the terrarium, but I don't care about that. I want to know about the weather. I want to know about the traffic. I want to know about my kids' homework and my blood sugar, and that's in the kitchen on a Raspberry Pi powered what's called a DAC board, a DAK board. You could go nuts and start they're hooking other things up, but I'm a big fan of being a utilitarian person.
That's great. You avoid the whole angry calls from the wife saying, none of the lights in the house will turn on right now. What's going on? Oh, the router's crashed or something. We need to.
You have to make things. The spousal acceptance factor is important. Non-technical spouse definitely wants to feel like they can use it. So she's a nurse and she wants to push the button and the TV turns on. And if that doesn't work, then it's a useless system.
Yeah, I think that's very fair. I was going to ask you again. We've spoken about the tech you're excited about currently, and is there anything in the works for 2024 that you think is going to be a big trend? AI, we're hearing a lot about currently, so that's clearly a key. We're hearing more and more about co-pilots from Microsoft. Is there something we're going to see in the next 12 months that's really going to blow us away? A new category, perhaps?
No, probably not a new category. I'm a little sad that AI is eating the world. I think that it's the new it's the new thing that everyone's just like, oh, money, and they're running in that direction. My focus is going to be making sure that AI helps people and that AI is more like Iron Man, where we all get to wear cool suits and do stuff better, as opposed to making it like Ultron, which is scary robot takes over.
Yeah, that's a great point. There was the Apple, whatever the product is called, and the biggest criticism of it was it's so unhuman, it's so disconnecting people from real life with technology. Like it's far more important that we're making tech more about individuals and experiencing real life.
This thing here, this is the thing. This is the problem, right? I mean, a little tip as we get towards the end of our conversation. I'll just remind everyone that airplane mode works on the ground. Try to go to dinner and don't take your phone and see how long you last. If you are out with dinner with family, I encourage people to try doing what's called a phone stack. Have either of you ever done a phone stack?
Yep.
A phone stack means you go to dinner and everyone stacks their phones in the center of the dinner table, and anyone who touches the phone first has to pay for dinner.
Oh, that's a great idea.
We have
I want you to do
no
that
phone
and
times
report
at
back.
home.
I'm taking that away. Yeah,
But
instantly.
talking about the phone stack and the personal touch behind the scenes, of course, I was talking about the AI video that I saw about AI being used in Bollywood. There was one prolific director in India who told that AI can solve everything, but there's one thing it cannot do, which is a personal touch that I add.
Yeah, that's very true. That's very true. Well, unfortunately, we've reached the end of our session. We're now running out of time. Hank told me not to do this, but I'm going to do it anyway. I'm sorry, Hank. I have one slightly personal question for you, Scott, that I've always wanted to know. What's your Chipotle order? Because like you're a big fan. I am too. What you get in your burrito?
So it's for those who may be international, Chipotle, of course, is a taco place here that I am a big fan of. And I have 3 soft tacos with carne asada, pico de gallo, cheese, and a little bit of lettuce.
That's a great combination. That's a great combination. Thank you so much, Scott. I'm really hungry now, so I'm going to need to go and eat. Thank you so much, Scott. This has been a wonderful chat. We're thrilled to have had you join us. So have a great day.
Thank you for having me.
great
I
day.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Amazing.
Amazing.
And with that, we say goodbye to Scott. I thoroughly enjoyed that conversation, as I'm sure you can tell.
Oh my word, we were left speechless at some points.
Definitely.
And what a great kind of finish to a not finished yet, but
nearly finale.
Nearly finished.
Yeah.
But it's amazing to have someone like Hanselman turn up and speak about everything in tech.
Everything we could possibly want to know.
Yeah.
Including his Chipotle order. Anyway, we're going to be back in a couple of seconds with our final session of the day. We're going to see the Candid Contributions team. Don't go anywhere. Hey everybody, welcome back.
Welcome back.
Final Umbraco
Yes.
Community Day session for our second edition. We can state for a fact that we have trumped all of the records we set last year in terms of number of viewers, in terms of concurrent people have been really active in the chat. It's fantastic to see. So thank you everybody so much.
And
for
we
being
went
involved.
around the globe.
We did. We truly went around the globe.
Yes.
We'd love to see more people next year. We were
Yeah.
talking about how with like the Scrift team, etc., that we'd love to get people from South America, from places in Africa, some more places in Asia, better coverage in Australia. I'd love to even do like a semi-live edition of this in Australia. It would be
This
really
was
good.
great fun so far.
Great fun.
And it is just getting better and better.
It is, yeah. Well, okay, let's welcome our final set of guests then. We have 4 wonderful ladies, the Candid Contributions team.
Absolutely.
Hello.
Hello.
We can't hear any of you.
Hello.
Hank's pressed the button now. It's fine. We can see you all. Hey. Hello.
Hi.
Lesson learned, don't trust Hank.
Yeah, no. Hank's made this whole thing run today. We're just the puppets. Lovely to see you all. How's your day been, all of you?
Brilliant. Today's been wonderful, and I have loved watching as much Community Day as time has allowed.
Good.
So thanks, people.
We loved
for putting
hearing
this together.
you speak Danish earlier, Emma.
I didn't get to see that session. What a
Ah,
shame. Mit danska god.
We heard Emma speaking Danish, which apparently Kim said didn't make much sense. We heard Lottie dropping Phillip in it about not doing much work.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was
I
good
said
fun.
it. I said it quietly though.
Very
Callum,
quietly.
You dropped me in it because I think he thought that Kim said the rude things.
Yeah,
But then
I
you
just
told
wanted
him
to
that I
remind
did.
him.
But yeah, it's fine.
He can take it.
Fantastic. Well, I don't know what your plan is here. Apparently we have your theme tune. And other than that, the stage is yours. You can do whatever you want. We're going to eat some pizza and watch.
Cool. Enjoy your pizza, team. Thank you.
Cool.
We'll take it from here.
Good luck. Let's play the theme song.
Thanks.
Oh, hang on. Hank's just realised we have to play the theme song. 1 second.
Yeah, we could try and sing it. It might not work.
Probably best that we don't.
Best
Is-
not.
Yeah.
Best not.
It's coming.
Singing an instrumental.
Have we been divas asking for the theme tune?
I don't think it's diva-ish. I think it's a very fair request. I also said if it's okay. It wasn't a rider.
So
it wasn't a
apparently
prerequisite.
we need you all to be quiet so that Hank can play the theme song.
Got it.
Sorry.
Okay.
Never gonna happen.
You'll play it again.
I'm assuming that was.
We couldn't
the
hear
theme
it, but
tune.
I'm sure it was great. So thank you.
I heard it in my head. It was great.
I heard it in my head. I feel like I timed it exactly right as well. So I'll start by saying hello and welcome to Candid Contributions, the aptly named podcast, usually, where 4 experienced developers talk all things open source, from code contributions to conference attendance. We aim to cover all aspects of life as an active member of an open source community. And my name is Emma, and I am based in Odense in Denmark.
Oh, I'm Laura. I forgot what alphabetical order we were in. I'm Laura. I'm in Canterbury.
I'm Lottie. I'm in London.
I'm Carol, and I'm in Glasgow.
Cool, and welcome to our live chat. Like, it's
Smooth as ever.
I mean, we're so slick. We really are. We get this right 100% of the time, every time. I think what we've revealed to people who have listened to the podcast is that we rely heavily on editing to function. It'd be great if we could edit real life. So massive thanks, Callum and Purnima, for the introduction. And I also want to say a big thank you to our warm-up act, Scott Hanselman.
Yeah.
We hope that you're all ready for the headline now. And yeah, just a massive hello to everybody that's watching back or there at the minute. How is everybody here in the call?
Dandy, I think.
Dandy is good.
Dandy. I've really enjoyed watching today. It's been some really good sessions and that good community feels.
You've had a few mentions as well. It's been nice to hear your name mentioned.
And I loved
pronounced differently each time.
And Christian's impression of me at work, which was fun.
And Laura, how are you doing?
Good. I haven't had a chance to join as much as I would have liked because it's just been a busy day, but I'm excited to be here now. And yeah, I was excited to see. I saw most of Scott's, which was great. He was really good.
I watched Scott while cooking and eating, and Seb kept me company for that too. I missed Kim's Christmas quiz, but I caught up with Lottie afterwards to see if he'd behaved himself. That was all I needed to know. And Carol, you've had a big project go live, so you've been busy, boo.
Been a busy couple of weeks, but yeah, like Laura, I've not caught all of today, but whenever I've checked in, it's just been like a hug. It's been nice just to check in and get a bit of that friendliness and then check back out again. So yeah, it's good to be here. Love the Christmas hat, Emma.
Yeah. Thank you. I wasn't sure how to brand myself today, so I've gone Candid Contributions.
Nice.
That's us. And yeah, Christmas hat.
Lovely.
Yeah, just not enough opportunities to wear a silly hat. Awesome. So we are going to play some games today, and we're going to have some chat. I have set a timer so that we don't go over time. I make 0 promises, and we're going to ask for loads of audience participation because everything's more fun when you're involved. But the first thing I'm going to do is start us off with a prompt, and that prompt is that I would like you all to finish the sentence, I contribute to the Umbraco community by. Now we're going to go around the room, but I'd like people in the chat to also say, I contribute to the Umbraco community by And finish the sentence for me, please. And I guess I should kick it off since it's my game, first of my games. And I haven't thought about an answer. So, okay, so I contribute to the Umbraco community by showing up. Oh, I'm good at showing up. I'm always at the things and a body in the room. And I think that there's a lot of value in that. I particularly appreciate it when other people do that, when you're giving a talk and people are looking back at you and they're not asleep. And sometimes they nod. But yeah, showing up. I'm an active shower-upper. So after me, alphabetically goes Laura.
I am. Can I change the prompt slightly? Sorry, I'm aware I'm the first person to go after
Laura.
you. But I would say the Umbraco community allows me to contribute by letting me show up as my authentic self, which is a little bit like what you said, but a little bit more like it gives me that space to write or say or fix or work in the areas that I feel safe, and with the Umbraco community, that's a lot of different areas.
I love that. Thank you for that, Laura. I was just at Lead Dev in Berlin, and there was a lot of talk about showing up as oneself, vulnerability, and how that empowers other people to do the same. So yeah, you can change the prompt because
sorry, I feel
it's
like
kind of a trick ask, because you changed the prompt and then was like, I show up as myself. I was like, yes, okay, that's a good reason to change it. Lotta.
Oh, thank you. In Danish. I contribute to Umbraco, I think, by hopefully enabling and supporting others to do what they would like to do, whether that's the tiny thing of making a really nervous speaker laugh in those horrible few minutes before you go on stage, or bigger things like organising events for people to share knowledge and to feel connected to one another. And smiling. Let's all just smile and find the fun in the little things. Sorry, I'm now preaching.
That's a ton, but I mean, it's okay. We're in a hurry. We've got 20 minutes and 20 seconds left, so it's okay.
But we're the
Fine.
last on the lineup, so I reckon we go all Bruce Springsteen and we just keep playing till we've played all the songs we want to play.
Till they
then
physically come and shut
Until
us down.
they-
Till they pull the
somebody
plug.
pulls the plug.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The schedule technically says longer than that, so we're fine.
Is it really? Sorry, Callum Ponima. Enjoy your pizza, Callum and Ponima. Carol?
Oh, I've had the longest to think and I still don't know. Maybe a bit of a combination of what Lottie and Laura said. I think, like, kind of not just one specific thing. We talk about this all the time, but you have to start to have a bit of a crisis of confidence whenever anyone was like, what did you contribute to the community? And you start to doubt and say, oh, not that much. And anyway, but yeah, doing things that I enjoy, but hopefully sharing with others so that they know that they can do it as well. And that's a big thing for me, is like, it shouldn't seem like a scary thing when folks are contributing to communities in loads of different ways, but hopefully my goal is always to make it that little bit more accessible for someone else. So if that's as a speaker, as a meetup organizer, or a podcast host, or whatever it is, just trying to let other people see, like if I can do it, you can do it.
And I love that that's the answer. And I'm really grateful to you all for answering in those ways, because one of the things that I could have done, didn't do, is, survey people. What does Carol do for the community? What does Laura? I could have even just popped it into a chat with a few people. And it's so much easier to answer for other people. It's hard to answer for ourselves. And there's a list of things that I had in mind that you might say, like you write technical blog posts and content, you give tutorials, you mentor, you do all these very official things, very grown up things, and that is such a massive part of our ecosystem and such a massive part of what makes a community. But my goodness, it's worth so much more being present emotionally, connecting with others, enabling others, creating spaces for others. So yeah, I guess we're all on that kind of vibe today. That is good. Got oodles of that. So in the chat, Richard Jackson jinxed me, so I should stop talking now. That's a bit unfair, Richard Jackson, because he said showing up jinx. And it's it's a huge thing. I love that he put that because Richard Jackson has consistently shown up for almost a year, but very rarely will a week go by where somebody who wasn't a part of the community this time last year, I have some sort of interaction with him, even if it's just passively watching him play something on the internet or talk about something on the internet. Carl said that he enjoys contributing to the community by exploring cool things that people are doing and sometimes showing things that I have done. That could be our tagline, the Umbraco community.
Yeah.
I'd like to read out Ravi's because I think I've got a new term for what Ravi's talking about. Ravi thinks we didn't actually ask what your superpower was, Ravi, but excellent to suggest it, and it's talking to anyone. And I think the nice way of putting that is you're a super connector, because what you do is you know the people, and you are very good, Ravi, at introducing people in a contextual way, so you're giving them a reason to then continue a conversation when you then move on to other people and super connect them. So I think, Ravi, you're a super connector, and we thank you for it.
Ravi is very, very brilliant at that, as are you, Lottie. You are a super connector.
It almost sounds like an electric circuit, but
yes, it's like it feels like, what was that, like I don't know, a super collider or whatever the thing was. It seems like that.
The Hadron Collider. Sure.
Yeah, you're that for social interaction in a development sphere, because it's not easy. Yeah.
It would be amazing to know. Like, I certainly, Lottie and Ravi, you were my first two like ports of call in the Umbraco community, and it would be amazing to know like how many people you were like the first like smiley faces they like met and you they talked to.
Yeah, one of the first for me. I remember sitting in a corner at the
So we're
first
all
garden
your
I went
fault,
to.
Lottie.
Yeah, we are here because of you. Sorry, everyone.
Candid contributions.
Yeah.
This is
Lottie's fault.
Lottie did this. Yeah.
You're welcome.
We're like in any technical community, and I've been reading a lot about communities. I've been talking a lot about communities. I've been discussing communities with other communities. Connection's the only thing that we can't live without. Like, we can have a terrible product, we don't, but we could, and we can have a strong community. But it's that desire to connect and the space to connect. So it makes me sound like such a hippie, and I am one on a good day. But at the same time, it's really gratifying to me to see the technical community that I joined in 2015. There's rule books being created everywhere else. You know, how can we build a community? How can we build a community? And I get to look around and be like, I'm in one, and this is what works for us. And you know, people are writing books, and I'm like, that's us, that's us, that's us. That's great. So if you're not already a part of the contributor ecosystem, remember that just bringing yourself to a place is, I mean, we can't do without it. Yeah, absolutely can't do without it.
Speaking of people bringing themselves to a place, I believe that in Bristol they're having a bit of a viewing party at the moment. And so what I hope is that when I said that, big shout out to Umbraco Bristol.
Like
they've all
style.
they're all weeping, cheering, jumping on their chairs. Yeah, that's what I hope.
I've never been to a Bristol meetup, but if that's the kind of reception I'll get.
What does rambunctious mean?
Rambunctious, I thought it was.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Rambunctious is what happens when you've had too much rum.
I feel like rambunc. I can't say the word. I shouldn't have gone with that word, but I feel like that's the word for them. But I realise I don't know what it means, so that might not be the compliment I was intending.
No, like full of energy.
Yeah.
Boisterous, I think.
Yeah, that's what I think is going on now at a viewing party in Bristol.
Maybe with rum.
No judgment.
So, rum or no rum, rambunctious or rambunctious, attending a meetup is a great way to contribute, and we've seen some insane contributions this year. I've loved some of our contributions this year. How do you like that segue? Good segue, right?
Great segue.
Pro. And what I wanted us to do was play a little game. Now, the people here have had some time to prepare, and there is, I'm reliably assured, a 15-second delay. So I'm going to set you a task, people in the chat, and we're going to play the game, and then I'm going to check back in with you. Now, if any of you have seen the game Just a Minute, then this is that, but not as difficult and not a full minute. And if you haven't, listened to the game, it's on Radio 4, you could watch it, but it would be boring. Then what we must do is describe, in this case, a contribution that we particularly liked over the last year without using the name of the contribution or the name of the person who created the contribution. We are allowed to say and repeat ourselves. You can't do that in Just a Minute, but it's like so close to Christmas. I'm exhausted. I didn't want to make the bar too high. So I'm going to begin by describing a contribution that I particularly liked, and then it is Carol, Laura, and Lucy's job to guess. People in the chat, don't bother guessing because there's a 15-second delay, so it wouldn't be fair.
But they can if they want to. It's just
you can spam the chat with guesses. But what I'd really like to see in the chat is for you to tell us what your favourite contributions have been throughout 2023. All right, so my time will start now.
I have a question.
Wait. Yeah.
Do we interrupt when we think we know the answer, or do we let you finish talking and then?
Let me finish talking, and then you can all interrupt each other. Carol, you're on mute right now, which is the right thing to do on a call. But I'm worried that these two are going to jump all over you if you've got the right answer. They won't give you a chance.
So we've to jump in, right? Or wait till the end?
Once I finish talking, and then you will fight each other to.
Good. Right.
I have
I'm
two
ready.
questions. Sorry.
This is so.
Are you going to time us when it's our turn?
No.
Okay, good. Are there points? Do we get anything if we win?
No, bragging rights.
Okay, just one can ask. Okay, cool.
Terence has put a comment in the chat. Emma, have you seen it?
No. Oh, wait. Let me switch to the chat. I switched to the bit where I had to know what I was doing.
That's okay. He just says.
Yeah.
He says, I imagine I'm not allowed to guess.
So no, he's not allowed to play. So we explain.
Is not allowed to play. Would you like to explain why?
Terence was our lovely adjudicator. Is that the right word? So we all had
referee.
Yeah, we needed a referee to make sure that we all weren't going to come here with the same contribution, because that would have been hella awkward and quite short a game. So we all had to send them to Terence, who confirmed that we all had a different contribution. We all got our first one as well. So no, Terence, no, you're not allowed to play because you will definitely win.
But thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your contribution. That in itself is an awesome contribution to the community by being our judge and putting up with us sending them quite late in my instance.
And I imagine if your emails are anything like my email was, it was a bit of a stream of consciousness as well, of like, oh, this thing and also this thing, and actually.
No,
right, Emma, get us.
Sorry.
No, we're okay, because this is for discussion. It's a game, but it's to promote discussion, not to score points. Okay. All right. I haven't practiced this part. The contribution I like best is. Or I particularly like this year. It's not the best contribution, but I like this a lot. Comes from a prolific developer, better known for packages than text. And what I really like about this one is how it's such a nerd project. The end result, you might believe, is the product of many hours of careful writing, but the engineering behind it is what's really exciting because of its reliance on automation, its extensibility, and the fact that this person likes to add new little cool features in and write about them on Mastodon, even today, outside of their day job.
Can I guess?
Yeah.
Are you talking about Matt Brailsford and .fyi?
Infew, I like to call it.
Yeah. I don't know how to pronounce it, but
no, it's Infew. I've never read it like that, but no.
From now on.
Yeah.
How did you guess, Lottie?
From the excited automation, I think.
Also, part of your it rhymed, but we don't have to rhyme, do we? When we do.
Did I rhyme?
You did.
Who's
so
always
musical.
poetic, Emma. Yeah.
You rhymed exciting with writing.
Oh, you should have let me sing the theme tune. I'm so musical.
We should have done. We should have done.
Yeah. Okay, 20,000 points to Lotta. And do you know, I just love how nerdy the whole project is. And Sebastian has been able to build Umbra Calendar on top of it. And it's not so much the end result. Matt Brailsford, the end result is great. Kudos to you. But it's the way that the building has been documented, and how much of a community vehicle it's become and how people have adopted it. The irony, of course, is that he works at HQ. So it's kind of a community effort from an HQ member, which we see lots of and we love to see. So yeah, that's me. That's my just a minute done. And I think we're going to continue going in the same alphabetical order. Carol, are you okay with that? Because it means that you're at the end each time. Okay.
Fine. That's all good.
So I actually had 2 contributions that I really liked. And I really struggled to choose between them. I'm going to go with safety, the first one, because I know that one's good. The other one I don't know. But maybe if we get to the end and we've still got time, I'd like to point out the second one too. Anyway, so this contribution is quite recent. It is a package, and it is a really useful package to help with some of the like V12, V13 sort of headless stuff that's coming out that I have been using quite a lot. And this in particular solves a couple of issues that we've been sort of scratching our head about for a while in terms of how we are going to generate some of the sort of TypeScript side of things versus what we've got on Models Builder. And I can tell that 2 of you, and I'm still just talking because I know that you know what it is, and it's such a great package, and I just wanted to highlight it because I really enjoyed seeing it come out, and I just wanted to give it a round of applause.
And perhaps because you share a name?
Well, it's the best name. The goal is to have the entire MVP program just Laura's.
We used to have 2 Emmas, and you know that was my aim one day. But
oh, you joined HQ. I thought for a minute I'd missed that Emma Garland went to Sitecore. Okay, good. It's just,
is it Laura Nito's?
It is. It is. Yes, the Content Delivery API extensions package, which is fantastic. And yeah, if you haven't had a chance to check it out, it's well, we can put a link. We can tweet it out from Canted Contribs. But yes. Oh, actually, we should tweet out all of the contributions that we've enjoyed the most.
Yes. How do we do Terrence's?
We say thank you.
We just say thank you. Yeah, I haven't had the chance to play with it yet, but I've heard all the nice things, all the good things. I think that might be in quite a nerdy way something I'll be doing over the Christmas holidays is exploring that.
Definitely.
All aspects of life as an open source contributor. That is what Christmas can look like. I got so excited when Sebastian said tail scale in his talk, because I have an ambition to set up a Raspberry Pi at my parents' and not to stream BBC iPlayer in Denmark. Not for that. No. Just for fun, just for a hobby. Take it back. Anyways, next is Lottie, because I can do the alphabet. Oh, but Lottie's
alphabets are hard. Well, this is a convenient coffee.
Shall I go?
I'll go.
Oh no,
She's right. Lottie with
false sense of
BBC
security. Yeah, she was so aghast that you were going to not do that. Okay, I have one. This is a non-code contribution. That really is from a kind of group of people, but I've picked one person in particular as my contributor. This contribution is annual, and the contributor was a new MVP this year. I'm sure they were a new MVP this year. All 4 of us were somewhat involved, a little like in some way. And this one might be the giveaway. This person was a guest on Candid Contributions this year. No? Have I been too vague? Have I won the game?
You've won, yeah. You get all the
points. We got the assignment, but can we just not remember recording anything at all this year?
Yeah, well, yeah, but we were all there physically together.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and we
So our guest from Code Garden.
no, we get an annual photo taken on the roof at this contribution.
Spark.
Spark.
Cat. Sorry,
so
Cat.
big. I was like, do we go on roofs at other places? I was like, where else do we go on the roof? It must be
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. I thought mine were too obvious, but there we go. Yeah. So Kat and this is how many shout outs for Bristol have we had? We've had Bristol Meetup, Kat, Carl.
Anyone would believe that they are sponsoring us, but they are not.
You'd think so, but you get
City of Bristol does not sponsor us. Okay, so we need to talk about what we're going to be doing next year. Oh, wait, Lottie, I'm coming back to you. But what I want you to do at home is I'm sharing my screen now. Can everyone see my screen share? I'm just sharing my screen.
Bit more in the middle, Emma.
Bit more in the middle.
Yeah, there we go.
Can everyone see my screen? I would like anyone at home to sign in to our Slido and vote on our poll. We want to hear what you want to do more of next year, but what you might have been too busy, tired, or afraid to do. And I've given you some options, and we'll check out some of the answers afterwards. Now, Lottie, tell us, what was your favourite contribution?
Carol stepping in for me just then. Thank you, Carol. I really wanted to do a contribution that resulted from someone getting the Umbraco community for the first time, because we all know that the heart of Umbraco is the community around it, which includes Umbraco HQ. Let's just clarify, they're part of the community as well. And when I was thinking about that, I did have a lot to choose from, but the one I went for was beautifully written insight into why any community matters, how a community to be sustainable needs to make new people feel welcome, how traditions can continue even if the lineup of people involved keeps changing. It was written, they were so excited about the thing that they're writing about. They wrote it the moment they got home from the event. It's a kind of call to arms for us to keep doing what we're doing, to keep opening Pac-Man circles at events, to keep making spaces that will make all people feel as enthused as this person was. It was after Code Garden, which takes so much effort from so many people, of which I've been involved for the last couple of years, so I've witnessed quite how much effort it is. And it's posts like this that really validate the worth of things like Code Garden in our world.
My timer's going off to tell me how long we've been talking for. Could you hear that? Right,
no.
Good. Okay. Any guesses?
I know the blog post that you're talking about, but the name's fallen out of my head. We're 1 week out from Christmas and I have no RAM left.
Yeah, I need to be defragged.
And it was the viral Code Garden blog post that we all read on. I think even on the train. I don't know how it was published.
It was so fast.
By the time I was on the train, to the airport. Emotional. Like, this is all true.
Giving it away. It was a man. Its published date is June the 16th, which is the Friday of Code Garden. So I think he literally on the train home just wrote some wonderful words in his second language. He's not English.
I know who he is. He's the Danish guy that used to work with Bjarke once upon a time. My other Bjarke is a colleague who people might know who he is.
Shall I remind you his name?
Is it Rasmus?
No, there are other Danish names. It's Mikkel.
Yeah. If you had let me go on, I would have sailed through Jesper, Mads, all the way to Mikkel.
Yeah, it was so good, and everyone was just like as they read it, was just like, yes, that's perfect. Like such a good summary.
Yeah, well, but I definitely need to remind people of that blog post. It's a very lovely thing to go back and read again.
It is.
And it's another bit of proof that every time you put pen to paper and tell people about your experience, you are adding to the ecosystem, you're adding to the community. Like, you can absolutely write technical articles. Oh my gosh, like when I do that, it makes my soul fall out of my body. Any kind of technical writing is so difficult. But we don't just need these really difficult contributions. In fact, we just want to hear what you're up to sometimes. And that one really did hit me in the feels.
Yeah, it's like that, but we chatted about earlier, showing up as yourself and maybe being a little bit vulnerable and sharing that is sometimes way more valuable than the technical stuff.
And speaking about vulnerability, another good segue from me. I've asked the audience to tell us what they want to do more of next year, and overwhelmingly the answer is to give a talk. That's 38% of people want to give a talk in 2024. Second is write an article, go to an event and create a pull request is 13%. I remember when I first decided I wanted to make a pull request and I didn't know even where to begin, but I was certain I wanted to do it because I saw Blake, who is out there watching, I believe, Blake Watt do a pull request live on stage, her first one. So yeah, giving a talk. We've had a bit of experience with that. Have we been talking this year? I've been talking this year.
I've done some talking
Spark.
this year.
Three or four of us were at Spark speaking.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and I've spoke at some things here in Scotland. Can't remember
We've all
what
been
else.
doing it. Oh, next year more?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah,
How cool is it?
Laura.
How
My
cool.
current plan is for next year to be more of like an attendee year than a speaking year, I think. Yeah, you need audience members, right?
Yeah, you do.
Yeah,
showing up counts.
Yeah, but we all know you'll be headlining Spark, Laura, so whatever. You're the
After
face
this-
of Umbraco's winter keynote. Have you seen that, Laura?
I have
not.
not.
You know that lovely photo when you're looking up and the light shining down on your face from Code Garden?
Oh, when I've been summoned for a side quest. Yeah, that one.
Yes, I saw a social media post today, and the Umbraco winter keynote has a part of your face.
Also some internal slides that I created today, but we'll talk about that after the call is over. So overwhelmingly people want to give a talk, and I really enjoyed going to a conference last week before as an attendee, as a person in the room. But what I decided I wanted to do in 24, and I'm going to ask you all for us to wrap up with your suggestion for what you really want to do in 24. It's I'm going to apply to give a talk. I'm going to fill in a CFP. That might sound silly, but I speak when I'm told to. But I so rarely get to reach for, here's a conference that I'm super excited about and I'd love to be on stage and I have something to talk about, and I really want to talk at Lead Dev next year. So I'm going to apply for one of the Lead Dev conferences and see if my talk gets accepted. So that's my big thing for next year. I'm not going to start with you, Laura. I'll go to Lottie before she starts coughing and has to go again.
I was just going to say that Blake put in the chat that standing ovations really help before you do a talk, and I completely agree that.
Can that be my favourite contribution from the year?
Yes,
I still pick Cat. Cat was great. I still pick Cat, but another one was the addition to Code Garden that everyone gets a standing ovation as they're welcomed to stage. It was just lovely. It was. I wasn't a speaker, so I don't know what it feels like, but it felt nice as an audience member.
What would actually be great would be like a small clip of that bit at the beginning where everybody stands up as you go on stage, and I would just like to play that. When you do you do something good, something finally works after like hours of it not working, you just play the standing ovation clip and just make everything better.
Yes.
The good news is that the US summit had standing ovations as well, so I think it is becoming a thing.
And the UK as well. Oh, I'm watching us on another screen and I'm just sharing my screen. I've got like 50,000 versions of us on so many screens right now. But
it's
I
like
can see
Where's
my
Wally,
screen share
but like
working.
too many of us.
Yeah, I've even got the red hat for Where's Wally. Yeah, Carla's contribution of the standing ovation. It will never be forgotten. That will always be. Next, Carol.
I mean,
what would you like to do next year?
You didn't
Lottie didn't give hers.
No,
Did she not?
I talked about Blake because I'm one of those rebels who doesn't do what she's told, and she's also actually forgotten what she's told to do. What have I
You
said?
lot are hard to manage.
What contribution would you like to make next year?
Emma, is this like being a teacher again? Like
Yeah,
trying to keep us focused on task.
I'm picturing Callum and Fornima in the studio just going, when will they stop? Or maybe they're just enjoying their pizza. Lottie.
No, we were originally meant to go till 7, so it's all fine. They must have paid for the studio till then.
Fine.
So for half the week, my legal boss is on this call, and what I'm hoping for next year is some time, Emma, to properly dive into Bellissima, into version 14, and because I think that's what you have to do. I don't know these technologies very well at all. And I think it's not like AngularJS where you can just kind of pick it up a bit as you go along. I think actually you need to go in and properly understand what TypeScript and all these things are. I'm just looking at Laura's face. She's going, know it all already. I don't, and I want to invest the time properly to learn this stuff, to be able to then, the contribution side will be then to talk to people who are like me, whether that's in the written form or on stage, whatever format it's going to take, and say, well, this is how I learned, and to help people have a plan, because I just, at this point in time right now, I'm like, where do I start? Where do I start? So that's the contribution that if my legal boss will enable me to do some of the work time, some of my own time, that's what I'd like to do.
I'm off the clock right now, so whatever I say doesn't count as legally binding. Like everything else I ask you to say is legal.
It's true. Nothing illegal yet. Yeah.
No. But what I love about that entire thing is that the journey of becoming a contributor to Bellissima or a user of Bellissima and so on is so valuable when it's documented, whether that's through video, tweets, articles. So it's better that you don't know everything right now, because you get to go on that journey and bring people along with you. Oh, I know. Thank goodness. So, Carol, next year?
Well, I've been thinking about it. I did one kind of pathetic attempt at it this year and didn't try again, but I really wanted to do more like kind of video content, or like I'm a bit old for TikTok, but I do quite like TikTok, and like I was trying to maybe do a bit more kind of content that way. I've got quite comfortable speaking, I've got quite comfortable doing a podcast, but I've got you all to make me feel safe. I'm quite comfortable writing, but I'm really, really uncomfortable doing videos and like kind of speaking to camera and doing that kind of thing. So if I'm trying to push myself out of my comfort zone, then that's the thing that I've kind of wanted to give a go for a while, but then I always just get scared. So
yeah,
that's exciting. I'm looking forward to seeing what you come up with.
Well, it's New Year's resolutions that aren't meant to be kept, so we'll see.
And also TikTok. That sounds cool.
TikTok. That should surely that's
the thing. I think I just said TikTok wrong. If you think I said TikTok, or
No,
is it? Are you just saying it as TikTok? Yeah. All right. Well, let's make it a
TikTok, but tech.
Oh, I thought you just meant I pronounced it.
No,
wrong.
I didn't.
Yeah, TikTok. Yeah, maybe it is. Maybe let's find out. Maybe we can
register the domain name.
Maybe we can put little clips of CanCon on there on TikTok as well. I don't know, but yeah, but anyway, yeah, I enjoy content that way. My short attention span just likes to swipe. So yeah, that's my one.
Can I just pick you up on something, Carol? Because I think you said you were too old for TikTok, and I would just like to say that I'm pretty sure I'm right in thinking that you're a little bit younger than Scott Hanselman, who does things on TikTok, right?
So I mean, that's true, but he's got Hanselman. But yeah,
and you're Carol Logan.
True. Yeah. Okay, fine. This is the only reason we do this podcast, is to big each other up, isn't it? Thank you. Okay, I'll do it.
Yeah,
exactly. To come up with the phrase TikTok.
TikTok. Okay.
Mark Goodson in the chat says it's genius,
and if Mark says it,
Mark is the arbiter of all things that are genius. Yeah, knows it when he sees it. And you have all just witnessed what happens when we come together and mistake what each other says and come up with a genius idea. That's how all
genius ideas come to be.
Ideation. That's how we ideate.
Ideation.
Laura, next year your ambition is to be an attendee.
Yeah, so next year is the first year for a while where I'm not doing something ridiculous in the background, like trying to get a master's or doing something mental. So it'd be nice to push out of my comfort zone a little bit. And one of the things that I've wanted to do for a while is to either contribute to packages or create a package. But my fear is that I lack commitment. And in the sense of, not in the sense of I get it out. My fear is then that people would use it and then I would go off the boil, if that makes sense. And I mean that in the nicest way to myself possible. Like I get really excited about something for like maybe 6 weeks and then I'm like, okay, and then I'm really excited about something else for like 6 weeks and that's sort of, oh,
I think they're playing the music.
we've been
on us.
minimized.
Oh, the cops are coming. That's what's happening. And what I'll finish by saying is that in an open source ecosystem, you can build a thing and you can hand it over, right?
This is true. Yes, this is true.
Collaborate for the win.
Suits. Cool. So we have had a really lovely time and we want to say a massive thanks to everybody for 2023, and it would be remiss of us not to thank the host and Henk behind the camera for putting this together. What an astonishing contribution. Thank you so much, people.
Well done.
And
Purnima.
we'll stop talking and there'll be an awkward pause, but we'll
There's no
keep
awkward
hope with
pause.
it.
What are you talking about?
Oh,
nice.
We're prepared, Emma. We're prepared.
And look, I'm on brand for you, Callum.
Well done. That's good.
Nice.
That's great. I don't actually. I need to get some of those off Emma. They're all in the storage at HQ. If I could arrange that, that would be great because we owe a lot of people mugs. Anyway, and our entire global supply is in HQ right now for some reason.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you everybody for helping to round up the event. And
Thanks for
lovely,
having us.
lovely to
you.
have you join us. Yeah, we were just going to. We can keep you on the screen for a little bit just whilst we do this. We were going to just say a massive thank you to everybody today, every speaker, every viewer, every attendee, every panelist. I don't know who else has participated, but lots of people behind the scenes. Even everyone who submitted
to the
CFP. Like it was a really difficult process. We had a 2-hour call where we went through every single one and had to really chop it down to a very small number of sessions in the end. So thank you. Let's get Henk on the camera as well. Come on, Henk. You just gotta wave. Come on. There we go. Let's give Henk a big round of applause too, because ultimately, there we go, Henk. Ultimately, technically, this wouldn't have been possible without Henk at all. And Arnold's behind the camera as well, but he's done nothing today, so it's fine. I'm joking. Arnold bought us lunch, so we love Arnold.
And dinner.
Lots of love to Arnold. It's been a good fun day. We as I think I said just before the panel session, or maybe this session, we've broken every record we set out to break. We've had the most number of viewers that we've had of any Umbraco Community Day. There's only been 2.
Over 1,400 views.
There we go. That's pretty good. We've had the ambition to make this the most liked video on the Umbraco Community YouTube channel. I think we've hit it. I think we've had over 40 likes. Someone confirm? Maybe not. 41 likes. Well, hey, and all 4 of you are now going to go and like it as well for us, just to help tip that number even higher. It's been a fun day. Lots of talks. Hanselman was great fun. I loved that.
Absolutely.
I loved our panel discussions. I feel like they could have gone on a lot longer as well.
Absolutely. Next time we should have a longer panel discussion. Yeah. There's so much more to be said.
Definitely.
With everything.
Definitely. Yeah. I also think for next time I need a chair. Standing up all day is a long slog to keep me awake. Come on. I'm not happy that Purnima said I was asleep behind the curtain. I've been as switched on as I could be all day. I think I've done an okay enough job.
I like doing that to you.
Yeah.
Let's be honest.
Fine. Well, we've got to say goodbye. So goodbye to the Candid Contributions team. Thank you for joining us. And to everybody at home who's been watching, thank you so much. Goodbye.
Thank you for keeping up.
I have the privilege of getting to turn the lights off and say goodbye. So thank you and see you next time.
See you next time.